Elf I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 461 to 480. 461. The trump card of crossing. The intentional guidance of Bai Zi. Please complete the order. Then, after Yulongdu gave a general description of the appearance of the Poke Ball, Bai Zi was completely sure that this was the GS ball that appeared in the anime. Just. GS ball that was supposed to be sent to Dr. Ogi by Ash and his party, and then transferred to the steel of the Poke Ball craftsman for research. How has it been sent to the secret vault of the Alliance headquarters now? Bai Zi thought in his heart. And then, Yulongdu solved his doubts. The Poke Ball was taken by Dr. Nemu through the Alliance's internal channel, temporarily stored, and prepared to be consigned to Dr. Ogi. But I didn't expect that things were only put into the warehouse in the morning, and some people attacked the Alliance headquarters specifically for this at night, and it was still selected at a time when the top-level combat power just happened to be absent. Bai Zi blinked. Top-level combat power, in Yulong Fairy probably refers to the Kanto, 4 heavenly kings, headed by him. I have to admit that the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto are indeed very strong. Although they are called the 4 heavenly kings, all of them are strong in the championship field. It is no exaggeration to say, top-level combat power. One of these. Although Kenna has never officially fought against him, just based on the Battle of Golden City, Bai Zi learned from Zhou Lian of Golden City that he almost single-handedly stopped the rioting elf army from coming. Look, Kona's strength is by no means an ordinary champion. There is also Zaiba, who has fought against each other in the back mountain of Junshin town. Any elf is the heir of the middle-level champion Insect Prince who has never been revealed in front of others, Heracross. Then, I saw in the Victorian gym, the Jang ghost of mother-in-law Kikuko, who was marching towards the realm of quasi-gods, and mastered the death makeup technique, only a short distance from the peak of the championship. Abominable a step away. And this fast dragon on Yulongdu's side. Race, fast dragon. Attribute, dragon flying. Characteristic, spiritual power. Level, quasi-god elementary, level 80, 0/100. Potential, quasi-god. HP, 91, attack, 134, defense, 95, special attack, 100, special defense, 100, speed, 80. Skills, storm, wing attack, feather, divine speed, flame fist, lightning fist, frozen fist, binding, staring, tornado, electromagnetic wave, dragon tail. Genetic skills, dragon breath, divine speed. Status, perfect. Law of comprehension, dragon element 1%. Introduction, the absolute trump card of Yulongdu. The breakthrough is not long, it has a natural and elite sense of space, and it is good at flying and roaming battles. Sure enough, have you reached the quasi-god rank? Bai Zi was not surprised. The large needle bee of Sakagi before can be compared horizontally. As an opponent that Sakagi attaches great importance to, Yulongdu is absolutely impossible to compare with Sakagi. How much weaker? Speak up. Yulongdu successfully broke through the quasi-god rank. If the other 3 have nothing to hide, I am afraid that the champion of Kanto will be officially born soon. A quasi-god trainer plus 3 veteran champions, seriously, in most places in the elf world, it is enough to run rampant. But, in the face of Lu Bo, a monster who has touched the power of the creation field as a human trainer. Bai Zi shook his head in his heart. Even if all the 4 heavenly kings headed by Yulongdu were present, I'm afraid it wouldn't change the final outcome. Or, fortunately not here. Yulongdu didn't know that Bai Zi was slandering himself in his heart, so he calmed down a little, looked around, and asked, by the way, have you met anyone suspicious here? Yes. Bai Zi nodded honestly, and then he withheld the part about Uncle Lu's true identity, and finished the rest of the story with Yulongdu. And the reason for concealing Uncle Lu's true identity is purely out of good intentions. Otherwise, with Yulongdu's temper, he was designated to run over and be beaten. Bai Zi's image of him was okay, and doing so would save him the life of doubt. He was beaten. Messenger bird, tall man with mask. Yulongdu pondered for a while, and then confirmed. You mean, Sakagi, the original owner of the Joban gem, is also here? Yes, he seems to be a bad visitor. He seems to have come here for the Golden City business. Baizi shrugged. He naturally knew who Sakagi was. But since Yulongdu didn't seem to be ready to expose Sakagi's identity, he simply followed the words. Think so. When mother-in-law Chrysanthemum was reporting, she should have deliberately picked herself out. Otherwise, Yulongdu will not be vague with himself. But think about it, one of the most famous gym owners in his own area is the leader of the dark organization Rocket. This is also a huge scandal. For the sake of reputation, it is obviously impossible for the Alliance to expose it. Golden City. Yulongdu frowned slightly, his thoughts changed, and he suddenly had a guess. Feng Speed Dog. Ace. It's Zoroark, right? Crossing the champion's vision is like a torch. Baizi gave Yulongdu a thumbs up and admitted it directly. He took the initiative to point it out just to let Yulongdu know. As such. As the great hero who saved the Golden City, how can the Alliance not express nothing at all? Good Zhao good. Yulongdu rolled his eyelids and looked at Baizi, who was staring at him with burning eyes, and when he thought about it, he immediately understood what Baizi meant. Shaking his head in disbelief, Yulongdu pondered for a while, and then said succinctly, well, aren't you going to the Alliance headquarters to select treasures? I will make the decision at that time, allowing you to choose as many as you like, how to do it. Then thank you for crossing the championship. Baizi smiled brightly. Immediately after. Along with the slightly messy footsteps, the embarrassed turquoise and crimson came over. Facing Baizi's gaze. Qinglu's complexion was pale, and he took a deep breath before gritted his teeth and said. He ran away. 462. The event is over. Hatching Liluo, please order. Sakagi ran away, and neither Baizi nor Yulongdu felt the slightest surprise. Baizi had already discovered Sakagi's retreat. Yulongdu, on the other hand, has a full understanding of this cunning old team leader who has been the owner of the gymnasium for more than 10 years under the eyes of the Alliance. If Sakagi was really that easy to catch, the rockets wouldn't have grown to the size they are today, and it's still so difficult. Even after the high-pressure attack of the Alliance and the unknown elves, the attack of is still rooted in the land of Guandu and Guandu like a gangrene attached to the bones. But Baizi can also understand Qinglu's unwillingness. Originally, it was a temperament with a higher heart than the sky. But overnight, I have experienced successive setbacks from Lu Bo, myself, and Sakagi respectively. Not to mention Qinglu, I am afraid that Crimson's mentality at this moment will definitely not be able to maintain peace. Next. As usual, after inquiring about Qinglu and Crimson's information about Sakagi, Yulongdu quickly left here and went to the direction of the venue. In no time. Roar one by one. Several loud dragon roars suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Obviously. The members of the masked organization who attacked the silver venue became abandoned sons who endured the anger of the champion. Then the mountain lifts the pad here. After a short silence, Qinglu took the lead and said, .373. Baizi, even if you have the power of a top legend, I will never give up easily. This is green. Baizi raised the corner of his mouth, raised his fist, and stretched out in front of Qinglu, then I'll wait and see. Shout tilde. Qinglu regained her usual glancing expression. 8 feet 5, 6, 1, 0.9, 7, 8, 2, Ling. Long, glanced at the fist in front of him, touched it lightly, and then it directly released a fossilized pterosaur. Ride up and simply leave. Wait, this uncle will never let you wait too far. The sound came from far away. Ling Baizi couldn't help but chuckle softly. This guy. And then, he felt a second touch from his fist. As soon as he looked up, he met the red pupils. Needless to say, the unwillingness to fight in those eyes already explained everything. Subsequently, Crimson, like Turquoise, chose a direction, steered the flying dragon, and soon disappeared into the night. Turquoise and Crimson leave shortly after. After Fengsugo used the inextinguishable flame to help Reshiram to thaw successfully, Tuko also offered his farewell after thanking Baizi. This time, Tuzi was also hit hard. Originally, although she lost the game, she was faintly proud of herself. After all, she didn't use Reshiram to bully others. Otherwise, as the legendary dragon god, Reshiram would be absolutely unbeatable. She originally thought so. But now she found out. Even if Reshiram is really used, the final result is nothing more than a different way of losing. The so-called self-esteem, now that I think about it, there is only shame left. I will try my best to practice with Reshiram, and when I become stronger, I will definitely challenge you again. After leaving this sentence, the little girl rode on Reshiram's back, and for a moment, she went straight into the sky. This one by one. Looking at the back mountain that was empty in the blink of an eye, Baizi shook his head helplessly, and after taking Laplace back, he also turned over and went straight to the dog. Let's go, back to Junshin town. Gently patted the wind-speed dog's neck. Next second. Woo tilde. Accompanied by a soft moan, the wind-speed dog used all his strength, and instantly held Baizi up in the air and rushed down the mountain. After returning to Junshin town, Baizi took a rare rest for 3 whole days. These 3 days, he neither trained the elves nor did the self-training, CFED, exercises as before. Basically, they are either studying food with Shinedo during the day, or they are taking Laplace to go fishing at the lake, or they are holding the dog Lilu, who has not yet hatched. O's elf egg goes to take a nap on the lawn and so on. Don't spend your days too leisurely. And this period. To be precise, on the second night of returning to Junshin, the relationship between Baizi and Mei has made substantial progress due to, unintentionally, walking into the wrong room. Cough tilde. This process is not detailed. Speak up. As early as the day before when he returned to Junshin town, he had already used the hatching power that was swiped from akin to Liluo's fairy eggs. But what he didn't expect was that this thing didn't work in real time. According to the previous introduction, this hatching power is which enables the hatched elves to inherit the trainer's will and emotions and obtain unimaginable innate power. Originally, Baizi thought that after this hatching power was used on Riluo's elf egg, Riluo would hatch immediately. But who knows that after it is used up, this hatching power will not move at all other than adding a layer of special effects to Liluo's fairy eggs. If it wasn't for Baizi, who could clearly feel that Liluo in the elf egg had an indescribable connection with him in an instant, Baizi would have thought that he had received a fake destiny reward. Little guy, how long do you think it will take you to hatch? Lying on the lawn in his own courtyard, Baizi squinted his eyes and asked softly as if talking to himself. Immediately. Lying across his abdomen, the surface of the blue-striped elf egg that shone golden even in the warm sun immediately trembled as if in response. And Baizi also seemed to be proficient in egg language, and instantly understood what Liluo wanted to express. Oh, you said it now. Huh, just now. Baizi was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately, turned over from the lawn, and immediately hugged the elf egg into his arms. The next second, he suddenly felt the elf egg that was gradually warming up in his arms, releasing a wonderful unknown fluctuation. And at the same time, the soft white light gradually covered the entire elf egg. P.S. Yayi presses clothes tilde. 463. Mewtwo Killer. The King of Guides. It's about to hatch. Baizi's eyes were full of expectations, and he had considerable expectations for the unborn little guy in his arms. In the special chapter of the comic, Akin, Pichu, who was born with the help of the power of hatching, had the strength and courage to face Lubo directly when he was born. Baizi also doesn't hope that this little guy can break arms with Arceus as soon as he is born. But whatever. It can't be weaker than the Pichu in the special episode, can it? Or, it would be even better if you could be a helper to help me solve the dark super dream. At the last moment when the soft light on the elf egg faded out, this thought suddenly flashed in Baizi's mind. And then, click, underscore. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. A petite dog with a blue torso and a yellow collar around its neck appeared in his arms. It was Leo Lu. Although he was just born, it was no more than the size of 2 slaps of Baizi, but the light blue arrogance that appeared on the body of this little guy was entwined and ascended, and it instantly became as high as the sky. Sizzling beer tilde. Woo tilde. Sauna. Immediately, the elf ball around Baizi's waist lit up like a string of cannons. Big Stinger, Zoroark, and Shinado rushed out of it one by one, and they surrounded Baizi in the blink of an eye. Upside down. When it was clear that the guy who caused the big commotion was little Leoru in Baizi's arms, he was relieved. Since the last time Baizi had an accident, even when he went home to recuperate in the past few days, during this period, unless Baizi took the initiative to flip the brand and call it out, all the people who held it would never leave the body. Stay in the Pokeball. Just like. For fear that if Baizi is not careful, he will disappear again. Olu tilde. Little Leo Lu, who was in Baizi's arms, turned over, blinked his big eyes, and opened them slowly after a few seconds, looking at the world and the man in front of him curiously. Quite a while. Eyes curved like crescent moons, leaning into Baizi's arms, twisting like a coquettish arch. Welcome to this beautiful world, Leo Lu, please take care of me in the future. Baizi smiled softly, and while waving his hand, he took the nursing equipment he had prepared from the room, and started to care for Leoru's elf birth. With the eye of data, I began to investigate the attributes of the little guy. A brilliance that no one could see in his eyes flickered. In the next second, little Riolu's attribute panel appeared in Baizi's eyes. Open black lens bracket race. Leoru close black lens bracket. Attribute. Fighting. Characteristics. Spiritual power. Waveguide heart exclusive feature. Contains almost infinite waveguide energy. The power of the waveguide system's ultimate power is multiplied. Dark killer mutation feature. Possessing it has absolute suppression power against dark elves, and can burst out the power of miracles beyond the limit in a short period of time. Level. Champion beginner, level 70, 0/100. Potential. Level 1 God. HP. 40, attack, 70, defense, 40, special attack, 35, special defense, 40, speed, 60. Skills. Lightning flash, hold on, faint, wave missile. Genetic skill, see-through. Status, perfect. Introduction. Born as a racial king, the energy, heart, has an almost infinite wave guiding power, and has a keen sense like a prophet. The power of miracles, born from this is the embodiment of trainer Shirazawa's mind. The natural aptitude of a first-level god, and the level of champion level at birth are indeed amazing enough. But somehow, Onraluo's characteristics, especially the mutant trait, Dark Killer. Do you have absolute suppression against dark elves? Repeating it softly, Baizi's eyes also had a trace of thought. If the elf world is related to the darkness, except for the Dark Lugia who was killed by him, then there is only one guy. Quote. Darkness Super Dream. Good. It is the same individual in the different world of Chaos Dream who gave Baizi a great sense of crisis. Combined with the description in the introduction column. Power of miracles. For dark elves, that is, the characteristic of Dark Killer, is the achievement of the power of hatching, through the embodiment of Baizi's own mind. That is to say, this Dark Killer characteristic is what Baizi wished for. Then, what is Baizi wishing for? Just thinking for a while, Baizi quickly recalled the moment when Leo Lu hatched. He seemed to have an idea in an instant. It would be better if you could be a helper to help me solve the dark super dream. Good. This is it. He hopes that Leo Lu can be a helper to help him solve the dark super dream. Therefore, this is exactly the power that was born against the Dark Mewtwo. Dark Killer. Maybe it should be more accurate, call it the Dark Super Dream Killer. Speak up. Infer by the same reasoning. The reason why the Pichu in the special chapter was able to face Uncle Lu as soon as he was born may be precisely because of Akin's desire to stop Uncle Lu at that time, combined with the power of hatching, it was created. Is it the power of thunder and lightning that is highly targeted to Lu Bo? But Baizi doesn't think this ability will be unlimited. Otherwise, as long as Ajin lives, he can use the power of hatching to create an invincible army. This is too disruptive. His incubation power was obtained from Ajin. He thought that it was essentially a system reward for his diligence, and it should have long since exceeded Ajin's own ability. Power of evolution, brushed from Xiaolan before, is enough to make Shinado inspire the ultimate power of super evolution. But Xiaolan's ability as an evolutionary person has not reached such a level at all. Baizi's heart turned back and forth. Soon, he calmed down and looked down at the dog in his arms. The little guy didn't seem to recognize life at all. After drinking the milk, he beat the elves around him one by one. Greeted. By the way, I still don't know if the little guy is male or female. Think of this. Baizi immediately stretched out his hand and lifted the little guy upside down with the back feet of the dog in his arms. Leo rode. Oh. P.S. Good fortune is coming, and misfortunes are far away. I wish everyone a happy new year. By the way, the Dark Killer feature is indeed for the Dark Super Dream, but it is not only for the Dark Super Dream. Begging. 464. The ashes are all raised. Change, please complete the order. On the fourth day after the Silver Mountain Alliance conference ended, Baizi finally set off from Junshin town again and set foot on the road to the Quartz Plateau. This time, neither Rusamanai nor Mei was accompanying him. According to them, they want to travel together with Xiaohuang and Alice to enhance their own strength, so that they can help themselves in the future. Academic Apocalypse. Poison Islanders have a famous line. Keeping a man's dignity is a woman's restraint. The same is true. Accepting their hearts is also the due meaning of Baizi as a partner. As for safety, there's no need to worry too much, not to mention that Yai is about to break through to the Quasi-Celestial King, and Lushamanai is a genuine, almost all handheld, heavenly level trainer. This kind of strength is outside the places where a few perverts and legends are located. It's just that travel gets stronger. The world is so big that you can get all the 373. Baizi's trip this time has a lot to do. The first is to go to the database of the Quartz Plateau to select the treasures, and then pick them up by yourself according to the storage point of the selected items. After this matter is done, he will go back again and enter the hinterland of the vibrant forest with the giant needle bee to find out. After all, in addition to the exploration of the Insect King. Among them, it is also related to one of the core strengths shown by the future giant Stinger. After that, it's about the black flash of the sky sitting. Actually, on the way back to Junshin town, Baizi had already taken out the sealed orb containing the blood of creation, and handed it to Haishin Lai Kongzai. However, Lai Kongzai did not use this thing for the first time. According to it, this thing does have a very crucial role in its power to touch the realm of creation. Especially, after it has personally realized the power of the messenger bird. But according to Lai Kongzai, once it uses the whole thing, I am afraid it will fall into a deep sleep for a long time. Pillars of the Sky, located in the Fengyuan area. There. It is the gathering point of the atmospheric power of the elf world. Haishin Lai Kongzai can use this to accelerate his understanding of the laws of the flight system. Only when the comprehension of the laws of the flight department reaches 100%, it will not get twice the result with half the effort if it comprehends the second law. This matter is related to Baizi's top-level combat power increase, and he naturally dare not be careless. In addition, Black Flash is sitting empty and unwilling to go alone. Therefore, Bai Zi also needs to accompany Haishan Likong to the Pillar of the Sky in the Fengyuan area. Besides, still in the ultimate metropolis of the ultimate space, looking forward to it, waiting for him to lift the seal of the bright god, Necrozma. As well as help Kang Shang solve the problem of Wuji Tina in the Kalar area. All things considered, there are really a lot of things. Quartz Plateau, outside the Alliance headquarters. Hurrying all the way, Bai Zi finally arrived at the Championship Road, outside the Kanto League headquarters at 1:30 in the afternoon. This is a famous scenic spot in the Quartz Plateau. The promenade that leads directly to the headquarters of the Alliance is engraved with the statues of champions over the years. This is also one of the reasons why people are flocking to the Alliance conference. Famous all over the world, and will be remembered through the ages. As a scenic spot, there are naturally many people. In addition, it is forbidden to ride elves and use motor vehicles here, and you can only travel on foot or by bicycle. Of course, fighting is not allowed. Want to fight? It can only be solved on the battle platform specially set up in each section on both sides of this corridor. Bai Zi estimated that this should be specially set up for the combative group of trainers. Bai Zi didn't intend to break the rules, so when he arrived at the Road of Champions corridor, he jumped off the back of the wind speed dog, took it back, and planned to walk go to. But before he took 2 steps, he realized that he seemed to ignore his popularity a little too much now. Before, because he was riding the wind speed dog and didn't stay in front of people very much, Bai Zi subconsciously forgot that he was already a well-known star trainer in Guandu and Guandu. Now this appearance suddenly attracted the attention of many tourists and trainers on the road to champions. Fortunately, people in the elf world are generally of higher quality. In addition to paying attention to him and discussing in a low voice, there are a few more courageous people who came up to ask him for a photo or autograph, and did not chase after him at all. Let Bai Zi's senses be good. Only about 2/3 of the way was gone, and some of the trainers who followed him finally couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over to stop Bai Zi. Are you Bai Zi? I'm Agu from Golden City, I want to pick. The boy named Agu was full of fighting intent at first, but after touching Bai Zi's eyes, he suddenly lost his courage. Then, when his eyes wandered, he happened to see Liu Lu, who happened to stick out his small head from Bai Zi's collar and hit Heish. Immediately, his eyes lit up, he stretched his finger to Liuru and said loudly, I want to challenge the Liuru in your arms. Although the little guy had a little tantrum with him yesterday, he still kissed him very much, and he didn't like to stay in the Pokeball at ordinary times. Therefore, he became another temporary resident who stayed in Bai Zi collar after Su Loya and La Lu drawing. And with the voice falling on the road to champions, the air suddenly became silent. Many people looked at the boy named Agu with their faces full of astonishment. Who didn't know that Bai Zi, the champion of the conference, finally chose a Liuru elf egg from Sharona? Want to come? Is this the one in front of you? It has only been 3 days since the end of the conference, and this Liuru is obviously a newly hatched baby. At this point, it's enough to see from the opponent's unopened body shape. So, challenge Liu Lu. Are you embarrassed to mention such a shameless challenge? Why don't you just challenge the elf egg? Everyone couldn't help but feel indignant in 4.3. Although many of them also planned to defeat Bai Zi to become famous, but that was to gain fame in a dignified challenge. See. Such a shameless method is not worthy of being called a trainer at all. Bai Zi was also a little dumbfounded. He admits that this guy is really shameless and has style, but wants to pinch Raluo like a persimmon. I'm afraid I really don't know how to write dead words. This is not a description. To know. Although the little guy has reached the championship level, he has just been born, and the shot is neither light nor heavy. If he is not careful, he may really raise the ashes of the opponent and the elf. P.S. Seme is about to appear. 465. Seme appears, the promise of the two, please complete. Quote. What? Don't you dare. There were boos all around, but the guy named Agu looked directly at Baizi and spoke out again. Obviously, this guy has already planned to be shameless to the end, simply breaking the jar, just to take advantage of the fire today and step on Baizi to become famous. Speak up. Agu's strength is not weak. It has only been 8 years since he debuted, and most of the main players have already begun to set foot in the gymnasium. Don't look at the previous Baiyinshan conference that was always the champion of the Heavenly King, but in fact, you can't compare those monsters with ordinary trainers. Agu is already a leader in his age. It is precisely because of the guarantee of this strength that he would think of such a method to become famous. Anyway, after taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to step on Baizi, he only needs to be careful not to touch those monster-level guys, and he is not afraid of ordinary people of the same age. At that time, even if someone comes to the door again. You can't beat me, why do you say I'm fake? Certainly. In addition, another important reason why Agu is like 25 is that in the past 2 days, Fengyuan, Shanao, Carlos and other places have been set up almost invariably. An incentive mechanism. One by one, as long as the age is not more than 25 years old, you can show and defeat Baizi, Qinglu, Crimson, Xiaohuang, Alice, Crystal, Ajin, Tuzi who appeared in the Silver Mountain Conference. Credentials of any one of several people. Moreover, if you join the local alliance and immigrate, you can get a high-quality quasi-god cub specially selected by the local alliance, as well as a corresponding attribute treasure. This reward mechanism is not unimportant, so naturally there are many people who are tempted. These days. In addition to Baizi, who has been nesting in Junqin town, Tuzi, Alice, Crystal, and even Crimson, who has gone deep into the forest, have all been picked up by trainers with great powers. Battle. As for saying, ending. The ending is naturally no surprise. Those guys, how excited they are, how miserable they will lose. Especially those guys who challenged Cyan. In addition to being crushed tragically, I am afraid that they will have to endure Qinglu's poisonous tongue that can be said to pierce people's hearts. There are not a few who have been directly crushed. And after this round of fancy beatings, they finally woke up those hot-headed trainers. Of course. There's no shortage of tricks in this. For example, concealing his age, or like this guy in front of Baizi, looking for opportunities to challenge non-main members of these people, etc. But without exception, all ended in failure. After all, non-main force of these guys in Qinglu is also not something that those trainers who are trying to find out can easily deal with them. Or, even if it is a non-main force, its strength gap is still like a natural moat against ordinary trainers. That's a desperate disparity. It's enough to make most trainers stay away. But now it's different. The Liuru in Baizi's arms was only born for about 3 days at most. Such a baby in its infancy may not even have all the skills. Therefore, as long as Baizi takes on the battle, then fame, quasi-god cubs, and attribute treasures will all be at your fingertips. Baizi obviously didn't know what the other party was thinking. But seeing that this guy doesn't seem to want to let it go, especially after Baizi's power is as bright as a light bulb in the dark night, he doesn't bother to care anymore. Fang is dead. After all, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost. When the time comes, let the little guy do more. After all, it's still small. It's best not to see blood casually. If it's directly turned into ashes, it shouldn't matter. Baizi thought so in his heart. The Battle of Silver Mountain. Baizi, who has clarified his position in the food chain of the elf world and the crisis he is about to face, has become more arbitrary now. Even if it was not far from the gate of the Alliance headquarters, there was no consideration at all. Not to mention the accidents that occurred in the Battle of Elves are always understandable. Baizi's eyes darkened. But when he was ready to agree. It's not impossible if you want to challenge Brother Baizi. With a clear voice, a beautifully dressed girl walked out of the crowd and stood beside Baizi. You must first just pass my test. Oh. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, turned his head, and looked at the person who came. What caught his eyes was a slender and beautiful figure, flax-colored curly wavy long hair, a slim black top and a high-waisted short skirt. On the slender legs are black stockings. The girl also wears a pink lady's hat on her head. Delicate face. Full of youthful vibes. Immediately, the corner of Baizi's mouth curled into a slight smile. He had already recognized the person. It was the heroine of the Carlos region, Sally 373 Na, known as the Sissy. It can be seen from the girl's title that she and Baizi know each other. Speak up. This is already a few years ago. At the beginning, after Baizi separated from Gili Dan, who was still Xiao Fudan, on the way back, he met little Serena who was crying because of getting lost. Fate. In retrospect. Back then, he and little Serena made a promise when they parted. Long time no see, Serena. Thinking of this, the corner of Baizi's mouth raised a gentle smile. After hearing this, Selena immediately responded with an extremely bright smile, her eyes curled, and she waved at Baizi. Long time no see, brother Baizi. Actually, to be precise, it's 2146 days. The girl paused word by word, her expression serious. Subsequently, she put her hands behind her back, with a satisfied smile on her face. However, brother Baizi really abides by the agreement between us and recognized me at a glance. P.S. Sister, Serena. 466. Serena's style is a gorgeous flame manipulation. Please complete order. At this time, a GU, who looked at the beautiful girl standing in front of him and Baizi, listened to the two people's behavior of throwing dog food without anyone else's expression. He knows that he is despicable and shameless, but after all, he is also carrying out a sacred spirit challenge. Can you give some respect? Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle hash. You. A GU was about to warn her, but the girl interrupted the word, you, directly. Shut up. What am I? Don't think that I don't know what you are fighting. I have already said that if you want to challenge brother Baizi, you must pass the level of Miss Ben. The girl's blue eyes like jewels seemed to read people's hearts, with a meaning that could not be rejected. You want to use this meaningless record to receive the reward, isn't it, because the regional alliance has to eat wongly and dumbly for the credibility of the reward mechanism? But if I release it with brother Baizi, if I want to challenge Baizi, I must verify my strength before it can be officially carried out. At that time, I won't be able to show the credentials to defeat me. Do you think those regional alliances will let you take advantage of this? Serena's words can be said to be bloody, and hit the opponent's key. Every time a GU listened to a sentence, his face turned blue, and in the end, it seemed that he had been defeated by Selena's words. Even talking nonsense. Do you think you can hide from everyone's eyes like this? Everyone here can testify for me. Testify. With perfect etiquette, Selena asked aloud to the surrounding crowd, will everyone testify for such a guy? As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately spoke. Of course not. No. It won't work anymore. It's clearly this guy who is cheating Tilda. Not bad, that's it. They have long been unhappy with this guy who has no trainer style, and at this time, they are naturally the same enemy. Thank you all. Serena bowed slightly, then looked at Agu. With a small smile, he said softly, so, what is your choice? Do you want to fight me, or leave by yourself? Agu clenched his fists tightly and made a sound for a while, still unwilling to give up this easy-to-get thing. He said again in a hoarse voice, if he defeats you, will he fight? Although these words seemed to be responding to Serena, his eyes were fixed on Baizi. Serena frowned slightly. As he was about to say something, Baizi said without hesitation, of course, if you defeat my little Serena, then I will accept your challenge. Okay, that's what you said. Agu agreed immediately, and his expression was cheered up again. In his opinion, it's just to defeat a little girl who is dazzled by love. It's not enough to let him run into a monster, like the one at the Silver Mountain Conference, right? Come on, then. Serena didn't respond immediately, but turned her blushing pretty face to Baizi and blinked slightly, as if asking, "Is it really okay?" Seeing Baizi's affirmative look, he immediately nodded his head, turned around and followed Agu to a battle platform extending out to the left of the Road to Champions. The two stood still. As if he couldn't wait, Agu released his strongest trump card at the first time, which was a King Nito who had reached the high level of the gym. He has a strong physique, fierce eyes, and seems to be well-bred. As for Serena, because of the encounter in his childhood, Baizi always thought that Serena was the version in the anime TV. But looking at the girl who stood on the battle platform at this time, with a calm face and full of momentum, he was suddenly a little unsure. 11 This awe-inspiring attitude and fighting spirit are definitely not the little girl in the anime. And next, the graceful figure released by Serena, the demon fox holding a branch, undoubtedly did not apply for his thoughts from the side. Race, Demon Fire Red Fox. Attribute, Fire, Super Energy. Characteristics, Fire, Magician, Monty. Level, Heavenly King Peak, Level 69, 99 100ths. Potential, Quasi-God. HP, 75, Attack, 65, Defense, 72, Special Attack, 114, Special Defense, 100, Speed, 104. Skills, Magic Flame, Predicting the Future, Acting, Illusion Light, Howling, Tail Wagging, Flame Vortex, Spiritual Shock, Ghost Fire, Spiritual Strong Mind, Big Character Pyroblast. Genetic Skill, Magic Reflection. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. The Demon Fire Red Fox with excellent qualifications and full potential has a natural and powerful spiritual power, and the operation of attribute energy is like an arm command. Sure enough, the level that is only one step away from the championship field further proves Baizi's guess. Serena reunited with herself. Already a mature and powerful trainer. Correct. What needs to be explained here is that the role of the magician feature in the game is to take away the props of the opponent who is hit by his own moves. In reality, it represents a unique potential for the manipulation of spiritual power and energy levels. At this point, in the next play of the Demon Fire Red Fox against the opponent, the performance is vivid and vivid. In the field, Agu's King Nito is just like a doll that is manipulated at will, being driven and manipulated by the magic flame of the Demon Red Fox. It is impossible to form an effective reaction at all. Or rather, resist back. Baizi's sharp mental power, which is different from ordinary people, can clearly perceive the hidden mental power in the magic flame of Serena's Demon Fire Red Fox. It's really a gorgeous flame energy level control. Appreciate softly. In a trance, he seemed to recall the second agreement that Serena was asking for when they parted. Quote. Do you want me to make a promise for you? Then, become stronger, don't cry like before. Under the shade of summer trees, the little boy and the girl intertwined their fingers and made a contract to meet again. P.S. Serena Saigo tilde. 467. Who knows? Please ask. Just as Baizi recalled. In the field, Selena stopped the Demon Fire Red Fox from playing with King Nito. Okay, let's solve it. Magic Fire. Woo tilde. Fire snakes, circling and flying in the field immediately gathered towards King Nito who was rushing to the left and right. Boom, underscore. Covering it in an instant, in the roaring explosion, it turned into a splendid fire lotus flower. Magic Flame Lotus. Such a splendid scene immediately aroused bursts of exclamations from the audience. Instantly, the flame is gone. King Nito, who was covered in scorched black and scalded red spots, had his eyes whitened, and plumes of smoke rose up. In the next second, he fell to the ground like pushing a golden mountain down a jade pillar. Selena, win. Wow, underscore. At the end of the battle, the audience gave their applause without hesitation. Amazing, this little girl's strength looks very unusual. That's right, I also know that. Agu, a well-known young trainer in Golden City, with good strength, but in front of this little girl, he has no power to fight back. As expected of a trainer who knows Baizi well, he has such strength at such a young age. 390. The admiration from the people around made Serena slightly embarrassed, but she still returned the lady's manners generously, and then cast her shining eyes on Baizi. The hope in those eyes is very understandable. Baizi smiled lightly, and immediately gave her a thumbs up, which instantly made the smile on Serena's face even brighter. And right now. Again, come again. It took Agu a long time to realize that he had lost to the opponent, but such a result was obviously unacceptable to him. King Nito, who was seriously injured, was not taken care of at all. At this moment, his eyes are red, and he looks like a gambler who has lost everything. He growls unwillingly, "Go on. I haven't lost yet. I still have a genie in my hand. I can continue to play. You." Serena's pretty face froze, but before she could respond, she felt her palm being held, and turned her head, only to find that Baizi had approached at some point. Don't pay attention to him, this guy has. Baizi squeezed Serena's palm, taking advantage of the time when little white CFED bowed his head shyly and said nothing. He suddenly turned his head, and his cloud-like blue pupils just met the person who was looking at him. Agu's eyes. In an instant, an invisible wave flashed from his eyes. With the help of spiritual power. Baizi's moment seemed to be transformed into a bull-relieving knife, which instantly penetrated the void and pierced straight into the eyebrows of Agu, who took out a large amount of elf balls from his waist indiscriminately. Crazy. With the last two words spit out. Agu rolled his eyes, and the pokeball in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. Subsequently, he was shaking like a sudden epilepsy. After a sudden roar that did not sound like a human voice, he rolled and crawled off the edge of the battle platform, as if being chased by something, and ran away. Standing not far away, he was playing with a wooden staff. The demon fire red fox suddenly tilted its head and looked at Baizi with an inexplicable look. The pale complexion was as usual. And this time. Only then did Selena recover from the coursing of the deer, looking at the figure of Agu who soon disappeared from sight, with a puzzled expression. He is this. Can't stand the blow, or run away. Who knows? Baizi shrugged. Serena obviously didn't care about this either. She just looked at the unconscious King Nito and the scattered pokeballs and asked, "Then these?" Baizi naturally knew what this kind-hearted little girl meant. Immediately squeezed the other party's small hand, chuckled, "Don't worry, there will be staff to deal with it. Come with me for a walk." Serena nodded heavily. Baizi smiled lightly. Then, he took Serena's little hand and walked back in the direction of the championship road. With Serena's company, the originally long road to champion suddenly became extraordinarily short. It didn't take long for the two to approach the middle gate, and they were about to officially step into the building of the Alliance headquarters. During this period, Serena is like a little dart, twittering and sharing her experiences and interesting stories with him over the years. For example, because of the supervision of my mother, I was forced to participate in the night competition and won the championship of the junior group and the comprehensive group. Participated in the Triple Crown satellite tournament in the Carlos region, but lost to the re-elected Queen Carlos. And acquaintance with Firefox. In the process of traveling, I captured 10 rare light pink flashing butterflies. Being pranked by Gengar, eventually becoming good friends and traveling together. Blah blah blah. Serena shared everything with Baizi, as if she wanted to show her everything in front of the man in front of her. Yes, and this one. In front of the middle door of the tall and magnificent Elf Alliance headquarters, Serena suddenly raised her left arm and reached by Z in front of her. I saw a black ring on the slender white wrist. On the ring, there is a translucent splendid colorful bead. By Z recognized this thing at a glance. It was the keystone and the matching super bracelet. This is the super bracelet that Dr. Britano gave me not long ago, and it has the magic item that allows the elves to super evolve. But at the moment, except for this set of keystones and mega stones for Gengar that Dr. Britano gave me. Oh, it's another kind of stone to wear on the elves. Of course By Z knew. But he didn't interrupt Serena's sharing. After listening quietly, he showed the feeling of sudden realization, at the right time, which made the smile on Serena's face even more. 468. Keystone, the Royal Dragon Fairy. It is indeed quite a miraculous power. I believe that Dr. Britano's research will shock the entire elf world. Finally, By Z gave a concluding remark. Tilda. The feeling of being valued arises spontaneously, and Selena put her hands behind her back with a smile on her face. Actually, Dr. Britano really wants to see you, brother By Z. Oh, By Z raised his eyebrows slightly. How do you say that? It's because of the Shenado that you appeared in, brother By Z, in the Silver Mountain Conference. Serena continued, because the main force of Carlos's champion, Miss Karunai, has super powerful abilities, and the changed form is one of those of By Z, your Shenado. The shapes are very similar. So, Dr. Britano was quite curious about that. He guessed whether Shenado has two super evolutionary forms, and whether there is a way to super evolve without the assistance of mega stones and keystones. Is that so? The light in By Z's eyes flashed away. Of course there are elves with two super evolutionary forms, but they are fire-breathing dragons. As for another way of evolution that does not require the assistance of mega stones and keystones, there is only the Koga ninja frog who has transformation from bondage. As for saying, the red natural king fire-breathing dragon, that's bloodline atavism. By Z guessed that in the end, the red fire-breathing dragon might, like his own Hornby, permanently maintain the super evolutionary posture of the X form. However, these are rare cases. Although the exclusive feature of the Koga ninja frog, tie and transform, has been completed on the game attribute interface, from the characteristics of the ordinary ninja frog that has not changed, maybe this will be the world's largest. The only ninja frog in the world with a transformation. Of course not necessarily. At least. Hero ninja frog, enshrined in it. Just when By Z's thoughts were flying. Right. Slap, _. Serena clapped her hands as if remembering something. Subsequently, I saw Serena dug out the small bag she was carrying, and from it she dug out a keystone, that was the same as her wrist, and handed it to By Z, saying, "This is the keystone I accidentally discovered. Originally, I wanted to find another matching mega stone, but I haven't found anything." Serena's tone was a little lost, but she was cheered up again. But brother By Z, didn't you gain the right to choose treasures in the Alliance General Treasury at will? I believe you can find the right mega stone. By Z was silent. He knew the plot very well, and he knew very well that the keystone and mega were found in a no-man's land or ancient ruins. Serena said it was an understatement, but obtaining this keystone is not easy to imagine. Serena, who was a little embarrassed by Z's two hot eyes, turned her eyes away, stared at her toes with a blushing face, and asked in a loud voice. What's the matter? Nothing. By Z smiled and stretched out his hand, covering Serena's little head, and rubbing it gently. Subsequently, he picked up the keystone, and took out the mega stone of the giant gold monster from his backpack, and chuckled in Serena's surprised eyes. Mong tilde. There is no need to go to the General Library of the Alliance to choose. I have a mega stone in my hand. It has been waiting, and it belongs to its keystone. This sentence is a pun, and Selena's small brain can hear a different meaning. At the same time, her face is already like a ripe red apple, and her head is about to feel ashamed. Smoke. No matter how much she admires Baizi in her heart, in the final analysis, Serena is just a young girl who is only a teenager and has no love experience. Could he endure Baizi's straight ball attack? Baizi will accept it when he sees it. The girl who pulled her head down and dressed in a doodle passed through the gate of the Alliance headquarters. As she walked forward, she opened the mouth and said, "Speaking of Serena, your keystone came too soon, so I have a lot more options. It's good to be able to help brother Baizi. ... Ask for flowers." A girl's voice. Baizi glanced at Serena, who was like a little daughter-in-law, shook his head amusingly, and moved on. It seems to be because of the previous masquerade attack. The entire Alliance headquarters became even more deserted. But Baizi knew very well that it was loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Because along the way, his keen mental sense had sensed the feeling of being locked and released in an instant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The gate of the Zhongmendao Alliance. In this promenade with a distance of only 100 meters, Baizi at least sensed 12 spiritual locks that reached the level of a heavenly king. 0. Tisk tisk tilde. It's really like an enemy. Because these inductions were just a simple sense of hostility and threats, Baizi didn't counterattack, so he walked through the corridor and entered the hall of the Alliance headquarters as if he was unconscious. Once inside, he saw Yulongdu's familiar and conspicuous outfit. Yulongdu raised his eyes, glanced at Serena beside Baizi, looked directly at Baizi, and simply stood up and said, "Come with me." Words fall. Hang. I. With a flick of the wide cloak, Yulongdu walked straight into the hall. "Let's go." Baizi raised his eyebrows, and seeing that Yulongdu didn't say anything, he directly pulled Serena and followed him. Speechless all the way. Soon, several people were led by Yulongdu to the top floor. "Speak up." Although the headquarters of the Alliance was attacked, Baizi walked all the way and found no damage at all. This is obviously not Lu Bo's mercy and love for public facilities. It can only be said that the construction capacity of the Alliance is strong enough, but in just 3 days, the headquarters of the Alliance has not seen the slightest trace of the battle. P.S. By the way, should the second team have a Jahei ninja frog? If you do, should you cut the original one from whose book, or come out with the original one? How about the black glitter? Beg. 469. Selected, the only case. Union Headquarters Building. Top layer. Baizi and Serena followed Yulongdu out of the elevator, turned left, and turned the corridor several times before stopping in front of a white wall. Oh. Seeing this, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course he would not think that Yulongdu was wrong, and, according to the usual routine in film and television dramas, I'm afraid that the empty, white wall in front of him is not a white wall. The invisible door is what secret way there is. As predicted. As Yulongdu put his palm on the wall. After a few seconds. Drop. With a very low electronic sound, the inconspicuous iron ring that Yulongdu put on his index finger followed. The entire wall suddenly lit up with geometric patterns. 390s. Immediately after. The two halves of the wall from the center slide silently to both sides. This is it, come in. Suddenly, a circle of green light flashed. Yulongdu retracted his palm, and after greeting, he stepped in first. Moment. Rows of lights come on from the space behind the wall. Take a picture of the layout of this secret room. The room is not big, about 50 to 60 square meters, the size of a living room, and the ground, walls, and roof are all tightly seamed. It is made of alloy material, except for the 2 rows of annular recessed lights in the ceiling and the ventilation ports in the corners. The entire room was almost empty. Yulongdu stepped forward. Stand directly inside a slightly raised ring in the center of the room. In an instant, the entire room seemed to be activated. The familiar green geometric graphics and texts once again covered Baizi's entire field of vision. At the same time, a curved rectangular virtual screen appeared directly in front of Yulongdu. DDD, the visitor, is a first-level authority user, Yulongdu. Open black lens bracket. The database is completely open to you. Close black lens bracket. Please describe the keywords. The Alliance Vault. Open black lens bracket. Keyword selection. Alliance Vault, please wait. Close black lens bracket. Immediately. Columns of green codes scurried across the virtual screen. Semi-artificial intelligence. Standing not far from Yulongdu's side, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Speaking of which, the network security of the elf world was like a morning road to him. But it cannot be denied. Although the technology tree in the elf world is crooked, the power of technology, or the power of black technology, is quite high. Not to mention suspected semi-artificial intelligence. As early as more than 500 years ago in the Carlos area, there were already outstanding scientists who used the extremely simple equipment at that time to create a magical Pokemon with real intelligence and emotion, Magiana. So, black technology, you can't judge with common sense at all. Was thinking about it. Drip drip. With an electronic sound, Baizi raised his head and saw that on the curved rectangular screen, 12 folders were divided into 3 columns, and they were neatly arranged one by one. Alliance General Warehouse, number 1 external position, number 2 external position, number 3 external position. Open black lens bracket. External position number 4, external position number 5, external position number 6, external position number 7. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. External position number 8, external position number 9, external position number 10, external position number 11. Close black lens bracket. This is the list of all the Alliance Secret Vault materials. After selecting, write down the number, and I will take you downstairs to complete the formalities. At that time, the Alliance will deliver the things to you in person. With that said, Yulongdu motioned for Baizi to come forward. Baizi nodded slightly. Immediately go forward and check them one by one. Open black lens bracket. Exquisite Firestone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Superior Dark Stone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The King's Certificate. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Beautiful Scales. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Leftovers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Holy Ash. Close black lens bracket. 1. To say that there are a lot of good things in this Alliance secret library, just one of the main library. All kinds of priceless attribute props and treasures on the market will be piled up like a mountain. Among them, there are also many secret treasures with unknown functions, as well as items that are used to temporarily store some items deposited by the elves. The previous GS ball was transported and temporarily stored in the general warehouse by the special channel of the Alliance. That Dr. And the next 11 external positions. Among them, positions 1 to 6 are ecological natural areas, where a considerable number of high-quality elves controlled by the Alliance live. Position 7 is a whole crystalline mineral vein composed of 3 attributes: electricity, ground, and fire, and the reserves are amazing. Positions number 8 and number 9 are resettlement areas. There are some powerful elves who have gradually become naturalized after being captured from various criminals. Position number 10 is a separate listed flame ecological area, and all the fire-type elves in it can be listed separately. Baizi guessed, this is either a unique geographical area or it's a secret that no one knows. But since it is not marked, obviously, this hidden thing is not within the range that he can choose. Baizi did not force it. Continue to look at the data of the last position. As soon as the document was opened, Baizi's expression suddenly froze. Because compared to the dazzling array of other positions, there was only one item in this number 11 position. The Mutant Elves 1-1 Steel Armored Crows, Super Giant. This is. Looking at the huge bird that is at least 10 meters high in the video data, Baizi's eyes are surprised. Although the communication in various regions is not developed, no matter what, it will not be given to a bird. Can the supergiant steel-armored crow set up an independent position? Yulongdu saw Baizi's doubts 4.3 and immediately explained. This steel-armored crow is a unique species of elves in the Galar region, but, unlike ordinary steel-armored crows, the steel-armored crow seems to have maintained such a huge posture forever. According to the researchers in the Kalol region, this is a relatively rare manifestation of hypergiantization among their local specific gigantic phenomena. However, this perpetual maintenance of hypergiantism is the only one that is unique today. Is that so? Baizi pondered for a while, and then simply said, I'll choose it. Another item, I hope I can go to the general warehouse to choose it in person. 470. Steel Armor Crow, I'm making a decision. Are you sure? Yulongdu frowned slightly. Baizi saw this and joked. Why, this steel-armored crow is not within my allowed selection. That's not it. Yulongdu shook his head, his voice unhurried. Although Kalol has been wanting to ask for or replace this steel-armored crow, but since it is listed, naturally there is no problem. But this steel-armored crow seems to be unable to capture it with all the Pokeballs today for some special reason. Isn't it enough to use the giant bracers or the Master Ball? Baizi asked. Oh. Yulongdu glanced at Baizi with a slightly surprised look, knowing that the Master Ball is not difficult to understand. After all, it is a trainer from Junshin Town, in front of Dr. Damu. But the gigantic bracers. Even he, who was recently invited to participate in the opening match of the 25 Pokemon World Championships, in the Galar region, only knew a little about it. Where did this kid find out? The doubts in Yulongdu's mind were fleeting. After all, he was not a personality to get to the bottom of, so he put this doubt behind him after thinking about it. He explained. Although it can be installed temporarily by using the giant bracer or the Master Ball, the main problem is not the installation, but its energy is always in a manic state, and the consciousness is also quite violent. Therefore, even if it is temporarily installed, this steel-armored crow is enough to approach the energy level of the champion and the hard power of the peak of the king. There is simply no way to keep him in forcible custody for a long time. It may break through the shackles of the Pokeball at any time during transportation, causing fatal danger to the escorts. So, the Alliance had to use the energy-draining device to temporarily block it on an isolated island, and then because some researchers rushed to hear the news, it gradually formed this number 11 of external positions. I see. Baizi nodded when he heard the words. And Yulongdu continued. So, if you want to capture it and take it away, I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome. In addition to being difficult to capture, the trouble here also includes the stakeholders of the 11 positions built around this steel-armored crow, right? Baizi looked playful. Yulongdu glanced at Baizi's expression, smiled rarely, but did not deny it. So, what is your choice? It remains the same. As iron. Baizi's tone was calm, and the corner of his mouth also showed a grin that made Serena's eyes turn red. I just happen to be missing an air battleship for long-distance travel. This steel-armored crow, I have to order it. The primary difficulty in capturing this steel crow is the Pokeball. And by coincidence, Capture Ball, he swiped from the crystal, does exactly that. Capture Ball. Throwing the selected target will inevitably hit the energy node of the target elf and force it to be captured. Open black lens bracket note 1. Does not include domestication function close black lens bracket. Note 2. The target strength must not exceed the championship level. Although there is a limit of, without domestication function, and, target strength must not exceed champion level, but a match made in heaven. Very good. From now on this little ball will be your forever home. The stakeholders of the number 11 position established with the steel armor crow as the center. Tilde. Since things belong to his name, they belong to him. Baizi really wants someone to dare to be a demon. The effect of, throw it out, it must be forced to catch, is simply the same as this steel. He also doesn't mind using some thunder tactics. Was thinking. Tilde. Along with laughter, Yulongdu's voice came again. Don't worry, this steel-armored crow is said to be captured and held by me personally. When someone really stops you, you should beat it. You should beat it. As long as you don't cause casualties, you can do whatever you want. All right. This is what the champion said. Baizi's eyes suddenly lit up, and the tiger skin that was delivered to the door was nonsense. Of course I said it myself. Yulongdu answered equally succinctly. He has such confidence. At the same time, a kind of love for Baizi, a junior, who belongs to the same Guandu, and whose talent and strength may even be better than his own. Yulongdu knows it well. Heart, of being a trainer. And, potential, is a manifestation of the trainer's heart. Without this, heart chi, or a trainer whose heart chi has declined for some reason, there is no way to set foot on the peak of the trainer's path, or even retreat. The most obvious example is the United States champion Adek. Because in a battle, his partner died of illness due to excessive force. Adek, this was one of the first trainers in Yulongdu and their previous generation. The top two champions immediately lost their spirits. With a great loss of anger, he could no longer inspire his comprehension of the explosive potential, and his combat power was even worse. At the end of the plot of the 390 game, Black-White, his belief in betting on the championship eventually lost to N. Kui Kizi was even more blunt. Adek's strength is no longer enough to hold the title of champion. But is Adek really so weak? Do not. I am afraid that few people know that in the battle that made Adek lose his partner and faith, Adek, who was ill-prepared, used the power of one man and one elf to block and defeat him. The nearly 10,000 well-trained Kingdom Coalition forces that attacked the United Alliance. Achieved, with a feat of defeating 10,000. But what about Adek now? Although he is very popular and loved by the local residents and trainers in the Hejong area, he is no longer in the mood. He has been out of battle for a long time. With all his strength, how much is left? Baizi is Yulongdu's most optimistic and admired descendant. Although Baizi's talent is very likely to be one of his opponents to the peak of the trainer. But Yulongdu still hopes that Baizi can keep his heart, not be disturbed by the influence of the world, and go further on the road of trainer. 471. Cross the champion, can your fast dragon pass through Kalul's customs? After leaving the reference room on the top floor, Yulongdu personally helped Baizi go through the formalities and certificates related to the ownership of the steel-armored crow. An electronic card used to untie the shackles of the steel armor Raven energy-draining device. Then, he took Baizi to the secret vault of the headquarters on the innermost floor of the first floor without stopping. Let Baizi walk around in it, and take an item temporarily named, Branch of Life, that has not yet been identified as a specific function. The reason why it is so named is because the branch of this unknown tree, after testing, contains a considerable degree of life energy. And these life energies are still in a state of continuous circulation. This broken branch is constantly overflowing with weak life energy, and at the same time, it is also continuously flowing from the air or the sun. Light absorbs various attribute factors, transforms, and supplements the life energy stored by itself. Is as if this branch still has life, doing an alternative, photosynthesis. But Baizi is very clear. This thing, in fact, is not a branch of a tree at all, or in other words, it is not a plant at all. The branches of the tree of the beginning of the world, a special life form with an independent circulation mechanism, which has the function of subtly refining the body and amplifying the output of energy. Good. This thing is the special kind of biological substance aggregate that appeared in the theatrical version of Dream and the Wizard of Heroes, Lucario. Although the shape is similar to the towering tree connecting the sky and the earth, it is actually a crystalline life form composed of mineral rock layers, and the leaves and branches are only the physiological tissue form of the outer layer that absorbs light energy, etc. That's it. So, strictly speaking, you can think of the world initial tree as a stable device that regulates the energy balance of the world. And there is an elf that lives here, and also coexists with the tree of the beginning of the world. Of course, this is based on the plot of the theatrical version. How exactly? Especially after learning that the top legends have phantoms, a skill similar to incarnation. By Z, even more uncertain. The topic is a bit far off. Closer to home. Branches of the tree of the beginning of the world came out. In his opinion, is this an inappropriate skill augmentation and boosting item? As for its owner, Baizi already has a plan in mind. The formalities certificate of the steel-armored crow and the branch of the beginning of the world, were obtained. Baizi and the two left the headquarters of the alliance with Yulongdu in person. On the square. Yulongdu glanced at the time of the elf watch on his wrist, and looked at Baizi. Then the small island is located just outside the territorial waters of the Galar region. How about it? Would you like to take a ride with me, Tilda? Championship is going to Kalal. Baizi asked curiously. Nodded. President Luoz in the Kalal region invited me to participate in the opening match of the Pokemon World Championship. The opponent is Dandy, located in the arena in Gongmin City. As he spoke, he tapped the elf watch on his wrist and immediately projected a virtual map. In a while, I will take a special plane to go to Gongmin Market at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On the route, I will pass by the number 11 external warehouse where the steel-armored crow is located. When you get off on the way, you can save yourself the need to go back and forth on a passenger flight. Is that so? Baizi's eyes flickered, and he turned his head to look at Serena inquiringly. Seeing the other party's expression of a husband and wife, he immediately nodded and said, then I will trouble you to cross the championship. The matter of the steel-armored crow should be sooner rather than later. Since Yulongdu did this for the reason and conveyed goodwill, he naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, he still appreciates Yulongdu itself. It's no trouble. Yulongdu chuckled and shook his head. Then, as always, neatly, after greeting, he took Baizi and Serena directly to the Alliance headquarters building. Tarmac. After boarding the special plane like a small airship, the aircraft quickly set off and went straight into the sky. Because of some legendary tribes that are quite arbitrary about their territories. The flying heights of the aircrafts in the elf world are relatively low. However, in terms of speed, it is obviously not slow. Inside the luxurious cabin. After the flight attendant brought the drinks, Baizi admired the scenery of the passing clouds outside the window, and then turned to look at Yulongdu on the opposite sofa with his eyes closed. Championship, can you talk about the opening match of this Pokemon World Championship? Oh, Yulongdu opened his eyes. Are you interested in this? Just out of curiosity. Baizi shrugged and said, as far as I know, this Pokemon World Championship should have been held for some time, right? I heard that it is quite popular on the internet. Why did you suddenly invite Du Champion to have such a belated opening match with Dandy? Is that so? Yulongdu nodded and did not hide. According to President Ross, the previous Pokemon World Championship was a trial run, and the official conference time will be held in 1 day. After a week. And the reason why I was invited, according to him, is to create excitement and fame, and to push the Pokemon World Championship to the world. To this end, Honuos also sent a lot of pure energy crystals called Source Crystals to the Alliance headquarters, and disclosed some of the research on Extreme Giant to the Alliance headquarters. And how to use it. That's another reason why I went to Kalal. It turns out that Baizi nodded knowingly. But, according to the information he has on the plot of the original book, the purpose of the president of the Kalal region, Lords, is probably not just as simple as what he said. Thinking of this, Baizi suddenly raised his head and asked a question that confused Yulongdu. Championship, this opening game, your ace fast dragon, should be able to pass the customs in the Kalal region. 472. The strongest throne. Arrive at the island of position 11, change, ask for full reservation. To be honest, Yulongdu hadn't reacted to Bai Zi's brain circuit at first, but then, he seemed to understand, and his expression softened, saying, "Don't worry, this is just a performance battle. At that time, both of us will probably reach the point and end with a tie." As for the trump card, Yulongdu stroked his waist and said with a light smile, "Since I went to the dragon cave to pick it up when I was 10 years old, we have never been separated again." Words fall. _. A elf ball around his waist suddenly trembled, as if giving Yulongdu a response. Yulongdu's mouth slightly raised. "That's fine." Seeing this, Bai Zi nodded slightly. Actually, the worry in his heart has not diminished much. Because although Yulongdu carries the ace fast dragon, it is very likely that he will not use the full force of this game as a show battle. But Yulongdu won't use all his strength, and Dan 390 Emperor won't either. It is not to question Dan D's character. In fact, when it comes to the ranking of the champions in each region, Dandy is almost the same as Yulongdu, except for a little bit of road idiots. He has a strong sense of responsibility, and there is almost nothing to be criticized. Sick of the perfect regional champion. But Dandy's character passed the test. However, it does not mean that the character of the Alliance Branch President Lowe's in the Kalal region has also passed the test. As a hometown focused on developing, for a problem of energy depletion that may occur in 1,000 years, dare to awaken the idealists of the alien god, Wujitana, who once created the phenomenon of night in the Galar region, such a terrifying disaster. Or rather, lunatic. I'm afraid, it will not be so simple to pay such a huge price for the so-called source crystal, and some extremely huge research materials for a hot exhibition match of the Pokémon World Championship. After all, this so-called source crystal is likely to be the gigantic energy extracted from Wujitai's body and purified. This is the energy that is in short supply in the Kalal region. Bai Zi didn't believe that Luoz, who was a businessman, would make such a loss-making business. Not to mention, if you want to completely build the reputation of the Pokémon World Championship in the Chaldea region, a tie exhibition match, how can it be compared? Defeat the current world champion, the most vocal of the world's strongest titles perhaps. Can he still make Dandy the strongest in the world? Dragon Messenger, Yulongdu is even more exciting. According to the plot of the original work and the ranking of the so-called tournament, 8 masters, Bai Zi's concerns are obviously not without a purpose. However, Bai Zi also knew very well. As a champion, Yulongdu has the belief and pride of being a champion. Just a reminder, it is a kind of care, and besides, it is a question of Yulongdu's strength. Forget it. After thinking for a while, Bai Zi finally gave up the idea of continuing to persuade. After all, his relationship with Yulongdu is not close enough to talk about everything. The reason why he reminded him is because Yulongdu has an equally good attitude towards him. Superior. Again. He himself also plans to participate in the Pokémon World Championship, and by then, no matter how the so-called 8 masters are sorted. But the throne of the strongest king can only hold him alone. Kalal region waters, west, 112 nautical miles. CFED. Nameless island in the sky. You really don't need to open the door. Or I'll let the plane take you up directly. Don't be so troublesome. Bai Zi rejected Yulongdu's kindness with a light smile, and after hugging the slightly nervous and shy girl's slim waist, he waved to Yulongdu. Championship, see you next time. The voice just fell. Next second, Bai Zi and Selena in his arms disappeared directly from Yulongdu's eyes. Superpowers. Yulongdu was a little stunned, and his excellent eyesight made him quickly aware of the 2 Bai Zi who appeared out of thin air not far below, and the 2 people who appeared from the waist behind him, dragging the 2 of Bai Zi. The giant gold monster that rises. A chuckle. Then he turned to look at the crew in the front row. Okay, let's keep going. Bai Zi, who was in the air, glanced at the flying machine above. Subsequently, turning his eyes to the tightly closed eyes, leaning on Serena in his arms. Don't be afraid, try to open your eyes and see, this kind of scenery is quite rare. While he exerted a little force, Serena's dangling feet also landed on the solid back of the giant golden monster. Feet landing on the ground made Serena feel a little relieved. I know. Then, while subconsciously replying to Bai Zi, he narrowed his eyes a little bit tremblingly. The blue sky and white clouds, the blue waves were like washing. It is indeed a rare beauty. So beautiful. Serena, who couldn't help being a little intoxicated, finally opened her eyes completely. Under the eye. He also clearly saw his own situation. He was still in midair, but surrounded by a layer of burning white transparent mask as thin as the wings of a cicada. The solid touch under your feet is not the ground, but a silver-white steel behemoth full of security. Golden monster. Selena was stunned for a moment, then immediately supported Bai Zi with one hand, squatted down carefully, and stroked the top of the giant golden monster's head. Thank you, the giant golden monster. Terry tilde. A dull response followed. The corners of Bai Zi's mouth twitched slightly. And as the giant golden monster gradually flew downward, soon, a square island with a circle of lavender energy shields in the center gradually came into sight of the two of them. Quote. Here we are. 473. Sonia, do you think I'm stupid? With a slight humming sound, the giant golden monster slowly fell. Bai Zi jumped down first, and then reached out to help Serena down. Thank you tilde. Serena politely thanked her, and after looking around, she turned her eyes to the purple arc-shaped energy shield not far away. Is that where the steel-armored crow is held tilde? Well, it's here. Bai Zi nodded slightly, his tone affirmed. After setting foot on this nameless island, his keen mind sense had already sensed the violent and disorderly energy factor. Not to mention that Kang Xiang had reminded him of the gigantic life that existed on this island as early as the first time. His own aerospace aircraft carrier was indeed still on this island. Then we now. Serena looked at Bai Zi tentatively, looking like she was ready to go. Yulongdu and Bai Zi didn't avoid her at all in the conversation between Yulongdu and Bai Zi before. Although Serena didn't quite understand it, she probably understand that the trip may not be as smooth as a trip to Union headquarters. Total and MN. She was ready to fight. Don't be in a hurry. Facing Serena's inquiry, Bai Zi acted unhurriedly. He pressed Serena's small hand that touched her waist, and squeezed it habitually with a playful expression. Always give the guys inside a little time to stand in line, otherwise, what if I hit the wrong person and bring disaster to Chiyu? But before that, with Serena's soft little hands, Bai Zi turned his eyes to the left, and a scorching white streamer flashed away from the bottom of his eyes. Mosquito-sized metal particles emerged from the black smoke and fell from the air. This is invisible electronic eye. It seems that they should have received the news of my coming in advance. But instead of sending someone to greet him directly, he used electronic eyes to spy on. Tisk tilde. Bai Zi's eyes were inexplicable. Position 11, inside the shield. Monitoring room. Thorn. Looking at the monitor with a black screen in front of him, a bald man in a work uniform and a coat turned black. On the side, the sturdy man in military uniform with arms around his chest also grinned suddenly. It seems that the visitor is not good. And not far away. A young and beautiful fashionable girl with green eyes and orange hair, with heart-shaped hair accessories pinned to her wavy ponytail, immediately pouted. As the leader of the research team sent from the Kallo region, Sonia also knows the core and most important, holding items, about the number 11 warehouse. That only maintains. The steel-armored crow in the supergiant form has been handed over the ownership. And its new owner is the silver-haired boy who appeared on the screen before. It is said that he is a star trainer who has caused quite a stir in Kanto and other places. Kallo is located in a remote location, and she hasn't been out of position 11 island very much recently, so Zeroa doesn't know much about it. These are still the transfer traffic received not long ago. After knowing it, I went online to check it out. But she knew one thing. It was promised by the leader of the alliance Dao Maolanchi himself, and the Yulongdu champion who captured this steel-armored crow personally issued the handover order. It is indeed reasonable and legal for the other party to take the steel-armored crow. But, obviously, Mitsui, who is the top person in charge of the number 11 position, and William, the commander of the Special Forces team in charge of the island's security, don't think so. Miss Sonia, what's your opinion? At this moment, Mitsui turned his head and asked Zoroha, who was secretly slandering. Huh. Sonia was stunned when she heard the words, and then she said with a sudden realization expression. Oh, you're talking about the handover of the steel armor crow, right? I'm going to consolidate the team and prepare to evacuate the number 11 position island. With that, she got up and left. Wait. Mitsui was suddenly anxious, and after calling out Sonia, in the eyes of the other party's doubt, he focused on his words and said. Didn't you always want to send the steel-armored crow back to Kalil? But if the steel-armored crow really falls into the hands of this kid, don't talk about repatriation in the future, even if you want to do it now. Research, I am afraid it is difficult to achieve. Pound. Ooh, really? Sonia, who had already grabbed the door handle, looked at Mitsui with a shocked expression. Of course. Mitsui nodded hurriedly. After all, the other party is a trainer. How could he just give his elf to others to study? You say no. ... Ask for flowers. Needless to say. Sonia interrupted Mitsui's words, and said with a serious face, I already know the seriousness of the matter, I will immediately inform Grandma. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Mitsui to reply, Sonia pushed open the door and rushed out. Soon. There was a sound of stomping Martin boots in the corridor, and it was getting farther and farther. Inside the room. When Mitsui and Sonia were talking, William kept his eyes closed and opened his eyes. Are you trying to drag these people from Kalil into the water? Accurately speaking, it's the person behind Sonia. Mitsui waved his fingers, stroked the sparse hair on his forehead lightly, with an expression on his face holding Jeju. I checked the identity of this little girl. Her grandmother is the most famous blogger in the Galar area. One of the scholars, and she and the champion of the Kalil region are still childhood sweethearts. 0. Dandy. William immediately spit out the name. Being in the sea near Kalil, he could deeply feel the weight of the name Dandy. That is not inferior to the reputation of Longshudu in the Gwandu area, and powerful. So what's next? William asked. Next. Mitsui was stunned for a moment, and then sighed softly. The next thing is to wait. I hope Sonia and this kid can be a little more impulsive. At the same time, Sonia, who was impulsively hoped by Mitsui's heart, had already greeted the research teams in the Galar region. These people are basically the brothers and sisters of her grandmother, Dr. Mulan. Although it is not that there is no objection, they finally complied with Sonia's decision. In the bedroom. After putting on the last piece of clothing, she picked up the collar at her feet and walked out of the room. Sonia, who passed by the transparent glass wall of the control room, looked at the remote control on the energy console, and immediately. A bead turns. At the corner of his mouth, a little fox-like snicker suddenly appeared. HMPH, it's even planned on Miss Ben's head. Let's see if I don't let you suffer a big loss first. P.S. Sonia tilde begging. 474. Dual-wielding mad magic demon firefox, sky giant ship steel armor crow. The other side. After destroying the prying invisible electronic eyes with his mind power, Baizi beckoned Serena to release the demon red fox. Although Serena was a little puzzled, she still took out the Pokeball very obediently. Lightly. Immediately. In the white light unique to the Pokeball, a graceful red fox standing upright appeared in front of the two of them. Oh woo tilde. Looking around, after seeing the same confused expression of his master, the demon fire red fox followed Serena's line of sight and moved to Bai Zi's body. The wooden staff in his hand danced unconsciously, bringing the starting point of Mars. But just as it was about to deflect its gaze again, it saw Bai Zi suddenly throw something at him. Demon fire red fox, then. Oh woo. Expression was puzzled, 390, but the red fox was still swiftly waving its claws to catch the long object that flew in midair. Things just started. Haven't had time to check it out yet. The demon fire red fox was shocked all over. At this moment, it seemed to fall into the warm fire spring in an instant, and up and down the whole body, there was also a wash and purification error. Feel. No, it's not an illusion. The demon fire red fox's keen spiritual sense sensed a series of changes in his body very clearly at this moment. The body is being optimized, the dark wounds are being healed, the spirit, energy level and even their own vitality have been increased one by one. And, although this growth decreased a lot later, it did not stop, but continued to give the demon fire red fox a constant wash from the inside out. Not only that. Woo tilde. The demon fire red fox opened his eyes, accompanied by a soft moan, and his claws danced. A spark of sparks emerged, and then continued to expand and imitate, in midair, imitating into a man and a woman, fluttering with each other. Dance, hug and kiss. Sip. Selena suddenly had hot smoke on her head, and she shouted with embarrassment, Demon. Fire. Red. Fox. Hee tilde. The demon fire red fox dissipated the flames with a smirk, and gave Bai Zi a look of, how is this reward, causing Bai Zi to cry and laugh. That man and woman just now lifelike, its image is clearly the appearance of Bai Zi and Serena. Bai Zi shook his head with a chuckle, and then asked the demon fire red fox, how is this thing still working together? Oh tilde. The demon fire red fox nodded again and again, obviously not satisfied anymore. But then, it looked slightly hesitantly at the wooden staff held in its other paw. The one bestowed by Bai Zi was obviously better, but this one was also carefully chosen by her since the long-tailed firefox period. With its growth and evolution, it is also difficult to let go. Quite nostalgic, Bai Zi saw the constraints of the demon fire red fox, and suddenly reminded with a chuckle, wouldn't it be better to keep it all? Woo. The demon fire red fox suddenly looked like he was holding the two wooden sticks in his hands, one left and one right. He looked left, looked right, and his face was full of joy. Please call me, dual-wielding madman, Demon Daofu. This is a branch of the Tree of Life. Serena, who was finally relieved, looked at one of the wooden sticks in the hands of the demon fire red fox, and said slightly hesitantly, such a precious thing. If it's not precious enough, how can I take it as a gift for my little Serena? Bai Zi interrupted with a smile. Subsequently, he reached out and rubbed the top of Serena's head again. Hee tilde. Serena shrank her head, and then took the initiative to push Bai Zi's palm. Thanks to Bai Zi's continuous close contact, Serena, who had no defense against Bai Zi, was basically attacked by him. Almost. At this moment, in some unspeakable games, the intimacy progress bar displayed above Serena's head should be constantly +1+1+1. It has completely turned into a pink heart, right? And right now. The energy shield, which was about 200 meters away from the two, seemed to be suddenly powered off, and gradually dissipated in a flash of flickering and blurring. And as this huge curtain of energy completely dissipated, its interior. In the center of the fragmented buildings and instruments, a huge steel bird with red eyes and a body length of at least 15 meters was bound and imprisoned in place by countless chains with the thickness of the mouth of the bull. There are pictures and texts all over the chains, like blood-sucking vines constantly absorbing the energy of this bird of prey. The large machine branches that are connected to the chains are constantly operating, and pieces of lavender crystals are spit out from the rear entrances and exits. Bai Zi has seen this origin crystal, that Yulongdu had shown him before, which was delivered from the Kalol region. Okay, what a huge bird sprite. Serena's eyes widened, Even though she had expected it, the actual viewing still gave her a huge shock. On the side of Baizi, the power of Baizi was activated for the first time. Next second, the data panel of the steel-armored crow suddenly appeared in his eyes one by one. Race: Steel-armored crow, permanent supergiant. Attribute: Flight, steel. Characteristic: Mirror armor, Monty. Only reflects the ability reduction effect that you receive great power. Level: Heavenly King Peak, level 69, 99 100ths. Potential: Quasi-God 4.3. HP: 98, Attack: 87, Defense: 105, Special Attack: 53, Special Defense: 85, Speed: 67. Exclusive skill: Super Cyclone Sweeping. Skills: Steel Wing, Drilling, Claw Grinding, Arrogance, Iron Wall, Staring, Bash, Metal Sound, Bravery, Destruction of Death, Brave Bird Attack. Genetic skill: Divine Bird Slam. Status: Confused, Weak, Extremely Impotent. Introduction: During the Elf Egg period, he inadvertently merged into the core-shattering steel-armored crow of Wujitai. He has a giant organ similar to the core of Wujitai in his body, which can permanently maintain the supergiant. Changed, but due to the influence of enormous energy, unable to maintain sanity. 475, Powerless Struggle. How to say? The attribute panel of this steel-armored crow looks quite satisfactory to Baizi. Or, it's nothing unexpected from Baizi's expectations. The supergiant's exclusive trick brought by the permanent supergiant transformation, the extreme lack of energy caused by the energy-draining chain, as well as the supergiant effect produced by Wujitai. The only thing that can be considered as a harvest is the still unknown information about the extremely giant organ. But all in all, is quite satisfied with the future space aircraft carrier he has chosen. And extremely giant organ, possessed by the steel-armored crow, might have an alternative development potential. But the most important thing now is to subdue this steel-armored crow as soon as possible, and then try to alleviate or even eliminate the negative impact of the enormous energy on it. It's not difficult to take. After all, he has an unreasonable catch ball that will surely catch the opponent as long as he throws it. And alleviating, or even eliminating the negative effects of extremely huge energy, is also exactly the field that his own, Power of Baizi, is good at. These are exactly what he learned about the series of steel armor crows. Constrained but still did not hesitate to choose the root cause of the other party. Come on, it's time for us to meet the new members. What's the matter? Mitsui felt that he was going to be mad. At this time, he still had a half-pointed Jirju in his hands. Originally he thought, well, drag Kalil's little girl into the water first, and if there is any accountability at that time, you can completely push 2, 5 or 6. And hear yourself. Although it is not easy to obstruct the other party, it is completely possible to implement a drag decision. So what if it comes? I can pretend not to notice, as long as I don't open the source crystal protection wall. Can you still force it to break through? To know. This is the final defense of number 11 warehouse. With its strength, Mitsui is fully confident to defend against a champion-level energy-level attack. But now, was it withdrawn so vaguely? Mitsui only felt that his forehead was congested, and William's face on one side was equally unsightly. At this time, jingle bell. The communicator in the monitoring room suddenly sounded, and Mitsui picked up the microphone, and without waiting for the other side to speak, he immediately scolded angrily. What are you guys doing? Is it the source crystal wall that bastard revoked? Do you not want to do anything at all? You guys. Enough. William took the microphone off his hands. Now what we need to do is to figure out what the problem is. Think about countermeasures, not incompetent and furious. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about Mitsui's purplish red face. Putting the microphone to his ear, he said solemnly, Tell me, what's going on? Yes. The staff on the side of the communicator hurriedly told the story like pouring beans. The thing is like this. 2 minutes ago, Miss Sonia broke into the control room, saying that she had to return to Kal-El in an urgent matter, and then directly close the origin crystal wall regardless of our obstruction, and led Kal-El to study the scholars of the team left directly in an independent aircraft. Quote. William's forehead suddenly burst out with obvious blue veins, and his palm unconsciously exerted force. Click _. The microphone was suddenly crushed by the tyrannical grip. Look at Mitsui. He almost squeezed out of his teeth and said, it's Sonia, and she has already run away. What? Mitsui's eyes widened immediately. But before he could ask further questions, he was interrupted again by William. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll take the special forces to intimidate first. You can rebuild the source crystal wall as soon as possible. The matter has come to this point. We can only do our best. After building the source crystal wall, we will start to drain energy at full power. Don't worry about the life of the crow. Before the Alliance Commissioner arrives, do everything possible. As much as possible to draw source crystal. With such a fortune, even if the skin on the body is pulled out, there is no way to go there. I don't want the child to be trapped in the wolf, so I will use the stored source crystal to build a wall as soon as possible, understand? Mitsui. Okay, yes, I know. In the face of William's strong gaze, Mitsui, who has 6 gods and no masters, has to nod again and again. Although he is very clear that once the full power is drained, the huge energy in the steel-armored crow will be transformed. The balance is likely to be broken. By the time, even if it doesn't die, it's almost abolished. Huh. Selena, who had already retracted the demon fire red fox, was just approaching the edge where the energy shield rose before, and Baizi looked up at the midair as if he had noticed something. I saw that under the leadership of a strong leader riding a tropical dragon, a team of fully armed sparrow knights lined up in human form in midair, galloping towards the two of them. Under the induction of Baizi's power, the almost undisguised surging maliciousness was like the lights of the eternal night. Tisk tilde. Next second. It was as if he sensed Baizi's displeasure. Terry tilde. Accompanied by a slightly angry pondering, the invisible power suddenly surged into the air, capturing all the 13 pairs of 390 elf knights that had already flown in front of them. Immediately, the 13 Special Forces members, including William, felt as if they were wrapped in a layer of tough plastic wrap. They couldn't move, even, couldn't breathe. How dare he? William struggled to look at Baizi, who didn't look up at all. His face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. Forget about making a sound. The dizziness is getting stronger and stronger, but he can't wait for him to pass out completely. Accompanying Ju, the world was spinning, and the severe pain, like a broken back, made his consciousness wake up for a short while. The last bit of consciousness, only to see a slender leg striding over his head. Yes, damn it. Even in a coma, William couldn't believe that the opponent would make such a decisive move, and himself. However, his powerless struggle was not without effect. At least. When Baizi was about to move forward again. The lavender, source crystal, wall rises up instantly. So powerless. 476. Steel-armored crow gets out. Hypergiant vs. Mega Evolution. Call. Origin crystal, protective wall rising from the display screen, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was indeed a little scared by the boy outside. Although hearsay says that this young man named Baizi is very powerful, he is what is called a monster-level rookie. But this kind of information without real feeling is completely without the shock of such an intuitive, seeing is believing. After all, William is also the captain of the special forces directly under the Alliance. Although he is incomparable to those numbered troops, he is a real quasi-king and 12 elite special forces. Putting it there should be quite a force. In the face of a child who I heard was only set out this year. Even if they met each other, the whole army was wiped out. What the hell? Are you afraid of being a fake quasi-king? Certainly. Another reason that frightened him was the decisiveness of the opponent's shot. That feeling is not like coming to get things at all, but more like an elf hunter who comes up to grab things. Wipe. Mitsui cursed inwardly, but when he looked at the purple shield raised in the display, he finally let his heart down a little. But then, thinking of the source crystal storage that was consumed in order to speed up the construction of the source crystal wall, Mitsui felt distressed. But he thought about it again. Looking at William's appearance, it is obvious that he is neither dead nor disabled. If he runs, he probably won't be able to throw it away. Then, does it mean that he has completely swallowed his share? Think here. Mitsui's pair of big eyes suddenly lifted up. But just when he was about to enjoy unlimited enjoyment, a staff member with a brown doll head suddenly exclaimed. 3. Mr. Mitsui Kang. Come on, come and see. Scare, _. Mitsui was taken aback and was about to reprimand. Available in the next second. Through the display screen pointed to by the staff member, Mitsui suddenly froze. This. Tilde. Only seen on the display screen. Source crystal, wall that was supposed to be extremely smooth, at this moment, was twisted and deformed by external forces like rubber. Subsequently, under Mitsui's unbelievable gaze, a pair of bright yellow steel claws pierced straight in, followed by silver white arms, and a disc body marked with an X. _. It was followed by an obvious tremor. Original crystal shield, which was claimed to be able to resist champion-level energy-level attacks, shattered in an instant and turned into countless lavender crystal dots of light. Mitsui's eyes were splitting. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. That silver-white shining giant gold monster broke through himself completely with brute force. The proud, final defense system of the number 1 position. Wait, not good. At this moment, Mitsui seemed to remember something again, and his body suddenly froze. If the origin crystal protective wall is normally switched on and off, nothing will happen, but once it is forced like this when the line breaks, the sudden energy level change will inevitably affect the entire energy transmission system inside the number 11 position. Especially now that he has turned on the full power of the energy draining device, the entire energy transmission system is likely to collapse. And once the entire energy system collapses, it means sip beep. As if to confirm Mitsui's concerns, the instruments in the control room suddenly exploded like a cannonball, billowing thick smoke. Subsequently, wow, _. With a creepy feeling of suffocation, a sharp and piercing scream suddenly resounded. Have you freed yourself from the bondage? After witnessing the energy shield being forcibly torn apart by the giant gold monster, it seemed like a chain reaction was triggered. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly. Have to admit. Extreme giant, and even super giant elves, the increase in physique and energy level is quite terrifying. The pure physical strength of the steel-armored crow can cause the earth to shake at every turn, and it is not say. That body surging unconsciously, the huge energy level that is almost visible to the naked eye is enough to make Baizi feel a little speechless. To know. At this time, on the data panel of the steel-armored crow, the words weak and extremely incapacitated were clearly written. Perverted. Baizi is not sure whether all the gigantic transformations have such a degree of physique and energy level increase, but even if it is only a part of it, the extreme giant transformation will certainly be no less inferior a means of augmentation for mega evolution. Only one focuses on strengthening and multiplication of physique and energy level, while the other focuses on transition and transformation of life forms. I just don't know which one has a stronger increase in combat power compared to mega evolution under the same circumstances. Such thoughts flashed through Baizi's mind almost subconsciously. And this moment, Lee. The steel-armored crow, which finally broke free from the last energy-draining chain, hissed up to the sky, but the vibration of its wings suddenly caused a burst of flying sand and rocks. But the first time it got out of trouble, it didn't go berserk, but ran to the front of a ginning device, good promise, with a very clear target. A huge steel claw swipe. Squeak again and again. With the harsh sound of metal grinding, purple crystals scattered all over the place. The steel-armored crow twisted its neck at will, and after sweeping the top of the energy-absorbing machine that had been cut with several huge gaps aside, it began to eat like a chicken pecking at rice. One bite at a time. It didn't take a moment for the crystal to be swallowed up. Immediately afterwards, the steel-armored crow repeated its old tricks and came to another energy-draining device, and began the repeated foraging action as before. And as the steel-armored crows continue to devour those source crystal, spar stones that are transformed by enormous energy. Its breath. It is also almost visible to the naked eye and gradually increased. 477. Promise Tai Na. It's just a charging treasure, please order all. Is it possible to directly swallow the huge energy to recover? This is a bit interesting. A ray of light flashed in Bai Zi's eyes. To know. Ordinary giant transformation and even super giant transformation elves just use, or borrow the energy points generated by the fragments of Wuji Tai to complete the giant transformation. This point is actually somewhat similar to the use of the ultimate aura in the Z move, in the Alola region. And different from Mega Evolution. Although it also needs Keystone and Super Stone to activate, but its essence is to tap the hidden power of the elves themselves. Simply put, giant transformation and Z move are purely external forces, while Mega Evolution is to excite itself through external forces. And according to the research results of Dr. Mulan, the most famous gigantic scholar in the Kalo region, the elves themselves did not become larger when they became gigantic. It is a special manifestation that distorts space by the special energy released in the body when it becomes giant, and doubles the size, weight and height of the elf. Does that sound a bit contradictory? It's actually easy to understand. You can almost make an analogy to the Susanoo in Naruto 390. The appearance of extremely large can be regarded as a kind of energy fake, formed by special energy. Not really gigantic anymore. But this is also normal. After all, in the final analysis, the phenomenon of extreme giant transformation is a mutation effect caused by the overflow of Wuji Tana's energy. Is pure external force. Ordinary elves can only borrow, mobilize, and not absorb at most. Even in the face of Wuji Tai Na, the ability of the giant transformation will also be easily sealed by the opponent and cannot be used. As for absorbing the energy of the gigantic energy point, that is the only privilege that only the owner of Wuji Tana, the giant energy, has. And now, a second genie who can do this appears. What's the role of the extremely giant organ? Bai Zi vaguely guessed that the key reason why the steel-armored crow was able to do this might be the inconspicuous, giant organ. And since the steel-armored raven can recover its injuries like Wuji Tai's recovery of huge energy points, CFED, then, can it also rely on the huge energy that devours those temporarily unowned point, and make their own strength be enhanced? Bai Zi couldn't help but start brainstorming. Because once his guess came true, then the future of the steel-armored crow will be equivalent to having a grand avenue in front of it. Promise tied that this evil god from an alien planet may become a steel-armored crow and step into the realm of the gods, and maybe even a higher exclusive, charging treasure. Thinking of this, Bai Zi's eyes became brighter and brighter. And right now, Terry Tilda. Perhaps it was because of the sense of power brought by the steel-armored crow's huge figure that was full of oppression, and the breath of the giant golden monster standing beside Bai Zi, which made him a little restless. Bai Zi naturally noticed the restless aura from the giant golden monster for the first time, and immediately leaned over with a chuckle and knocked on the top of the big guy's head. "Don't worry, it's not time yet, I'll give you a chance to shoot." Terry Tilda. The giant golden monster who got by Z's promise quickly nodded and continued to stretch his mind power to block the flying sand and stone caused by the more reckless actions of the steel-armored crow. Time flies. As the steel-armored crow quickly devoured the source crystal in the energy-absorbing device in the number 11 position, its aura suddenly soared to the top, and the whole body exuded dark red. Reflective. But I don't know if it's because of the extremely giant organ. The steel-armored crow is like a special case of the crown king who can be extremely giant, and there is no lingering red cloud seen. Wow! Giant source crystal that could be swallowed had been used up. The steel-armored crow suddenly fluttered up and let out a bright screeching sound. Subsequently, accompanied by the increasingly tyrannical red light in his eyes, a huge amount of enormous energy and flight factors converged on the pair of steel wings of the steel-armored crow. As it spreads its wings, in an instant, the endless gust of wind turned into a dark red tornado that connected the sky and the earth. The moment the tornado was formed, the strong suction swept everything around it, and was twisted into pieces for a short time. Even the protective house made of super alloy is like a paper paste when facing the dark red tornado. Indistinctly, bursts of desperate cries for help emanating from the protective house were also swept away by the sudden gust of wind, and were instantly drowned. Supergiant whirlwinds swept through. Hurricanes swept through. The vibration from the knocking on the earth caused the entire island to be easily shaken by this blow, and the aftermath of the ring-shaped shock swept away the vegetation on the island in an instant, and the sky was filled with sand and dust. In the smokescreen. Fung, fung. The strong sound of wings spreading, accompanied by the strong wind pressure, blew the smoke screen again, and the steel-armored crow, who was about to leave, immediately found the only remaining fruit on the island, the 2x and the giant golden monster. Wow! The steel-armored crow, which had basically no sane residue, raised its head and screamed again, but its huge body was not bloated at all. Usually, the sharp claws are caught in the direction of BZ. One by one, a huge leap. This air-flying claw attack covered BZ, Selena, and the giant golden monster. The turbulent wind accompanied the shadows, and its might was like a giant spaceship slamming down on you. The speed of the gigantic elf looks like it is not fast, but that is just the visual difference caused by the huge size. The steel-armored crow was covered with one claw, and it was shrouded in almost instantly, and there was no way to avoid it. But BZ also had no plans to avoid it. Sigh. The roaring sound like a twilight drum and a morning bell was awe-inspiring, and this turbulent blow even caused a slight collapse of the ground that had not been touched all around. But there was no way to shake the layer on top of BZ's head, the thin light blue psychic shield. Terry Tilda. The giant golden monster turned his head, and his dark red eyes flickered fiercely. Go! BZ laughed suddenly, and caressed the top of Serena's head as she stepped into his arms in a soothing manner. His voice was slow and steady. Let this guy have a good experience before joining the team. What is really powerful? 478. Hammer of the Storm, conquer the steel armor crow. Terry Tilda. The red glow of the giant golden monster's eyes flickered more and more quickly. Look at you. BZ gave the giant golden monster a pay attention look, and then, after the giant golden monster replied with a look of don't worry, the white light flashed and disappeared under the thought force supported by the giant golden monster inside the shield. And almost at the moment when BZ and Serena left, Terry Tilda. The giant golden monster, who immediately removed the shield of the power of thought, without taking any precautions, was snapped to the ground by the top-down claws of the steel-armored crow. Boom! The air exploded, the earth and stones splashed, and in the violent vibration, the ground was centered on the steel-armored crow's claw, and the dust and smoke spread wildly. This is the giant gold monster, all right. In the air not far away, Serena, whose body was half leaning on BZ, saw this and asked worriedly. Bai Zi shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry, that guy just wants to have a good time, it's taking the initiative to revoke the psychic protection. Have fun, have fun. Selena's face suddenly became ignorant. She just took such a terrifying blow so hard that she wanted to have fun. Serena was a little confused. But then, she knew why the giant gold monster had such confidence in Yaxing to do this. In the field, after confirming that the little bug under its claws was pressed to death, the steel-armored crow crushed its claws again, and its expression was not less irritable, and then turned its gaze to the air again. Yu Zubai's psychic protection, the 2 Bai Zi in the hood. Feng. The steel-armored crow fluttered its wings, flying sand and rocks, and when it was about to fly, it suddenly found that its right paw seemed to be stuck on the ground. No matter how fast it spreads its wings, it cannot shake it in the slightest. Good tilde. In such a situation, even the steel-armored crow, who was in the midst of irrational irritability, couldn't understand it. Pulled hard again. The steel-armored crow, who still didn't see it at all, had to stick his head down and look at his right paw with his head turned sideways. But the next moment, poof, a silver-white metal claw suddenly emerged from under the ground. The claw of the steel-armored crow stretched out, and the bright yellow claws tightly clasped the air outlet on the side of the steel-armored crow's beak. Good tilde. The extreme shock caused the steel-armored crow, who was deeply in the rage, to be a little stunned. But next second, not waiting for it to make any struggles, the violent and incomparable giant force suddenly hit, and the line of sight suddenly reversed. The whole bird was like a light toy. It was swayed by the opponent, pulled from the ground, and smashed heavily on the ground on one side. At the moment of landing, the huge force that was completely poured out showed its horror. Rumbling one by one, in a deafening roar, the ground nearby collapsed or rose like a block of blocks, and the ground on the south side of the entire island was like a dragon turning over, and it was destroyed in an instant. It's not over yet. When the steel-armored crow was smashed, the giant golden monster crawling out from under the ground let go of the opponent's beak and only grabbed one of the steel-armored crow's steel claw. A slight run-up. Drive forward by the magnetic force. Immediately, the giant golden monster clutching a steel claw took advantage of the situation and threw its arm twice, directly dragging the steel-armored crow that had just slowed down a little, and smashed heavily on the other side of the body. The earth and rocks tumbled, and the smoke, impact, and vibration came again. This obviously more powerful blow caused nearly half of the steel-armored crow's huge body to sink into the ground. Although it didn't actually cause any damage, these 2 blows obviously made the steel-armored crow extremely angry. Seeing it can't break free for a while, suddenly, there was a frantic, shrill cry like metal grinding. Wow! In this mournful sound, Dao sound waves like substance spread wantonly, and instantly swept across the body of the giant golden monster. Moment. A faint dashed white light flashed by. The special defense of the giant golden monster was weakened. Metallic sound. Bai Zi recognized at a glance the types of skills that Steel Armor Crow used at this time, and suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. To know. The gigantic elf, although all the original moves will be sublimated to the gigantic ultimate move, producing an attack boosting effect like a multiplier. But this absolutely powerful strength, but it cannot be achieved by giving up some skills, or more specifically, changes like staring and claws. Used for the price. Metallic sound is naturally classified as one of them. But right now, this supergiant steel-armored crow is in a permanent state, but in the midst of rage, he resorted to the transformation-type trick, metallic sound. This is the privilege that Wujitai only has. Interesting. Bai Zi looked at the steel-armored crow with more and more satisfaction. Ask for flowers. And this moment. Relying on this unexpected move, Metal Tone, the steel-armored crow, who got a brief respite, once again showed its excellent fighting instinct. A super cyclone swept through. A super cyclone swept through. A super cyclone swept through. In one breath, the steel-armored crow bursting out of nearly all energy levels merged several tornadoes, surging and filtering frantically around his body, and the formed air outlet instantly turned into a substantial weight. Hit the giant gold monster and hit it suddenly. The supergiant whirlwind swept the hammer of the storm. Excellent fighting instinct. The admiration in Bai Zi's eyes was even greater. And on the field, facing the blow of the steel-armored crow, the giant golden monster, who was easily relieved from the additional influence of the metallic sound, was not angry but happy. 0. It directly released the claws of the steel-armored crow. Take a leap. Pushed by the sudden burst of magnetic force, he went straight to the storm hammer that fell down. Sip _. A dull crash shook the atmosphere. And then, Terry tilde used the lightning fist claws to withstand the storm hammer, suddenly spun up, sparks overflowing, and in the sour noise, the giant golden monster turned into a drill in an instant. It broke through the storm hammer, and completely smashed the materialized flight-type energy factor. Violently hit the steel-armored crow's chin. The ultimate impact. Sip _. The gas explosion spreads like a ring. Immediately, the crimson eyes of the steel-armored crow turned white for a while, and the body was like a machine that suddenly stopped running. After drawing an arc from the air, it crashed to the ground. The battle is over. The dark red reflections attached to the outside of its body suddenly dimmed. I tentatively used a luxury ball to try to contain it, but the light that wrapped the steel-armored crow suddenly burst open before it fully entered. Can't. Had to change the capture ball from the crystal. Toss lightly. The pokeball turned around like an automatic cruise and hit the next shot of the steel-armored crow, which was still in a coma, and successfully contained it. Snapped tilde. Capture ball, that bounced over, the corners of Bai Zi's mouth suddenly raised slightly. Eternal supergiant steel-armored crow, subdue it. ... Begging _. 479. Well done. Please order all. Call. Selena stepped on the ground twice with her little feet, feeling the peace of mind on the ground, and then turned to look at Bai Zi. Congratulations, brother Bai Zi. Don't be so polite to me. Bai Zi slapped Serena's forehead with a chuckle, and then rubbed the girl again with the other party's cute, ah-woo, sound. Okay, although this guy was successfully captured by me, but if he wants to really use it for me, it depends on its fortune. Creation. Looking at the elf ball in Bai Zi's hand, the girl with red cheeks tilted her head in confusion. Bai Zi responded, and then turned his gaze to the pokeball. Inside the translucent red crystal wall, the minimized, steel-armored crow was constantly surging with dark red like lightning. Huge energy. But none of these runaway energy, 3 nines, can spread out of the steel-armored crow's body, as if there is a layer of invisible power, imprisoning it in this little bit. Next second. It was as if an invisible warm wind rose, brushing the ends of Bai Zi and Serena's hair. This is. A flash of brilliance flashed in Serena's eyes. Such a warm feeling, is this what makes brother Bai Zi different? And at the same time. In the pokeball. Suddenly. The steel-armored crow, who was in a coma, seemed to flash a pure white scene at this moment. The consciousness that was originally immersed in the violent quagmire all the time seemed to be washed away by an incomparably warm force. Wrap it in a handful. Pull up. Like breaking through the dark river of violent quagmire, in the constant, floating, the steel-armored crow gradually wakes up, for the first time in its life. Well, it doesn't quite understand the word, but this the unspeakable peace made its heart give birth to infinite nostalgia. I don't want to lose, I want to stay in this moment forever. But then, fatigue, brought by this peace, invaded its mind again. The steel-armored crow deeply remembered the breath of Bai Zi, and slowly, immersed in a peaceful dream. A good dream. Slowly opening his eyes, Baizi couldn't hide the tiredness of the eyes flashed with an obvious tenderness and pity. Although, the power of Baizi does not have the ability to touch the soul. However, at the same time is a spiritual master. After successfully pulling the steel-armored crow out of the quagmire of rage, the opponent no longer had any resistance, and the message from his completely open heart naturally couldn't escape. Pass Baizi's eyes. It can be said. Rage, since birth, is almost no different from the consciousness of a newborn cub. It can be regarded as an alternative freshman, right? Welcome to join, Steel Armor Crow. Baizi said with a light smile. After he put away the capture ball with the steel-armored crow, he rubbed his slightly bulging eyebrows. Baizi's power does wonders for calming the mind and purifying abnormal states. Obviously not an easy task to pull the steel-armored crow's consciousness out of the raging quagmire formed by the enormous energy in one breath, and remove its negative effects. Don't say anything else. In such a moment and a half, the consumption of elf power is enough for Baizi to fight with a super-type elf who has just entered the realm of heaven for hundreds of rounds. Before fainting, it was already burning high incense. Of course. He didn't get nothing either. You use the power of Baizi to successfully appease and purify the steel-armored crow, with a little gain, the ability value experience plus 20, and a random ability is upgraded. Selected. Open black lens bracket complete selection. Superpower close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket superpower level +1 close black lens bracket. Ding! Your superpower level has completed a breakthrough. Top 6072 10,000ths. In the system beeps one after another. Everything, like a matter of course. The whole process did not reveal the slightest breath, and Baizi silently and successfully broke through to the top superpower. The spiritual power of confrontation. Call. Baizi exhaled slightly, and after opening his eyes again, the tiredness in his eyes was instantly swept away. Okay, it's time for us to move on. Then the next goal is. Facing Serena's inquiring gaze, Baizi skillfully embraced the opponent's slender waist and jumped onto the solid and flat back of the giant golden monster. Kalal. At the same time, the Kalal region. Gongmin City. Inside the Palace Gate Arena. At this moment, the Palace Gate Arena is full of jubilation, and there are huge crowds of shouts and cheers everywhere. Trainer Showdown. One by one Dan Emperor. And, Yulongdu. Because today, Gongmin Arena will welcome two people standing at the top of the trainer. However, it was clear that the cheers of Dan D, who had home advantage, resounded through the entire Gongmin Arena with an overwhelming advantage. Backstage. Training course. I am really sorry for Yulongdu champion, because of the hasty preparations, we only help you get used to the giant transformation of the elf, the tyrannical carp dragon. Look at this. It's nothing, it's just an exhibition match, and the same is true for me using Tyrannosaurus. Yulongdu waved his hand and looked at the Pokeball in his hand, but he didn't embarrass the staff who nodded and bowed in front of him. Just in time, it's time for this guy to try and compete with the top champions. The elves have come to a formal confrontation. Done. He threw his cloak and strode away in the electronic sound that prompted him to come on stage. And it was not long after Yulongdu left. Ta! Accompanied by the crisp stomping sound of leather shoes. 4.3-inch beard, one hand in his pocket, and a rather stylish single bangs in a big back, walked slowly out of the corner. Good job. P.S. Next, it's the World Championships. Recently, because I'm busy with moving house, it's really a bit slow to write. I'll be ready to sort out the plot tomorrow, and then officially start the second stage. Championship chapter. It is estimated that the whole map will be running around, the story of the theater version will be interspersed in the middle, and Baizi's strength will be accumulated again. When this stage is finished, it will be the last the decisive battle chapter of, and that will also be the time when the book ends. Okay, let's guess the initial ranking of the tournament. 8 Masters. 480. The new king has reached the top. World rankings announced. South, Kwangwon City. As soon as Baizi and Selena set foot on the land of Kalal, they felt the jubilation that flowed in the entire city where they were located. Dandy. 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 Serena, who was struggling to squeeze out of Baizi, patted her heart from the countless banners with the bust of Emperor Dan held high, and sighed. Dandy should be the champion of the Kalal region. Isn't this popularity a bit too scary? What must have happened? Baizi frowned slightly, and responded somewhat uncertainly. Although Emperor Dan's popularity in the Kalal region can be said to be unique, no matter how popular it is, it won't happen every day. Parade. This is obviously because of something related to Dandy, so Dandy's fans, and even the residents of the entire Kalal town, fell into a sea of joy. This matter. Baizi, maybe 25, has some eyebrows. And the next scene he and Serena saw together directly verified the guess that he had associated with it. At this time, the town square full of medieval style is over. A huge airship slowly flew by at a very slow speed at a low altitude, so that everyone in the square below could clearly see the obvious, Malakman Group, logo on the airship. As well as the huge display attached to the side of the airship hot air balloon. Super giant hell flame. Accompanied by an awe-inspiring shout from the broadcast. In the video, a supergiant fire-breathing dragon that stood upright nearly 30 meters high waved a pair of fire wings, and the whole body exuded a rich firelight. In a sudden roar, a hot and thick flame was spit out from his mouth. And in an instant, it turned into a phoenix, flew away in the venue, and slammed into the opposite side of the red tyrannical carp dragon that also maintained a giant. The explosion of fire suddenly rose into the sky. After the flames had dissipated, the tyrannical carp dragon had already lost its fighting ability and lay on the side of the field. The last screen flashed. Appeared. It was the back of Emperor Dan holding the trophy, and then the cheers and salutes resounded throughout the venue. The strongest king, Emperor Dan. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough. Looking at the few gilded characters flowing on the screen, Baizi's eyes flashed a glimpse of understanding. Although it is not clear why Yulongdu did not use the main ace to fight the enemy, but in this battle, he undoubtedly became a stepping stone for Emperor Dan. As well as the best background board for the Pokemon World Championship, co-sponsored and hosted by the Kalal region, that is, the World Championship. Open black lens bracket. Let us sincerely celebrate the official holding of the Pokemon World Championship, and, in the opening match, the birth of the strongest king. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He is. Close black lens bracket. Undefeated champion, of our Kalal region. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dan. Close black lens bracket. God. In an instant, the boiling cheers immediately covered up the audio of the broadcast. This is not difficult to understand. If it is said that which trainer's name is the most resonant in this era, then there is no doubt that it must be the world champion, dragon messenger, invincible in the world, etc. The title of Yulongdu. Even if the major regions are divided and ruled, and no one obeys the residents, Yulongdu is still a well-deserved child of the times. And now, he is the champion Dandy, and he defeated the opponent in a head-to-head duel, defeating this strongest person who is subconsciously recognized by the vast majority of people even though he is not recognized. But all the residents of the Kalal region naturally feel and proud. This. Beside her, Serena, who also watched Yulongdu defeating Dandy, looked surprised. Although she was born in Carlos, Serena still heard of the prestige and power of the invincible Longshudu. What's more, she also followed Baizi to meet the head of the four kings of Kanto and the champion of Chengdu at the headquarters of the alliance. Whether it is the bearing or the unfathomable dragon breath, it is extremely heartbreaking. But what she didn't expect was such a strong man standing at the top of the trainer. He just fell into the sand in the Galar area. And many more. Serena blinked. She suddenly thought of the conversation between Baizi and Yulongdu before, combined with the battle spirit Yulongdu used in the video. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through her mind. Immediately, she turned her head and asked Baizi tentatively, "Brother Baizi, since it's a showdown to decide the strongest king, why don't you use the fast dragon for the champion of Yulongdu? Shouldn't you have guessed it already?" Baizi cast a glance at the girl who was poking his head next to him, chuckled and shrugged, while continuing to play with the elf wrist guard on his hand. He was connecting to Kalol's local network to check the preliminary rankings of the freshly released tournament. It has been said before. Pokémon World Championship, there was a trial operation for a period of time. Because of the new competition system rules, it was popular on the internet for a while. But after all, it was not held for a long time, or it was just a preliminary grass stage team. Although it is quite complete and mature in the Kalol region, it still has not been formally established. Promotion to the world. Simply put. Just not out of the circle yet. Of Yulongdu's popularity, the championship, Dan, and even Emperor Kalol himself were instantly known to everyone. Especially, it was Lowe's, the president of the Alliance branch in the Kalol region. After the battle, he advertised it to the outside world and announced the official announcement of the world ranking, which contains information on trainers from all over the world. Down. Take advantage of the contrasting atmosphere of the regions. In an instant, the popularity of the tournament has been raised again by more than one level, making it a topic that is almost a national craze in a short period of time. It can be said that this is simply a marketing tool that is too good to be good. It turns out that, after listening to Baizi's story, Serena nodded her head with a clear understanding. While sighing in her heart that the world of adults is so complicated, she turned her head and also paid attention to what Baizi opened. The World Ranking section marked in red on the homepage of Genie.com. She was really curious as to how the world rankings of this tournament would rank the current trainers in the world. Will she make the list herself? Where will Baizi be? And, what kind of rank can the champion of the Carlos region, Miss Karuna, rank in the end? Open black lens bracket looking forward. JPG. Elf I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 481 to 500. 481. Eye-catching, Galar's 3 champions. World ranking. This is a mechanic unique to the Pokémon World Championship. The purpose, or rather the slogan, is to compete for who is the strongest king among contemporary trainers. The strongest. These two words can be regarded as scratching the itch of all trainers. But whoever is inspired to become a trainer, who does not have the dream of becoming the strongest in the world? Before. Such a dream is basically a kind of expectation similar to a goal. And now, the Pokémon World Championship not only materializes this goal, but also has enough influence to cover the entire elf world. Road to the strongest is no longer illusory. On this point, it has to be said that Lowe's, the president of the Alliance branch in the Galar region, really has 2 brushes. To know. The Alliance headquarters has always wanted to hold an event covering the entire elf world. However, because of geographical independence, it has been difficult to really promote it. But now, most of this kind of thing has been done by Lowe's in a rather tricky way. And Baizi can be expected. Once the top trainers in these regions are really ranked artificially, as long as one of them really can't help but challenge, then this game is motivated by ranking. The tournament brawl is bound to get out of hand. As for other regions holding back and not challenging. Not to mention whether the almost innate aggressive genes of this group of trainers can hold back. Even if they do, you guess the president of the Kalol Alliance branch who managed to create such a situation. Will Lords just let it go? For Baizi, that is definitely not the case. If you don't come to fight, won't I arrange for someone to come to the door to challenge it? To know is. In the elf world, challenges are quite holy, unless the gap between the two sides is too great, or it is really impossible to challenge for some special reasons. Generally speaking. No trainer will take the initiative to return the invitation to the absolute battle. Avoiding without fighting, this is the elf world, a very despised behavior. And as long as the top trainers are not arrogant, the other party came to the door. Especially in the current situation, without the top trainers in that area, they would avoid fighting. So, from the official defeat of Yulongdu by Dandy to his withdrawal from the world ranking, the rise of the Pokemon World Championship has become unstoppable. As for the competition system, speaking of which, it is more simple and clear than the World Championship rules in the anime TV Pokemon Journey. There are no rules for challenging rankings to earn points. The schedule is very simple and straightforward. Register online. Then, in a battle of the same level, the winner goes up, and the loser goes down. Like climbing a tower, constantly challenge rankings and levels until you reach the top of the strongest. The level of the game is based on the Pokeball. From bottom to top, it is divided into 4 levels one by one. 1,000 trainers who sign up for the first time. Super Class Super Ball 999th to 100th. Senior Advanced Ball 99th to 9th. Master Ball 8th till the 1st. Sorting is marked by a 4-segment pyramid. And the 8 trainers who rank the highest master level were awarded the title of 8 masters. And now, after comprehensive factors such as big data calculation, fame, record, championship trial operation and opening match, 8 trainers were initially awarded the title of master. This is exactly what BaiZ is most interested in now. Therefore, the first time he clicked on the world ranking, he went straight to the master ranking. Reach out and tap inside the top red triangle. Moment. A ranking list appeared in BaiZ's eyes. Open black lens bracket 8 masters, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number 1. Galar Champion, Dandy. Close black lens bracket. Number 2. The first of the 4 kings of Kanto, the champion of Chengdu, Yulongdu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number 3. Fang Yuan Champion, Zifuki Dao. Close black lens bracket. Number 4. Shanao Champion, Zierna. Close black lens bracket. No 5. United Champion, Adek. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number 6. Carlos Champion, Karuna. N07. The owner of the Galar Boxing Gym, Kibana. Close black lens bracket. Number 8. Fangyuan Champion Agent, Luli Gym Hall Master, Michael. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, use Yulongdu as a stepping stone to Dandy's summit. BaiZ's eyes swept past, and finally he focused on the first place as the strongest king, Dandy. His expression was not much surprised. Luaz went around in such a big circle, sending original crystal, sending materials, and pulling relationships, and finally tricked Yulongdu into a wave. If the final ranking Dandy is not the first, then BaiZ will be surprised. However, among the regional champions, and even the most recent champion agent, Chibana, the owner of the Pure Gymnasium, is quite eye-catching. BaiZ touched his chin and chuckled lightly. Certainly. Having said that, BaiZ actually knew very well in his heart that not only was Kibana not weak, on the contrary, his strength was quite strong. Undefeated champion, Dandy in the entire Kalo region, Chibana, known as the Dragon Storm, is an unquestionable champion. Not to mention that it can be compared with the upper rank, Sharona or Daigo, but it won't be too far behind. Good promise, even BaiZ guessed. We really want to fight. The shame of a champion like Karuna may not be Chibana's opponent. Of course, this is only when neither side uses giant transformation and mega evolution inferences under the premise. Again, 4 heavenly kings, due to special reasons. But just based on the information that BaiZ has, in addition to the rivals of Emperor Dan and Kibana, Kalo also has a gym owner, who can basically be confirmed to be not weak. Champion trainer. This person It is the only one in the Galar region that did not choose to relocate to the town to build a gymnasium facing the battlefield. The owner of the Spike Gymnasium, Nizi. P.S. Uncle Brother Tilda. 482. Unrecognized ranking. Yulongdu's request, please complete the order. Nizi, nicknamed Big Uncle, the elder brother of the new goddess Mary in the Sword, Shield chapter, is good at evil, comes from a famous family, and is a famous singer-songwriter in Galar, currently serving as Spike the post of gym master in the town. Speak up. The Spike Gym is also the only gym in Galar that does not build an arena around a giant pit. Since it is far away from the energy point, it is naturally impossible to use the giant battle here. And Nizi, the owner of the Spike Gym, is also quite opposed to the Extreme Giant competition, which is now the iconic event of Galar. He believes that the gigantic battle makes the battle of the elves no longer pure. Therefore, not only did Nizi resist the gigantic transformation, but he himself would never let the elves use the gigantic transformation to fight. Championship Cup, held locally in Galar, and made Galar recognized as the first person under the Dan Emperor Chibana, in a tough fight. With this level of combat power, if you don't consider the Extreme Giant, who is stronger and who is weaker between him and Kibana, it's really not sure. And fact 390 on. Nizi's ranking is also not low. Although he has not entered the 8 Masters, he is also ranked 13th among the senior ranks under it. Have to say. Excluding, hidden, players like Sakagi and Lu Bo, Galar is enough to rank at the forefront of the regional alliances in terms of the alliance's power on the bright side. It is estimated that only the Kanto region can stabilize the other side. And this one. The remaining 3 of the Kanto 4 Heavenly Kings are basically at the forefront of the advanced rankings. Grandma Juzi is 9th, Kona is 11th, and Shiba is relatively low, ranking 16th. But let's be honest. Baizi didn't think that mother-in-law Kikuzi and the others were inferior to the masters in the lower segment. And don't say anything else. The ranking of the United Champion Adek, who is ranked 5th in a single unit, is a bit inflated. A champion who has lost his faith in the championship, whether he can beat the normal Karuna is still in 2 debates. Not to mention the fact that Karuna herself has an enhancement method such as Mega Evolution. From Baizi's point of view, the two are really right on each other, and Adek may lose more and win less. Another one is the 8th Michelle, who is ranked at the bottom of the 8 Masters. Michael's strength depends on his version. If it is based on the game or anime TV, although Mikri is a real champion, but it is really not that strong. It can only be said that it is the substitute for the irresponsible guy Daigo. But if it is a special comic, according to what Daigo said, Mikri once defeated him head-on, but gave up the summit because he did not want to be the champion. According to this version, Mikori's strength is really not bad. Certainly. Among them, there is also the possibility that Dao wants to take advantage of the opportunity to quit his job, so he takes the opportunity to release water. But Baizi is also very clear. None of the trainers who can reach the level of Dao and the others are not arrogant. If Mikri hadn't really had enough strength to make Dao face up, Dao would not be able to use this. A way to abandon the throne and let the virtuous. All the tricks in the opening match between Yulongdu and Dandy, which decides the strongest king. Total and MN. This ranking is definitely not recognized by most people. But maybe that's what Lowe's wants. Conflict, and then confrontation, is the best way to keep the heat going. But anyway. The elf world, it looks like it's going to be lively. CFED Baizi chuckled and temporarily closed the world ranking column and quit the elf.com. He didn't look for his own ranking. After all, he is not at all interested in the so-called rankings given by others. If he wants, he just needs to get it himself. Jingle bell. Almost at the moment of exiting the elf network, the elf bracelet loaded with the communication function suddenly rang a crisp bell. The next second, a small phone pattern and a cartoon red hair suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. This is a call from Yulongdu. On the previous airship, the two of them had exchanged their personal communication numbers with each other. Waving to Serena beside him, Baizi went straight to a quieter bench on the corner of the street and clicked on the video. Immediately, Yulongdu's cold and unaffected face appeared in front of Baizi's eyes. "Hello, Du Champion," Baizi greeted casually, and immediately asked, "Why, are you looking for me for something?" Yulongdu nodded and went straight to the point. "I want to know, what happened to Position 11 Island?" There was no questioning in his tone. But Selena, who had just sat down, suddenly tensed her body when she heard the words, and opened her mouth to defend Baizi, champion of Yulongdu, the reason why the number 11 Position Island was. All right. Baizi interrupted Serena's words of defense with a light smile, holding the other party's cold little hand and giving the other party a relaxed look. Subsequently, only then did he continue with a stern expression. "It's a bit troublesome to retell what happened. In short, the other party was unwilling to cooperate, and then he killed himself. Of course, there is no basis for what I say. I just recorded the approximate passage after landing on the island here, and the champion will know at a glance." "Say it." Baizi passed some of the recorded images specially prepared before to Yulongdu through the elf watch. Yulongdu gave Baizi a deep look. Subsequently, just in front of Baizi and the two in the video, he began to watch the video sent by Baizi. After a while, Yulongdu raised his head, without the slightest fluctuation in his tone. "Okay, this is the end of this matter, I will suppress it. However, I have a request." Yulongdu did not use the number 11 Position Island to talk about it, but deepened his tone, and even used the word request. "The invincible dragon messenger will also request people. This makes Baizi a little interested. Are you requesting? Say it's good." 483. Become the backbone of Kanto, Shirasawa. Stir things up. Shirozawa, become the backbone of Kanto. Baizi was stunned by Yulongdu's sudden words. "No. What do you mean?" "I mean, I hope you can represent Kanto in this tournament." Yulongdu looked serious. Then, defeat Dan-D. Defeat Dan-D. He probably understood what Bai Yulongdu meant. But, if it is said that it is to defeat Dan-D, then, this should be something you should do when you are a champion, right? Baizi looked at Yulongdu with a puzzled expression. He can understand Yulongdu's unwillingness. It's not that you can't afford to lose. Only, such a way of losing is really unacceptable. But with Yulongdu's strength and pride, does this war of revenge still need to be done under the guise of manpower? Is this still the Yulongdu he knew? In the video, facing Baizi's eyes, Yulongdu's expression remained unmoved, but Baizi still noticed the swift struggle in his eyes. Baizi frowned slightly, but was quickly interrupted by Yulongdu. "Listen to me first, although the previous opener was a bit. But I have personally experienced that Dan Emperor's strength is absolutely nothing. Doubt is the top championship level. Forget about multiple group battles, if it's just a one-on-one ace single, even I wouldn't dare to say victory easily. Even if that fire-breathing dragon has not undergone supergiantization, it is infinitely close to the quasi-god level combat power. And apart from me, the only quasi-god level combat power currently in Kanto is you. The performance of Philomelody is not much, and the giant gold monster and Shinado still lack a little fire, but that wind speed dog is definitely an elf who has officially entered the quasi-god level combat power, right?" Yulongdu's eyes were burning. But Baizi did not respond to his inquiry, but instead asked, "What about you? The invincible dragon messenger, do you want to avoid and fear war?" "Of course not." Yulongdu lowered his eyes, and a low voice sounded slowly, "Failure, no trainer is willing to taste this bitter fruit. But, whether it's Team Rocket who is trying to revive, the mysterious person who attacked the Alliance headquarters, or some flies in the Alliance, they all need me to sit down. I have to make sure that my strongest combat power is not lost in the slightest during this period. Yulongdu finished the narration in a flat tone. Immediately, raising his head, he asked again. That's the reason. How are you willing to help? I can make the decision to let you go to the general library to choose one or two more things. Baizi didn't reply immediately. Because at this moment, he suddenly understood the man in front of him. Perhaps, honor and responsibility are as important as life to him, but in the end, Yulongdu chose to stick to it. Duty, postponing honor. I refuse. Baizi waved his hand under Serena's surprised eyes, and then, looking at Yulongdu's calm expression, he pouted a little boringly, and then chuckled. Because I myself plan to participate in the tournament, Guinean of the strongest king, I am very interested. And when Baizi and Yulongdu were talking on the phone, the forum under the World Championship ranking, on the ELF's official website had already exploded. Countless trainers, even non-trainers poured in, and an extremely fierce discussion and scolding began. What the hell? This guy who appeared from the corner of the chair as the strongest king, why is he ranked before the Yulongdu champion? The person who made this ranking is not blind, right? The upstairs laughed at me. You're blind, right? Can't you see the top video below? Yulongdu lost to our dandy champion in a one-on-one match, okay. Master number 1, really well deserved. Dan Kui laughs at the dead, okay. Who doesn't know that the Yulongdu champion is a dragon messenger? The trump card is a fast dragon. I beat our Yulongdu champion with an ordinary hand with the main force, and then just a big book and a special book. Give yourself a ranking of the strongest king. Tisk tisk tisk, so shameless. If you lose, you lose. What excuse do you make? You said that Yulongdu didn't use the trump card, and I also said that the dandy champion fought against the attributes. Ask for flowers. It's okay, don't quarrel, anyway, it won't take long for you to fight for a while. If you want me to say, it depends on our Fang Yuan, the 8 masters, who won the 2 seats. Just hang. Don't talk about it. How strong can a coordinator be? It's obvious that he just pulled it out to make up the number. If it weren't for the hat of acting champion, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to enter I at the advanced level. That is, our Shanao champion Sharona is the number 1 in the world. Both beauty and strength are important. Kalyunai expresses disapproval. We are not convinced by the crowd. Why is Uncle Adek ranked 5th? You must know that our Adek champion used to be an enemy of 10,000. Okay, don't turn over the old yellow calendar, and in terms of quantity, we also have 2 trainers in the Galar region to log into the 8 masters. Therefore, regardless of quantity or quality, both is a well-deserved first. Galar, invincible in the world. 0. Laughing to death, this Chibana is the one who makes up the number, okay. A gym owner ranked 7th. I'm afraid it's not through the back door, right? It's funny. Each champion has a huge crowd and supporters, at least not to mention, because of the high degree of autonomy in each region, most people identify with the trainers listed in the region, it must be higher. Moreover, each region is governed by different regions, and there has never been an official comparison between regional champions. Naturally, no one will obey the other. Not to mention, Dandy in the Galar region suddenly reached the top, and among the champions of the 8 masters, it can be said that Kibana, the master of the gymnasium, is extremely dazzling. It can be said that this time Galar, hatred the value that is pulled is quite deep. Many people have already sent various messages to urge them to go to the challenge on the official website of the league and the social account of the champion in their respective regions. Even, all trainers with rankings and a certain reputation have been affected in this way. It can be said, this World Championship co-hosted by the Galar region has truly stirred up the entire elf world. Begging. 484. Sword of Fame, Counterattack. Fangyuan Area, Luli City. North District. World Rankings. What do you think, Michaely? In a secluded private cafe, a young man with short blue hair in a slim-fitting dress with a suit and leather shoes held a card that projected a virtual panel in his hand, and moved towards the May opposite him. People asked. Good. S.A. Beautiful woman. Although Michael is a real man, his appearance is far more handsome than a woman's, and his beauty is so beautiful that one can ignore his gender. Beautiful woman, with short to medium green hair, is exactly the top coordination trainer who also serves as the champion agent of the Fangyuan area and the owner of the Luli Gym, Makori. And on the opposite side of him, the blue-haired young man who opened his mouth to ask is his best friend, the current champion of Fangyuan area, the son of Zifuki family Devon Group, Zifuki Dao. 390s, I don't have much to watch. You won't be really interested in this kind of obvious marketing method, which is a competition to mobilize heat through opposition. Michaelis obviously lacks interest in this. Just casually glanced at the projection card in his friend's hand, and then put his attention back on the coffee cup at hand, took a sip, and looked enjoying. Ever since the bastard in front of him took the promotion of the gorgeous contest, as bait and made himself the so-called no matter and nominal champion agent. This guy really showed his true form and let himself go. From the beginning of a small run for 3 days to a big run every 5 days, 21, it has become a situation where no one is seen for a month or two, or even half a year. He himself, the champion agent, basically took over the life of the champion, plus his own work as a gym owner, as well as the gorgeous contest, promotion team 21, the guild and coordinator. With the honorary president and other positions in his hands. Seriously, he never thought that he would one day be reduced to the level of 996 as a dignified champion trainer. But, although such a living area is too full, Mikori is gradually getting used to it. But he didn't want to waste a rare nap like today's on unimportant things. Good. In Mickey's view, the so-called Pokemon World Championships, and the so-called World Rankings, are nothing but grandstanding and boring. With such a time, it is better to taste this famous handmade coffee. After all, Michaelis is not a trainer in the pure sense. He does not advocate and pursue the so-called strongest in this life. He only wishes, and his partner, to reach the top in the pursuit of the ultimate beauty. This is his, Michael's unique championship belief. Feeling the flickering unique aura of my friend, Dao was slightly stunned, and then, as if he understood something, he chuckled and shook his head. Forget it, Tilda. He closed the projection card and put it away, and also picked up the coffee cup in front of the table. Take a sip. The light blue pupils stared at the friend whose posture was always impeccable, and a ray of light flashed away. Can you avoid this vortex of events that is destined to sweep the entire world by not paying attention? Impossible. The sharp sort of reputation, even if you dodge it, someone will still take the initiative to slash at you. Sheno area, Suzerain Island, conference room of the Alliance building. Miss Sharona was ranked 4th. Shady, this must be a shady. The baby-faced Alutang stood up and shouted loudly, with an obvious disapproval on his face. Clothes. Day, who had a red exploding head on the side, also nodded when he heard the words, agreeing with Alu's words. Then, when Sharona challenged for the regional championship, the two of them shouted the most, but after a violent beating, the two of them were completely convinced by Sharona. Basically, it can be regarded as Sharona's fan brother. But now, although Sharona is one of the 8 master-level trainers, she only ranks 4th, which makes the two of them quite unhappy. No matter how you underestimate the champion of our Shanao region, it will not even be the case. Not even the first 3, right? Compared with the righteous indignation of the two of Alu, Wu Song, who was sitting on the side, was quite calm, after carefully watching all the rankings above all the senior ranks and the video of the opening match. He stretched out his hand and lightly lifted the lavender sunglasses that matched his hair color, and looked at Sharona, who bowed her head in contemplation. Sharona, you went to Guandu to see Yulongdu this time, and your image of him is like this. What? Image? Well, I mean, the feeling of strength. Strength. Sharona frowned slightly, and then said with a heavy face, very strong. I feel that he seems to be walking on my signature, and, although the breath of the fast dragon is very obscure, I can't help it. Intuition tells me that it is likely to have taken that step. You mean? Wu Song's pupils shrank. Not bad. Sharona nodded slowly and said those words. Quasi-god rank. Have you broken through? Wu Song's pupils flickered again and again, and he said in a low voice as if he was talking to himself, then this game is quite tricky. What is the reason for Yulongdu to fail? Is there an ace sent? What is the reason for Yulongdu to rush back to Kanto as soon as the game is over? Quite a while. He raised his head and said with a somewhat uncertain look on his face, do you think Yulongdu will not fight back for some special reason? This. Since Sharona looked at each other in dismay, she couldn't keep up with the think tank of the four gods of the gods for a while, and she was thinking wildly that day. Wu Song did not open his mouth to explain. After all, this was just a sudden conjecture. Now we have to see what kind of reaction Kanto will make. The blow will be unprecedented. No, it won't. Huh. Wu Song raised 4.3 feet's head and looked at his immediate boss with some doubts. Now. Sharona's face was like a splendid splendor, shining brightly. Other people. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, Kona, Shiba. And once Yulongdu is really caught up in something and can't fight back, I'm afraid this will not be a good deal for Guangdong prestige. Even if Yulongdu can't take action, there will definitely be others in Kanto. It's not that they underestimate the four heavenly kings of Kanto, but it's true that although Emperor Dan has a bit of a victory without force, meaning, the strength of that fire-breathing dragon cannot be faked in the slightest. Coupled with the benefits of the venue brought by the extremely large increase. Guangdu 2 places. Apart from Yulongdu, who may have already set foot in the realm of quasi-gods, who else can defeat Emperor Dan head-on the realm of Galar? 485. A battle that must be won. Kanto region, Quartz Plateau, in the office on the top floor of the Alliance headquarters building. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was condensed. Long time. Can't wait like this any longer. Shiba, who was finally unbearable, stood up suddenly, his tall and burly figure exuding a heavy and majestic momentum like a mountain, and his big fan-like hand grabbed the computer on the desktop and was about to log in. Record the official website of the tournament and challenge Dan D. From learning that Yulongdu was defeated, to the emergence of the world ranking, to the controversy and scolding that swept the entire Elves world. It all happened so fast. It's approaching that even the Kanto Alliance headquarters and the four heavenly kings still haven't reacted a bit, and they will face the crisis of being picked up head-on by the Kanto Alliance headquarters that has maintained its majesty for hundreds of years. And, from before to now, after learning about the matter, Yulongdu's personal communicator has been on the phone, and it is impossible to contact. This makes Zyba, who is proficient in fighting, and as a martial artist, how can Zyba hold back? Shiba. Seeing this, Kona immediately frowned and was about to step forward to stop it. But the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum on the side was already one step ahead of her. She didn't see any movement, and the shadow under her feet suddenly appeared as if spontaneously, and rolled the computer in Zyba's palm in an instant. Walk. Next second. Zheng Ghost's round purple figure appeared on the side of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, and in her stomach, a laptop with a bright screen on the other side floated up and down. Call. Kona breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Shiba, who was indignant and puzzled, and said, Shiba, now is not the time to act impulsively. Aren't you impulsive? If you don't impulsive, people will really think that our four heavenly kings of Kanto are shrunken turtles. So, you have absolute certainty to defeat that boy of Emperor Dan. In the face of Zyba's questioning, Juzi's mother-in-law, the old god, responded lightly. This, tilde. Zyba opened his mouth wide, and was suddenly speechless. As one of the four heavenly kings of Kanto, a real champion trainer, with his eyesight, he couldn't see how powerful the fire-breathing dragon was after extremely giant transformation. I am afraid that it has exceeded the limit of the championship level. The reason why he dared to fight is purely because of the trainer's spirit of not being afraid of powerful enemies. Defeat Dandy. Especially according to the 1v1 battle rules of the tournament, to defeat the ace fire-breathing dragon with enormous energy head-on. To put it mildly, Zyba really has no confidence. Zyba, I hope you will remember that you are the only one being roasted on the fire, as well as our 4 heavenly kings, and the entire Kanto alliance. Kona's face was stern, and the reflection of the lens made it difficult to see her expression. Adu's defeat this time can be said to be because he is not familiar with Jujuhua and did not use the main ace. But if you lose again, then our 4 heavenly kings of Kanto will be put on the pillar of shame. If you want to turn over, the next time you fight against Emperor Pill, you must win. Simple to say. Shiba scratched his head irritably. Unless he's not in Galar, as long as there is such a giant transformation of lousy, even Adu, it's impossible to be in a pair. A 100% guaranteed win. No, there is one person who can. Kona suddenly interrupted with a flash of the lens. Who? Shiba didn't respond for a while. Mother-in-law Juzi immediately thought of the identity of the person mentioned by Kona. You mean the kid who won the championship at the Silver Mountain Conference? Seriously speaking, the Silver Mountain Conference is one of the most sensational events in recent years. Monster-level rookie that emerged from it also caused heated discussions in many areas. But unfortunately, this grand event came at a bit of an untimely time. The sudden combination of punches from the tournament directly gave Shanghai the originally fiery Silver Mountain Conference. The Pokemon World Championship, the ranked showdown that swept the world, caught everyone's attention. But in that grand event that can be called a monster-level chaos, any one of the famous trainers is still a combat power that cannot be ignored. Especially Bai Z, who finally won the championship. Yes, it's Bai Z. Kona affirmed. Bai Z. Zyba was stunned when he heard the words. Of course, he had also heard of Bai Z's name, let alone experienced it himself. But are you really sure that kid can win against Emperor Pill? Although in the final, Chihong, Bai Z's opponent, made a quasi-god level judgment on Fengsugo, but most people do not have a definite judgment on whether it is accurate or not. After all, in the final analysis, the strength of these new monster-level people who suddenly appeared is still a little too vague, giving people an unreal feeling. Far less powerful than those regional champions. Therefore, most of the time, people subconsciously place these newcomers under the 4 kings and champions of the region, and even subconsciously forget the combat power possessed by these monsters, who break common sense. Even Zyba had personally experienced the level of Gui Baizi's evil spirit, but he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, and he still could not believe that a young man who had debuted for less than a year had already set foot on a quasi-god field. To know. That's quasi-god. Which of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto is not talented, and has been cultivating in the championship position for many years, but until today, he has not even touched the edge of the quasi-god level. A teenage boy. How is this possible? Of course I can. Compared with Shiba's disbelief, he had witnessed the scene where the wind speed dog was almost teasing and easily crushed the champion elves. Kona was convinced of the strength of this wind speed dog. Even if it doesn't reach the realm of quasi-gods, it must have surpassed the level of a Kunuos champion. White Pond. It is absolutely possible to defeat Dandy head-on. But obviously, words alone cannot convince Shiba. And just when the two were about to get into an argument again. Okay, wait for Adu to come back and talk about it. Granny Juzi, who was always sitting with her eyes closed, interrupted her with a crutch with both hands, and said for the time being. Kona and Shiba looked at each other and sat down respectively. The office fell into silence again. And at the same time. Galar. P.S. To clarify, it is not a typo in some places to call the super giant transformation of Dandy's fire-breathing dragon as extremely giant. It is because considering the barrier of regional information, other regions due to the limited knowledge of Galar, I wrote it like this on purpose. 486. Solution. Bravely fight. Galar region, Palace Gate, Loads building. Top layer. Office of the chairman. Jingle bells one by one. The phone ringing suddenly rang in the empty office, waking up the contemplative lords, turning on the communication display, and Olivia, the vice president and secretary, appeared in the rising room. On the prologue screen. President, Dandy Champion wants to see you. Emperor Dan, as expected, I still found him. Luoz sighed softly, but this was completely expected. With Dan Emperor's temperament, it was obvious that he could not accept this like a stolen victory tree. Shook his head. Ross immediately restrained his emotions and nodded slightly to Olivia. Let him come over. Good. Olivia simply responded. Next second. With a whoosh sound, the screen went black, apparently because Olivia took the initiative to hang up from the opposite side. In this regard, Luoz was quite used to it. Right now, the most important thing for him is how to deal with Emperor Pill's affairs. Moment. With the characteristic sound of big strides, the door opened wide, and a man with dark complexion, wearing a football uniform with sword and shield graphics, wearing a peaked cap, covered with bright yellow velvet on the back, printed countless wide the purple youth in the red cape of the report stepped forward. It is the undefeated champion of Galar, Dan D. But, at this moment, Dan D couldn't see the warm and cheerful when 390 in the past. His eyes were gloomy, and his complexion was solemn. As soon as you enter. Before Lowe's could speak, he stepped forward and put his hands on the desk, looking directly at the mentor and friend who had helped him a lot in his career. Lowe's, I need an explanation. Pill Emperor's words are not serious, but Luoz, who is familiar with the other party, is very clear. If he can't give Pill Emperor a satisfactory explanation at this moment, then, with Dan Emperor's temperament, I am afraid he will directly adopt it. Make up for this mistake, in your own way. But once Dan Emperor is allowed to do this, then all his plans are likely to be in vain. Fortunately, he had already figured out how to deal with it. Dandy. At Dandy calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, all I do is for Galar. For Galar. Dandy was not moved by this. He is a champion with an extremely firm will, and he has the belief to follow through to the end. Whether it's for Galar or not, if the policy of action is wrong, then the goal achieved will be meaningless. I understand what you're thinking, Dan D. Luoz's eyes drooped. He got up from the chair, came to the CFED window, turned his back to Dan D, and the voice came out slowly. Do you think it's unfair to use such a fair, opening match as if you stepped on Yulongdu to the top of the strongest king? Saying that, Lowe's turned around. But you have to be clear, before the start of the game, we did not restrict Yulongdu's appearance, the tyrannical carp dragon, it was his own choice. As for this propaganda, Luoz smiled and continued, I admit, I did take advantage of Yulongdu's fame, but the outcome of this battle is the real thing, isn't it? What's more, after the world ranking, the person who really affects and bears enormous pressure is not Yulongdu, but you, Emperor Dan. Me. Dandy frowned. What do you mean? Dan Emperor, you must be clear, this ranking is only temporary. Yulongdu can challenge you at any time, as long as he wins again, then the previous failure can be completely blamed on the future. Do your best, and today's so-called stain will also get richer rewards and fame. But you are different. For Kallal, I will push you to the throne of the strongest king, but if you fail, then this battle that you have criticized a lot will also bring you unparalleled backlash. And the right to choose is entirely in Yulongdu's hands. As long as he is willing, he can challenge you at any time and win back the honor. At that time, it will be the battlefield where both of you decide who is the strongest. The opening game is just a warm-up before that. Lowe's talked eloquently. At last, he turned his gaze to Emperor Dan and asked softly, or, Emperor Dan, you don't want to bear all this for Galar? Of course not. For this point, Dandy did not hesitate at all. But, Never mind. Dandy shook his head, and in the end it was Luaz's words to persuade. After all, in his opinion, with the arrogance of Yulongdu, it won't be long before he will challenge him to regain what was lost in this piece of land. Honor on the land. Until then, let's really decide, the strongest belong. Thinking of this, Dandy's dark eyes brightened again, and in his eyes, a raging fighting spirit suddenly radiated. After Dandy left. Soon. Olivia personally walked into the office with a stack of documents and handed it to Lowe's. President, the candidates who have been persuaded to participate in the challenge have come out. Thank you, Tilda. Lowe's reached out and took it, and began to read. 4. Enough. Arranging the 4 documents on the table one by one, Luaz swept them one by one, smiled and nodded, his expression became positive. Olivier, let's get them started. As he said before, although there are many people who support Dandy's ascent in Galar, there are many criticisms in other areas, and the degree of recognition is not high. The best way is of course to stand with Yulongdu again and defeat Yulongdu and his strongest ace, Kuailong head-on. But this method is too risky. And according to the internal information he bought, Yulongdu probably won't have time to take care of him in a short period of time, and probably won't have time to fight. Of course, this is one of the reasons why Lords designed this one. If Yulongdu doesn't fight, then this famous person who avoids the fight will probably not be able to run away, which is naturally a good thing for Emperor Pill. And what he will do next? It is to use other methods to solve these criticisms on behalf of Dan Emperor. The ranking event of the World Championship continues to ferment. But soon, a piece of news instantly detonated the calm before dawn, sweeping the entire elf world like a gust of wind passing through the border. 56th in the advanced ranking, Kato, the master of Sichuan Town Gym in the Galar region, challenged the Carlos region, the 4 kings of the steel system, and the wild armor of No37. 41st in the advanced ranking, Kawu, the gym master of Jiqing City in the Galar region, challenged the Shanao region, the 4 heavenly kings of the fire department, and the number 29 day. Ranked 13th in the advanced level, Nizi, the master of the gym hall in Zhanpin town, Kalul, challenged the Fengyuan area, the acting champion, the master of the Luli gym, and the master level number 8 Mi Kelly. And finally, ranked 7th in the master class, Chibana, the owner of the gym in Kwangwon City, Kalul, challenged the champion of the Hejong region, Adek, the master class number 5. Galar. In the midst of all the arguments and criticisms, he took the lead and launched a brazen challenge to the top-ranked trainers. 487. Serena, how dare you? Please complete the order. It's interesting now. Bai Zi, who has ended the call with Yulongdu and is taking Serena in Kwangwon City, this retro medieval city, looked at the message projected on the elf bracelet, the corner of his mouth. Smiling. What's wrong? Serena poked her head curiously. Mong tilde. Bai Zi stretched his arms forward so that Serena could see clearly. Moment. Her eyes with a stunned expression. These people in Galar are too arrogant, aren't they? They even launched a challenge directly. Moreover, the challenges are all 4 from each region. The king and even the champion. It's no wonder that Serena wasn't very surprised. After all, in her opinion, no matter how strong the gym owner is it possible that he can really win the champion of the 4 heavenly kings in the region tilde can't it? Speak up. Serena had been full of doubts before. The 8 people who were selected as masters, and even the last one, Michaeli, also served as the champion's agent. And Chibana is just a gym owner in the Galar region. Why is it ranked 7th, and a group of champions in the master level sequence? And also, their Carlos champion, Miss Karunai, was only ranked 6th. Why wasn't even a powerful trainer like Brother Bai Zi selected in the ranking? This is totally unreasonable. Therefore, although Bai Zi and Yulongdu were talking to each other before, they didn't ask for the first time. But in Serena's heart, she already had a great doubt and distrust of this so-called World Championship ranking. That's why. I was so surprised when I saw that the misnamed gym owners in Galar actually dared to take the initiative to challenge the 4 heavenly kings and even the champions in various regions. ... You people, I'm afraid you're not looking for a hammer. You can't say that. Baizi shook his head. Actually, since there are no 4 heavenly kings in the Galar region, the gym owner is already the strongest under the league champion Dandy. Among them, there are many strong enough to be the 4 kings or even champions in other regions. Yes. Although the Galar region also joined the Elf Alliance and established the position of the Alliance champion, under the champion, there was no 4 heavenly kings. Therefore, in addition to the well-known, undefeated champion, Dandy in Galar, such as his master, Mastud, who was suspected of being a master trainer, and the former Galar region champion, Lords the older brother Peony is out of these 2 hidden figures. The 10 Galar gym masters headed by Chibana can almost be regarded as a combination of the 4 heavenly kings and gym masters in other regions. Not to mention, who said that the owner of the museum can't be better than the champion of the king? ... Shabo, the master of the Red Lotus Gym in Kanto, Ban Mu, the master of the Victory Gym, and Lu Bo, the master of the Kaji Gym in Chengdu. Which one is not like the king, the champion, or even the farthest a powerful trainer better than this? The master of the gymnasium is actually enough to be the 4 kings and even the champion in other regions. Selena was stunned when she heard the words. With her knowledge, she naturally couldn't understand who the masters of the gymnasium were. Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger. Moreover, if it wasn't from Baizi's mouth, she would never have believed such a thing. Or, even if it came from Baizi's mouth, she was still a little unbelievable. After all, in the concept accepted from childhood to adulthood, the gym master and the 4 heavenly king champions representing the highest combat power in a region are not units of magnitude at all. However, according to Brother Baizi, since there are no 4 heavenly kings in the Galar region, it is not incomprehensible to classify the 4 heavenly kings among the masters of the Galar gymnasium. So, are they in such a hurry to challenge themselves to prove their strength? Serena asked. Maybe there is a part of it. Baizi's eyes flashed slightly, but I think the more important thing is to give Pill Emperor the bottom line. Loads' plan. Still. Thoughts flashed in Baizi's eyes, but Serena became even more puzzled when she heard the words, being for Dandy. What do you mean? You have to know that although Dandy relied on the game in which he defeated Yulongdu in the opening match and reached the number 1 master level sequence, except for the local Galar, the recognition is not high. Baizi held Serena's little hand, and while strolling the streets of this historic city, he softly explained Serena's confusion. After all, the start and end of this game were too abrupt, there was simply not enough publicity and fermentation, and what Yulongdu used was not his trump card. Such a game is definitely unconvincing. So, how to solve it? Baizi shrugged and asked himself. The easiest and most direct way is of course to have another battle with Yulongdu, who is holding the strongest trump card, and win another victory. But who of the regional champions who are in office now dare to say that they will win Yulongdu? And you also know that Yulongdu has no plans at all in a short time. Long Luoz, it is very likely that he also learned about this through some means. 0. That's why, I deliberately chose this time period to pit Yulongdu. As he said, Baizi played with Serena's little hand, and his smile gradually became playful. Since it is impossible to fight directly again, whether objectively or subjectively, if you want to increase the gold content of the master level sequence number 1 of Pill Emperor, you can only use another method. That's right. Let others take a look at the level of the gym owners who have been defeated by Emperor Dan over the years. You mean? Serena stared. Looks like you've thought of it too. Baizi pointed out with a light smile, as long as these few Galar gym owners are strong enough to successfully defeat these long-established famous people in various regions. King, champion. So, who else can question the power of Emperor Dan? What's more, at the moment when Yulongdu is not responding. How dare you? After a long time, Serena couldn't help but sigh softly. After all, no matter how you plan, the fundamental thing is to win, and once you lose, it can only be a joke. ... Begging _ 488. Do you know if you have played it? Don't you dare, you won't know if you've beaten it. Saying that, Baizi shook the elf bracelet on his wrist and said with a chuckle. And you see, the first guy to accept the challenge has already appeared. Now, the remaining 3, I'm afraid they can't accept it if they want to. The latest news, N.37 feet S. Carlos Steel Heavenly King Yan Armor, has accepted the challenge from number 56 Kobo, the master of the gymnasium in the town of Galar. Serena read the news softly, and her expression gradually became stunned. This is our 4 kings of Carlos. Serena never thought that the first person to accept the challenge was the 4 heavenly kings of their Carlos. But thinking about it is normal. Among the 4 heavenly kings, the 390s, Yan Armor advocates the spirit of chivalry, and has always been open to challenges in an upright manner. Even, because of the joy of indulging in the battle of the spirits, that Knighthood Hall was specially established for training spirits and trainers who pursued true power. Therefore, it is indeed reasonable for him to accept the challenge from Kobo so neatly. Just should be able to win, right? Serena murmured to herself in a low voice. She should have had enough confidence in her own 4 heavenly kings, but Baizi also said that among the gym masters in Galar the powerhouses are not inferior to the 4 heavenly kings and even the champions in other regions. Come on, this too. It was because he was scared of the opponent's almost desperate plan. After all, if you really don't have 2 brushes, how can you dare to challenge the champion of the 4 heavenly kings in other regions? Because of this, Serena's heart was shaken. Okay, don't think about it so much, it's a win or a loss, you'll know when you see the result, or you can try to participate in this qualifying, right? Baizi suggested with a chuckle. But actually, if the levels of both sides are similar, Baizi is actually more optimistic about those gym owners in the Galar region. Because compared to the 4 heavenly kings and even the champions who have rarely fought with all their strength, the Galar region has a special environment and fighting atmosphere. Almost every year, various knockout matches, ranking matches, star matches and even the annual Champions Cup are held. These competitions are almost all grand gatherings involving all the trainers in Galar. Those strong gym owners will basically participate, compete with each other, and finally challenge the Dan Emperor. Therefore, trainers from Galar are far superior to trainers from other regions in the same period in terms of high intensity and high-level combat experience. The masters of the gymnasiums are even more reluctant to give in to each other, and they all continue to forge ahead with the goal of chasing the undefeated champion, Dandy of Galar. Such a fighting atmosphere is unmatched by other regions. And benefit from this. The masters of the gymnasiums in the Galar region are sharpening their swords almost every day, and the champions of the 4 heavenly kings in high positions have not been able to fully. The battle is over. But, as Baizi said, no matter how they discuss here, the final result depends on the real-time battle between the 2 sides to know exactly. A trainer who can become the 4 heavenly kings and champions, but none of them are easy to match. And just fine. First battle, between him and Kobo, which kicked off, was scheduled for 3 days later. As for the location, it is in the Kwangwon city where the 2 of them are now. As the challenge place of the gym, the Kwangwon Arena. Are you participating in a tournament? Serena's eyes flickered, and she felt a moment of thought, but obviously, she is not ready to go to the competition right now. You don't need to make a decision in a hurry. I'm not ready to leave Galar for the time being. When that time comes, let's just go and see the battle between Kobo and Yan Kai. With a light smile, he rubbed the small head of Serena, who was sinking into meditation. Baizi was about to close the virtual screen displayed by the wristband. Next second, 2 messages in succession flashed one by one. Chenao area, the Fire King Day, accept the challenge. Close black lens bracket. Fangyuan area, acting champion Michaeli, accept the challenge. Close black lens bracket. Oh. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, and after a while, before he could sigh, another message came too late. Hajong area, champion Adek, accept the challenge. Close black lens bracket. Quote. I thought you would simply ignore the opponent's challenge. In the cafe, I witnessed my friend Michael's indifferent operating system, logged in, and accepted the challenge. Dago couldn't help but sneered. After all, he knew the character of his friend very well. Although he pursues the ultimate beauty, he also has a soft spot for all kinds of performances by the coordinator. But in fact, on weekdays, Mikri is a calm and uncontested personality, a guy similar to a hermit, who is not too keen on fighting. But it's not just a challenge to me personally. Michael said calmly, now, as the champion's agent, I also represent Fang Yuan's face. Avoiding and not fighting is a challenge to me. This person is not responsible for the responsibility. That's right, since Yan Kai accepted the challenge, others have no choice. Dao shook his head and sighed. I will win. 4.3 Mikli put down the trimming knife, a dignified look flashed on his handsome face. Let's talk later, I'll go first. Words fall. Mikli immediately got up and walked towards the balcony outside the cafe. In an instant, a sound of wings spread suddenly and gradually disappeared. Inside the cafe, Dao, who had been sitting alone for a long time, re-clicked the projection card on the desktop, and a blue light curtain was generated, reflecting on Dao's handsome face. His eyes were fixed on the two people who were standing in front of him, and in his eyes, an amazing edge flashed away. The strongest. 489. Target, God of Alien, Wuji Taina. These guys, why are they so uneasy? Adek, who was sitting on a tree stump on an open lawn in the Forest of Oaths in the back mountain of his hometown, in Xuanmu town in the Hajong area, looked at the old-fashioned pictorial communicator and sighed. To be honest, Adek was also a reckless trainer in the past, and battles have always been known for being violent and fierce, not to mention deep and dangerous adventures through mountains and mountains, or searching for powerful strengths. Trainer comes to challenge. It can be said that when he was young, he was a real fighting maniac. At this point, explosive trend, that Adek realized back then, it can actually be seen. Explosive flames, in addition to embodying his focus on fire attributes, also pointed out that he implements. The will of the mind manifests. A fiery belief that surges like a raging flame. But, in the end, that was just the past. Today, he has long since abandoned his beliefs. If he was a normal heavenly king, he would be able to deal with it easily. But this will obviously bring together the 25 world's top trainers in a chaotic fight. He is afraid that he can only serve as a stepping stone. Being shot to death on the beach by these back waves is a road. Go. Uncle, why are you looking so downcast? You are the champion of our Hajong region. You should use the power of thunder to overcome the challenge of a mere gym owner. It's just right to be crushed at the bottom. Such a lack of motivation is really living up to the title of champion. A healthy wheat-skinned girl with a knee-length bun and a healthy body slapped Adek's shoulder vigorously, ignoring the pain in the corner of the other's mouth, and ranting with dissatisfaction. It was Alice, who I hadn't seen for a long time. Shortly after the Silver Mountain Conference ended, she took Xiaohuang and returned to her hometown Hajong area to start a new round of cultivation. Trip. While passing through Shuanglong City, I went to visit my master, the Dragon Master, Shaka. I happened to meet Adek, the champion of the Commonwealth, who also came to visit Shaka. Seeing the joy of the hunter, Alice directly challenged Adek. Although Adek is no longer at his peak, he is still a solid veteran champion, obviously not at this time. Alice can be shaken. At last, this challenge naturally ended in Alice's defeat. But Alice's skillful fighting style, her champion-level strength, and her dragon-like tyrannical potential, made Adek a treasure. Since the end of the battle that led to the death of his best partner, Adek's belief, will and pursuit have almost died together. To this day, The reason why he still holds the position of the United Champion is that there is no suitable successor to shoulder the responsibility of this United League Champion. In these years, he has traveled all over the United States, not only to fill the loneliness in his heart when his partner is absent, but also to find a successor who can shoulder the United States Championship. The appearance of Alice finally gave him a feeling of relief. Just a little too impulsive. Shaking his head secretly, Adek calmly moved away from the girl's palm and explained, "Alice, you can't just look at the surface. You must know that today's gala is attracting attention and controversy because of Emperor Dan's ascent to the top. At this time, a large-scale challenge to the heavenly kings and champions in other regions is suddenly made, which is clearly intended to alleviate the controversy over Dandy's ascent to the top. Simply put, I want to step on us, the challenged, and give Galar and Dante the power from the side." Hearing this, Alice suddenly felt a little indignant. Using our United Champions to give them Galar's champions. They are clearly looking down on you, uncle. You. Adek suddenly sounded a little unpleasant, sighed, and continued, "Alice, if you think about it from another angle, since they dare to put the object of leeway on the incumbent king of heaven even on the champion's head, what does this mean?" "Take you as a soft persimmon," Alice said seriously. Adek's head suddenly burst out with a blue cross, and he couldn't help but reach out and tap on Alice's little head. It shows that they have He Tianwang, and even the champion, compete against each other, and even win the battle. Is that so? Alice shook her head indifferently, then looked at Adek. So what? Will you lose? Adek was stunned for a moment, but soon, he calmed down, and in his lazy tone as always, there was an incomparable firmness. "When your little girl officially grows into the Hujong area, I'm not going to lose before the pillars." Tilda. Alice scratched her head and showed a hearty smile as if she didn't realize it. "Don't worry, uncle, even if you lose, I will win it back for you. This is my promise, the future Dragon Master, Alice. The future Master of the Dragon. I will look forward to that day." Adek chuckled and stood up from the tree stump, casually patted the wood chips on his trousers, and glanced at Alice in front of him and the girl beside her who kept quiet all the time. "Now, let's go to meet the so-called Master Number 7 Chibana, what kind of power he has." "It's ridiculous, Tilda." Alice looked excited, grabbed Xiaohuang's little hand, jumped up and cheered. "Target, Galar, go go go. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. Galar." During the day, I accompanied Serena to play around the western ancient city full of medieval style in Kwangwon City. In the evening, the two had dinner, and Baizi arranged accommodation for Selena. In the dead of night, Baizetsai quietly jumped down from the balcony of the suite, towards the very center of Kwangwon City, where the medieval castle-like building quietly sneaked away. The Fist Gate Arena. And his goal. Naturally, it is the alien god hidden in the underground of the Fist Gate Arena, sleeping in the Energy Factory, 1 by 1. 490. Energy Factory, Kang Zheng's killing intent. The Kwangwon Arena, which is said to be located in the very center of the Galar region, is also a landmark building in Kwangwon City. Historical. There are even rumors that Yulongdu once practiced the dragon attribute here, and was influenced by its long-standing traditional costumes and customized his own uniform. That is him. He was wearing a blue corset that resembled a British dress. With the help of superpowers, and Baizi's leg strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, it didn't take long for him to reach the arch of the suspension bridge outside the main entrance of the Kwangwon Arena. Have to say, the competitive atmosphere of the Galar region is indeed much higher than that of other regions. The facilities of the arena and gymnasiums in other regions are quite luxurious and spacious. Of course, this is also inseparable from the jauntization of the characteristics of the Galar region. After all, the size and destructive power of the elves after the jauntization are far beyond ordinary, and naturally they cannot be used in a small environment. Play to your heart's content. And apart from that, on weekdays, except for the challenges of gymnasiums that are very rare in the Galar region. In addition to the core area of the Kwangwon Arena, large and small battle parties will be held most of the time. Cabana, who is the owner of the gym in Kwangwon City, will also end up from time to time to hold and participate in the gigantic competition, in order to promote the growth of local trainers, and drive the consumption industry chain around the gigantic competition. In Galar, the elves battle, especially the gigantic competition. Juhua battle is the most popular entertainment among the locals. There are no personnel stationed on the upper floors of the Kwangwon Arena. In the entire arena, under the investigation of Baizi's mind power, apart from a dozen ordinary staff members, there was not even a single security guard who was in charge of stationing. Baizi didn't care. As a pure battle arena, there is no need to garrison in the boxing arena. But the power plant hidden in the ground is the place where the god from the alien planet is sealed. As the cornerstone of Laz's delusional desire to realize what he calls infinite energy. Baizi couldn't believe that Luoz would be so careless. But he was already prepared for this. Fuck tilde. For a moment, Zoroark's figure suddenly loomed from his side, his paws placed on Baizi's raised left arm, and in the next second, one person and one pet suddenly disappeared in place. Brush. In the subtle white light, Baizi with Zoroark appeared in an incomparably empty enclosed space. Except for the elevator door behind him, the entire enclosed space is only linked by a path that shines with white light, a hemispherical platform located in the very center of the space. On the platform, in twos and threes, the staff in uniform are surrounding a copper-colored metal-like ball, carrying out intense operations and records. It's here. Warehouse, where the remnant of the sleeping Wujitai was sealed. And at this moment, katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Baizi sensed a elf ball on his waist trembling frantically, and at the same time, Kang Zheng's telepathy, full of awe-inspiring killing intent, also rose to Baizi's ears. Baizi, I feel it, Wujitai is sleeping in that thing in front of me. I know Kang Shang. Baizi held down the secret ball, and telepathically contacted him. But now is not the time to deal with Wujitai. Above here, but the downtown area inhabited by countless humans and elves. Baizi could understand Kang Zheng's excitement at this time. After all, heroes, guarding Galar's homeland, she and Zhangmarant came from an alien planet like Wujitaina, and brought the night's manifestation that almost brought the Galar region to its demise. The source of the present disaster is the inherent oppositional relationship. Both sides can be described as endless. And the same. Baizi also covets Wujitai. After all, it is a top-level legend. If it can be subdued, Baizi is naturally not too much. But after possessing the steel-armored crow, a special giant elf that mutated into a very giant organ, Baizi has a new direction for Wujitai's original coveted. From 3,000 years ago, when Wujitai wanted to replenish energy, he prepared to absorb the energy factors of the entire Galar region and create a phenomenon of night that almost destroyed the entire Galar region. Of style. This guy. Obviously a vicious god, who acts without any scruples. Even if such a guy is forcibly subdued, it still needs to be said whether it can be used by Baizi. That being the case. So why not create your own brand new Night King? In this way, I won't have an unpleasant quarrel with Kang Shang because of Wujitai Na. It's completely killing two birds with one stone. But like he said, whether it's Kang Zheng's killing intent for Wujitaina or Baizi's coveted heart for Wujitaina, this time and place are not the best time to deal with Wujitaina. Once Wuji is eliminated, it will be broken. Then Kwangwon City, which has become a top legendary battlefield, is afraid that it will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Casualties. At least tens of thousands. Even if Baizi wasn't a virgin, he still wasn't so mad. And the local legend of Galar, known as a hero, is not the case with Kang Shang. I understand, Baizi, but since I found Wujitaina's hiding place, then... Don't worry, I already have a surefire plan, just leave it to me. Bai Zi said comfortingly. His words were not purely to appease Kang Xiang. In fact, good promise. Wujitai, this alien poisonous dragon, whether it is dead or alive, Bai Zi cannot easily give up. But in the downtown area, Bai Zi doesn't have the appeal of Lowe's in the Galar region, so he can empty the city residents in a short time, so he can't act recklessly. Actually, there are many ways to solve this problem. Whether it is time, space or teleportation of superpowers, it is enough for Bai Zi to reselect the battlefield for Wujitaina. Of course. If you want to drag a top legend like Wujitaina, even if it is half crippled, it is not something that ordinary elves can do. But it just so happens that time and space Bai Zi may be a little helpless for the time being, but with superpowers, then there are not one or two top legends he knows. Back. 491. Creation personality, eat my iron fist of justice. Mewtwo, Dream, Lugia. No matter which one of them, if you say that they can win one-on-one, it may not be easy to say, but move a half-crippled poisonous dragon to no one. District is still easy. By then, Bai Zi is brain dead to be one-on-one with you. It must be a call for friends and friends, opening up to besiege you, an alien invader. Open black lens bracket eat me justice iron fist. JPG close black lens bracket. Of course. In addition, Bai Zi actually has a better solution. After all, even if it is moved to a no-man's land, with the level of control of the extreme energy, it will inevitably stimulate the phenomenon of night, create a huge disaster, and absorb it. Night covers all energy particles in the range to restore and supply itself. This is the natural instinct of Wujitai, and it is also the most difficult point for it to deal with. Therefore, want to deal with Wujitai na. The best solution is naturally to gather attacks that exceed the opponent's limit in a short period of time, and before it reacts, it will be instantly annihilated to the point of death. And then seal. But yeah. Not to mention a top legend, especially a guy like Wujitaina who is shattered and still 390 cannot die, obviously has a tyrannical vitality, it is difficult to be killed by a single blow. It is said that the infinite elimination itself. The saying goes, eat a moat, grow a wiser. Thousands of years ago, King Xiang and Zhang Marant were besieged and beaten by two brothers and sisters, and they were almost destroyed. Now, thousands of years later, as long as it has a brain, I am afraid it will not easily stay where it is, and the thugs gathered by Bai Zi are tough. If a top legend is shameless to escape and avoid war, I am afraid that the vast majority of existences in the entire world will feel a headache. Again. It is to find a way to cut off its influence and absorption of external energy. The point is to cut off, or in other words, isolate. There is naturally no shortage of similar sealing methods in the elf world. But if you want to completely isolate the energy factor contained in everything in the elf world like an arm, such an ability, I am afraid that only the creation god, Al Young. Al Zeus could do it. But the main world does not work, and the subsidiary space is also a part of the main world. So, what about another world? If it's Necrozma. Feeling the sound that gradually calmed down, Bai Zi stared at the warehouse, where Wujitai was, and a thought flashed across his eyes. Necrozma is said to bring light to the Alola region, and is also the creator of the ultimate space, the god of radiance. How much the difference in strength is, but only in terms of personality, Necrozma is undoubtedly the only existence comparable to Arceus in the elf world today. Similar to Wujitana's energy-eating characteristics, Necrozma also has the ability to eat light. In addition, as the source of the ultimate aura, energy unique to the ultimate world, Necrozma is the same as Arceus, Necrozma in the form of the bright god. Ultimate aura is controlled like an arm command. In addition, the ability to open the ultimate hole at will, which is unique to the legendary space Pokémon If you use Necrozma to deal with Wujitai, it is completely possible to directly open a hole to package Wujitaina into the ultimate space. At that time, use the desolate ultimate space as the legendary battlefield, and let Necrozma use the ultimate aura to isolate Wujitai's absorption and absorption of energy particles. Tisk tisk tilde. This is simply the perfect way to deal with it. Exactly, I can complete Necrozma's entrustment first, and then come to the trouble of Wujitai, without delay. There was a decision in his heart, but Baizi left immediately in no hurry. Before that, he still has to try it out. CFED, can he try to get the current attribute panel of Wujitai through the sphere warehouse that seals Wujitai? Curiosity is one thing. One more. The so-called know yourself and the enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. And just when Baizi was about to go up and take a look. Click tilde. With the slight sound, the independent elevator door behind Baizi suddenly opened to both sides. Amidst the crisp high-heeled shoes, a gloomy beauty with long blonde hair, pale complexion, and bright business attire stepped out. Olivia. Baizi recognized the identity of this woman at a glance. It was Luaz's secretary and his most loyal subordinate, Olivia. Speak up. Although this woman appeared to be a gloomy beauty on the surface, her original emotions fluctuated greatly. Such performance is purely self-made. And Olivier herself is also a very good researcher. She invented the giant wristband that can make the elves realize the gigantic maneuverability in a specific place. Da. In the crisp sound of stamping, Olivia walked past Baizi's side without seeing it, stepped on the floating platform path and boarded the hemisphere platform, and then started the routine inquiry directly, showing a resolute look. The color of the line. How's the situation in the warehouse? Everything is normal now, but the core absorbs Galar particles faster and faster, and I'm afraid it won't be long before it will exceed the load of the warehouse again. This warehouse is prepared for this purpose. Prepare to release the overloaded energy. Yes. Baizi led Zoroark to float not far from Olivia and the staff, his eyes slightly swaying. This so-called core is obviously worth the Wujitaina sleeping in this sphere. And in order to avoid the overload of the warehouse that sealed Wujitai, the energy released is also the giant energy formed by the infection of Wujitai. Speak up. Over the years, he was often hit by a sudden energy beam, and then suddenly turned into a giant, leading to the formation of the out-of-control elves, which was precisely because of this. Although these elves are basically in the outskirts of the city, they still inevitably cause a lot of elves and even casualties. So, when the champion Dandy found out about Wujitina, it is understandable that he resolutely parted ways with his longtime partner Loz. After all, they are not the same kind of people at all. 492. The prototype of power. The desire of the steel-armored crow. Change, ask. But this has nothing to do with Baizi, taking advantage of Olivier and a group of staff to operate the warehouse, ready to release the extreme energy. He slowly approached the warehouse, stretched out his hand, and got close to the outer wall of the metal sphere. Single quote. Baizi's power is a kind of power that is close to the mind, and the power of exploration contained in it usually shows the power of view, but in fact, it is within the scope of the spread of Baizi's power. Everything inside could not escape Baizi's investigation. Of seeing, with his eyes on weekdays is that it is easier to clarify the target and it is more convenient that's all. And at this moment, it's done. Warehouse, that sealed Wujitana could not be isolated. His power of Baizi. Open black lens bracket extremely large factor. Slightly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket superconducting alloys. Slightly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket radiation crystal. Omitted. Close black lens bracket. 1. The attribute panels of the item descriptions are arranged layer by layer, and for a while, Baizi has the feeling that he downloaded too many learning materials in one go in his previous life, causing the page cache to be cached. illusion. But soon, he found his goal from it. Race, promise Tina, incomplete form, promise giant form, lack of energy, half seal. Attribute, poison, dragon. Characteristic, pressure. Level, level 1 God peak, level 1 God limit, level 119,100 Potential, level 1 God, exception. HP, 140 255. Attack, 85 115. Defense, 95 250. Special attack, 145 125. Special defense, 95 250. Speed, 130. Exclusive skills, extreme cannon, promise beam, half seal. Common skills, poison tail, strange light, dragon tail, high speed movement, poison, venom shock, dragon dance, cross poison blade, dragon wave, jet flame, cosmic power, self-regenerate, destroy the deadlight. Close black lens bracket. Status, extremely poor, extremely impotent. Law comprehension, dragon 100%, poison 99%. Power, infection, poison, prototype. Introduction. The alien visitor born in the meteorite that fell to the ground 20,000 years ago, the king of the night, has a huge energy that can catalyze the formation of a huge behemoth, and has already arrived. Reaching the limit of a first-level god, you can set foot in the mighty power of creation level just one step away from the door, and you have already understood the prototype of the power of power. It has to be said that Wujitai's majestic background, even if it is in a state of incompleteness, still has the strength comparable to the peak first-level god. The property panel is gorgeous. With Baizi's knowledge, it's only slightly inferior to Cheomeng. This is only from the perspective of hard power. From the perspective of power comprehension, Wujitai will be ahead of Cheomeng. Of course, it can be seen that the power of Wujitana's power has not been fully comprehended for a long time. It is very likely that the understanding of the law at the beginning went the wrong way. Stuck in the comprehension of 99% of the poison-type law, it abruptly hindered the creation-level poison-type power of Wujitai, and the formation of infection. However, from the perspective of hard power, Cheomeng obviously surpassed it more thoroughly. After all, even if he has the bonus of a prototype, Wujitai is still one step away from getting involved in the creation-level mighty power. But Baizi clearly remembered it. Dark Super Dream. Although the power of power has not been involved in the slightest, it is already half-footed in the field of creation, reaching the point where it can break through almost at any time. Report, energy debugging is complete. Just when Baizi fell into deep thought, the staff's report woke him up. Baizi hurriedly backed away from the warehouse that was still operating. And next. It was Olivia's cold and almost unwavering voice. Recently, Galar is going to hold a ranking challenge for the championship. This time, the scattered release will not be used. The particle release will be concentrated. However, if it is released in a concentrated manner, it is very likely to create new extremely huge energy points. A researcher hesitated. Then keep a distance, record the coordinates, and I will send someone to deal with it. Olivia's expression did not change. Do it immediately. Yes. Concentrate the particles and prepare to release. With the continuous operation of the staff, a huge and manic energy gradually gathered above the spherical warehouse. Ask for flowers. Soon. A sturdy dark red ray suddenly shot out, and through the open launch port, it quickly moved away from the pitch-black sky. And at this moment, Baizi suddenly felt that the capture ball equipped with the steel-armored crow shook violently. Mind power sweeps away. Followed by an incomparably longing emotion was immediately conveyed to Baizi's mind by capturing the ball. This is. Baizi was stunned for a moment, but then he understood the meaning of the steel-armored crow awakened from a deep sleep. 0. To put it more clearly, the steel-armored crow has an instinctive desire to devour this energy. So, the steel-armored crow can directly absorb the extreme energy. This thought flashed in Bai Zi's mind. Immediately after. Want, that energy, really want. Ellipsis katakana middle dot dot. It reacted to the extremely huge energy particles that were just released. Before he could think about it, Bai Zi was immediately wrapped in the power of thought, and with Zoroark who had not yet reacted, he went straight up through the air, taking advantage of the launch port that had not yet been closed, and shot towards the extreme giant. Energy particle beams, chase. Next second. Chirp, underscore. The high-pitched air breaking sound was accompanied by a strong wind, overflowing in the resealed space. What's the matter? Olivia subconsciously made a defensive gesture, and quickly wiped her slender palm from her waist. In an instant, a graceful snake-shaped elf swam out of the white light and swept her away. Wrap around. Minas. At the same time, an elf in the shape of a snow girl in the far east also floated up, and the amazing cold air turned into a sky, floating up and down above Olivia's head. It was the ice breath of the snow girl. Bai Zi left early. Otherwise. Seeing this scene, I will definitely admire Olivia. It is enough to be called an impeccable response to the enemy. P.S. Gloomy Beauty Olivia tilde begging. 493. Unpredictable disaster, Kato. The boulder field, north of the Giant's Hat Rock, the Dust Depression and the Giant's Mirror Pool. Further north. It is the Kwangwon Hills that are closely connected to the southern suburbs of Kwangwon City. The boulder field is as its name suggests. On the green grassy fields, there are piles of large and small, strangely shaped boulders, like a chessboard that has been randomly disrupted. And this moment. Under the moonlit night, a young girl with short white-gray hair and a headband decorated like rabbit ears was sitting on the top of a boulder. With every breath, in Galar's characteristic trainer suit, the vest line clearly outlined by the close-fitting black base coat fluctuates very regularly, giving people a fairly straight line. The beauty of beauty. Well, to put it simply, she is a beautiful sports girl from the martial arts department. And this beautiful girl who sits and meditates in the wilderness late at night is none other than the owner of the Sujuanjun Gymnasium, who is known as a karate genius in Galar, Kai, 390, beams. On Kato's side, on top of the other 3 stone pillars that were lowered in turn, were 3 fighting elves of the same evolutionary sequence: strange power, heroic power, and arm strength. 1 person and 3 favorites, all of them are in a deep meditation at the moment. And the reason why they practice this late at night is naturally for the championship that will be held in the Kwangwon City Arena in 3 days. Tournament ranking battle. The opponent is the old Steel King of the Carlos region, Yan Kai. Although according to the information handed over to her, this Steel King who advocates chivalry is still the last among the 4 kings of Carlos, whose overall strength is not top-notch. But no matter what, that is the 4 heavenly kings. Even with the intelligence and the innate advantage of the geographical location, Kato dare not be careless in the slightest. Therefore, as soon as the opponent was determined, he once again embarked on a spiritual journey to the wilderness, hoping to meet this powerful enemy from afar in the best state. Moonlight, cool. And at this moment of silence. Swoosh. A penetrating dark red light beam suddenly shot down from a high altitude in a parabolic line, and the scattered light spots and the downward airflow made Kato wake up instantly. What? He looked up subconsciously. Disk, that completely covered the entire sky within the line of sight and crashed down. The attack has not yet come. The strong wind pressure it drives has already suppressed Kato's head. And just at this juncture. Gay tilde. With the familiar low roar, Kato felt her waist tighten. Next second. Her entire body, together with her heroic strength and arm strength, rose into the air, and was thrown directly out of the shrouded range of the beam of light by the strange strength. And the strange power that had done all this was instantly unavoidably swept away by the beam of light. Beyond the beam of light. Howley landed quickly and steadily, and took advantage of the situation to catch the somewhat chaotic wrist force in the air. Kato, who was on the side, also stepped back and stood still with a vigor that is not inferior to the heroic force, looking at the top of the sky-penetrating beam of light that submerged the strange force, the entrance of the storm like a black hole, and her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Quote, Extremely large energy point. Ascetic monk, who measures nearly 80% of the wilderness of Galar with almost both feet, Kato naturally knows this thing. The so-called energy point. In the final analysis, it is Wujitai's broken torso, which is the unique energy field formed by the so-called wishing star and the fragments of the wishing star. Because in the final analysis, it is the giant energy of Wujitai-ina. Therefore, near the energy point, the trainer can use the giant wristband that adjusts the giant energy to make his elf enter the Go Gigantic. In the wild, because of the special attraction contained in the huge energy, the energy points are almost occupied by wild elves, forming the so-called Pokemon nest. In these nests, almost all of them are violent elves that have grown huge because of the enormous energy. Of course, Kato didn't know about the inside story of Wujitai-ina. But it is often deep, 0.8 feet 5, 6, 1 inch 0, 9 inches 7, 8, 2, ling, long, going into the wild for a spiritual journey. The footprints have almost covered the entire Ja. Kato in the Lear Wilderness area is also no stranger to the so-called Pokemon Nest energy point. Dropped from the sky. This is the first time. But it was obviously too late to think about it now. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, a strange force with a shape like a small mountain broke free from the beam of light. Its overall color has become dim. The front end of its forearms are covered with orange-yellow lines like lava. The pattern on the belt has also changed, and the legs have basically become black and bright yellow. His eyes were shining like light bulbs. Around the waist, 3 red clouds representing super-giant transformation surround. Red light all over the body. It's like the titans in myths appear in the world. Strange power, super-giant form. Monster. Kato gave a tentative greeting. Next second. Gay. The strange force that had apparently been manipulated by the invading gigantic energy had no intention of responding at all. The hill-like fist was swung, and without hesitation, it fell in the direction of Kato. All of a sudden, the huge fighting energy that was almost visible to the naked eye quickly condensed onto a pair of right fists that were smashed by the supergiant monster force under the increase of the giant's stance. One by one, a huge fist fight. This pounding like a mountain overturning covered Kato and all the heroic and armed strength around her, giving people the illusion of being unavoidable and unmatched. Color beans will naturally not resist hard. Not to mention that the monster power is the strongest trump card in her hand. Such a huge amount of supergiant energy infusion makes the supergiant monster power at this time more powerful than ever. Now, even if she had all her hands on her body, she might not be able to stop the supergiant monster power. Not to mention, the combat power she has around her today is nothing but the heroic power of a second team and the armed strength that has passed through her infancy soon. No fight at all. Withdraw. Kato, who has retreated in shape, almost shouted this word with his teeth. Retire before fighting. 4.3 is especially about his best partner. For the strong Kato, it is no different from coming Mirai escape. But she also knew very well that if she was too hot-headed to fight hard, it would also be a foolish act of sending her to death. It was not her life alone. Boom. Punch to the ground. Even if they avoided a frontal blow, the gust of wind caused by the extremely powerful fist fight still made Kato and the heroic force in his arms roll out like a gourd. And right now. Feng Feng. Accompanied by the violent flapping of wings, a clear voice resounded in the sky. Oops, are you a step too late? P.S. Kato's wife appears. 494. The shy girl is shy, the giant nemesis. Change, ask. Who? Kato struggled to get up from the arms of her mother, who was protecting her, and looked at the tall and straight figure standing on the top of the bird of prey where the layers of wind pressure filled the air. The silver-white broken hair that is similar to his own hair color, the pure black uniform complements the night, and the blue eyes, even if they are far apart, give the illusion that they are close to him. In the pupils that are as clear and bright as the blue sea and clear sky, the scene that rises and rises like clouds and mists is clearly visible. It's so pretty. To be honest, this is the first time that Kato has discovered that someone's eyes can be so good-looking and easy to see. She can't even take her eyes away from such a look at each other. And many more. Kato suddenly came back to her senses. In the eyes. Doesn't that mean? Eyes regained clarity. As predicted. The other party and herself are now looking at each other, and she can clearly see the smile in the other party's eyes. Poof, underscore. A burst of hot air suddenly rose from the top of Kato's blushing face. Subsequently. Then only 25 saw her turn around, her slender but smooth and well-defined right arm raised, and punch directly on a tree trunk on the side where most of the branches and leaves had been blown away. The shy girl is shy. JPG. As Kato. In the sky, a smile flashed across Baizi's eyes. Naturally, he recognized Kato's identity for the first time, but he didn't expect that the first meeting between him and Kato would be such a scene. However, Baizi's eyes were deflected, and he looked at the supergiant's strange power below. Gular particles, are they absorbed by this guy? Between words. An invisible streamer flickered in his pupils. Next second. Race, strange power, supergiant transformation. Attribute, fighting. Characteristic, no defense due to no defense tactics, the moves from both sides will definitely hit. Level, Tianwang high level, supergiant temporary increase, Tianwang first level, level 62, 55 100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 90, attack, 130, defense, 80, special attack, 65, special defense, 85, speed, 55. Skill, slightly, temporarily unavailable. Genetic skill, double return temporarily unavailable. Extremely huge moves, extremely huge fist fight, extremely huge defensive wall, extremely huge attack, extremely huge rock, extremely huge bully. Supergiant move, supergiant knowing strike. Status, chaos, energy level saturation. Introduction. The supergiant supercharged by the supergiant energy, the mind is in chaos. Sure enough. Baizi raised his eyebrows. Same. The steel-armored crow also noticed that his food had been cut off, and the sharp pupils that looked directly at the strange power suddenly turned bad. Although it was purified by the power of Baizi, the number of under the influence of the enormous energy of the years, the steel-armored crow is not a good-tempered existence. Now that I haven't started immediately, it's just that Baizi hasn't ordered yet. Otherwise, it has already let the guy below know what cruelty is. Gay. The supergiant monster also does not dare to act rashly. Although it has no consciousness now, the creature's instinctive sense of crisis and the fear of facing a natural enemy still drive it. With it, it forcibly suppressed the urge to attack. All tense. Even subconsciously made a defensive action. This. Kato, who finally recovered, looked at this scene in astonishment. The supergiant monster power that was completely out of control was actually facing the supergiant steel armor of the opponent. When the crow, did you make a defensive action? With such an oppressive force, how strong is this steel-armored crow? But in fact, there is another important reason why the supergiant's strange power has such a performance. Quack tilde. Under telepathy, Baizi, who understood the meaning of the steel-armored crow, raised his eyebrows in surprise. You mean, you can forcefully absorb its enormous energy? Gah. Steel Armor Crow immediately gave a positive answer. Good guy. Even the huge energy contained in the body of the elf can be forcibly absorbed. You are the steel armor, the giant nemesis, and the crow, aren't you? In that case. Baizi jumped up from the steel-armored crow's head, glanced at Kato who looked worried not far away, and added, take it lightly. Hanging IJ. The next second, Baizi disappeared above the steel-armored crow's head. And with Baizi's departure. Wow! The steel-armored crow suddenly uttered a shrill hissing like a cloud-piercing rock, and between its wings waving, the steel claws were rendered bright white, and the supergiant monster below the supergiant monster suddenly took the lead in the rapid fall. Catch. Slap. ... As a permanent gigantic bird of prey 407 with a giant organ, the steel-armored crow is naturally not restricted by the gigantic moves, and it is not a problem to use normal elf tricks. And almost instantly. Boom! With the violent wind pressure, the steel-armored crow still rushed in front of the supergiant monster force in an instant, and its two claws were like a pair of iron hoops, and the head of the supergiant monster force was locked inside. Subsequently, completely ignoring the struggle of the supergiant monster, the chaos fist slammed into the chest, the wings were extremely spread, and the steel claws were exerting force, and it directly rose to the ground with the monster force. Draw an arc from the air. Suddenly. Destroyed it on the ground. Fighting type moves. Revenge. In an instant, the entire boulder field was shaken. This guy. Below, witnessing the continuous beating of the steel-armored crow on the supergiant monster force, which is very visual, Baizi couldn't help but twitch. Okay. This is to spread the anger that was beaten by the giant gold monster on the 11th position island before on the supergiant monster force. It's alright. As expected of my elf. 495. Champion level, hungry giant organ. Fantastic power. Seeing her partner being ruthlessly abused, Kato couldn't bear it any longer. But just as she was about to go up, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turn around. Then I saw the young man standing above the steel-armored crow's head. At this moment, he was putting one hand on his shoulder, and his eyes were calmly looking at the battlefield. Don't worry, the steel-armored crow is measured. Kato's body froze, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. Are you measured? Almost all of my strange power is about to be smashed into the supergiant, you tell me it's measured. But just when she was about to refute and break free from Baizi's palm, the change in the field made her eyes wide open. Even the one behind him seemed to be posing, and was imprisoned in place by the burning white thought force, and neither the heroic force nor the armed strength of the attacking shape was found. Now, as a battlefield, or in other words, on the chaotic field ravaged by steel-armored crows, the supergiant monster with its muscles and knots is like a powerless child. The four arms were chained to the ground. The cast iron beak aimed at the supergiant body and sucked it hard, and in an instant, the supergiant body that had some fluctuations suddenly collapsed piece by piece. The dazzling energy also turned into explosions and dark red air currents, which were swallowed up by the iron-beaked whale like a black hole in the steel-armored crow. Rumbling one by one. The popping sound continued. Russian hectares. The smog of energy that was not strong at first dissipated, and the giant-like body of the supergiant monster force had disappeared. Hiccup tilde. The steel-armored crow hiccuped beautifully, raised its claws, and a strange force that had returned to its normal size suddenly reappeared. The five-body fell on the ground in the claw-shaped pothole and lost consciousness. The battle is over. Or, the one-sided stumbling is over. And at the same time, Baizi's ear also suddenly sounded the system's prompt tone one by one. Your steel-armored crow defeated Kato's strange power, and gained a little, experience value +1, punching proficiency +1, revenge proficiency +1. Ding! Absorb huge energy, get supplements for extremely huge organs, get rid of fatigue completely, overflow with tiny amounts of energy, and grow extremely huge organs weekly. And at the moment when the system prompt sound fell. Wow! Tilde. The steel-armored crow once again let out a shrill neigh like a cloud piercing through a rock, but this time, the chirping sound was filled with obvious excitement. Next second. A crimson beam of light continuously emerged from the steel-armored crow's body, soaring into the sky, and turned the sky above it into a circle of turbulent lacquer dark currents that continued to rotate. And what followed was the steel-armored crow's rising momentum. Until it reached its peak, it turned into a chi sword, soaring into the sky, smashing the entire night into the air. Wow! With a long cry again, the real champion-level coercion suddenly swept across the half-boulder field, scaring many wild elves living here to shiver. Even some of the wild giant elves occupying the energy points of the lair were like natural enemies staring at them. Nearly half of the boulder field, in an instant, there is no sound. It's really deterrent. Baizi looked at the steel-armored crow, who was venting his excitement, with a smile on his face. His eyes flashed, and he checked the steel-armored crow's attribute panel again. In terms of level, there is no more or less, and it is just stuck at the lowest limit of the champion level, which is the level of 70 with 0 experience points. The status column has also changed from weak, incapacitated, at the beginning to good today. Overall, the harvest is still good. Guru tilde. At this moment, the steel-armored crow fluttered its wings and glided down slightly, and stopped in front of Baizi without bringing too much wind pressure. Demonstrated excellent flying skills. It brought Baizi's head, which was quite huge for Baizi, closer, and with a cautious look, Baizi reached out and stroked it twice, making a purring sound similar to that of a dove. Speak up. This big guy can be regarded as the one with the most complicated voice among Baizi's handheld elves. Intimidation, joy, anger, doubt, embarrassment. Each emotion has different voices. Sample. Tilde. Proper language guru. Kato, who had just witnessed the scene just now, couldn't help but tense up all over. Baizi naturally had nothing to be nervous about, and he could also hear the coquettish tone of the steel armor crow, and the sound of his voice contained in his voice. Righteousness. Not full. Baizi was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood the meaning of the steel-armored crow. This is because he wants to draw more huge energy points. Are you full? Perhaps, there is also a reason for the growth of the extremely giant organ. A thought flashed in Baizi's eyes. A basic judgment for the hunger of the steel-armored crow at this time, or the thirst for enormous energy. This is not difficult. The Galar region is full of large and small energy spots because of Wujitai's torso flying in all directions. Don't say anything else. In the boulder field where he is now alone, there are quite a few extremely giant lair. These, which have been tracked all the way from high altitude, naturally have long been seen by Baizi. With his memory, he obviously couldn't forget a single one. Not to mention, trace the Galar particle. Baizi also discovered the steel-armored crow's excellent sensing ability to the extremely huge energy. Therefore, even without relying on Baizi's memory, it is obviously not difficult for the steel-armored crow to find these enormous energy points. Alright, I'll let you eat enough tonight. Glancing at the sky, Baizi immediately patted the big head of the steel-armored crow. Subsequently, turning over and jumping, he sat directly into the groove in the steel-armored crow's crown headgear. The owner of Kato, look forward to your next qualifying match. See you next time tilde. Feng. Tansho waved his hand towards Kato, who was still a little stunned. With the whistling sound of the steel-armored crow flapping its wings, one person and one pet quickly disappeared into the sky. And only then did Kato wake up suddenly. 496. Harvest the Wishing Star. The ranking competition begins. Change, ask. Howled tilde. Wu Wan. At the same time, the heroic power and arm strength, who were freed from the confinement of mind power, immediately rushed forward and looked at Kato worriedly. I'm fine. Kato shook his head and looked at the one person Yaipeng who had long since disappeared from the bottom of his eyes. Beneath the tightly wrinkled eyebrows, the pair of pupils were full of confusion. Who was this young man who came suddenly and saved him? The strength of the steel-armored crow is undoubtedly higher than that of his ace partner. With such strength, how could it be a nameless person? Again. Giant energy, attached to the supergiant elf is food suck. Or even take it a step further to promote the growth of its own strength. This is completely unreasonable, okay. In the end, in the knowledge of almost all the trainers in Galar who mastered the giant transformation, the gigantic energy was just an external, temporary means of boosting. And the limitations are quite obvious. Mega evolution, which can be used by 407 anytime, anywhere, whether it is a supergiant or a supergiant with an exclusive supergiant move, it is impossible to leave the energy point. Once left. Extreme giantization, the means of increase, will be directly abolished. And, as a temporary means of boosting, gigantic transformation is also unsustainable. Whether it's defeat in battle or reaching a certain time limit. Unless you have been in the dense giant energy point. Otherwise, the gigantic energy will gradually break away from the body of the gigantic elf, and return into, without master, energy, which will dissipate and converge in the air. After all, this thing has a master. Kato didn't know that. But I have never heard of it. There are elves who can directly swallow the giant energy as a nutritional product and use it to grow. If the enormous energy can really be absorbed and digested, Kato really can't believe how much a steel-armored crow with such a characteristic will grow. And Galar has come to today by relying on the giant battle. What kind of situation will it face in the future? CFED. Kato couldn't help but think about it. And right now, Yuge. In the sound of scraping the earth and stone, the strange force jumped out of the pothole. Except for some dust on its body, there is no obvious trauma, and the overall breath is not weak at all. On the contrary, it is full of energy and aura. Feel. This is a breakthrough. At a glance, Kato noticed the partners she got along with day and night. Now it seems that she has broken through the barrier of the first-level King of Heaven, and rushed into the situation of the middle-level King of Heaven in one breath. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that the opponent's attack was indeed quite measured. And in this incident, the strange force actually accepted the other party's love, so it was a blessing in disguise, and the strength once again had a big jump. For a while, Kato didn't know whether to worry about Galar's future, or to be grateful for the help of the other party. But no matter. She can be said to have deeply remembered this young man who had only one side. At the boundary of the dusty depression, Baizi watched as he devoured the giant energy from an extremely huge Earth-man rock and the nearby energy point. Shaking, like some steel-armored crows who drank too much. How is it? You should be full now, right? In fact, there is no need to ask any further questions. Seeing the enormous energy field that the steel-armored crow is constantly spreading and bursting all over his body at this time, it can already explain the situation very well. Gu, Bululu. The steel-armored crow had two dark red flowers on his face, and nodded again and again with a beautiful look. This is really enough to eat. To know. After saying goodbye to Kato, they have swept through the giant lair in the entire boulder field. Whether it is the energy points in the lair or the wild giant elves, the huge energy of the steel-armored crow was not pulled at all, and it was completely swallowed up. This way, I have eaten the boundary of the dusty depression, and I have almost emptied at least 70 to 80% of the giant lair in the entire boulder field. If he can't get enough to eat, Baizi will deeply doubt how many meals the steel-armored crow can eat in the huge lair in the entire Galar region. Besides, Baizi also harvested 2 wishing stars. These special props formed from Wuji Taina's body fragments are the key props for making controllable giant battles. GG, the giant wristband, key item. Come back. The appearance of the steel-armored crow was obviously unable to carry people, so Baizi took the well-fed big guy back into the capture ball. Eliminated, before, was released, heading towards the direction of Kwangwon City. For the next 3 days, Baizi took Selena to play in Kwangwon City. During this period, he also signed up for the tournament by the way. Although I didn't take the grades too seriously, I passed through the red and white balls quite quickly and reached the forefront of the super balls. Now the ranking is number 122. As for Serena, although he was still not ready to officially join the ranking battle of the Taoist Championship, he couldn't help but feel a little delighted by playing and fighting with Bai Zi all the way. Therefore, also signed up for the competition on the third day, treating the tournament as a sideshow, and also reached the Super Bowl level, ranking number 777. To be frank, the reason why they can brush so quickly is because the local tournaments in Galar are quite popular, and secondly, the trainers who have been pouring into Kwangwon City these days. There are more people. There is also the excitement of tournament rankings, and it is not too easy to find opponents. Even Bai Zi and Selena sometimes take the initiative to close the positioning of the tournament in order to clean up, otherwise, there will be a steady stream of challengers every day. Especially, it was after the influx of many trainers that Bai Zi's identity as the Silver Mountain Conference champion was exposed. P.S. Change the name of the championship ranking level. The previous one is a bit confusing. Red and white ball level, general level, super level, advanced level, master ball, masters. 497. It's the maintenance fee of Wujitai. It is already the season of early winter, but at this moment, Kwangwon City can't see the chill of winter at all. On the contrary, in addition to the crisp autumn air, the green plants and flowers on both sides of the city streets are full of vitality. It is not surprising that Bai Zi sees this, because the climate of the elf world is basically not affected by normal latitude and longitude and landforms. The existence of attribute energy not only gave birth to the magical species of Pokemon, but also gave birth to a natural and peculiar vitality in the area of the elf world. That is, the power of terroir. In the special edition of the manga, Deoxys needs to use the terroir of each region to change its form. And the regional differences are enough to bring deep changes to the elves in terms of abilities, characteristics, attributes, and even racial values. This is the origin of the elves' regional form. Even in the Galar region, in the Night of the Wujitana event 3,000 years ago, it was also clearly stated that on this land of Galar, there was enough to make the Wujitana veil. The miraculous power of life. This power, Kanto, Fangyuan and other places are called terroir, Alola is called air field, and Galar is called particle. And Bai Zi, it is more willing to call it natural energy. It is easy to understand, because this is the power that nature itself nurtures. As a superhuman, Bai Zi is actually not completely unfamiliar with natural energy. At the initial awakening, he already had a vague awareness of this. But until the Battle of Golden City, his spiritual power was a blessing in disguise, and after breaking through the 1,000 mark, the hidden attribute energy in the air could already be clearly detected. At the same time, a strange energy that is different from the 18 attribute energy, acts as a binder, and balances the attribute factors, and also appears in Bai Zi's line of sight. This is natural energy. Bai Zi led Serena to walk slowly along the side of the street. From time to time, excited residents, trainers and accompanying elves pass by, heading towards the old castle, standing in the center of the city. That was the highly anticipated qualifying match of the tournament. This was the first match of the charge horn launched by Galar, Kato vs Yankai. View from above. On the well-connected streets of Kwangwon City, the crowd rushed towards the Kwangwon Arena in the center like ants. This scene is as if the entire city has gathered in this arena. With this level of crowd flow, even if the Kwangwon Arena itself is a huge battlefield that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, it is impossible to accommodate nearly the entire Kwangwon City residents at the same time, and the crowd of trainers arriving from all over the world. However, the Kwangwon City authorities have long been prepared for this. Outside the Kwangwon Arena, 4 huge screens have been built for those spectators and trainers who did not get tickets to watch the broadcast in real time. Of course, Bai Zi grabbed the ticket, and he still has the top VIP seat on the independent viewing platform. It's not that he's quick. Purely because these VIP seats are not very crowded except for the seats reserved for some big men. After all, Even a trainer with small wealth would not spend millions to buy a seat just to watch the game more comfortably. Isn't it fragrant to watch the random, big venue of 888? However, it is also expensive. Baizi not only does not need to follow the crowded crowd to enter the venue, but also has a dedicated channel. He can leave and enter the venue from the dedicated channel anytime and anywhere, and he will not suffer at all. To the limit. As for the money earned for the Galar alliance in vain, it won't. After all, in Baizi's view, this money is actually regarded as the maintenance fee he subsidizes to the Galar alliance's Wujitai. Anyway, when he gets Necrozma, it is absolutely impossible for him to let this go. Compensation, in advance. It can also make his conscience feel better. Open black lens bracket drop. VIP card. Close black lens bracket. Dear distinguished guests, welcome. You too, please come with me. ... Ask for flowers. The young and beautiful welcoming lady respectfully came to the side of Baizi to lead the way, always keeping a distance of at most half a body, and took him and Serena to one of the halls along the way. In front of an elevator. Subsequently. Open the elevator doors one step ahead. Watching the two of Baizi enter and stand completely still, he bowed slightly and pressed the close button. It was indeed a home away from home. And just when the elevator door was about to completely close, a slender figure with green hair wrapped in a silk scarf stepped into the hall, followed by a blue-haired youth in a suit and leather shoes. Click, click. The metal door was completely closed, and with a clear bell, it began to slowly rise. The elevator is direct, and there is no need to press it again. And in the elevator, Serena's expression was slightly hesitant, and then she looked at Baizi, the two people just now. Well, Feng Yuan's current champion, Dao, and the champion's agent, Michaeli. Baizi nodded with a playful look in his eyes. I didn't expect both of them to come. ... Of course Baizi knows that Dao and Mikri are both people or friends, but the acting champion is also a champion. The champion rushed to Galar to fight, which is already a face. Now, because of a challenge match, both the current and the acting champions came. If there were no other factors, it would be unbelievable that Baizi was killed. Then, is it happy to see the heart of the hunter? Or to Makori, or is it to take care of Feng Yuan? Baizi's eyes flickered slightly. Between cardio versions. Open black lens bracket drip, close black lens bracket. With the crisp elevator bell, the top floor of the Kwangwon Arena is here. The elevator door just opened. Immediately. Wow. The roaring sound rushed to all directions like a tidal wave. The atmosphere of the whole boxing arena. Obviously. Very warm. ... Begging. 498. Bet on trainer's dignity. Change, ask. Entering the VIP room surrounded by one-way glass, Baizi did not sit down in a hurry, but came to the floor-to-ceiling window first. Looking down towards the extremely conspicuous, specially delineated stand. Cabana, Nizi, Kawu, Lulina, Yuluo. Except for the colorful beans that should be prepared in the lounge, basically the famous gym trainers called by Galar all sat up. On the seat. Just. It seems that there is no figure of dandy. ... It doesn't seem to be the same generation as Yi Tilda. Serena, who also came to stand beside Baizi, followed his gaze, frowning slightly, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Of course. Baizi shrugged and chuckled. After all, they're a group of guys who always train with champions. This is no exaggeration. In Galar, all 407 inches trainers with a bit of strength, especially those gym trainers, as well as the rarer gym challengers. It needs to be explained here. Different from other regions. In Galar, gym challenges are not something you can do if you want to. If you don't get the approval of the gym owner and even the champion dandy, and get the challenge qualification given by the other party, then you can't carry out the gym challenge. Moreover, The gym challenge of the Galar gym not only has the same order requirements as the level, but the gym masters are basically not too merciful. In other words, the challenger needs to face, not the reserve elves like the second team or even the third team and the fourth team of gym trainers in other regions. Even if it is not an ace, it is the main player of the opponent. Hold. Therefore, there are only a handful of trainers who have officially stood in front of the champion in the hallway battle in Galar. Of course, this is an official gym challenge. If you just want an ordinary gym challenge to verify your strength, then exclude the top 10 gyms that basically have arenas. Numerous, second army, gyms can fully satisfy your wishes. Closer to home. This year, there may be a few gym challengers, not to mention. Almost every one of these gym owners in the Galar region can play quite frequently against the champion dandy through various competition channels or active invitations. This is outrageous. To know. Champions in other regions are either careers like Yulongdu, or archaeologist Sharona, mining expert Dao, wandering world Adek, and star art. Human Karuna, such a part-time champion. There is simply no one who can do the same as dandy, taking into account the responsibilities of a champion, while also serving as a clear example, direction and even opponent, inspiring and motivating the trainers under him. Their growth. So, almost all of these guys have grown up with champions as sparring partners, which is no exaggeration at all. After listening to Baizi's explanation, Selena suddenly blinked a little dazedly. Because compared to Dandy, the champion of their Carlos, Miss Karuna, seems to have a little bit of. Well, she admits that Dandy is like a champion of other people. Seeing the change in Serena's mood, Baizi shook his head amusingly. Go to the sofa by the window and sit down. Taking advantage of the gap before the game started, I casually looked at the venue below, as well as the remaining 7 closed cabins outside that were parallel to my own position. These are supposed to be other VIP rooms, right? Just don't know. Except for Daigo and Makori, who are the people sitting in the other rooms. Daigo and Makori were actually located right across from Baizi. It's really a warm competitive atmosphere. Dao, who was standing in front of the window, looked around at the venue below with a hearty smile on his face, and after sighing, he immediately said with a fruitless look, speaking of which, to put such a group of people into roasted on the fire, how come Dandy, the champion of Galar, did not show up? Who knows? Mikuri seemed to be unmoved by this, poured himself a glass of red wine, and woke up with such a gentle shake. Seeing this, Dao immediately shook his head helplessly. Although he prides himself on being meticulous. But when facing his friend, he was always a little unsure of the other party's mind. But he can feel that his friend, who is not a competitive friend, is facing the current game squarely. This is enough. Although the outside world has always questioned Mikri's strength because of his identity as a coordinating trainer. But Daigo knows very well how strong his friends are. The champion seat is absolutely deserving of its name. And even if there is an accident, then Dao turned his head and looked out the window, concealing the fleeting scorching fighting intent in his eyes. And at the moment when Daigo turned his head, Makori's calm eyes reflected on the surface of the wine glass suddenly turned into waves and flickered. Although Dao claims to have a delicate mind, he is actually a hardy person who is not good at hiding his heart. Interested person. The reason why he came here, how could he hide it from him? If I really lose to that guy named Nizi, I am afraid that Dao will directly challenge Emperor Dan to restore Feng Yuan's reputation. Still as good as ever. But, as the champion of Feng Yuan, even if it is only the acting champion, I will never lose. Bet on my Mikri, my dignity as a trainer. In fact, more than half of the 8 VIP rooms were contracted by local wealthy businessmen. After all, not every champion is as rich as Dao. In the corner of the arena, Adek, with long orange-red hair and a rough face, sneezed violently as if he was feeling it. He rubbed his nose and muttered, why do you feel an inexplicable malice, an illusion? Are you all right, Uncle Adek? Xiao Huang with a bright yellow ponytail asked with concern. 4.3 inches. It's all right. Adek waved his hand and glanced at Alice, who was running up to the railing like a leather monkey not far away, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Chirp, chirp. In the midst of all the attention, along with the colorful flower salute, the originally dark big screen suddenly lit up, and the logo of the Galar Alliance suddenly appeared in the center of the screen, slowly spinning. Next second, the busts of a girl in a short-sleeved trainer uniform and a middle-aged man in armor were printed on the left and right sides of the Galar Alliance logo on the screen. Kato vs. Yan Armor. Number 56 vs. No.37. P.S. I have a bad cold, my brain is buzzing. 499. The victory and defeat have been divided. Please complete the order. Wrestling Hawkman, fly under pressure. In the field, accompanied by Kato slamming his fists and shouting, the colors are bright, like a vigorous eagle man with a mask shrinking his wings from midair. The acceleration of gravity, the impact of the momentum instantly broke through the layers of air and cut through the layers of air, with blood splashing everywhere. With an incomparably strong posture, he slammed a knee on the neck of the super giant mantis below. Click, underscore. Hasha. The crisp cracking sound was mixed with short exclamations of pain, and the supergiant mantis struggled violently for a moment. In the end, the whites of his eyes were rolled up, and he fell to the ground with a splash. Dusty. The light of Wayland shone on the body of the supergiant mantis. Wait for the light to dissipate. The giant pincer mantis also withdrew from the super-evolutionary posture and lost its fighting ability. Beep. A loud whistle sounded throughout the venue. As the first ball on the scoreboard representing the three elves of Yan Armor dimmed, the Kato fans and Galar audience who had been suppressed for a long time burst into cheers. After all, in the eyes of 25 and the others, Kato, who lost a game at the beginning, finally tied the result. However, this is just the opinion of the general audience. This little girl from Galar is really a good fighter. Adek touched his chin for a moment, then sighed and said with emotion. Now, Yankai is probably a little dangerous. What a fierce blow. Daigo seemed to remember something, and while he couldn't help grinning, he also gave almost the same opinion as Adek. In terms of strategy and experience aside, Yankai seems to be one level behind this little girl named Kato in terms of coping and determination in the face of battle. What's more, Dahu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes swept past the gym masters in the Galar region who were in the spectator seat. Aside, Mikri spoke slowly, there is also a giant transformation. The victory is already divided. In the VIP seat, the slender young man withdrew his gaze and gave an almost firm judgment. It's not that Baizi's eyesight has completely surpassed that of the champion. It's that Serena has challenged Yan Armor more than once. There is no way, with Serena's strength enough to rank in the third rank of the so-called monster-level rookie, today, looking at the entire card Ross, on the bright side, only the champion of the four heavenly kings can be her whetstone. But, as the champion, Miss Karuna is a well-known actress. She runs various announcements every day and manages her own duties. Naturally, it is difficult for Serena to challenge. Pachira, the king of fire, is not much better, and the news is running all over the world. Not to mention, she was also a member of Carlos' underground organization, Team Flare. Zimi of the water system is a chef, and the trainer of the Heavenly King is just a sideline for him, while Doracena of the dragon system is addicted to writing novels, and it is also the beginning of the dragon. Only the wild goose armor. Most of the time he is guarding his Hall of Chivalry. As long as there are 3 passes, Yankai is very happy to fight against such a warrior. Therefore, in order to hone herself and abide by the promise between her and Baizi, Serena has been going to the Hall of Chivalry to worry about Yankai. The number of times has increased, and as her strength has grown, Selena can say that she has almost fully grasped the hand of Yankai. Naturally, these will not be hidden from Baizi. And through Serena's information, this giant pincer mantis that can super-evolve as the new ace in the hands of the four main forces in Yan Kai's hands, which has squeezed out the position of the sword, shield and sword monster. From the perspective of the battle strategy, the first trump card is actually a good tactic for a surprise attack. Therefore, when the giant claw mantis came into play, even if it didn't super-evolve immediately, the 8-claw warrior, the vanguard elf of Kobo, couldn't raise his head for a while. But Yan Kai probably didn't expect that this little girl who looked about the same age as his daughter would respond so decisively and play so fiercely. A careless octopus barrel cannon. The opponent's 8-clawed martial artist used the ink of the octopus barrel cannon to resist the metal claws of the giant pincer mantis. The position of the neck, shoulder, knee and other joints of the giant pincer mantis. No matter how the giant pincer mantis struggled to fight back, with a life-threatening attitude, it frantically contracted the muscles of its entire body, and performed a strangulation technique that was enough to break a solid iron pillar. Finally, forced into desperation, Yan Kai had to turn over his trump cards ahead of time under such circumstances. Super evolution. Super evolution, this topic. In fact, the circle at the top of the alliance is now considered a semi-open secret. It's just that Dr. Bretano, who is the discoverer and researcher of the subject, has not planned to fully disclose the reason for the time being. The trainers in the non-Carlos area can only know a little about it. Untie. But this is still a shockingly strange power to most ordinary people. But even if the super evolution is completed, and the strength has jumped close to the peak of the king, but under the noose completed by a master of twisting skills, there is no absolute pure power, and the giant pincer mantis still has no way to break free from it. Final result. Only in the hard consumption of both parties, with a higher energy level, the 8-clawed martial artist was dragged to the point of disengagement, and the counter-kill was successfully completed. But after that, facing the indiscriminate bombardment of the wrestling eagle mantis, the physically damaged giant claw mantis was only able to consume nearly half of the opponent's physical strength, and was sent out by the opponent. Judging from the number, the two sides are 1-1. The wrestling eagles consume too much, and the natural geese are dominant. But in fact, now that the first trump card has not won enough advantages, as long as the wrestling eagle plays a little more normal, it consumes a wave of the opponent's second elf's physical strength. Downtime. The strange force only needs to steadily consume the second elf of Yanjiao, and save the super giant transformation for the third game, and the remaining elf of Yanjiao will not have to fight at all. And it was precisely because of this inference that Bai Zi dared to be so sure. Not to mention, with Kobo being so fierce, it is still unknown what kind of battle the Hawkman can leave behind for the Big Axis monster. P.S. Kobo's wife competes high tilde. 500. Suicide attack. I was forced to do this. In the field, Yan Kai, who stretched out his hand to retract the unconscious giant pincer mantis, shook his head and smiled bitterly. The family knows their own affairs. Ace took the lead, but only achieved a 1-for-1 effect. It can be said that he has lost half of this game. To know giant power in the Galar region is not a code. Originally, in his estimation, he would first use the trump card to destroy the opponent's elf, and then force the opponent and himself to fight the trump card in advance. Downtime. As long as he fights for 1-for-1, forcibly replaces the opponent's trump card, and then fights 2-for-1, he is almost guaranteed to win. But now, not to mention that he forced the opponent's trump card to be replaced. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the opponent's trump card, but his own trump card was replaced by the opponent's first hand. The exchange was not the opponent's trump card. At this time, Yan Kai seemed to have swallowed a piece of broken gall, and the bitterness penetrated deep into his heart. Seriously. The changes in the last year have really made him a bit dizzy, the veteran Four Kings. The person in front of him is in his teens at most, but regardless of his consciousness, character, and tactics, he is almost completely comparable to the previous gymnastic master of the Four Heavenly Kings. Just a few months ago. Almost used her Hall of Chivalry as an experience room, although she was quite different from this little girl named Kato in terms of consciousness and temperament. But the talent that is almost visible to the naked eye is even better than the other party, and even now, he is still impressed. As for the name, it should be called Serena, right? Genius emerges. It's like a world of war. Fine. We, Carlos, are not considered to have no successor. Shaking his head, Yankai dispelled the random thoughts in his mind, re-stabilized his mind, put away the pokeball of the giant claw mantis, and took out a new pokeball. Quote. Come on, big nose to the north tilde. The voice just fell. In white light. An elf that looked like a stone statue with a human head nearly 100 meters high appeared in the field. It did not look at the wrestling eagle man, but faced north. On the side, 3 small blue stone sculptures fly around. The nose is facing the north, the rocked steel elves, because of the strong magnetic force of the nose, the face is always facing the north. This is where its name comes from. Triple attack. Yankai took the lead in launching the attack. By mode tilde. There was no movement from the big north nose, and the 3 little north noses around it flew straight out, releasing electric lights, pillars of fire, and ice currents towards the wrestling eagles running towards the opposite side. Move, triple attack. Cha. Without Kato's order, Wrestling Hawkman turned his body sideways with a very sensitive attitude, and passed directly from the center of the 3 attacks. Continue to dash in the direction of the big north nose. Subsequently, in the middle of the journey, he jumped up suddenly, retracted his wings, swooped down, and crashed down suddenly. Flying under heavy pressure. Quote. Avoid. Yankai frowned, and finally gave the order to avoid the battle. In fact, although Dakao Bibi was 4 times weaker in fighting, but with extremely good defense. It is completely possible to resist it, taking advantage of the opponent's approach to use gravity, to lock the Wrestling Hawkman's action, and directly use the full force of the electromagnetic cannon, to take away the Wrestling Hawkman with the remaining blood. This is the tactic that Yankai used to deal with agile elves in the past. But somehow, when he saw Wrestling Hawkman approaching desperately, he couldn't help but think of the giant pincer mantis that could almost be regarded as falling under the exclusive skill of the 8-clawed martial artist, Chao Ji-yu. Therefore, being cautious, he still made a strategy to avoid close combat with the opponent. And on the field. _. Driven by the magnetic force, Da Chao Bei nose suddenly retreating from the range locked by Wrestling Hawkman's skills. On the other hand, the Wrestling Hawkman on the opposite side seemed to be unable to hold back his strength. It fell straight down. The body is wrapped in the attribute energy condensed by the skills, and it slams heavily on the ground. Under the pouring force. Immediately, the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Facing the north nose, make. Yankai frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He was about to order Da Chao Bibi to use his skills to test it out. _. The ground under Da Chao Bei nose was broken open, and a black afterimage was suddenly thrown out of it. It was the wrestling eagle. I saw the Wrestling Hawkman hug the body of Dakao Bibi. Subsequently, under the blessing and advancement of the blue arrogance gushing out from all over the body, like a cannonball, it madly rises up to the sky with the big north nose wrapped in it. The divine bird slams. In less than a moment. The Wrestling Hawkman with his big nose facing north has already rushed to the top of the arena, approaching the energy shield that wraps the arena. Yankai's pupils tightened, vaguely aware of what Kato wanted to do. He hurriedly shouted, quick. Using an electromagnetic float. But obviously, it's a bit late now. _. I saw the Wrestling Hawkman in the sky twisted his body with his excellent waist strength, and his feet suddenly stepped towards the energy shield at the top. In the dull sound, the honeycomb grid-shaped energy shield suddenly appeared. And Wrestling Hawkman has already used this kick. Head and feet. Holding the big nose facing the north, his arrogance is like a rampage, carrying the momentum of twisting and spinning again, facing the direction of the ground, and falling crazily. One by one skill, brave bird attack. Yan Kai's complexion instantly turned red. Because in his opinion, this was simply a suicide attack. But the form obviously will not be changed by Yan Kai's will. Like a shooting star. Chirp, underscore. Leaving a vertical blue flame in midair, with bursts of sharp and piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye. The wrestling hawkman is portable and smashed to the ground with a big nose facing north. Boom. In the violent roar, dust and smoke surged, and the surrounding earth shattered, collapsed or rose, causing a terrain change that almost spread over the entire competition to the battlefield. In an instant, the smoke cleared away. Obviously, after carrying out such a desperate suicide attack, the wrestling hawkman, who was already physically weak, naturally lost consciousness without the slightest accident. And Dakao Bibi was not much better. Although he didn't look as tragic as the wrestling eagle, he also fell into a coma. Kato, once again completed a change and a pong. Elf I am the protagonist template, Invincible Chapter 501-520. 501. Let me see how far you can go. The fall of the Big North Nose can be said to announce the imminent end of this game. And the fact is exactly as BZ expected. Although Yan Kai's third holding a sword monster with a strong shield was a former trump card, it was slightly stronger than the giant pincer mantis without super evolution in terms of hard power. But in the end, he was just trying his best to force out the super giant form of Kato's monster power, and under the blatant blow of the opponent's extremely huge hot blessing, he completely lost his ability to fight. As this gigantic transformation. For every trainer who witnesses the elf's gigantic battle for the first time, the shock is hard to describe in words. That gigantic sense of power made everyone's blood rush up, and even their hearts were filled with incomparable expectations. But anyway, with the complete fall of the shield sword monster. This also means, the first challenger, Carlos Steel Type 4 Heavenly King Yan Armor, has been picked down by Galar. The sword monster with a strong shield loses its ability to fight, and the monster power wins. Dang Pei, a well-known referee in Galar, also wrote a sword monster with a strong shield. After going up to check the situation of the sword monster with a strong shield, he immediately rose to the center of the arena. Announced. Because all the three elves of the Heavenly King Wild Armor are incapacitated, the winner of this tournament ranking battle is our Galar's Kato Master. The rankings of the two sides have been exchanged, and the ranking of Yan 407 Kai Tianwang has dropped, and now ranks number 56 in the senior ball level. And the rank of the owner of the Color Bean Pavilion has risen. Although Deng Pei tried his best to maintain the calmness in his tone, no one could hear the joy and excitement in his tone. That's right. Like Caesar at the beginning, the justice of the referee is not limited by region, but as a referee itself, there are regional differences. As a native of Galar, he is naturally more concerned. To color beans. Let's congratulate her, the new senior number 37, Kato. As Deng Pei, who was the referee, pronounced the verdict, the entire Kwangwon arena burst into cheers and cheers. Win. Long live Galar, long live the owner of the Color Bean Pavilion. HMPH, now that they dare to say that we Galar are a poor country, it turns out that the four heavenly kings of Carlos can't do it. That's right, there will be stronger Kawu Pavilion Master, Nizi Pavilion Master, and the first person under our Dan Emperor, Kwangwon City Gym Pavilion Master Kibana. This time, we must let the whole world see the power of our Galar. Yes, let them see the power of our Galar. Gradually, the noisy discussions slowly gathered and turned into bursts of uniform shouts, showing the home field advantage most vividly. Galar. 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 The excitement of the audience in the Galar region was to be expected. After all, before this tournament qualifying match, their Galar was ridiculed by netizens in other regions on the internet because of Dan D's ascension to the top. Now, This is the moment to wash away the repressed feelings in your heart, and raise your eyebrows. Don't you say that our Galar's ranking is not worthy of its name. How about now? One of the 4 heavenly kings in the dignified area, Yan Kai, ranked number 37 in the senior bull level, has not lost to Kobo, who is ranked below him, in front of everyone's eyes. This is the case in the elf world, which has always respected strength. Different from the one at Yulongdu. Colorful beans. Indeed, in the midst of all the attention, they defeated their opponents in a dignified manner. They had nothing to say. At least, those local Carlos trainers and spectators who came from afar. Nothing to say. Brother Bai Zi. In the VIP room, listening to the girl beside him muttering softly, Bai Zi turned his head and looked at the girl's slightly startled pretty face. Chuckle. What are your thoughts? Selena nodded slightly, her eyes still looking at the girl who was waving to the audience in the arena. Brother Bai Zi, I'm ready to officially challenge the tournament. Not much sound. But the tone is enough to see the firmness in it. CFED among the 4 kings of Carlos, in addition to the Dragon King Doracena is more difficult to find than the champion Karuna. The strength of the remaining 4 heavenly kings is only on par with Yan Kai. With such strength, not to mention that their rankings are ahead of Kobo, they cannot challenge down the ranks. Even if there is a real fight, it is still unclear who will win. And the same with Guan. Although the current Carlos is not as serious as the 2 places in Guandu, the 4 kings who were defeated are also held up. Hit again. Easy to say if you win, but if you lose again. It's the same as giving your face to someone to beat. It was the same feeling that he had been slapped on the left cheek and stretched out to give the right cheek. In this way, counting them down, the only one who can be said to win the color beans is their local champion, Miss Karuna. But you put a master level number 6 regional champion to challenge a high-level gym owner. Isn't this a joke? And after doing this, Selena found that she was the only one who was most suitable for the challenge and had the confidence to defeat the opponent. Selena's mind, Bai Zi, can see through it at a glance. The maintenance and recognition of the region, although Bai Zi has been a human being in 2 lives, is also not lacking. Otherwise, he would not agree to Yulongdu's request so simply. Then show your strength and let me see how far you can go. Just as Luoz wanted to use several Galar Pavilion masters in the region to reflect the strength of Dandy, in the same way, the strength of Kobo in this game also made all the training in other regions. Practitioners, once again face up to the strength of these Galar gym masters. But Luoz is a person who is well versed in business. Although these 4 challenges were launched at the same time, each battle was separated by a full week. Trying to maximize the benefits that can be brought to Galar by squeezing the heat of the tournament. Therefore, if Bai Zi wanted to watch all these battles, he would have to stay in Galar for more than 20 days. Although he is also curious about the results of the remaining 3 battles, after all, he still has a lot of things to do, but he has no time to spend so long here. Anyway, it is also the information age. With the predictable popularity of the championship, when the time comes, you can check the results by just looking at it online. Go away. Looking at the frontal face of Lowe's projected on the big screen, Bai Zi glanced at random, then stood up straight. Chao Serena greeted. 502. The god of fire, the prophecy changed. Change, ask. Walking out of the dedicated passage and walking through the unpopulated streets, Bai Zi and Selena held hands and walked towards the airport south of Fengguan City. Although it has been decided to officially challenge this world championship hosted by Galar, Serena is obviously not going to be separated from Bai Zi. Anyway, it is almost foreseeable that the championship will become a world-class event, and then she will have opponents who challenge to improve the ranking tilde. There is absolutely no need to separate from Bai Zi for this matter. She has worked hard for 5 years to meet brother Bai Zi again, so she will not be separated easily. Thinking of this, Selena couldn't help but turn her body towards Bai Zi and put her hand around Bai Zi's arm. The subtle touch came, and Serena's pretty face was slightly red, and she quickly turned her head to the side as if covering her ears and stealing the bell, but instead of letting go, her arms tightened. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Out of the corner of the eye, he glanced at the red earlobe that was exposed between Serena's hair, and couldn't help but sigh. That little girl back then has grown up. Footsteps slowed down. Although I didn't have time to spend more than 20 days here, but at this time, there is obviously no need to race against time. Isn't it? And just as Baizi and Selena strolled to the airport south of Kwangwon and boarded the passenger plane to the Kanto region. Located on the southeastern cliffs of Asia Island, north of the center of the Orange Islands, a shrine paved with huge bluestone bricks quietly stands. This quaint shrine is dedicated to three deities. God of Fire, who lives on the island of Fire with a huge active volcano, and the God of Thunder, who lives on the Isle of Thunder, which is shrouded in thunderclouds and lightning all the year round. As well as Ice God, in the island of ice that is covered with snow all the year round. On the altar on the edge of the cliff of the shrine, 3 shrines face Mishima at a distance. Looking out of the island from the hollow altar hole in the shrine, you can exactly include the 3 islands. From above, the 3 islands include the interval between each and Asia Island. The distances are surprisingly consistent, as if they were specially arranged by humans. And this moment. The seas near the Asiatic island chain, which used to be calm in the past, were turbulent. The dark clouds continued to spread in all directions, and after a while, they would cover Asia Island and spread farther away. The God of Fire, the God of Thunder, the God of Ice are sacred and inviolable. Breaking the taboo will make the earthquake rage, and the world will be on the road to destruction. The God of the Sea. On the edge of the cliff, an elf with a red gem on its head and a shell crown with long and narrow eyes behind it is carrying both hands, slowly reciting some ancient foreshadowing. Its whole body is pink, it stands on 2 feet, and it has a tail. This is a new evolutionary form of a dumb beast that is quite rare and has not yet been fully verified by its evolutionary path, the Hippo King. The Hippo King and the dumb beast, as well as another evolutionary form of the dumb beast, the dumb hippopotamus, are all dual attributes of water plus superpower. Dumb beasts evolved in a way that is quite rare for symbiotic evolution. If a dumb beast wants to evolve into a dumb hippo, it must be bitten by the tail of the big tongue shell. As long as the individual's strength reaches the standard, it can naturally evolve into a dumb hippo. This is not difficult. After all, the delicacy of the tail of the dumb beast is second to none in nature, plus its excellent regeneration ability. The dumb beast usually preys by putting its tail into the water and burrowing it here to catch prey. And just right. Big tongue shells seem to like this kind of food that is easy to clamp. Therefore, the evolution probability of the dumb hippo is not particularly low. On the other hand, it would be difficult for the dumb beast to evolve into a hippo king. To be bitten on the head by a big tongue shell while carrying the prop, the certificate of the king, to evolve into a hippo king. It is important to know that this behavior cannot be interfered with by human beings. At best, a favorable environment can be created. To know. The evolutionary researchers in Chengdu who had inadvertently witnessed the evolution of the dumb beast, in order to verify the evolutionary path of the dumb hippo, spent huge sums of money to build a building with a certificate of kings. And as a paradise of dumb beasts where countless dumb beasts and big tongue shells live together. Ask for flowers. Today, it has been a full 5 years. But there is still no dumb beast that has successfully evolved into a hippo king. From this, it is enough to see the difficulty, and it is already rare for the hippo king. The hippo king in front of him is completely different from the general hippo king's tall body, but at the same time it is a little short, and there is a kind of see-through in those eyes full of wisdom. The vicissitudes of life. God of the sea, God of the sea. After muttering to himself twice, King Hippo's expression gradually became solemn. No, it's not like this anymore. The prophecy seems to have been changed. At the same time. Fire Island. In the huge volcanic crater that was billowing thick smoke, a bird elf wrapped in firelight rushed out in bursts of angry long calls. Piercing through the gold and cracking stones, the substantive sound waves vibrated the smoke in the air layer by layer. This elf has a brownish-yellow body, a straight bill and sharp claws. It has a streamlined crown and a flame-like tail, and almost most of its body is covered with feathers. The overall image is somewhat similar to the western phoenix. And it can indeed be classified as a divine beast. The flaming bird, one of the 3 divine birds, along with the frozen bird and the lightning bird. Now, judging from the performance of this flaming bird, it was obviously extremely angry. And the object that angered this flaming bird was a bizarre and retro double-ringed column-shaped aircraft located in the stratosphere above the Isle of Fire. It's surrounded by large and small propellers, but it doesn't seem to fly here completely. The length and breadth are more than 100 meters, like a fortress that is constantly in the sky. And the fort is full of cannon muzzles. The chill lingers upon it. They are all aimed at the direction of the flame bird diagonally below. ... Begging. 503. The Pull of Fate, the Magic of the Gods. Zhou Lutai, native of Chengdu, can be said to be a well-known investment wizard in the entire elves' business circle. At only 30 years old, not only has he already mastered quite terrifying investment talents. Cash flow, it holds shares in several cross-regional groups. It can be said that in terms of financial resources alone, it can be considered to be ranked in the entire elf world. Of course. The fact that Zhou Lutai can have such achievements has nothing to do with his father, who is in charge of the Chengdu Alliance financial director, and his grandfather, the executive member of the Alliance headquarters. And as a rich enough to treat money as a number, Zhou Lutai is neither lustful nor domineering. The only, little, hobby is that I like to collect some unique and rare, objects. But these objects are more contrary to the moral standards of the elven world. Because his most beloved collection is composed of 407 inches rare and rare elves. Yes, the collection of Zhou Lutai is precisely some perverted rich people, a collection of delicate body specimens that have arisen in the dark and are not tolerated by the world. In a large number of rich circles, elves, to them, are nothing but weapons, tools, and pets. More than this. Just like Zhou Lutai, they are unwilling to subdue the elves at all, and even feel that relying on the protection of elves is a degrading behavior. Don't feel incomprehensible. Like this kind of guy who sticks to the so-called rules of old and rotten customs, pretends to be lofty, and drives backwards in the times, Baizi has lived in his previous life, but don't know too much. And obviously, Zhou Lutai is also one of them. Compared with elves, he believes in the power of power, money and technology in his hands. Elf. It was just a plaything. But now, ordinary elves, even flashes, quasi-gods, etc., are tired of playing, so he turns his attention to the legend. And it is not an ordinary legend, but a top legend that has been famous in the entire Kanto region for thousands of years and is respected as a god. Good. What he wanted was not the flaming bird in front of him, nor even the lightning bird and the freezing bird that perched on the other 2 islands. But above the 3 of them, the top legend. The god of the sea, Lugia. As for the 3 divine birds, it was just his addition to attract Lugia. What else does the prophecy call? The destruction of the world. In his opinion. At most, it's just a disaster that affects a little bit wider. If you die, that is, the dead person and the elves, for him, this means that it has no effect. When the world is in ruin, the god of the sea will appear to quell the disaster. Zhou Lutai recited this sentence in a low voice, her eyes gradually becoming obsessed and crazy. Then what needs to be done now is to let these beasts play for me and destroy the world. Horn. Snapped. Zhou Lutai slapped the console in front of him, looked through the high-frequency camera, and looked at the flame bird on the screen that was angrily releasing flame skills in all directions. Ruthlessly. Attack. Led me to this beast in the direction of the ice island. The voice fell, and on the air fortress hidden in the clouds, the countless protruding gun barrels again condensed the cold light. Next second. Swish swish one by one. Countless energy cannonballs mixed with ice attributes blasted out, drawing arcs in the air, heading in the direction of the flame bird, overwhelming the sky. And just when Giluda used the energy attack of the ice attribute to gradually lead the flame bird to the ice island where the frozen bird was located. I don't know if it was the pull of fate or some kind of amazing coincidence. Xiaoji and his party, led by Xiaomei, a resident of Asia Island, landed on Asia Island amid the strong wind and rain. On the other side, on the passenger plane heading towards Kanto Golden City. Inside the empty first-class cabin, Bai Zi, who was closing his eyes and resting, suddenly felt a strange bump from the passenger plane. Don't wait for him to figure out the situation. Next second. Boom, underscore. A dazzling thunderbolt suddenly flashed from the window, followed by a thunderous roar. Opening his eyes, Bai Zi realized that the scenery outside the window was already covered by dark clouds. The drizzle, the frantic storm mixed with the occasional thunder, made the passenger plane more and more turbulent. Serious. The strange thing is that the other side of the plane is cold wind and snow. In no time. The chill brought by the blizzard had already cast a hazy mist on the windows close to the other side. Brother Bai Zi. At this moment, Bai Zi felt a pair of icy little hands hold over, and when he turned his head, he saw Serena's slightly bewildered look. Although she was already strong enough to reach the realm of the King of Heaven. She is a great trainer, but in the final analysis, Serena is just a little girl who has been away from home for less than a year. Z is comparable to a guy like that. Don't worry, it's alright. Bai Zi held Serena's small hand with a backhand, and said softly in a gentle voice. Although the reason for the incident has not been figured out for a while, but with the two top legends in his body, as long as it is not a sanctioned light gravel shot head-on. No matter how extreme the situation is, Bai Zi has enough confidence to ensure the safety of himself and Serena. Hello, passengers, the Dragon's Breath passenger plane is experiencing extreme weather. Please don't panic, fasten your seatbelts and sit firmly. The aircraft and all the crew will ensure the safety of your journey. All. Close black lens bracket. The sweet, calm voice of the flight attendant came from the radio. Immediately after. The flight attendants also poured into the economy, business and first-class cabins under the leadership of the foreman, and began to appease the mood of the frequent passengers. There were 3 people in the first-class cabin where Bai Zi was sitting. There was a lady by the window in front of the right. Bai Zi didn't pay much attention to it, and he and Selena were the 2 of them. However, even so, the crew sent 2 flight attendants to comfort them. 4.3. This lady. Sir, and this lady, please don't panic. The flight attendants of our crew have rich experience in dealing with them and will definitely deliver the 2 to their destination safely. Thank you. Bai Zi looked calm. After thanking him, the baby-faced stewardess with a bob head hurriedly walked towards the noisy business and economy class in the back. And just when Bai Zi was thinking about whether to make a move. A violent vibration suddenly came from his waist. Bai Zi lifted the hem of his clothes, and at a glance he saw the crystal horn hanging on his waist, trembling frantically like a phone call. Calling the god Conch. 504. Mary, air crash. Calling god Conch. Horn, in his hand like a work of art. Bai Zi frowned slightly. This is the second time that the god summoning Conch has changed. Last time. The changes it produced heralded the arrival of little Lugia, and indirectly led to his confrontation with the sea demon, Dark Lugia. Finally, with the help of the Future Combat Power Time Limit card, he completed the feat of killing gods that no one knew about. And this time, God calling Conch, that is constantly pulling him in a certain direction, combined with the extreme weather outside today. In his heart, there is already some kind of guess. At this time. Boom. With a thunderclap, the entire passenger plane suddenly tipped to the left like a passenger ship that was suddenly slapped by the waves. Suddenly, bursts of exclamation sounded in the cabin. Baizi immediately grabbed Serena's slender waist and pinned her into his arms. The slight blessing of burning white thoughts, 25 combined with the waist horse brought by the master-level kicking skills, in the nearly 60 to 70 degree tilt and bumps, Baizi seemed to take root, and sat firmly motionless on the comfortable first-class seat. The flight attendant who remained was also not lightly restrained by the fixed belt. But he didn't escape from the seat belt on his waist like the other passenger, and rolled over in the direction of the two of them. X2. The eyes of the panicked girl met, and a flash of surprise and familiarity flashed across the two almost at the same time. Baizi's eyes were quick and his hands were fast. He stretched out his hand and slammed it forward, directly passing through the girl's armpit, and then following the force to the inside, he caught the other party from midair into his arms. Humph tilde. A muffled groan came. Baizi bowed his head. Once again, I met the girl's slightly embarrassed gaze. The oblique punk hairstyle uses red rope to tie two double ponytails with little devil's hair, moist, and inlaid with green eyes like agate. On the delicate and lovely face. Wearing a pink dress with an outer leather jacket, it was a little messy at the moment. A pair of straight and slender white and tender long legs fluttered unconsciously, while attracting attention. They also seemed a little funny. Well, it's pink too, guilt. Baizi looked away. Mary. It was this girl's name. As the 8th generation, Baizi is no stranger to being as popular as, or in other words, slightly overshadowing the new goddess Mary, who is the heroine of the game Xiaoyu. After all, before the time travel, he had already read a lot of doujinshi books about Mali. They were all serious doujinshi books, such as Playing in the Wild with Xiaoyu, Hikai Bean's karate training or something. Have to say, after the real encounter, in terms of appearance alone, Molly's charm is not inferior to Serena next to him, but compared to Serena's childhood sweetheart, Molly is more like a little devil beautiful girl. Soon. The plane stopped bumping. Thank you. Baizi put Mary down immediately. After the other party thanked him in a low voice, he quickly pulled up the hem of his skirt and sat on the other side of the seat. He rubbed his heart quietly. The corners of the mouth twitched slightly. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Baizi always felt that there was a bit of gnashing of teeth in Mary's thank you. Subconsciously, he touched the tip of his nose. Immediately, a wisp of fragrance came from the cuff. Baizi palmed his hand. At this moment, the soothing voice of the flight attendant came again. Every passenger, don't worry, it was just a strong airflow just now, and now the passenger plane has successfully passed through, please don't worry. Panic, follow the passenger instructions and we will keep everyone safe. Successful crossing. Looking at the sky like torrential rain outside the window, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the plane seemed to have really recovered, the sense of balance brought by the master-level kicking skills told him that at this time, the entire fuselage was actually slightly inclined to the right. His eyes were faintly blazing white. With his mental power swept away, he immediately noticed that the left flaperon at the rear of the passenger plane was half detached. Although it is not clear what kind of impact this will have, with the current climate, if it is not dealt with now, I am afraid it will be difficult for this passenger plane to cross the sea and reach the land safely. Even. Air disaster is imminent. This is enough to see from the gradually pale face of the flight attendant who turned back with ears. Thinking of this, Baizi no longer hesitated, and immediately unfastened his seatbelt, but the moment he got up, he felt a pulling sensation from the hem of his clothes. As soon as he lowered his head, he met Serena's stubborn eyes. Take me. Baizi sensed this meaning from the other party's eyes. Okay. With a chuckle, he rubbed the other's little head, leaned over to help her unfasten her seat belt, and Baizi took 407 Serena's little hand and stood up. Sir. In the first-class cabin, the pale-faced flight attendant noticed the movements of Baizi and the two of them, and quickly unfastened his safety rope, saying, "This gentleman, this young lady, I haven't taken off yet. I am not completely out of danger. Please don't take your seat immediately, okay? Quote. We need to go to the bathroom, sorry." Baizi was too lazy to explain. He glanced at the door with WC behind the flight attendant. After making a random excuse, he took Selena directly over the flight attendant. Press the door. With a click sound, the two entered the bathroom directly. Slap tilde. With the sound of the door closing, the flight attendant, whose body gradually regained consciousness, looked stunned. What happened just now? The body can't move at all. Wait, no. At this time, the door lock of the bathroom should be completely closed, right? And also, go to the bathroom. 2 people. P.S. Mary tilde. 505. The raven who walks through the thunderstorm. La. Silver snakes danced wildly, torrential rain poured, and the majestic rain curtain seemed to connect the whole world one after another. A passenger plane with a broken fin carefully maintained its balance and struggled through this cloudy storm. At this time, a scorching white scene suddenly flashed above the nose of the machine. Next second. Whoosh _. Baizi and Serena flashed from the light. Above his head, the rainstorm frantically washed away the propped-up psychic shield, and even gave Baizi an illusion of being doused by a waterfall. And as soon as his feet landed on the surface of the fuselage, a backward potential energy instantly pushed his body, causing Baizi to slide along the surface of the fuselage all the way to the tail wing before re-standing. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Serena, who was pale in her arms but kept her lips tightly closed. "Don't be afraid." Raising his hand and rubbing the little head of the girl, seeing that the other party nodded slightly, and responded with an, Baizi's footsteps were firm, facing the heavy rain, and he stepped back to the direction of the nose step by step. Look around. In the vast and dark sky, violent winds and rain, and dancing silver snakes, an indescribable pleasure suddenly flooded Baizi's heart. Slightly indulge in this feeling for a moment. Baizi thought for a while. Reach out. A little lightly in a certain direction on the waist. Next second. Wow. Accompanied by the piercing screeching of the cracking clouds through the stone, a behemoth appeared from the sudden white light, with wings like clouds covering the sky, sliding parallel above the heads of Baizi and the two of them without the slightest sound of the wind. Soar. Silently, it covered the pouring rain. Seeing this, Baizi smiled slightly. No need. The figure flashed again, and Baizi, who appeared above the steel-armored crow's head, held Serena with one hand and the spiky mask in front of the steel-armored crow's head with the other, enjoying the expression, "I like this such a feeling tilde." Steel-armored crow, grab the passenger plane below and head to. Glancing at the passenger plane below which was swaying more and more violently due to the broken tail, Baizi immediately ordered. Half said. He raised his left wrist again, and Serena reached out her hand to help Baizi click on the virtual map as if she had a good heart. Seeing that Serena's gaze followed, Baizi thought for a while and said, "Choose Chengdu, Nanjing City." Serena hurriedly lowered her head. Soon, a slightly flickering route map appeared on the watch's virtual screen. But in just a moment, the screen flashed again, leaving only a buffered ring mark. Obviously, the signal here is not very good. Enough. Although it was fleeting, but with the excellent sense of space brought by Baizi's memory and mind, he quickly determined the direction of Nanjing City. Go this direction to the southwest. Go. The steel-armored crow responded with a voice that was completely incompatible with his body shape, and then descended slightly, at the moment when the tail of the plane completely collapsed and the fuselage tilted to one side. Sharp claws were like hooks, directly grabbing the two wings of the dragon's breath passenger plane. Again, what's the matter? What's going on? Bless the hero, bless the champion, bless me to land safely, go home safely, bless and bless. Mom, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Mother is here. I don't want to die, I'm still young, I don't want to die. I haven't even talked about love. Woo-woo. The 2-degree severe turbulence of the plane stimulated the nerves of everyone in the cabin, praying, panicking, and crashing. Even if the flight attendants were dutiful enough, they still couldn't stop the panic spread. After all, these flight attendants are more aware of the situation, and even if they try to suppress, their pale faces cannot deceive everyone. But at this moment, a sudden exclamation suddenly sounded in the crowd. What is this? The sound is loud, even shrill, excellent pitch, but it succeeds in attracting everyone's attention. I followed the gaze of the middle-aged man who was standing by the window. On the wing outside the window, a blue iron claw shining with dark purple light was fastened on it. Almost everyone felt their scalp numb for a while, and while taking a deep breath, they turned their heads to look to the other side at the same time. Sure enough, there was also a wing on the other side. Giant claw. What is this? At a glance, they can see the whole leopard. Almost everyone can imagine that at this time, above their heads, there is a bird called a behemoth, which is holding the passenger plane they are riding on. Nowhere to fly. Everything is quiet. Don't worry, I will take you to a safe landing. At this moment, an extremely dull voice suddenly sounded in the minds of all passengers and flight attendants in the entire cabin. The entire cabin suddenly fell silent. Subsequently, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were instantly released. Just now, Oka IJ. It's a trainer. It must be a powerful trainer here. It's great, woo-woo. I don't have to die, haha. I don't have to die. God bless. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Didn't the trainer just say to keep quiet? Please don't disturb the trainer. Let's keep quiet, keep quiet. The cabin gradually quieted down, and everyone felt the joy of the rest of their lives. Inside the first-class cabin, only the flight attendant patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Aside, Molly, who was slightly soothing her eyebrows, turned her eyes to the direction of the bathroom involuntarily. The voice just now, was it him? In the rain. Guess it, clever little girl. Withdrawing the power of thought, a smile flashed in Bai Zi's eyes. Under the body. The steel-armored crow's wings twitched. As if unaffected at all, carrying a medium-sized passenger plane weighing dozens of tons, it penetrated the layers of rain curtains between the sea and the sky, like a raven walking through the thunderstorm and thunder, heading towards the Golden City. The direction swept away. 506. The world is destroyed. What to do with me? Today's Manjin Airport is almost a mess. Because not so long ago, a huge steel raven with a wingspan of tens of meters ignored the warning of the prevention and control alarm and rushed in directly. He rose and disappeared into the rain. This operation was directly done to the staff on the tower. Good half sound. It wasn't until the other party took the initiative to contact him that he gradually understood what happened. The passenger plane encountered extreme weather on the way, and was finally rescued by the passing trainer. Manjin City Airport, as the top city airport in Chengdu, has nothing to say about its mobility. After figuring out the situation, soon, engineering rescue vehicles and airport rescue workers were dispatched to safely pick up hundreds of passengers in the entire cabin. In the crowd, Mary stayed until the end, taking advantage of the opportunity for everyone to get off the plane. She secretly took a look at the bathroom. Sure enough, there was no one. But soon, after all the passengers were evacuated, the disappearance of Bai Zi and Selena was finally discovered. And it didn't take long. 407 messages for the two of them were also placed on the airport manager's office. Yao Tilda. The old man in his 50s recognized Bai Zi's identity at a glance and said with a smile, "Isn't this the little monster from Kanto?" Well, after pondering for a while, he guessed, it seems that this is the right time to be an unsung hero. Of course, Bai Zi knew that he couldn't hide his identity. In fact, he didn't keep his name for the sake of doing good deeds, he just didn't care about it. And Compared with the appearance of a saint in front of a small person, to experience the taste of being a hero, what he cares more about is the more frequent and rapid vibrations of the God-calling conch. This means, the things, over there, I am afraid the time has come. The other side. Asia Island Chain. CFED Flame Bird to the Ice Island by driving his battle fortress named Flying Palace, which inspired the Frozen Bird and the Flame Bird inhabiting the Ice Island. After the war, the lightning birds on the Isle of Thunder were attracted according to law. The three divine birds don't know if they have brains or they already have hatred. It really blows up at one point. After meeting, there is no need for Joe Lutai to intervene at all. It's a mess. He was so angry that he almost didn't knock out the dog's brain. Not without reason that Pokemon fans refer to these three divine birds as the three stupid birds. That's really mindless. The desperate battle of the three divine birds inspired their respective powers, and for a while, the ocean currents that originally existed near the Asian island chain were disturbed. Or put it another way. The desperate battle of the three divine birds directly disrupted the power of the terroir near the island of Asia, causing the nature to lose its balance, and the impact is still expanding. At this moment, the frantic weather has spread almost to the entire Guangdu continent, and even the nearby sea area, and has gradually spread to the farther places such as Fengyuan and Shanao. And the sea area near Asia Island was already swept by strong winds, snow and rain, and all kinds of extreme weather took turns raging in this area. Damn. To quell the anger of the three divine birds, you can only board the three islands, get the three treasures above, and put them in the three shrines enshrined in the altar of the temple. But, even though Xiaoji is much stronger than in the original book, he still has no resistance in the face of the three divine beasts who have reached the level of the gods. Even after barely getting the Firebird's treasure, he couldn't even cross the battlefield, reach the rest of the islands, or return to the altar on the island of Asia. Not to mention, there are other people standing in his way. You bastard, do you know that the world will be destroyed if you go on like this? Xiaoji showed a rare expression of anger, the veins on his neck burst out, and his eyes were about to bite people. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will definitely hit you at all costs. Xiaoji. Xiaoxia next to her worriedly glanced at the boy who seemed a little strange. She knew why Xiaoji was so angry. It's different from the kind of scene that goes by in the anime. The aftermath of the battle of the three divine birds and the disaster of extreme weather have already brought a considerable degree of casualties. Xiaoji has traveled all the way, it is true, and he has seen it with his own eyes. See. For Xiaoji, who loves elves more than his own life, this is tantamount to a blow from the blue. It can be said. For the first time in his life, Ash really had the urge to kill someone in his heart. But the opponent's flying device is too difficult to deal with. Even the strongest fire-breathing dragon in his hand has been hit back by the opponent's attribute cannonballs several times. And it is impossible to break through the defense line laid by the opponent. Make them detour to land on two islands, and the plan to get the treasure is in vain. The destruction of the world. So what? Fanatical and disdainful words were passed down from the broadcast of the Flying Palace, with a twisted will to take care of themselves. The most perfect collection in this world, Lugia, I must get it. It's you who are in the way. You guy. Xiaoji's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were almost shattered, and everyone behind him looked like the same enemy. How could there be such a person? This guy is just a lunatic. That's right, Xiao, you don't care about the destruction of the world at all. In this case, how can our rockets catch Pikachu with peace of mind? That's right, definitely hit this guy. Yes, little devil, let us help you. 507. Awaken the potential. The sudden battle of the enemy. Having said that, everyone has no clue in their hearts. After all, the firepower configuration of this flying palace is too terrifying, and it is not something they can easily pass through. But obviously, at this moment, Xiaoji has already made a desperate plan. He pulled the brim of his hat behind his head. He turned his head and looked at the scarred fire-breathing dragon beside him. The fire-breathing dragon also seemed to have a sense of twisting his head in the direction of Xiaoji, and they looked at each other. Fire-breathing dragon. Roared Tilda. This incident on Asia Island is a life and death choice faced by Ash in the true sense. Have to say. Although this guy is really a lot of stinky things, but if it is only about the love of elves, I am afraid that no one dares to say that it is better than Xiaoji. After all, there is a difference between being able to work hard for your own elves and being able to work hard for all the elves. And in this high-pressure crisis, the bond between Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon is not only getting closer and closer, but also growing at an astonishing speed. The bond is deeply hidden in their bodies. The unique latent quality is being awakened. Blue, clear energy like the ocean and sky rises from Ash's body. This is the special power hidden in Ash's body, the power of waveguide. And the power of the waveguide that was stimulated quickly wrapped around the body of the fire-breathing dragon with a clear goal. In an instant, the fire-breathing dragon, which was already thin in size, seemed to be inflated, with a shoulder and neck. The muscles in the lower back, arms and legs suddenly knotted up. The skin seems to be congested, red, and even exudes wisps of heat rising up. Xiaoji immediately turned over, but just before the fire-breathing dragon soared into the sky, a red orb was thrown out by Xiaoji. This is. Xiaoxia picked it up subconsciously and looked down. Isn't this the treasure of the flame bird that Xiaoji has worked so hard to get back from the fire island? Little Devil's head is already on. Little girl, next, it's up to you. Xiaoxia raised her head suddenly. Immediately, she realized that Team Rocket's trio had stopped in front of her at some point, and Xiao, who could only speak, turned her head slightly and gave herself a thumbs up. The trio rushed forward. Go up and scream. Okay, let's go, Aberdeen. Come on, double gas. Everyone. Xiaoxia's eyes were slightly red. Don't hesitate, Xiaoxia. The priestess of Asia Island, Ferula, grabbed Xiaoxia's hand, and followed the leading islander Xiaomei to the beach not far behind. Every time, the three of them came to the beach that was already covered in silver. An icebreaker that looked like a tyrannical dragon was floating on the half-frozen shore. A flag with Xiaoxiao's head was fluttering in the wind. Obviously, this icebreaker was the masterpiece of the other party. Xiaomei jumped onto the boat first, and Xiaoxia also boarded the boat under the leadership of Ferula. Buzz, Xiaomei operated her hands and feet swiftly. After a moment, the motor of the icebreaker turned and started to operate. Don't worry, Xiaoxia, Flora. While steering the boat, I will definitely deliver you to your destination safely. I am a first-class sailor. Then let's go. Slam, la. In an instant, the icebreaker rushed straight away like an arrow from the string. The other side. It is not far above an isolated island that is not too far from the Orange Islands. Above the steel-armored crow's head, under the shield of psychic power, Bai Zi, who is holding Serena, looks at the cold storm and snow that has changed again in the sky, as well as several water dragons that are connected to the clouds and sky rising from the sea. Volume, eyes sinking. And just when the steel-armored crow was about to pass over this isolated island, suddenly, a sense of crisis suddenly hit. And with a sense of crisis, a dull telepathy suddenly vibrated from bottom to top. The thief. Boom. Accompanied by this cold drink, a scorching pillar of fire surged towards Bai Zi's direction. Avoid. Fortunately, Bai Zi's reaction was fast enough. Ask for flowers. Immediately, while using his mind power to assist the steel armor crow to change his body shape, he used telepathy to give a clear order. It's not that he didn't want to teleport with the steel armor crow, but it was because he did so. The unusual size and energy level of the steel-armored crow is simply not something that his current superpower can easily move. Wow! In an instant, the steel-armored crow spreads its wings, and a violent wind column is instantly generated to greet the fire column, and the body is dodged to one side under the reverse thrust of the skill and the pull of Bai Zi's thought force. Supergiant whirlwind swept away. But this supergiant whirlwind swept away immediately collapsed the moment it touched the pillar of fire, and disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, the column of fire, whose speed did not decrease at all, continued to charge up, rubbing the front of the left wing of the steel-armored crow, and slammed into the clouds in the sky. Boom! The fire lingered, as if the gloomy weather once again raised a short scorching sun. Humph! As if his brain had been hit by a hammer, the heat from the tip of his nose rolled down. With a light wipe, bright red bloodstains appeared in his hands. This was the damage caused by the forceful breaking of his own mind power. Subsequently, Bai Zi's eyes swept over the shoulder armor of the steel-armored crow's left shoulder that looked like a red iron, and the cold light in his eyes flashed away. This level of power has already been aimed at the direction of the flame. The comers are good, but the comers are not good. Brother Bai Zi. Serena's panicked voice sounded in her arms. Relax. Bai Zi wiped the blood from his hands and rubbed the top of the little girl's head, who was a little panicked. Then, he slowly moved his gaze down to the brown-spotted figure standing on the only lonely front on the island below. Seat. More. Blue. N. Word by word, he read out the name of the elf, feeling the rage and killing intent of the other party, as well as the attribute panel that appeared in his eyes. In Bai Zi's eyes, a trace of clarity suddenly flashed across. The enemy of God. Begging. 508. The enemy is also an opportunity. The strongest generation hits the strong empty seat. Race. Sidoran. Attribute. Fire, steel. Characteristic. Body of fire, Monty. Sometimes the opponent who touches himself will become a burning state. Level. Tripolar God Peak, level 99, 99 100ths. Potential. Tripolar God. HP. 91, Attack. 90, Defense. 106, Special Attack. 130, Special Defense. 106, Speed. 77. Exclusive skill. Lava Storm. Skills. Fire Vortex, Fire Fang, Primal Power, Smoke, Hot Air, Metal Claw, Iron Hoof Light, Metal Sound, Earth Power, Sharp Stone Attack, Jealousy Fire, Iron Roller, Spitfire. Status. Good, Anger Attacking Heart. Introduction. The King of Harsh Mountains, the original Sidoran, has existed for a long time. With the passage of time and the convenience of the location, according to the 407 inches, he can enter the realm of the gods by consuming the Earth's fire source gas. In the realm, it took years to realize a trace of burning power, intending to enter the realm of the second-level gods and gain the power of authority, but in the end it was a complete failure. Good. God enemy, that wind speed dog obtained because of his burning authority, who came over at least 300 chapters, is exactly this Sidoran in front of him. In fact, Bai Zi can understand Sidoran's rage. After all, anyone who has cooked a duck flying will not give up easily. What's more, if it flies away, it is the luxury version of roast duck that has been promoted to the second-level god, and naturally it will not give up. Off. However, understanding is understanding. Good person, who is inclined to order. But at the same time, it is more advocating to help relatives and not help, and the slightest hatred should be returned tenfold. It seemed that he felt Bai Zi's intentions. Immediately, a shadow under his feet suddenly boiled. Machado was rarely angry about the fact that his negligence just now caused Bai Zi to be injured. However, it was not until Masha showed up. Waste. Accompanied by the sudden shaking of an elf ball, the white light flashed, and the figure of the wind speed dog suddenly jumped out of it. As if it was uncontrollable, it shone towards the Exodore lane below. Howling. Sidoran below immediately exploded with anger, and when he opened his mouth, there was a thick lava storm, but Bai Zi discovered it in advance, so that the steel-armored crow quickly lifted into the air and avoided the past. Wind speed dog. Bai Zi frowned slightly. Although he didn't know the reason, he obviously wouldn't let the wind speed dog, who was still a quasi-god rank, fight against Sidoran. After all, the difference between God's domain are not as too great. Even, he is not prepared to call for rewards with similar or weaker hands as usual, so there are still important things to do. His idea is to call Lai Kongzai or King Chang directly, and get close to this guy neatly. But the idea has only just occurred. Next second. An indifferent telepathy immediately reached his ears. Bai Zi, this guy, it's better to leave it to the wind speed dog to deal with. Sit in the air. Bai Zi heard the telepathic voice, and motioned the steel-armored crow to raise his position to avoid the even more angry lava fire column after the opponent appeared, provocative, because of the wind speed dog. At the same time, he responded to Lai Kongsi with his mind power. If the wind speed dog is strong enough, of course there is no problem, but even if the wind speed dog has the power of burning, and the blazing sun mode, of the inextinguishable flame, I am afraid it cannot be leveled. The gap between the quasi-god and the realm of the gods is like a chasm, right? What's more, I have an urgent matter to deal with now. So, what's your reason? This is good for the wind speed dog. Lai Kongzi's voice was still very cold and glamorous. The enemy of God is the enemy of your life and death, and it is also a rare opportunity. Not bad. Kang Zhang's telepathy also interjected at this time. If the wind speed dog knows each other personally, then because of the homogeneity brought by the burning authority, the wind speed dog will be able to complete the beauty carries a part of the energy level and characteristics of the other party. Of course, vice versa, it's the same. That means if he kills the wind speed dog himself, then Sidoran can also carry some energy levels and qualities from the wind speed dog. Or, there is the burning authority it has in mind. Was a trace of understanding in Bai Zi's eyes. This is a very easy shortcut for both wind speed dog and Sidoran. It is no wonder that Sidoran will come to chase and kill all the way, and wind speed dog will be so irritable. But, although there is nothing wrong with chance, for today's wind speed dog, it is probably not realistic to kill a Exodorland that is infinitely close to the second level god. Bai Zi stretched out his hand to soothe the restlessness beside him, the wind speed dog. His gaze swept past the increasingly manic Imperial envoy flaming lava below, and asked by Sidoran, who was swaying wildly in the super sky. That's the key. Opportunity is indeed an opportunity, but if you can't beat it, why not? Is it possible that you can still call someone to fight on your behalf? It's not impossible. Kang Zhang's voice seemed a little dry, and it seemed that these words were a bit contrary to its code of conduct. What do you mean? Bai Zi was stunned when he heard the words. But before he could ask the question, Lai Kong immediately informed Bai Zi of the meaning of this sentence with his actions. Simple. Lai Kong sat down and the voice just fell. Next second. Woo! Accompanied by the long roar of the dragon resounding through the void, in the white light, the sinuous dragon that flashed out from Bai Zi's waist danced his black 4.3 dragon body. Like a black streamer. In an instant. Then, in the horrified expression of Sidoran's horrified desire, he rushed forward, striking the dragon and swinging its tail, slashing in the air. Wide area destruction. Boom! There was a sudden shock, and the isolated peaks and vegetation on the island were instantly flattened by the strong wind pressure generated by the skill. Moment. The smoke screen dissipated. In the middle of the incomparably flat island, in a shallow pothole, Sidoran, who was trembling slightly and foaming at the mouth like epilepsy, rolled his eyes, barely looking at the blurred vision. Skyrim. Crack, Lai Kong sits. 509. Accompany the light and accept the darkness. One step wind speed dog. At this time, Shi Duolin was full of doubts about the beast life. No, he was just here to fight a power thief who has not yet reached the realm of the gods, at most a power thief with a human trainer, just a thief. Human trainer. Although he has lived in the caves in the core of the harsh mountain all the year round, he is not ignorant of human trainers. Indeed, those elves who have been trained by the trainers have indeed grown. It is very fast, and with the blessing of so-called tactical tactics and other cleverness, it has a comprehensive combat power far superior to that of wild elves. But, for an existence that has stepped into the realm of the gods, it is too weak. To put it bluntly, human trainer, it doesn't pay attention at all. But how do you know that the human trainer of this wind speed dog has a different color and strong air seat? This is the famous Lai Kongzai clan even among the legendary clans. It is still the heterochromatic individual that is said to be extremely powerful. This is so. Sidorain's mind was broken, but it soon had no energy to think about the rest, as its vision became more and more blurred over time. The last consciousness is to see the trainer kid with silver broken hair, with the abominable thief 25, standing in front of him. His purpose is obviously not to say anything. Self-evident. No, I don't want to. At this moment, the strong desire to survive frantically stimulated Sidoran's brain, but at this moment, he was reluctant to even speak and open his eyes, let alone move. Under the emotional stimulation, not only did he fail to become more awake, but the reappearance seemed to have broken the last chord and fell into darkness. Outside world. Status. Dying. I'll leave it to you, whined Speed Dog. Baizi glanced at Sidoran, who was so angry in the pothole, and then dragged Serena directly to the other side of the island, and began to check the injury of the steel-armored crow. Although it was only a rub, the damage done to the steel-armored crow by Sidoran's blow was still not light. The feather armor at the front of the left wing was still red as a soldering iron, emitting a faint heat. There is a little sign of softening. But fortunately, the body of the steel-armored crow is now somewhat similar to the deity of Wujitai. Except for the core giant organ, other body tissues are no longer ordinary flesh and blood. The damage will have a certain impact on it, but it will not really bring pain and continuous damage reduction bonus. It's a little bit of a data-based health bar. Moment. Boom, underscore. The roaring explosion and heat came from not far away, but then, they were blocked by the direct support wings of the steel-armored crow. And Baizi also hugged Serena closely, covering her ears, preventing her from hearing Sidorlan's last cry before she died. Selena didn't resist, instead she took advantage of the situation to arch her head on Baizi's chest. Actually, brother Baizi, you don't need to protect me like that. Baizi rubbed her thumb on Serena's temple, smiled, and didn't answer. Do this. It's not that he wants to maintain a bright and upright image in front of Selena. In fact, he never deliberately concealed any relatives and friends about his behavior. ... Accept me, then, I hope you can accept all of me. On the island of position 11. Actually, it was already equal to Baizi, who gave Selena a chance to make a new choice. But the little girl did not disappoint him, and the bright, who was willing to accompany him, also accepted him. Of darkness. This wholeheartedness, of course, deserves to be taken care of. As Selena said, this is a kind of protection. He will not hide this darkness, but Baizi will do his best for them who can accept his darkness. Yes, don't let them touch, and try to stay away from all this. Thinking about it now, whether it's Nazi, Lusa Manai, or Purus Xiaohuang, the girls who are related to him can accept all of themselves without reservation. There are also Mei, who is doing her best for herself, and Shaolin and Sharona, who have an inexplicable relationship. As well as a group of elves who can completely rely on their lives. Well, I'm really a lucky guy. The corners of Baizi's mouth twitched slightly. And right now. Ooh. Along with the wind speed dog's melodious and high-pitched roar, the system's prompt sound also rang in Baizi's ears one by one. Your Lai Kongzai and wind speed dog combine to kill Exidorlan. Ignore what Lai Kongzai gains, and wind speed dog gain slightly. Level +6, Junior proficiency +10. Ding! The power of burning stimulates homogeneous traction, the object of traction, Sidoranin. Ding, trigger system assistance. Ding, help starts. With a series of system prompts sounded one after another. Baizi waved his hand to make the steel-armored crow let go of the giant wings, and together with Serena, turned his eyes to the direction of the wind speed dog. I saw. The Sidoran in the pothole on the ground, under the invisible force, turned into a red and brown spiral mist. These aerosols surround the wind speed dog that has turned into a blazing sun mode, constantly infiltrating the body of the wind speed dog whose roar is getting louder and louder. Gradually, it turned into a ball of aerosol, surrounding the body of the wind speed dog. Time flies. About 10 minutes. 407 with a terrifying high temperature and distortion all over his body appeared in front of Baizi's eyes one by one. Race, wind speed dog, blazing sun mode, basic mode. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, intimidation, ignition, unextinguishable flame. Level, elementary level 2 God, temporary increase in flame mode, peak level 3 God, level 99, 99 100ths. Potential, level 2 God. HP, 190, attack, 110, defense, 81-80, special attack, 101, special defense, 81-80, speed, 105-95, close black lens bracket. Exclusive skills, burning flame, Junion. Status, good, energy level unstable. Law comprehension, fire element 59%. Open black lens bracket authority, burn close black lens bracket. Introduction, in charge of burning, controlling light and heat, and possessing an inextinguishable flame that burns everything out. In the blazing sun mode, the overall strength and the power of fire attribute moves will be increased to a certain extent. At this time, it is in a state of energy level instability caused by the sudden increase in strength and the decline in control power. Good. Baizi's expression was extremely satisfied. In this wave, with the assistance of the system, this Sitterland was considered to be a great blessing to the wind speed dog. He stepped into the realm of God's domain in one step, and even had a temporary combat power comparable to a second-level god for a short time. Where is this divine enemy? He is clearly a good comrade who sacrifices himself for others. 510. The dog running the sea, hindering me. Then all die. Solving the guy named God's enemy, who was actually Windspeed Dog's exclusive experience package, Sidoran. Looking at the strange weather where the sky was clearly starting to clear, but the snow, rain, and the wind were becoming more and more wanton, Baizi frowned slightly and was ready to leave again. Because from a spiritual perspective that is invisible to the naked eye, the natural energy in the atmosphere has long been constrained by some force under the sea, and it has become chaotic. Even for some unknown reason, it is gradually losing its reconciliation and suppression of attribute energy and the environment. Once this continues, what will happen to the completely out of balance nature? Baizi couldn't explain such a disaster. But no matter what, he wants to avoid this from happening. Now, God's summoning conch, hanging from his waist suddenly made an inexplicable groan. Open black lens bracket Ohm. In the voice, Baizi seemed to be pulled into an inexplicable vision world. In a dark underwater environment. Water current, that ordinary people can't see, is constantly flowing in a certain direction along an inexplicable pattern, forming a long ring of water that spreads across the deep sea. On the bed. This is one of the cores that supports the climate transformation of the elf world, the earth veins and ocean currents. For some reason, such a cognition suddenly appeared in Baizi's mind. But there are several traces of fractures and dislocations in the ley lines and ocean currents, and now, this process is even intensified in the continuous waves. And then, accompanied by a melodious whisper, a familiar figure passed through the ocean currents, trying to calm down the turbulent ocean currents, but was also trapped in the earth currents. Subsequently, at the moment of meeting the eyes of the other party, Baizi finally escaped from the vision world. Is Lugia. At this moment, he finally knew why Lugia didn't appear to stop the chaos of the three idiots. It's really more than enough but not enough. Knowing the reason, Baizi also immediately took back Lai Kongzai and Fengsugo. However, the accident happened again. Lai Kongzai entered the starry sky without any accident, but the wind speed dog suddenly and violently trembled after being recovered from the luxury ball. Immediately after the sound of sip, the entire luxury ball exploded into pieces. Thanks to Baizi for throwing it fast, or else what would happen? Woo, tilde. The wind speed dog stood innocently not far from Baizi. The terrifying high temperature scattered by Zhou Shen distorted the air, and the ground turned into yellow and pitch black in a short while. Baizi's mouth twitched. Obviously. The terrifying high temperature that can't be retracted by the wind speed dog is no longer something that luxury balls can withstand. Fortunately, he has always been well prepared, and he has special diving balls, healing balls and high temperature balls in stock. But, click underscore. After looking at it, the dog just approached the wind speed and burst into the high temperature ball that was burned into coke. Baizi slapped him on the forehead with a smack. Not anymore. It's time to make special Pokeballs like Mystery Ball and Star Ball. This thought flashed in Baizi's mind. Subsequently, he directly grabbed Serena's slender waist, and with a flash, he appeared on top of the steel-armored crow standing by. Fengsu dog, I can't take you with me for the time being. It's urgent. You can either stay here and wait, or you can find a way to keep up. After leaving this sentence, Baizi didn't wait for the wind speed dog to respond, and slapped the crown of the steel armor crow erected. Go away. The voice just fell. Fung. The steel-armored crow immediately spread its wings and entered the sky in an instant. Isolated island. After the wind speed dog subconsciously turned his head to avoid the flying sand and dust, he turned his head again, as if his master and the steel-armored crow had disappeared. Woo. In an instant, the calm wind speed dog also showed a boss ha expression. Subsequently. No need to think at all. Coax, underscore. The four-legged flames rose, and in a sudden jump, the wind speed dog rushed out of the isolated island and landed on the turbulent sea. The sea water mixed with finely crushed ice is dazzling and evaporated. But the wind speed dog has already used the power of this step to run ahead again. In an instant, it is like an orange streamer, galloping away on the sea surface in the rising of steam. Half empty. Above the head of the extremely line of steel-armored crows. After struggling for a while, Serena couldn't help but ask. Well, is it really okay to leave the wind speed dog there alone? Relax. Baizi rubbed the opponent's head with a smile. With that guy's strength, he won't encounter any danger. After thinking about it for a while, he added, the previous Sidoran was just a special case. And Baizi held Selena slightly sideways and motioned her to look back. Well, look, isn't it catching up? Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Kawa, tilde. Serena turned her head ignorantly, and in the next second, she looked at the wind speed dog chasing over the sea, and her face was dumbfounded. Dog ran to the sea. At the same time. The other side. Boom, underscore. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon whose muscles were knotted below, fiercely ripping apart the ice attribute energy bullet fired from his flight palace again, Zhou Lutai gradually lost patience. It's really a tenacious flea. If it weren't for the leisure time waiting for the god of the sea to appear, I wouldn't pay you to play for so long. Zhao of you. But I'm tired of playing. Flying Palace, activate full power for me. Before he finished speaking, the corner of his eye suddenly saw the image of Xiaoxia and the girls rushing out of the Thunder Island from the side of the secondary display screen. This is. Zhou Lutai's expression sank, and after manipulating the screen to zoom in, he suddenly found a red basket of 2 orbs in Xiaoxia's arms. The treasure of the flame bird and the lightning bird. In an instant, Gilroy's expression turned completely gloomy. One by one, I really don't give up. However, since you dare to hinder me. He quickly manipulated the virtual screen in front of him, and then, with a ferocious gaze, he slapped the button on the control panel with a slap. Then all die. 511. Bai Zi arrives, unexpected 10th destiny. With Zhou Lutai's palm falling. Ka. Outside world. Then, the muzzles of various attributes, energy, and energy were divided into 2 columns, respectively. Aiming at Xiaoji, and Xiaoxi's group who are heading towards the last ice island not far away. This is. Xiaoji's complexion suddenly changed, in addition to the sudden increase in the number of gun barrels and the deadly sense of crisis that made him horrified, but also because of his waveguide, he also noticed Xiaoxi's side. Crisis. At the current speed of the fire-breathing dragon, it is not impossible to rush to and intercept it. The big deal is that he will squeeze the unknown power that he has acquired inexplicably. But the opponent's firepower coverage obviously included him. In this way, just wanting to break through the firepower netbook, which has increased by at least several times in number and threat, is already as difficult as the sky. If I want to set a time limit, after breaking through in a short period of time, I immediately rush to and intercept the firepower net of the other attribute cannonball to rescue Xiaoxia and her group. This is simply an impossible task. Thinking of this, Xiaoji's face suddenly turned ugly. And right now. Sip_. Accompanied by a heavy stampede, a mechanical bushao that was at least 30 meters high suddenly jumped from the ground and 407, striding on his back, stopped directly in front of Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon. Little Guido, you can rest assured to save the little girl, and leave it to us Xiao. This is the ultimate machine for all of our wages. Yes, don't think we rockets are so easy to beat. Up. Ultimate fortune-telling, treasure-gathering art. X3. Hum_. As Team Rocket drank together, a dazzling golden light burst out from the gold coin on top of the spray nozzle of the machine. Next second. I saw that the attribute energy gathered by the many muzzles of the flying palace seemed to be pulled by some inexplicable force, and it was drawn out in advance, turning into a rain of various colors in the sky, towards the machine. Go in the direction of Xiaoxiao. Immediately. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions and roars followed one after another, and the strong wind pressure pushed fire-breathing dragon and Xiaoji away, and the thick smoke raised a mushroom cloud in place. Team Rocket. Xiaoji's eyes wavered fiercely, but he knew that the most important thing to do at this moment was to live up to the opportunity that the rockets won for him. Hum_. Under the agitation in his heart, Xiaoji desperately squeezed every inch of his body's strength. Endless blue light emerged from his body surface, and in contrast, Xiaoji's cheeks were visible to the naked eye. He became thinner, and there was a faint blue and black around the eye sockets. Snapped. At this moment, a slender palm suddenly pressed on Xiaoji's shoulder. Moment. The irresistible huge spiritual power pressed all the waveguide power that Ash had squeezed back into his body. Xiaoji, there's no need to risk your life for such scum. A familiar voice rang out. Xiaoji suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Zi who was standing beside him out of thin air. His eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Bai Zi. You've done a great job, Xiaoji. Bai Zi rubbed the top of Xiaoji's head with a chuckle and praised softly. Brother Bai Zi, great, great. As if he couldn't hold it anymore, Xiaoji's eyes soon filled with tears, and when he was relieved, he immediately climbed down on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Soon, the voice faded, and a clear voice gradually came. Wu tilde. And as Xiaoji fell asleep, the body of the fire-breathing dragon that lost the blessing suddenly felt like a leak, and in a low whimper, it suddenly loosened. Like Ash, the fire-breathing dragon has already reached its limit. Next moment. Hum_. The scorching white thoughts lit up instantly, and lifted the fainting fire-breathing dragon and Xiao Zhituo on its back. Looking at the faintly rising rainbow-colored arrogance in Xiaoji's arms, Bai Zi relaxed a little. Tone. Of course he recognized it. This is the power of recovery in Ho-Oh's rainbow feather. Although both Xiaoji and fire-breathing dragon were fundamentally injured in this battle, CFED, but with the power of recovery left by King Ho, if they wake up again, I am afraid they will all be lucky and gain a lot. The benefits and enhancements of Reach Out and Wave. Next second, Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon were teleported to the flat ground beside a huge broken rock in the white light. X3. After the rock was broken, the disgraced Team Rocket trio were dumbfounded. I have to say that the three rockets, who have suffered so many rounds of attribute energy but are almost unscathed, are indeed quite powerful to a certain extent. Now, after looking at each other a few times, Babu took the lead and said, "This is the big ghost. Is this the meaning of asking us to take care of the little ghost?" Ah, Musashi was stunned when he heard the words, "Xiao Xiao, why do you call him a big ghost? Isn't there a big ghost who is more powerful than the little ghost and also carries Pikachu?" This person defeated the big ghost in the game, and naturally he is the big ghost. Xiao Xiao looked natural. "You said that." Kojiro rubbed his chin, then snapped his fingers with approval. "It really makes sense." "Yeah, howl, ouch. Whoops. Whoops." As if they were hit by some invisible force, the three of the rockets immediately covered their foreheads and cried out in pain. Small punishment, big commandment. Take good care of Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon, and I will pay you satisfactory remuneration later. The lingering sound is faint. The trio secretly stretched out their heads to look, only to see Baizi facing the back of the flying palace. Whoosh _. The next second, the three heads came together. "How is it? Do you want to do it? Why don't you do it? It's a paid official job. You know, we don't have a dime anymore. Then do it, get to work." Mid-air. Baizi is naturally able to perceive the movement of the rockets trio. Otherwise, Baizi wouldn't let them take care of Xiaoji with confidence. According to their own words, these three guys. Indeed a cute and charming villain. And, while these three guys are also part of the rockets, they're not inherently bad. And these three cute and charming villains brought him a somewhat unexpected surprise just now. You defeated the rockets trio, slightly gained, all attributes +3. Ding, defeat the Son of Destiny. Rockets. Son of Destiny. 512. Just kill, Bearchild 3 divine birds. He didn't listen carefully to the next system prompts, and Baizi temporarily put aside the matter of brushing the destiny reward from Team Rocket. Because of this moment, a sense of crisis, not too big or not, has come, and it was detected by the crisis-sensing ability of Baizeji's power. At the same time, there were bursts of irritable and angry scolding from the broadcast, one by one. One by one, they are all coming to hinder me. Then let me die tilde ah. He raised his head slightly and looked at the huge muzzle that was quickly assembled in the middle of the strange aircraft. Baizi's eyes are slightly cold. Although he always hated Xiaoji on weekdays, Baizi really regarded him as his younger brother. The younger brother of the countryman was forced into this way. It is even more ignorant and fearless, causing such a world crisis with huge casualties. In addition, Baizi himself was disgusted with this guy who appeared in the theatrical version of The Birth of Lugia. Nature. Killed in the first place. For such a lunatic, he didn't even have the idea of responding, and as soon as the murderous intention started, he would naturally start with the same neatness. Left arm straight up. The blue light was generated from the arm, becoming brighter and brighter, and gradually formed a sword ridge that resembled a salted fish, spreading out from the back of the left arm. At the same time, the combined cannon of the flying palace on the opposite side had already fired a spiral of multicolored beams of light, slamming horizontally in the direction of Baizi. Next second. As Baizi slashed his arm. In an instant, the head-on approaching, the mighty spiral beam of light was cut straight into two pieces like a piece of paper, and shot out from both sides of Baizi's body. Above the completely frozen sea, the sky is full of ice slag and tidal waves. After cutting the beam of light like cutting tofu, the blue energy sword remained unabated, cutting the entire flying palace in half. How dare you! In the end, there was only enough time to hear Gilu's terrified three-word howl on the broadcast, and she was completely destroyed and crashed in the roaring explosion. Jo Luda, die. Gudong tilde. X3. Team Rocket, who witnessed all this, swallowed a saliva and glanced at each other quietly. So cruel. Seeing that Bai Zi looked to himself and the others after solving the Queen Mother Gilu, he quickly jumped up and down around Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon who were still in a coma. Get up. Bai Zi didn't care about these three living treasures. After a casual glance, he turned his attention to the seas between the four islands as the battlefield, and the three silly birds, who were fighting to the death and the dead one by one. Open black lens bracket race. Frozen bird close black lens bracket. Attribute. Ice flying. Characteristics. Sense of oppression. Snow hidden Monty. Hail weather. Dodge rate will increase. Level. Tripolar God Elementary. Level 90. 15/100. Potential. Level 3 God. HP. 90. Attack. 85. Defense. 100. Special attack. 95. Special defense. 125. Speed. 85. Skills. Wind, white fog, fine snow, reflection wall, boulders, high-speed movement, primitive power, tailwind, freeze drying, feather habitat, frozen beam, blizzard, absolute zero. Status. Good. Law comprehension. Ice element 59%. Authority. Ice. Introduction. The individual of the frozen bird group who has inherited all the laws and authority of the previous god of ice, the current god of ice, who has climbed to the sky in one step, plus he has just grown up, so his personality is extremely stunned. Difficult to tame. Open black lens bracket flame bird, slightly. Close black lens bracket. Lightning bird, slightly. The data panels of the other two divine birds are basically the same as the frozen birds, except for the attributes, characteristics, race values, and comprehension law categories. In short, at the beginning, these three divine birds differed from Bai Zi's thoughts. Neither were they born with a grudge relationship, nor were they vultures who deliberately displayed their power. The reason why he is so mindless is that the main reason for Bai Zi can be understood as: these are three bear children. ... Ask for flowers. The innate favorability brought by the title of Sacred Bird Shelter, that he obtained in the Battle of the Golden City, plus Lai Kongzai Kang Zhang's face, continued to follow the routine in the anime and found all three orbs to appease these three divine beasts. But now, his mind has changed. Since it's a bear child, in order to avoid such a situation in the future, as I have the title of Sacred Bird Protector, I have an obligation to let them remember. Bai Zi's smile suddenly turned sinister. To be honest, he hated this kind of lawless bear child, not to mention, this kind of bear who holds the power of the cornerstone of the world baby. We must give these three little guys a deep memory, so that the next time they dare to think badly in their hearts, they will have a heart-wrenching memory. As for the executor, just right. He now has a guy in his hands who urgently needs to familiarize with his own strength through battle. Wow! Along with a bright cry like a cracked stone and a cloud, the steel-armored crow fluttered its wings. And behind it, amidst the billowing mist, a steed dog galloping on flames followed closely behind. It was the wind speed dog. Just when the wind speed dog appeared, that undisguised scorching aura suddenly made the three divine birds who were still fighting in chaos like a formidable enemy. Not only were they separated for the time being, but even the steel-armored crows that flew directly over their heads were stunned. Didn't go to it. Lai Pai tilde. Gu tilde. Ga tilde. Each flapped its wings and gave a low warning sound towards the wind speed dog that was running at a constant speed. But, although they didn't plan to take action immediately, Bai Zi had already made up his mind to give these three guys a long memory. Therefore, Feng speed dog, Godspeed. A command came suddenly. ... Begging. 513. The authority covers. Are you sure it's not the father who beat the son? Swoosh, swoosh. The scorching hot flames stepped on. The steam of the big canopy rose, and in this rising steam mass, the orange-red figure running at the average speed of the wind speed dog suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he has already crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and rushed to the side of the nearest frozen bird. Hounds of fangs shrouded in flames staggered past. Next second. Sip _. The frozen bird was bitten by the neck in a whimper, and was smashed by the wind speed dog on the frozen sea in a round of rotation. The ice cubes shattered, and the impact caused a burst of ice fog to rise. But it's not over yet. Big character flaming explosion. Roar tilde. In midair, the wind speed dog shook his head and spat out a fireball, which quickly grew in size from midair, and hit the lightning bird. At the same time, with the help of the recoil of this blow, the wind speed dog stepped on 4 feet, and it was like a real substance, and it rose up in the void, wrapped in flames, and went straight to the flame bird. 407. Flash charge. Boom, boom. The lightning bird was blasted out far away by the large character flame, and the flame bird also spun into a row of erected ice thorns under the collision. When the wind speed dog fell back to the ground, the 3 divine birds had already been defeated by the wind speed dog one by one, and fell on the ice surface. However, the vitality of the legendary elves, especially the elves of the gods, is not covered. Especially, in the case that the wind speed dog did not kill. Li pi tilde. Gu tilde. Ga tilde. After a while, the 3 silly birds broke free from their respective positions again, fluttered their wings, and let out bursts of angry screams. Instantly. Accompanied by invisible fluctuations, electric light, cold air, flame. 3 energy columns with different attributes, under the blessing of this inexplicable power, slammed into the direction of the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog was naturally not to be outdone, opened it and spit, and the orange fire suddenly spewed out and greeted him. Nourishes, _. The sound of collision of energy borders sounded immediately. A time. The skills used by the 3 divine birds in combination were temporarily stalemate with the wind speed dog, and even pressed in the direction of the wind speed dog by a slight margin. Huh. Baizi immediately noticed this, and with a swipe of the blue pupils that contained Baizi's power, he immediately understood the reason why the 3 divine birds were gradually gaining the upper hand. Energy perspective below, the energy of the 3 attributes of electricity, fire, and ice in the atmosphere seems to be coordinated by an invisible force. It is continuously absorbed and blessed on their respective skills, and it also continues to disperse and reduce the fire attribute energy factor on the skills used by the wind speed dog. Is this the effect of the power of the 3 divine birds? The increase and reduction of their respective attribute energy factors. It's interesting. Seeing this, Baizi's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted with some hilarity, Fengsu dog, also try your burning authority, use Junyan. Ow. In the long whining sound, it was as if the air was suddenly ignited, and the virtual flames-like substance swept across in an instant, crushing the authority inspired by the 3 divine birds in an instant. From Baizi's perspective of energy, the power of Sangu's body doesn't seem to be inferior to that of the wind speed dog. Cheng Jun, in a blink of an eye, was burned by the power of burning. This is really unexpectedly fragile. Baizi's expression was strange. And on the field, with its own burning authority, it has completed the field coverage with an absolute advantage. Next second, the pure and extreme red fire spewed out from the mouth of the wind speed dog, forming a fan shape. Immediately after, boom, boom 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 boom. The successive explosions were accompanied by the sky-high firelight, forming a piece on the frozen sea. Moment. The smoke cleared. In an instant, the 3 divine birds that seemed to be playing dumbfounded were covered. Naked, birds whose feathers had been burned to the ground floated up and down in the sea. It was as if he had fallen into a coma. Ice shore. After Baizi and Fengsugo looked at each other, they touched the tip of their nose with a slightly embarrassed expression. It seems that the hand is a bit heavy. Just thinking about it, the three divine birds quickly woke up. But open your eyes. I saw Baizi and Fengsugo who were looking at their waiting birds with strange eyes on the shore. Suddenly, the three divine birds who were not too far away shook their bodies, a little girl who met a bully. Shivering and hugging each other. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Baizi's ears one by one. You commanded the wind speed dog to defeat the three divine birds in charge, and gained a little, the battle experience +9, the wind speed dog's power proficiency will be enhanced, the energy level control will be strengthened, and the jet flame will be familiar. Practice +3, Jun Yan's proficiency +3. Ding! Your title, Sacred Bird Protector, has changed, and you have been promoted to Sacred Bird Guardian. Sacred Bird Guardian. You have a natural pressure on the three divine bird groups. You can simply control and command individuals in the three divine bird groups, and you have a very high innate favor for flying elves sensitivity close black lens bracket. Guardian of the divine bird. Baizi's expression was strange, and for a moment, he turned his attention to the three silly birds that had gradually grown a little bit of fluff. So, is the matter settled? On the altar of the temple on the cliff bank of Asia Island, the three Xiaoxia, who had worked so hard to retrieve the treasure of the frozen bird from the island of ice, looked inexplicable. After all, anyone who has worked so hard to save the world and come back, when they are about to take the final step, is suddenly told that someone has successfully saved the world, and they will be a little busy for nothing. Immediately, they turned their attention to the three divine birds that looked like chicks with only some down feathers, and their expressions became even more bizarre. Is this the three divine birds that almost caused the destruction of the world? It looked pretty cool before, didn't it? How did it become like this? Seeing the scrutiny eyes of the three of Xiaoxia, plus the treasures enshrined on their respective islands were discovered from their hands, they originally stayed in Baizi and Fengsugo. The three silly birds behind him suddenly looked sharp. -1-2. Although there was no movement yet, the invisible divine might instantly made everyone on the altar look stunned, and a goosebump came to their hearts. Three gods, rest. As the elder of Asia Island's sacrifice, he rushed up and was about to intercede. Baizi's next action immediately made everyone, including him, stunned. Stupid expression. 4.3 turned around when Baizi's eyes rolled over. Reach out. Pop. With one slap, he slapped the three silly birds on the back of their heads one after another, and said while slapping. Do you remember to eat or fight? Do you remember to eat or fight? What do I say, except for those who are hostile, give me harmony. Friendship, kindness, remember. Cuckoo tilde. Ying tilde. Qua tilde. The three silly birds shrank their heads and necks suddenly, leaned against each other tremblingly, nodded like garlic, and looked cute when we were obedient. Everyone. What about funny? Is this the three god birds? Are you sure it wasn't the father hitting the son? P.S. Calvin. Next, prepare for the Insect King arc, and then a big event. The protagonist is going to have a crazy table-turning action. 514. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, Flaming Monkey, I Have a Dream. Please ask. Fire Island. On a smooth volcanic rock, Baizi sat cross-legged and fell into silent meditation. In the arms. A blue dog also sits cross-legged and is practicing meditation with him. On the other side, there was an open space only 1 or 2 meters away from Baizi's side. Call. One breath, a long fire attribute energy factor manifested, turning into a hazy fire lotus, laying on the white swamp, and the wind speed dog lying on the ground somewhere around the body. Moment. Wow. Accompanied by a screeching cloud-piercing rock, a large orange bird covered in flames galloped down from the crater in the middle of the island. In an instant, he came to the corner of the island paved with fire lotus. Under wind pressure. Blossoming, fire lotus, is like a real pond lotus, trembling and swaying gracefully. Seeing this, the flaming bird suddenly slowed down the swing of its wings, and landed at a distance of about 10 meters from the lotus pond, cautiously. At the same time, 25 millimeters above its left leg was thrown off. The flaming monkey did a dashing forward somersault, and at the moment of landing, he suddenly waved the robe of flaming flames behind him. But this series of handsome movements, in its cautious expression next, it looks a little funny how you look at it. In fact, I can't blame the flame bird and the flame monkey for being so careful. 3 days ago, after solving the Asia Island chain incident, Baizi did not immediately stop here, but temporarily stopped on the Fire Island. The reason for this is because the 3 divine birds suffered from a blow of Junyan, which contained the power of the wind speed dog, and they were not seriously injured. Just in case, he just stayed for a few days, and by the way, he was well. Sharpen the temperament of these 3 silly birds, so as not to germinate after he leaves. Here comes the second time. It is because the wind speed dog's own power has not been able to be retracted freely, and the fire attribute factor on the Fire Island is surprisingly active, which is just suitable as a training place for the wind speed dog. The fire lotus in this place is the training subject that Baizi gave to the wind speed dog. Don't look so delicate. But in fact, this is made by wind speed dog with the combination of the fire attribute factor compressed to the extreme and the power of burning authority. It almost explodes at the touch of a touch. And the power is quite amazing. At the beginning, when the wind speed dog experimented with this thing for the first time, the flame generated by its explosion directly turned the circular beach on the other side of the island of fire into a land of crystals. In that scene, the flaming monkey and the flaming bird were seen with their own eyes. See. Even Baizi didn't secretly stunned, and said in his heart that this is simply the elf version of Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Today, there are thousands of fire lotuses, big and small in this lotus pond. Once burst, I'm afraid that the entire island of fire will be burned into crystals. No way the 2 of them were not careful. As for Baizi, who is sitting and meditating in the lotus pond, the flaming monkey naturally respects its own trainer. Scared again. In fact, reason why Baizi puts himself in a dangerous place is to put pressure on the wind speed dog. Let it have a sense of crisis that once a mistake is made, it will spread to the life of its own trainer. In order to enhance the effect of training, I have to say that this method is very useful. Originally, the wind speed dog made mistakes from time to time, but after Baizi accompanies the training, the wind speed dog has never made a mistake again. And the speed of its progress is also getting faster and faster. Originally, it could only be combined with a small amount of power and fire factor, and it was enough to barely control 1 flower. To now, there are more than 1,000 lotus ponds, but the wind speed dog has already commanded like an arm, controlling it effortlessly. Of course. Although Baizi seems to be taking a risk, in fact, he is not in any danger at all with the 2 top legends in his body. Whether it is Kangxiang or Lai Kongzai, there is something to be said for him. Under the circumstances of preparation, it is enough to easily eliminate the thousands of fire lotus into the invisible. And the excellent cultivation environment of Mishima, Baizi naturally would not miss it. Actually, in addition to the wind speed dogs and flaming monkeys who exercise fire attribute control on the island of fire, the island of ice and the island of thunder also have elves for training arranged by Baizi. Plan. Even Serena. After learning about the evolutionary conditions of Fairy Ibrahimovich from Baizi before, she began to specially cultivate her Ibrahimovich who has reached the peak of the quasi-celestial king. And one of the main reasons why I didn't choose to accompany Baizi on the Fire Island is to avoid the 2 active fire attribute energy factor on the Fire Island, which will affect the evolution of Ibrahimovich. Interference. What, did it work? Baizi slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the birds and monkeys cautiously with some amusing. While asking, he waved his hand in the direction of the wind speed dog. Wu whimpered in response, and as it climbed up from the ground, the fire lotus, that surrounded Baizi, and its body suddenly spread out like smoke. As the wind speed dog opened its mouth and inhaled, it instantly condensed into an extremely restrained small fireball, which was directly engulfed by the wind speed dog. Yeah. 3 days ago, after learning about the deeds of the wind speed dog rushing to the sea on a flame, and after understanding the principle, the flame monkey came up with a whim. Since the explosion propulsion of the fire attribute can be used on the sea surface, come to run, can you use a stronger propulsion to realize your idea of moving in the air? I have to say that this is indeed a rather creative idea, and even Baizi made a key suggestion in it. The explosive propulsion of the fire element can indeed be used as the propulsion for flight, but the attribute energy of the fairy world itself is not a simple flame. So, why not take advantage of your talent for manipulating the fire attribute energy factor? And this idea also seems to make the blazing monkey stunned. So, after pulling the flaming bird to escort itself, it plunged headlong into the crater of the island. It started its experimental training on the subject of flame flying. And now it seems that the flame monkey is successful. 515. The right person, a rocket-style destiny reward. Yeah. The flaming monkey nodded again and again, and immediately saw it take a few steps back, and the moment it bent its knees slightly, it jumped up and jumped into the air. Then, the surging flame erupted from the feet of the flame monkey, like the tail flame of a rocket, giving the flame monkey another upward recoil. And the flaming monkey, with the help of this, jumped up again and rushed straight into the air. Coax, _ The flame became more and more intense when the flame monkey took off, and finally spread to the whole body of the flame monkey, turning into a huge fireball, which lasted for about half a minute at a height of 10 meters above the ground. Finally, as soon as the fire weakened, the huge fireball seemed to be unstoppable, and in an instant, it burst into blossoming fine fireworks, revealing the flaming monkey wrapped inside it. A flaming monkey, who turned over and fell, with a clearly tired face on his face, stood still slightly staggered, his chest rising and falling like a blower, obviously not a lot of consumption. However, the flaming monkey was obviously very happy, even though his face was tired, he looked at Baizi with anticipation. Well done. Baizi immediately praised. Actually, flying, technique of using flames is indeed very groundbreaking, it has little practical significance. At least, for now, the application to actual combat is quite small. As a result, the energy level consumption of this move can be said to be a bottomless pit level. With the energy level of the quasi-king level of the flame monkey, it will be almost completely exhausted after flying for half a minute. See it. Second, it is the difficulty of manipulation. The flame monkey needs the full-hearted envoy flame to barely maintain a speed that can be called a grandma crossing the road in midair. During this period, it cannot have any inattention, otherwise, it will not be able to maintain the eruption and manipulation of the fire attribute energy factor. That is to say, the flame monkey in the flying state, more this is a living target. And it's still slow and leisurely, there are not too many targets to turn around and avoid. However, it was the result of the flaming monkey's efforts for several days, so Baizi naturally wouldn't attack it immediately. Again, although it is a bit unreliable as a flying skill, if it is used as a short-term aerial leverage and steering, it is also a good method. And Baizi also saw it. The flying skill created by the flame monkey is not completely without room for improvement. At the very least, if the fire attribute with insufficient stability is exchanged for energy factors into other energy, it will also be possible. It's not impossible to make this technique perfect. There is no need to do this for a superpower system with psychic power, and other attributes are also lacking, but if you replace it with a waveguide. This thought flashed in Baizi's mind. And on the opposite side, the flaming monkey, who was caught in the trainer's praise and complacent, did not know that the flying skills that he had worked so hard to find out, in his trainer's heart, already had another suitable selected. He handed the flame monkey 2 fire attribute energy cubes, and took out the milk meal and steak stored in the backpack. The flame monkey's eyes lit up, and after quickly taking it, he immediately devoured and ate and drank. Not for a while. After eating, Baizi took it back to the Pokeball to rest. Qua tilde tilde. At this time, the flaming bird approached slowly, and meekly stretched its head to Baizi's eyes, with shining eyes and some anticipation. Haha tilde don't worry, you have it too. Baizi was delighted when he saw this, and took out 2 more fire attribute energy cubes from his backpack. While feeding them to the flame bird, he rubbed the burning crown above its head. The flames floated, and there was no burning sensation at all. Come. Ga. After playing for a while, the flame bird flew back to the crater in the center of the island again. Jingle, _. Baizi took out the calling bell, shook it gently, and an invisible ripple overflowed from the sound of the ding bell. Moment. Stab, _. A ray of lightning descended from the sky, and amidst the falling thunder, a petite black figure plunged into Baizi's arms. Then, in the fading pillar of thunder, a handsome golden figure appeared. The big cat walked out slowly. It was Zeraora and the little Kapu Mingming who came back from the Thunder Island. Zeraola has always been restrained, but he can't see any changes, but Xiao Kapu Mingming's breath is obviously stronger, and he has officially entered the novice stage. Under investigation, level 12. Then, click, click. Woo. With a long soft chant, Laplace came from the sea at an even speed, bringing a piece of crystal clear ice. And on its back, an elegant elf with a light blue body and a double-layered knitted hat on the top of its head, with a lazy look, licking the fur of its front paws. It is Ibrahimovic who is on the island of ice, a new form of harvest, ice elf. As for the level, the improvement is not high, only 1 level. But as long as you think that it is already an elves in the championship field, you can know that this level of improvement is already quite large. Everyone has worked hard. With a chuckle, he got close to the returning elves for a while, and then Baizi took out the elf ball and took these guys back one by one. Come back too, whined Speed Dog. Baizi turned around, took out an orange-red elf ball with golden lines from his pocket, and aimed it at the Wind Speed Dog. A beam of white light shot out, and in an instant, the Wind Speed Dog was stored in this unique Pokeball. The Blazing Sun Ball, the name of this Pokeball. As for how to get it, it has to do with the Destiny reward that was swiped from Team Rocket's trio. Pokeball Maker. Throw in a certain amount of matter, and you can create a unique and special Pokeball based on the what's jout substance put in. Note, 3 times a day, there is a certain chance of failure. Well, it is indeed a Destiny reward with a very rocket-made style. Blazing Sun Ball, of the Wind Speed Dog is made by using the crystallization of the touch-melting fire ore, offered, by the Flame Bird, and it is made 3 times. Huh. Feeling the sudden burst of momentum in the direction of Asia Island, Baizi stood up, patted the floating ash on his clothes, and said with a light smile. Looks like it's time to leave. Next second. Lee_1. Pong. A huge bird-shaped phantom quickly passed from the shore of Fire Island and entered the direction east of the sea. P.S. Something happened at home, there is one more chapter, which must be finished. 516. Ash's transformation, go to Vibrant Forest. On Asia Island, on a sandy beach directly below the altar, Serena and Ash stood apart with a solemn expression. In front of them are the fairy Ibrahimovic and the fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, Fairy Ibrahimovic, the power of the moon. Fire-breathing dragon, Dragon Claw. With an order from both sides of the confrontation. Tilde. Fairy Ibrahimovic raised her head and called out a disc-like bright moon in a long chant. The endless rays of light poured out like a burst of silver bottles, hitting the direction of the fire-breathing dragon. Roar tilde. The fire-breathing dragon didn't show any weakness, and rushed forward with a roar. When the claws were interlaced, the dazzling bright green energy claws were instantly generated. Stab, _. Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the power of the moon was torn by the fire-breathing dragon with an extremely tough attitude. But just as the fire-breathing dragon that burst through the bursting energy smoke screen raised its claws, an extremely dazzling light suddenly shone out in front of its eyes. Magic shines. Oh Tilda. Accompanied by Serena's cold drink, the extreme flash broke through the smoke screen, and the light spot that gave birth to terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly exploded like a cosmic singularity. The strangling force from the bombardment charged fiercely, drowning the fire-breathing dragon in an instant. Sip, rumbling. The dull crashing sound was mixed with the successive explosions that followed, and the fire-breathing dragon's body flew out like a cannonball 407, hitting the cliffs at the seaside heavily, sliding slowly. Victory and defeat. Congratulations on your victory, Serena. When Baizi arrived in the steel-armored crow, he saw the scene in front of him. He jumped off the steel-armored crow's back and congratulated Serena. Brother Baizi. Serena's eyes lit up, then she picked up the fairy Ibrahimovic in front of her and showed off to Baizi. Look, my Ibrahimovic has successfully evolved, does it look good? It's a good match for you. Baizi responded with a chuckle. Then, after looking at the data of fairy Ibrahimovic in Serena's arms, he glanced at the fire-breathing dragon struggling to get up not far away, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Serena's Ibrahimovic was only one step away from the Heavenly King before being purified. This time, it was reasonable to successfully break through to the Heavenly King's domain. It's Koichi. His fire-breathing dragon was defeated by his own flaming monkey back then. But now, he has also been promoted to the realm of the king, and has left the flaming monkey far behind. I have to say, as the protagonist of the elves, especially in Xiaoji's team, a well-deserved, normal, combat power king CFED card, the speed of progress of the old spray is quite amazing. Certainly. This is also thanks to the previous bloody battle, and the auxiliary effect of the phoenix rainbow feather after that, the fire-breathing dragon has made such progress. However, what really made Baizi arrive gratified was Xiaoji's change. After the Battle of Asia Island, buried, and after the funeral was held for the elves who died in the disaster, Xiaoji, who was laughing and laughing all day, was like an optimist who could never make changes, like that one night, he grew up. These days, he also did not immediately go to Asia Island, but for the first time, began to seriously discuss with Baizi the training and tactical use of elves. I have to say that Xiaoji is still very talented. Although the effect of direct teaching is not good, his ability to comprehend and learn in imitation and actual combat really shocked Baizi. Seriously. In terms of practical learning ability, Xiaoji can even catch up with Baizi's thinking speed at some point. It's not that Xiaoji has no chance of catching up with Crimson. Baizi had expectations for Xiaoji for the first time. Or, this guy, who he was least expecting at the beginning, might become an extraordinary soldier in the final battlefield. Brother Baizi, I lost again. After taking back the fire-breathing dragon's elf ball, Xiaoji came to Baizi and scratched his head slightly ashamed. These days, as the only person who can bring him to practice, Ash has challenged Serena a dozen times. From the strongest demon fire Red Fox, to the super evolutionary Gengar, to the flashing pink butterfly, and today's fairy Ibrahimovic. It can be said that he has challenged all of Serena's current handheld challenges. But without exception, the whole battle is lost. The only fairy, Ibrahimovic, who had a little hope of winning, was still unable to make a comeback because of the huge command gap between the two sides. You've made rapid progress. Baizi stepped forward to straighten Xiaoji's collar, and patted off a wisp of dust on his shoulders. What you lack now is the experience of fighting against Zheng Zhenchang. Pause, he said, Xiaoji, let's go to the World Championships. World Championship. Xiaoji's lag in the news is still as usual. Hearing this, he suddenly has a question mark expression on his face. Obviously he doesn't know anything about the events that are popular in the world today. This is a world event that includes all the deadly trainers, including the gym owner, the 4 heavenly kings, and the league champion. There are so many powerful players in it that they can be used as your grinder. Knife stone. Baizi briefly stated the general information of the tournament, and then patted Xiaoji on the shoulder. Also, I'm also looking forward to how you will look when you come to me again after you grow up. Sun. Championship. Xiaoji murmured the name to himself, and then nodded towards Baizi. Brother Baizi, I will try my best to climb, and then I will stand in front of you again. I'm looking forward to. The corners of Baizi's mouth rose, looking at Xiaoji who was approaching Xiaosha immediately. Moment. He turned around. He glanced at the shell head that was retracted on the side of the altar above, and shook his head with a chuckle. It's time for us to go, Serena too. Baizi stretched out her hand, and Serena immediately leaned over very naturally, letting Baizi wrap her waist. Next second. The two appeared on top of the steel-armored crow hovering in midair. Target. Joban Forest. Wow. In the shrill sound of piercing clouds and cracking stones, accompanied by the violent wind pressure, the giant steel bird with wings spread for dozens of meters swept past the sea. Then. Leapy. Goo. Ga. Lightning, frost, and fire rose from the 3 islands not far away, followed by 3 long cries with different voices. It seems to be seeing off, and there seems to be a faint sense of relief. Another moment passed. Call. On the altar on the cliff corner of Asia Island, a head with a shell stuck out from the back of the shrine again, and heaved a sigh of relief against his heart. But he's finally gone. What's the origin of this kid? Why does a casual glance make me feel like I'm not wearing any clothes? It's weird. King Hippo touched his chin, and for a moment, it suddenly seemed to remember something, lowered his head and circled himself a lot, his face full of shock. I'm not wearing any clothes. 517. Black and white take all, the stunned steel-armored crow. In Chengdu, on the outskirts of the west of Manjin City, in a manor with a very large area. The top floor of the central castle. In the library. A meticulous British old man with splendid hair and combed hair is sitting behind a large desk and flipping through something. Opposite him, a man with a very similar face. The middle-aged man waited silently. Old man Wafa is named Joseph Nash, one of the 6 standing counselors of the Elf Alliance. He also serves as the deputy speaker, and he also supervises the intelligence department and the finance department of the Elf Alliance. And the direct dispatch right of an elf special team. The middle-aged man standing next to Joseph was his eldest son, Daniel Nash, who was then the director of the Chengdu Regional Economic Department, and is likely to be the next Chengdu Union Branch president. Besides, John Nash also has a son and a daughter. The whereabouts of the second son, Seth Nash, remain a mystery, but in fact, he is one of the only 2 remaining special A-level hunters in the Hunter Guild, and is also a hunter. One of the 3 vice-chairmen of the club, Hunter Z. As for the youngest daughter, Ella Nash, she was married to Aoki, the only grandson of the second elder of the Bell Tower clan in Yuanju City, Chengdu. It can be said that this family is black and white, and its power is not exaggerated. Of their Nash family, Jill Lutai, had already died not long ago. And, apart from the black box brought back by the frogman, there are no bones left. A moment. Snapped Tilda. Old Joseph casually threw the document in his hand on the desk. He took off his glasses and glanced at the young silver-haired boy with a playful smile on the document bag. Face vulture. Have you figured out how to deal with this kid? According to the data, this little monster is at least a real champion trainer. Daniel shook his head. Father, there is no need for us to seek revenge on this little monster with great fanfare. After all, he came from Junshin Town after all. Really new town. The weight of the 3 words, true new town, better than the old people who were the same generation as Damu. After pondering for a moment, old John raised his chin in a gesture. Continue. Yes, father. The middle-aged man nodded indifferently, completely unable to see the pain of bereavement. Actually, we can pull a few more forces, you know, the things on that little monster. Coveted is not a family or two. And just in case, I think it's necessary to add a layer of insurance before taking action, and some off-the-shelf moves are also very useful. The voice fell, and there was a brief silence in the study. Moment. Old John set the tone. After you go back, you will start secretly transferring funds to the account on the black market, and also, notify the third child in advance. After this, you don't have to worry about this matter. Let the second child lead the line. I see, father. The middle-aged man had no objection at all. Seeing that old John had no intention to explain, he bowed slightly and left the study. Squeak tilde. As the door opened and closed, the two words on the file bag were revealed by the sunlight through the momentary light that shone into the study one by one. By Z. At the same time, the two by Z, riding the steel-armored crow, flew over the Orange Islands and the Guandu Strait, and went northward from the south bank. It didn't take long before they entered the lush and verdant forest. In fact, it was not the first time that By-Z set foot in the Viking forest. But it was the first time to go so deep. It traveled inward for about half an hour, before almost approaching the outer periphery of the central area of the Joban forest. By-Z took back the steel-armored crow. Brush. With a dodge, she hugged Serena and fell onto the grass in the forest below. At this time, the sky is bright, and the sun is shining warmly, passing through the layers of branches and leaves, making light spots one after another on the grass that is obviously lacking in human beings, which is extraordinarily wrong. It is neat, giving people a sense of irregular beauty. But this natural beauty cannot make people ignore the danger it contains. Ask for flowers. The reason why By-Z replaced the steel-armored crow here. In addition to the reason why the steel-armored crow is too large to search for, there is also the fact that he can no longer guarantee that the steel-armored crow has enough strength to deter the elf overlord in front. The vast environment and rich resources have given birth to hundreds of millions of elves in the Victory Forest, living and growing in it. And the huge base of elves determines that there will be rare and powerful individuals inside. This type of elves, if there is no accident, such as dying halfway, or being spotted by a discerning trainer, challenge and recover. Then, it will definitely grow into a very powerful elf overlord. Their strength is far superior to their peers, and they shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the forest and their own ethnic group. And the deeper they go, the stronger the overlords become because of the internal increase in the resource density of the Viridian forest. Like the center of the most central area. Just close to the periphery. By-Z has already felt the sense of vigilance that the steel-armored crow is constantly conveying to himself. If he continues to go deeper, the steel-armored crow feels that it will be difficult to ensure By-Z's safety. Because, just approaching the boundary of the peripheral area, it has already felt two strong warning breaths that are not inferior to itself, and even faintly surpassed. Without exception, all of them are champion level. Tisk 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 tilde. It's no wonder that the giant stinger didn't rush into it before. The goalkeeper of this border is actually enough to bring a sense of threat to the steel-armored crow. Looking at the dark area where the distance of less than 100 meters seemed to divide the forest into two worlds, By-Z's eyes flickered. To know. Although the steel-armored crow can only reach the championship field in terms of level, its energy level several times that of the same level and its powerful and gigantic body are enough to fight beyond the level. Can give it enough sense of threat. At least. That is only possible if the champion is an elf overlord who is at the middle level. Begging. 518. The test of the giant needlebee, the chance of the giant gold monster. Come out, wind speed dog. Big stinger. Pop, pop. After two crisp sounds, the wind speed dog and the big needlebee deformed from the white light emitted by the pokeball and appeared in front of the two of them. Subsequently, By-Z thought for a while, then took the dog out of his arms and stuffed it into Serena's arms. Rodo tilde. Leo Lu kicked his hind legs a bit dissatisfied, and after sticking his head out of Serena's arms, he called out to By-Z twice with a dissatisfied face. Serena's face became even hotter. Although the two of them were already intimidating, but just now, it still made her a little. The danger in the central area of the Viking forest is not low. With this little guy under personal protection, I can rest assured. Baizi casually flicked the coquettish Leo Lu's head, rubbed the little guy's dog's head while the other party was pretending to be swaying, and said, Tilda. Serena nodded her head as if pecking at rice, and the 4-2, crimson on her face did not diminish at all. Okay, let's move on. Seeing this, Baizi didn't explain much. He gently put Serena on the wind-speed dog's fluffy back. Then, he turned over and took Serena to himself very naturally. In the arms. Subsequently, he looked at the giant stinger, which was clearly different from the calmness of the past. Big stinger, lead the way. Sizzling beer Tilda. The great needle peak immediately fluttered its wings and flew deeper into the forest. Woo Tilda. No need for Baizi to say more, the wind-speed dog immediately started running, followed closely. The speed of the giant needlebee is very fast. It seems that the closer it is to somewhere in the center of the forest, the more impatient it is. Treat. The wind-speed dog will naturally not lose. But the distance of 100 meters almost flashed by. Next second. Archway, exuding brilliant green, formed by the intertwining of countless tree branches, appeared in front of Baizi's group. And before the green arch, one left and one right, separately stood two sturdy elves, guarding both sides of the arch, like door stakes, blocking the way of the hornby. Race, Kairos giant form. Attribute, insect. Characteristic, strange force pliers. Level, champion intermediate, level 74, 81/100. Opening square bracket ellipsis closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. One of the overlords of the vibrant forest, the gatekeeper of the insect palace. Race, Heracross giant soldier form. Attribute, bug fighting. Characteristic, insect premonition. Level, champion intermediate, level 75, 15/100. Status, perfect. Introduction. One of the overlords of the vibrant forest, the gatekeeper of the insect palace. Kairos, and Heracross. Baizi's brows jumped, knowing that these two guys with a body size far exceeding that of the same clan should be the elf overlord who deterred the steel-armored crow. But know that the two groups of Kairos and Heracross are natural mortal enemies. Just like the relationship between the Pidiao and the Big Build clan, the racial disputes are almost difficult to reconcile. But now, not only did these two guys get along peacefully, but they were also used as goalkeepers in the heart of the Viking forest. Good guy. Champion-level elves are goalkeepers, which is not the kind of treatment for ordinary legendary elves. But what does this giant form mean? What is the name of the Palace of Insects? And also, are these two guys trying to be a roadblock now? My heart is pondering. But then, Baizi found that it didn't seem to be the case. The two worm-type overlords, who can be said to be the giant individuals in the group, did not have any intention of attacking at the moment when they discovered the giant stinger. On the contrary, after they sensed the breath of the giant stinger for a while, they both leaned side by side, and in the next second, two bright green hexagonal shields appeared in front of them. Then, with a click sound, they merged together. Immediately, these two energy shields turned into larger half-arc energy shields, standing in front of Kairos and Heracross. This is so. Seeing this, Baizi's eyes suddenly widened. The hold skill is not an uncommon move, and most elves can use it. But do it right before your eyes. As simple as 1 + 1 = 2 to combine the holding skills used by two elves separately. You know, this is not a skill set over another skill outside, but let the two merge and merge into one. This level of skill. Last time, Baizi has also seen it on the giant gold monster in the state of future time limit combat power card. But the giant gold monster itself has a computing power comparable to a supercomputer, and can be multi-purpose. But Kairos and Heracross are two elves. The tacit understanding they want to reach is probably quite amazing. Baizi sighed in his heart. At this time, the giant stinger also understood the meaning of the two insect-type giants in front of him. If you think about this door, you must completely smash this shield with one blow, otherwise, you will be tried to invade by. And, there are only 3 chances. A test. Baizi pinched his chin, and when he saw the questing gaze of the giant needlebee, his eyes flashed. Use all your strength, gauntlet. Kill the needle. Sizzling beer tilde. The big needlebee made a high-pitched sound, and it retreated slightly to charge, and the splendid purple energy gradually surrounded the left needle arm, turning into a sharp lance. Subsequently. Whoa! Under the blessing of high-speed movement, the giant needlebee crossed a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and the needle arm was like a gun, stabbing towards the center of the energy shield. But just when I was about to be stabbed. Katakana middle ... Quick turn back. Following Baizi's sudden telepathy, the giant needlebee suddenly made a mistake, turning the needle arm at a rather tricky angle and stabbing it towards the lower left. Call. Rapid crashing sound. Then. Click. As the large needlebee slowly retracted the needle arm, the shield seemed to have been hit hard, full of cracks and shattered. It worked. Baizi's eyes flickered. If he wasn't careful enough, he would have opened up his weakness insight ahead of time. I am afraid that the blow of the giant stinger, even if it can penetrate it or even knock the two into the air, it may not achieve the purpose of one blow and shatter. 4.3 Because this seemingly unremarkable fit shield, the weak point, turned out to be changing. Put another way. At the moment when this shield is under attack, its unique conductivity can differentiate the attack to the entire surface of the shield, which greatly enhances the endurance of the shield. And if Baizi guessed correctly, these two shields combined into one might complement each other, so that the damaged parts can be repaired quickly. Such a strong sense of sight, he had to remind him of the honeycomb shield used by the future giant gold monster in the Battle of Rampolki, which was a forcible resistance to the Black Flash and the air seat composite move. Perhaps this trip will also be the chance for the giant gold monster to successfully reenact this trick. 519. The Orb of Destruction, Killing Intent. What impressed Baizi the most in the Battle of Rampiel was naturally the needle stab that killed the vitality of Dark Lugia, and the compound move of the giant golden monster's hard-to-fight anti-Black Flash and empty seat. The honeycomb shield, the two stunts of this offense and defense. Therefore, he naturally wanted to re-engrave these two tricks that could be called killer copper. But without exception, all ended in failure. What the big stinger lacks is the most central, power of destruction, which is also one of the primary goals of Baizi's trip. What the giant golden monster lacks is a way to integrate multiple shields into one, and to be able to conduct and complement each other. Originally, he wanted to find a chance to get a design drawing of the shield of the safety device to see. Now it seems that he may be able to get the answer from here. Now, after the two giant soldier elves looked at each other, they immediately separated, standing on both sides of the unremarkable arch, one left and one right. To be frank, Baizi was really curious about the actual purpose of doing this. After all, even if he watched the entrance of the inverted arch, the Viking forest is not completely closed. Could it be that the other 25 people or elves can't enter from other directions? You command the big needlebee to repel the giant soldier elves, and you get a little gain. Battle experience +6, big needlebee experience +10, gauntlet proficiency +2. The system beat sounds. And Baizi saw that these two didn't seem to want to stop, so he also rode the wind speed dog, followed behind the big needlebee, and passed through the arch. Moment. It was like passing through an invisible light curtain, and between the changing scenery, Baizi and Selena found that they were riding the wind speed dog and appeared on the Gobi Desert under a desolate scenery. Quote. Here, What is this place? Serena hummed and shook her head, trying to resist the dizziness that came from her mind, her whole body almost leaning on Baizi's body. After calming down and seeing the surrounding scenery, Tinko opened slightly. Obviously they were still in the dense forest before. How did they pass through an arch made of trees, and people directly traveled from the forest to the Gobi? Also, the arches are gone too. Relax, Serena, I'm here. Compared to Serena's loss, Baizi was much calmer. While soothing softly, the first time to spread out the spiritual power. After all, he has even experienced time and space travel, not to mention that he is now carrying two top legends, Lai Kongxi and Kang Shang, so there is nothing to panic. Moment. The spread of mental power rushed back like a tide. Baizi blinked slightly, and a smile rose on his face. Interesting. It's different from the small secret realm or different space he thought of at the beginning. Because where they are now. It's underground. Underground. Serena was stunned when she heard Baizi's explanation, and couldn't help but raise her head. In the sky, although the sun or clouds could not be seen, the gray-blue clear sky was still shone with light. Can't tell it's underground at all. It's just a visual error. Baizi tapped Serena's forehead, and transmitted the picture detected by his mental power perspective to Serena. Immediately. An arc-shaped luminous crystal shield, and further up, the incomprehensible soil layer. All kinds of strange scenery are transmitted to Serena's brain through the spiritual perspective shared by Baizi. Ocean. This is really. Serena looked in disbelief. Sizzling beer tilde. The large needle bees that entered this underground space seemed to be more difficult to control for some reason. On the body surface, faint diamond-shaped energy fragments appear and surround, rising and shrinking, like it's in harmony with some kind of force. Go ahead. Baizi's eyes flashed slightly, and he said immediately. Words fall. The big needle bee suddenly turned into a streamer and flew forward. And Baizi and the two also followed closely behind the wind speed dog. On the long yellow sand. Soon. Passing through a towering boulder portal, I finally reached a huge altar with countless blue-green crystals and red and black rocks. These crystals and rubble were scattered around the altar. On top of this altar, a fist-sized azure-colored orb emitting red and black rays of light was floating in the void about 3 feet away from the altar. Although dead. But at first sight, there is a thrilling feeling of facing the big horror. Is this what attracts the giant stinger? Except for the color, it is very similar to the Insect King orb, obtained from the underwater ruins in the Viking forest. Baizi raised his eyebrows, guessing in his heart, while staring at the Eye of Data. In an instant, the attribute panel is convenient for Baizi's eyes to show one by one. The Orb of Destruction, the crystallization of the core strength left by the first generation of Insect Kings, the unofficial successor of the Insect King, cannot be absorbed. The introduction is very general, but it also explains the source and the conditions of inheritance. Insect King Orb, which is likely to be related to it, and obtained the title of Insect King Candidate, recognized by the Joban Forest. It should be a combination of these conditions, right? Baizi was thinking. As if it had received some kind of response, although the giant needlebee did not rush forward to contact it like the last time, the Orb of Destruction suddenly burst into light and spewed out a burst of light. The crimson beam of light shone with black electric light, directly to the 9 days. Next second. One after another blue veins immediately extended in all directions from the altar below the orb. In the blink of an eye, a giant array was formed that completely covered the ground, including Baizi and Selena, who were riding on the back of the wind speed dog, and the large needle bees on the side. Middle. The speed is so fast, let alone Baizi and Selena, even the wind speed dog, who has already stepped into the realm of the gods, has not reacted for a while. But then, the wind speed dog stepped on all fours, and the surging flames pushed forward and jumped straight into the air. This is the soaring method created by the flaming monkey. But next second. Hum. With the turbulence of the air, 4 dark fog shadows appeared in the air in front of the wind speed dog. Red eyes, killing intent. 520. Upgrade monsters, treat them differently. As this, the hornbee. Although except for a pair of crimson worm eyes, all of them were formed by a dark and thick fog, but Baizi recognized the familiar form of the giant stinger at the first time. And this is not an ordinary hornbee form, but a mega-sized hornbee form. Defense mechanism, or test. As his heart skipped a beat, Baizi jumped a little on the back of the wind speed dog, hugged Serena, and disappeared in place with a teleport. At the same time, Coax, _ the wind speed dog erupted with scorching flames, the heat turned into smoke, and formed a layer of crimson energy armor around itself, charging towards the black shadows of the 4 super large needle bees. Burning flames hit. The push of the air along the way shows the strength of this blow. But choke. As if the sound of gold and iron clashing resounded, one of the supergiant needle bees, the black shadow, took the initiative to greet them, and under the swipe of the needle arm, it forcibly blocked the attack of the wind speed dog. Although it was overwhelmed and defeated by the crimson shock that followed, such a level of expressiveness was already amazing enough to know. Although the blow of the wind speed dog is not all-powerful, it is also a blow at the level of the gods. It is a bit amazing that a non-living body that does not know how to form can withstand it for a short time. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. It is precisely because of this moment of obstruction. The shadows of the remaining 3 super hornet bees immediately took the opportunity to skip the wind speed dog and rushed towards the direction where Baizi and others appeared. This is the huge circular array. Baizi stretched out his hand and pressed the invisible wall of air behind him, his brows abruptly turning his gaze towards the black bees of the 3 supergiant stingers who were pounced on him and others. Film. Baizi was also quite surprised that the wind speed dog could not stop all the black shadows of the supergiant needle bees. But now is obviously not the time to think too much. Baizi waved one arm. With all his strength, he released the bright king sword, and while a giant beast chopped up, he reached out and touched his waist. At the same time, the shadows under my feet suddenly surged like ripples. Whoosh _ The azure blue sword energy turned into an arc in midair, sweeping towards the black shadows of the 3 super large needle bees that attacked in the shape of a zigzag. Baizi's attack was aimed at blocking the enemy. After all, it was something to resist the attack of the lower wind speed dog. Naturally, he didn't think he could cause any damage to the opponent. But what he didn't expect was, under the sweeping sword energy, although the other 2 took the opportunity to dodge, the one who took the initiative to come up was directly smashed to pieces by his giant beast slash. The black air suddenly scattered on the ground, and a milky white life energy suddenly shot out from the ground and submerged into Baizi's body. This is Baizi looked stunned. Next second, he immediately gave up the plan to summon the elf, and once again pulled Serena, who was holding Leoru in his arms, dodged and came into the air. At the same time, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Baizi's ears one by one. Your wind speed dog absorbs some of the pure vitality, and gains a little. The physique is slightly strengthened, the HP value plus 0.1. You have absorbed some of the pure vitality, and you have gained a little. Your physique has been slightly strengthened, and the HP value is plus 0.1. Immediately after, out of the corner of his vision, he saw a black shadow appearing in the direction of the giant needle bee. At this moment, it was already picked by the giant needle bee. And immediately after that, completely different from Baizi, the shattered shadow turned into a streamer of red, black and blue intertwined, and sank into the body of the giant needle bee. The next second, your big stinger absorbed part of the destruction factor and the source of the insect, and gained a little, HP value plus 1, attack value plus 1, insect law plus 1, and began to form a prototype of power. Destruction, heterogeneous power. Sure enough, there was a flash of understanding in Baizi's eyes. Although it was not clear why it was formed here, it was obvious that this formation would be arranged according to the strength of the entrant. The black shadow of the rank Hornby is tested as an opponent of the life forms in the array. Moreover, after defeating Sombra, the tested person will also benefit from it. For example, the life energy harvested by Fengsugo and Bai Zi. As well as the big stinger was obviously treated specially, and the bonus and harvest of the racial value, the law of the insect system, and the prototype of power were obtained. He quickly found the answer he wanted. Challenge alter, including array, the life forms that enter the array will face the continuously strengthened giant stinger energy fake. After defeating, they will be rewarded, and if they fail, they will be sent out of the array, and they are completed. All the suitable ones who have challenged will inherit the last legacy of the first insect king, the Orb of Destruction. Close black lens bracket. Good guy, isn't this the same as killing monsters and upgrading dungeons in the game? And it has to be said that the bias of this pattern is also very obvious. With the same challenge, he and Fengsu Dog just gained some life energy to strengthen their physique. And the big needle bee is like opening a harvest, and the racial value, laws and even the prototype of power have been acquired over and over again. But thinking that the harvest of the giant Hornby is equivalent to his own harvest, Bai Zi will naturally have no opinion. And now that I know it's a good thing, there's no need to worry about the safety of myself and Serena. This is an opportunity for myself and everyone else. The only pity is Z's idea of calling out all the elves to come out and sweep the wool. It can be seen from a lot. Its appearance did not cause any reaction from the array map at all. But it doesn't matter. After the big needle bee has completed all the challenges and successfully obtained the destruction orb, he has some kung fu to make this array slowly. Did it. And what he needs to do now is to make good use of this pattern to test himself and all the life forms that have set foot in it and been trapped without affecting the large needle bees system, to get as much as possible. Selena. After quickly telepathically transmitting the message to Serena, Bai Zi stretched out his hand and sent Serena and Leoru in her arms to the ground below. Then up. Void stepped forward, taking the initiative to face the brand new energy fake body condensed in front of him. Brilliant King Sword, Giant Beast / P.S. I'm really busy during the New Year's Eve, and I'm dizzy. These days, I've been rushing drafts in the middle of the night. When I think of the fact that I promised to have an update on the day of the New Year, I want to beat myself. What can I react? Regret TT. Elf. I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 521 to 540. 521. Leo Lu's double swords. Bai Zi's technique inheritance. Please complete. The first to be eliminated by array diagram was naturally Serena. Although she is a qualified trainer, she does not lack self-training, but after all, not everyone is a fighting trainer who advocates growing and fighting with elves. Elves can fight. You can also put your fist on it. Therefore, even though the array map was tested based on the individual's energy level to judge and condense the energy fake, Serena barely survived the second round, was defeated, and was removed from the array map. Moved out. It's a pity. Outside the array map, Serena felt her full energy and sighed lightly. But soon, she focused her attention on Bai Zi, who was tossing around with the energy fake of the giant needle bee in the array map. Eyes are getting brighter. Okay, that's awesome. Corner of the map. Now. Bai Zi's legs swayed like catkins in the wind, hooked and poked, his long legs shot out like guns, and pierced the neck of a large needle bee's energy fake in front of him. Immediately, the black air dissipated. A white light group flew out from the 420 array, on the ground and submerged into Bai Zi's body. You have absorbed some of the pure vitality, and you have gained a little. Your physique has been slightly strengthened, and the HP value is plus 0.7. The seventh one. Bai Zi thought silently in his heart, and after nodding to the lovely wide open and beautiful Serena outside the array map, he turned his eyes to the other three positions. In the center, the wind speed dog that has turned into a blazing sun mode, has sharp teeth like a sickle, and bites the waist of the large needle bee, energy fake, in front of him. Then, he turned his head and threw it heavily on the ground. Immediately. Boom, underscore. The scorching flames surged out like a tidal wave, overturning the energy fake of the giant stinger in an instant. Number of fake fakes broken, 10. Diagonal southeast. Sizzling beer tilde. Choke, underscore. The big needle bee's arms are like guns, and at an angle of 1 second to the millimeter, the opposite, energy fake, double needles that are like a replica of their own form were removed. The body sank, the needle arms overlapped left and right, turned sideways, and slammed into the opponent's arms. Next second. Beep. A huge blue-green energy lance burst out from behind the energy dummy. Under the impact of strong energy, it was instantly smashed into shreds. The number of fake avatars broken, 11. West side, edge. Whoosh underscore. Energy dummy, of the giant needle bee galloping down in midair, the petite Leoru's eyes were calm, and his arms slammed forward. Immediately. Centered on the white circles on the backs of Leolu's pair of front claws, 2 semi-arc waveguide-like blades spread and formed instantly, hitting the double needles struck by the big needle bee's energy fake. Boom. The sound of gold and iron symphony is resonant. After a brief stalemate. Olu tilde. Leolu abruptly withdrew his strength and gave in, and at the same time kicked up to the sky, hitting the bottom of the energy fake of the great needle peak heavily. Then, step on the ground and bend your knees slightly. Sip underscore. Like a cannonball, the petite figure caught up with the large needle bee's energy fake that flew out backwards. Stab it. It crossed and flashed in midair, and after drawing an X, it went straight through. Step underscore. Bending his knees to the ground, the blade of light dissipated, and Leolu slowly got up. Next second. Energy fake, that froze behind it suddenly exploded and scattered into smoke. The number of fakes broken, 7. Speaking of which, Leoru is the only one among the elves who has a strong interest in fighting techniques, CFED. It can even be said that it is the successor of Baizi's skills. As for other elves, most of them are just learning some power-generating skills in Baizi's techniques. Even Marshadow, who has a clear interest in kicking skills. It is just a hobby of kicking, and there is no plan to dig deeper and create tactics based on this. Only Riolu. This little guy seems to have all the qualities that Baizi is similar to and hopes for. Previously in the Kwangwon City Arena in Galar, he witnessed Kato's tactics created by the perfect combination of human skills and elf moves, which made him feel a sense of brilliance. Sleep. Actually, it's not that he didn't have such an idea. After he obtained the master level kicking skill, he also deliberately taught his elves about it. The effect can be said to be remarkable. So-called, 1 law is clear and 100 law is clear. The master level kicking skills can be said to have reached the peak of a certain skill. Others, such as swords, spears, palms, and fists, although he did not deliberately learn them, are enough to enter the house. At least, it is enough to teach a group of elves. All kinds of power-generating skills have indeed benefited a lot of hands in his hands in close combat. But the same. Baizi also discovered that these elves have paths that are more suitable for them, and fighting techniques can only be used as icing on the cake. It's over. Even Mashado, who Baizi thought would be a good fit. In fact, it is also a path similar to the Ghost Assassin. The exclusive, 7 stars Soul Reaper leg, is just a bee sting that it will kill. But, after all of this, Baizi's idea of cultivating with techniques as the core was finally realized after possessing Leolu. The little guy is not only suitable, but also full of interest in this performance. After a short adaptation period. After only a few days of Baizi's teaching, he has already achieved preliminary results. Energy fake, that had become more threatening before condensed out again. Baizi restrained his thoughts. The spiritual power that seemed to be in essence suddenly turned into a storm and swept towards the opponent. In fact, after using the brilliant King Sword to slash a few energy fakes, the White Z found that this array map seemed to have a very rigid sense of energy level. The opponent can only be re-engraved according to the thought power in his body. As for the power of the brilliant King Sword, it is completely ignored by him. That's why energy fake of these giant hornbees is a proof of what he has learned. The target is used. 522. Power tempering, the power of great destruction, the palace of insects. The feeling of brushing the copy is really cool, especially for Bai Z. He can do it with ease, and he can use these constantly stronger targets to confirm what he has learned. Anyway, Bai Z is very cool. However, this array map obviously will not let Bai Z and the others go down like this. Fengsugo, Li Luo, and Bai Z himself have all been beaten by the 15th Big Needle Bees, energy fake, and they have been attacked one after another. Yes, the forced transmission is out of the range of the array. Only one giant stinger was left. Tisk tilde. Bai Z pouted, but he knew that this was normal, and all the signs showed that the protagonist of the test of the underground ruins here is the Big Needle Bee. It's just a dip. Moreover, in this wave, the gains of him, Fengsugo and Lialu are not shallow. The HP race value of Fengsugo and Lialu has both increased by 12 points, and his own physique has also increased to 42 degrees. However, compared to their single HP incremental increase, big stingrays are much more abundant. The 6-dimensional race value, in addition to the special attack, the 5 items of HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed have been randomly increased to varying degrees. And every time it will bring the same amount of insect laws and the bonus of the embryonic authority. The giant stinger is constantly strengthening at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Time goes by. Finally, after the giant stinger did not know how many energy fakes were defeated. Pop 1. The entire array map seemed to have completed its mission, shattered with a bang, and turned into countless light spots rushing towards the whole body of the giant needle bee. At the same time, orb of destruction that was suspended on the altar suddenly flew, and went straight into the body of the giant stinger. And just when Bai Z thought that this time was no different from the previous fusion of the Insect King Orb. Beer. Coax, _. Accompanied by the painful whimper of the giant bee, a layer of twisted black-red fireworks suddenly rose up on the surface of the bee, completely wrapping the bee inside it. Quote exclamation mark. Bai Z's expression tightened, but the state of transformation that was detected immediately afterward forced him to stop. This flame is. Selena clenched Bai Z's palm tightly and asked worriedly, Brother Bai Z, is it really okay for the giant stinger bee to be wrapped in flames like this? No problem, the giant stinger is ushering in another transformation. Bai Z's expression returned to calm, and in the mental sense, although the large needle bee was still whining unconsciously at this moment, the mental fluctuations emitted became stronger and stronger. It was like a group of fires that had been doused with gasoline were burning up in layers. Soon, the black-red flame gradually fades away. In other words, it was completely absorbed by the giant stinger and became a part of it. After everything fades away, the shape of the giant needle bee that has completed the transformation does not seem to have any obvious changes, and even the momentum has not been raised in any way. The still water is deep, and the breath is more restrained. A lifeless statue. But at the same time, just looking at it, a faint sense of horror rose from the bottom of my heart involuntarily. Just like standing on the 10,000 jong dangerous peak that can only accommodate 1 foot. Such a state. Bai Z raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, because the giant needle bee in this state has already given him a demeanor of the future giant needle bee that he saw in the Battle of Lampielchi. Bai Z, who was curious about the state of the giant needle bee, was slightly attentive, and an unseen brilliance flashed in his eyes. And the next second, The big Needlebee's data panel that made Baizi somewhat unexpected suddenly appeared in his eyes. Race: Big Needlebee, metallic flash primitive form, permanent mega transformation. Attribute: insect poison. Characteristics: adaptability, mind-eye exclusive characteristics, predicting the opponent's actions, and the ability to avoid danger to break the situation. Level: Quasi-God Elementary, Level 81, 75/100. Potential: Level 1 God, Extreme. HP: 165 Attack, 200-150 Defense, 140 Special Attack, 15 Special Defense, 180 Speed, 200-145. Exclusive skills: Gauntlets can greatly enhance the defense and attack of double needles. Extinction needles, dedicated all-out killing blow, can cause 2/3 5 times the damage, and there is a certain amount of damage. Rate to cause a one-hit kill effect. ... Ask for flowers. Skills: double needle, peck, anger, random attack, chase attack, gas gathering, poison attack, poisonous diamond, highly poisonous, high-speed movement, missile needle, stalker, malicious pursuit, sword dance, reckless, life needle. Genetic skill: rapid return. Status: perfect. Insect King Orb, and Destruction Orb, left over from the first generation of Insect Kings, and with the help of the first generation of Insect Kings the legacy of the power has completed the tempering of power that is unique for the ages, and has the same level of power as the creation level, but it is beyond the fundamental power of 18 kinds of attribute energy, a great destructive power. Close black lens bracket. Point 0. Baizi was speechless for a long time. From the point of view of any one of the level, potential and race value of the giant Needlebee, the giant Needlebee is enough to be said to be reborn again. Even the potential and racial values can already be compared to the big Needlebees of the Future Time Limit Combat Power card, Time Limit. All of these are huge improvements. But at the moment, Baizi's focus is not on this at all. Power tempering. Baizi's eyes wandered back and forth on the 4 words in the introduction column. Obviously, whether it was the gradually formed power prototype, and the disappearance of the power of the worm-type law, it is still the so-called fundamental power of the same level as the creation level power, but independent of the 18 kinds of attribute energy, the power of great destruction. These introductions that made him infinitely reverie cannot avoid one of the unavoidable points. Power tempering. Maybe, I can get the answer from there. Baizi murmured, looking past the completely collapsed altar and the formation, and looked at a relic building that he had explored from his spiritual perspective. He remembered that on the gate of the palace-like ruins, there were 3 ancient writings composed of unknown totems carved, and he happened to know them. Its name is 1. Open black lens bracket Palace of Insects close black lens bracket. ... Begging _ 523. The Palace of Insects, amazing talent. It's here. Before the huge stone palace, Baizi looked at the 3 characters, Insect Palace, engraved on the outer wall covered with years and the opening of the stone gate door. His eyes narrowed. In the elf world, there are many ancient ruins that have been around for a long time. The Temple of Giants, the Pillar of the Sky, the Frigid Cave. Among them, there are legendary Pokemon without exception. But the same. The names of these relics are basically subjectively named by human beings and passed down orally in the world. It was the first time that Baizi heard about the one in front of him that had its own name. Go. For the sake of safety, Baizi did not get off the back of the wind speed dog. He rode the wind speed dog like this, holding Serena and Leo Lu, 420 inches in his arms, and carefully explored the mental power. After that, he directly broke into the gate of this stone palace. Baizi was already cautious enough. But just stepped into the stone palace. Or to be more precise, he followed the large Needlebee beside him as soon as he crossed the gate of the stone palace. Next second. An invisible wave swept across everyone present in an instant, and in an instant, a sudden message filled everyone's mind. Long time. This is really, I don't know what to say. Baizi's slightly dazed expression suddenly regained clarity, his eyes were full of shock, and he couldn't help but sigh. Before the Middle Ages of the Elves, shortly after the end of the War of the Gods, the legendary tribes began to migrate in large numbers to dangerous places for unknown reasons, and gradually disappeared. And above the earth. Without the rule of the legendary ethnic group, the redistribution of resources and territories made the war break out again. At the beginning of the ethnic war, the ethnic king came into being. The winner gets everything. And loser. It can only be used as cannon fodder, slaves and even food for the upper race as a lower race. This ethnic war that has been spreading for hundreds of years is bloody and cruel, and countless elves have been forced to migrate and live without a fixed place. Even, completely eliminated by the wizard world. The protagonist of Memory was born in such an era, and his identity was nothing more than a cannon fodder, and was kept in captivity by the local hegemonic group in his forest territory. The emergency food for a slender unicorn individual that looks much smaller than its peers. Not like the protagonist in the story. Dilemma begins. But the talent is omnipotent, and the fate is changed against the sky. Not only was the unicorn worm not a talented person, but its aptitude was the last among the lowest stinger bees at that time. And, in an invasion of a foreign hegemonic group, the forest territory was completely destroyed, and the large needlebee family was almost killed and injured. After repelling the invaders, the local hegemonic group simply abandoned it. And the unicorn. It was in the midst of this corpse that crawled out. It's not for hatred or some awakening of will, it's purely because of the fear of being infinitely close to death, the sense of insecurity, that made the unicorn worm born for the first time. The desire to become stronger. Have to say. Although the aptitude of the unicorn worm is weak, it has a rare talent in a certain potential. Its ability to control energy levels is extremely subtle. It was only the first experiment that a composite skill was successfully created, and based on this, the energy level was continuously researched and developed in depth. It can be said. At the intersection of the Middle Ages and the ancient times, when human beings were not yet born, and the profession of trainer had not yet appeared, the giant needlebee became the first and also its own trainer. The giant stinger is really amazing. But as an ordinary elf individual, the hornbee has a limit after all, and this limit, for the hornbee, came too early and too early. Qualifications are limited. After reaching the level of the quasi-king peak, it seems difficult for the giant hornbee to continue to progress. Especially for this kind of lone ranger who is so independent that he is almost extinct in this era of living in groups. It is really difficult to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth that break through the limit of qualifications. The fairy world is not a fantasy novel. There will be the second and third generations who are weak but carry a bunch of treasures for you to fight monsters and upgrade. Treasures of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it is directly swallowed and used at the moment of discovery. Otherwise, it is basically concentrated in the hands of powerful ethnic overlords. With the strength of the quasi-celestial king of the big needlebee, it is simply too much to want to take food from the tiger's mouth. And as a lone ranger, it has no support from the ethnic group. What is the difference between finding a needle in a haystack by relying on its own strength to search for treasures from heaven and earth? In this way, the two paths of snatch and search are equivalent to nowhere to go. Therefore, the big stinger had to find another way. Since it is difficult to continue due to the influence of aptitude, can it find a new path that will let go of the limitations of the original aptitude? The fitness and transformation utilization rate of a single or multiple of the 18 kinds of attribute energies corresponding to the elves. Under its own qualifications. In the end. However, it is because the fitness and transformation utilization rate of the corresponding energy factors of worm and poison are not high. In short, it is not highly compatible with these two attribute factors. 4.3 Then. Try another attribute. The giant stinger was the first to reject this idea. In its view, The attributes of the elf race actually represent their own selection of 18 attribute factors. Compared with the other 16 attributes, it has the highest adaptability to bug and poison. And since neither of these two works, let alone other attribute factors. P.S. The new year is really busy. The promised New Year's gift will definitely be given out before the second day of the first year. It will be delayed a little, brothers, forgive me. 524. Law is fire, power is wood. The purest, seeker. So, is there an energy factor other than the 18 attributes? The answer is naturally yes. For example, waveguide power. A kind of energy that is different from the 18 attributes. But obviously, although the power of the waveguide is not unique, the existence that really wants to go through this path, except for the Lucario family, is probably no longer possible. Can awaken to use wave power. Like the giant stinger who has no qualifications for the waveguide power at all. But since it has the existence of a unique energy factor independent of the 18 attributes such as waveguide power, then does it mean that other extra energy that is suitable for oneself is born? Factors are also possible. This kind of thinking makes the big needlebee suddenly feel like seeing the fog. There is direction. Mind and tenacity of this giant stinger bee, which is completely different from ordinary elves, it is naturally not just fantasy. And the talent of this giant stinger is really terrifying. In constant depth of their respective dangers. In the experiment of using its own attribute energy to collide, fuse or cancel each other with other attribute factors, it gradually realized and created a special destruction and annihilation. Characteristic, the power of destruction. And deeply felt that aptitude is limited to the individual elves. It does not use and explore a new kind of power in the power of destruction, but smelts it itself to break through. The potential limit has been lifted, and the strength has risen greatly. Since then, the big needlebee has been advancing all the way, and the king, champion, quasi-god, and even the realm of the gods have not been able to bring it any hindrance. Its physical adaptability after being reborn, coupled with its thorough research on attribute factors, makes it a godlike aid in the understanding of laws. Everything seems to be done step by step. The law of the insect system is steadily improving, and the prototype of power is gradually taking shape. But until the end of the Middle Ages, the big needlebee, who was almost at the peak of the first-level god, was preparing to plan his next stage of promotion in advance as always, but suddenly found that his path was broken. It did not fully establish its foundation before reaching the realm of the gods, and now it not only has the understanding of the law of insects at the perfect level, but also borrows 8 feet 5, 6, 1, 0.9, 7, 8, 2, spirit, long, helped, the power of destruction, condense his own alien power, destruction. Looking good. But if you want to advance to the field of creation, you must establish your own core strength, just like Arceus, creation. The choice of the hornbee is naturally the destruction, formed by its greatest fundamental, destruction force. But it finds only when the core is established, ready to contain the oneness. The law of insects, the power of destruction, and the power of destruction, these three core strengths that it relies on most, cannot be integrated at all. Is different from other legendary gods who take the right way. Although the power of authority has its own peculiarities, in the final analysis, it still evolves based on attribute energy. Because after all, they come from the same source. But, the power of destruction, is different. It has been completely independent of the 18 attribute energy factors, and it can almost be said to be the cornerstone of a new path. But the big stinger was using the power of destruction to form a step-by-step cohesive power prototype, and even to comprehend the power of the law of the insect system. Result. These three forces seem to be interdependent, but in essence they are not on the same path at all. Single quote. Power of destruction is the purest, completely independent of the 18 attribute factors. The law of insects is the orthodox way. And the power of destruction, although it was bred by the power of destruction, but it took the path of orthodox law to power, and as a result, the whole is completely different. So distinct, how could it be possible to merge into one? And until now, the big stinger finally realized that it didn't need to comprehend the power of the law and the embryonic form of power from the beginning. Now that a new path has been opened up, it would be better to heterogeneous, to the end, completely abandoning the so-called orthodox way, and going all the way to the black along the power of destruction. But at this time, the giant stinger had already understood that it was too late. The law of insects and the power of power had already been deeply planted in its body, and it was impossible to abandon it now. But the stingray is not a bug that gives up easily. In the days to come, it has forcibly merged these three forces several times, but without exception, all ended in failure. However, it has also created a secret skill that combines and superimposes skills with each other. A special, smelting, method that uses the law as the fire and the power as the firewood. And during this period, it also sheltered and taught the insect-type elves within its seclusion range, so that many strong people emerged from the insect-type elves that have been used as cannon fodder and food, allowing its own group to continue. It is also for this reason that the giant stinger is respected as the insect king by the insect group it shelters. Last of the last. After finally confirming that there is no 420 law in this state, the big needlebee who fused the three finally decided to make a desperate attempt to forcibly strip the power of the law of insects and the power of destruction from the body. This is tantamount to an ordinary human digging his heart out with his bare hands, and it can almost be said to be a mortal situation. But the giant stinger still chose to do it. But before doing this, it also reserved some preparations. If you get away with it. So, with its arrangement, it may not only be able to be reborn, but also obtain a new power of destruction after the melting. If it fails, then consider it as a great gift for the latecomers. And now it seems. Obviously, this amazing and brilliant insect king, giant stinger was not successful after all. But it has to be admitted. This large stingbee can be called the purest seeker that Baizi has seen in the elf world. For whatever reason, it never stops looking for the way forward. P.S. The new year is constantly changing. I wish everyone a prosperous year of the tiger. 525. The 6 royal families, new doubts, call. I didn't expect that the elf world still had such a wild and magnificent era, and such a stunning giant stingbee. Serena opened her eyes slightly in awe, muttering in her mouth, apparently still immersed in the life of the great Needle Peak, which is not magnificent, but enough to be called a legend. Is it amazing? Baizi heard the words and smiled. With the life of this insect king, giant stinger bee, indeed it lived up to the words. Stunning. Relying on a weak insect body in the quagmire of the wild medieval war, it eventually surpassed countless hegemonic groups and even legends. Almost reached the top of the first-level God's domain, and even got a glimpse of the power of the creation domain. Such an achievement is unprecedented. Moreover, although it is not known to the world because of his personality, he is also worthy of the name of king. At this moment, the transmission of this message ends. Entire palace of insects suddenly lost its miraculousness. Walk through the corridor. Enter the eye. It is a simple temple with a square meter of 1,000 meters. On both sides of the temple are lighting decorations composed of columns, reliefs and night pearls. At the end of the stone room, there is a jade carving. Stone chair. Below, there are 3 stone statues on the left and right. Respectively 1 by 1. Vulcan moth, Heracross, giant claw mantis. With Orup, Kyrus, and stag bugs. According to the memory of the giant stinger, these 6 elves were the first to follow it, never abandoning it, and eventually multiplied to become the leaders of the 6 major groups. But it is a pity that these 6 elves, without exception, all stopped before the realm of the gods, and they all died in the Middle Ages. Perhaps the big stinger finally chose to gamble, but also because the whole world has long been careless for the reason. In addition, there is an ear room on both sides of the temple. Left. Energy center of this small secret realm, drawing energy through the array map, supporting the secret realm, and the space gate, connected to the outside world. But as a support for the entire secret realm. Array map of the realm has already been shattered in the tempering of the big needle bee with law as fire, power as firewood. Therefore, the energy center has almost collapsed, and this secret realm is almost reaching the end of its lifespan. Similarly, without the supply of the energy center, the space door naturally cannot be opened again. But Baizi didn't panic at all. Driving the wind speed dog, he went straight to the ear room on the right. What you see. On the small altar composed of familiar blue crystals and unknown ores of green and yellow, a night pearl about the size of an adult fist was enshrined in the groove of the central pillar of the altar. Crystal clear, the rare 2-color crystal blooms in the slightly dark ear chamber, which is very conspicuous. This is it. Tilde. Between the words, the burning white thought power penetrated through the body. Click _. With the light rotation of the night pearl enshrined on the altar suddenly trembled slightly, and then slowly rose with the sound of click, eat. In the end, a dark hole was revealed. La. There was an obvious sense of shock on the ground, and there were gradually scattered earth and stones in the stone room. Go away. Baizi finally glanced at the direction of the temple. Seeing that the shock and the earth and stones were slipping more and more seriously, he made a decisive decision and immediately retracted the big needle bee. The wind speed dog shouted. Woo tilde. The wind speed dog jumped. Next second. Boom, boom, boom. A violent roar erupted from behind in an instant. La. The middle of the night, southeast of Nibi City, at the north end of Road 2, there is a bank of a deep pool linked to a stream. Between the splashes of water, Baizi and Serena, who were maintaining their breathing posture, suddenly stuck their heads out of the turbulent water. View tilde. Wei exerted a little strength to break free from Serena's instinct, and Baizi wiped her face casually, then hugged Serena's body, and swiftly rolled over from the bank of the lake. Come. Once ashore. Baizi called out the wind speed dog, reached out and patted the dog's head, and the wind speed dog immediately understood. Immediately, a warm air swept across Baizi and Serena, who were embracing each other. In a blink, the wet coldness suddenly turned into dry and warm. His body was quite refreshed, but Baizi couldn't help sighing in his heart. Sometimes, although dry is comfortable, but wet, it also has a different taste that only wet can have. Serena, I have grown up. Good half sound. Serena, who finally recovered her breath from the water, gently broke away from Baizi's arms, stroked the bangs on her forehead, and looked for a topic with a blushing face. No, I didn't expect the Palace of Insects to be linked to another underwater ruin. How did you find out, Brother Baizi? Didn't this appear in the memory of the Insect King, Big Stinger? Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, but said on his mouth. Because I have been to this ruins before, the giant stinger once received another gift from the other party here. Baizi shrugged, but didn't hide it from her. That is, in the memory message, the Insect King orb, composed of the stripped insect attribute factor and the power of the law. Speaking of which, according to the other party's arrangement, the giant needlebee should actually go from this ruin to the ruins of the secret realm, Insect Palace, to receive the memory, and then go to the secret realm to challenge the array map. Speaking of this, Baizi was suddenly stunned. Yup. Space Gate, in the heart of the Viking forest. Insect King's gift test. I'm afraid not like. After all. If there is no Insect King orb, it cannot be activated at all, and successfully complete the power tempering of array diagram. And if the array map is not destroyed due to the tempering of power. Array map, lying in the middle of the ruins is the sky mote that entered the palace of insects. Unless you forcibly destroy the array map, otherwise, I am afraid that you can only be with Baizi and the others. In this way, after completing the 15 kills, he was excluded from the other side of the array map, and he was sighing and sighing. And if you want to destroy a array map that is comparable to a top legend's existence, I am afraid that without the power of a first-level god, it is impossible to shake it. Interesting. Baizi's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Speaking of which, should I go to the heart of the Viking forest to explore again? Young was thinking. Beep beep. A rush of bells suddenly remembered. Baizi turned his eyes slightly, and saw that the elf bracelet on his left wrist instantly ejected countless virtual envelopes like a freeze. 526. The black pot that fell from the sky, Sakagi who ran away. Time went forward for 10 minutes, and it was when Baizi and his party successfully passed the collapsed array, went to the Palace of Insects, and received the life of the Insect King, Giant Stinger Bee. While remembering the message. In the heart of the Joban forest. Door, that Baizi passed through before. A middle-aged man wearing a gentleman's hat and a large trench coat came to a place more than 10 meters away from Heracross and Kairos, who were guarding both sides in front of the door. Stand still. Beside him, a large needlebee with a powerful breath quietly levitated and followed. And as he raised his head, Yinju's face was suddenly revealed. It was none other than the leader of Team Rocket, Sakagi, who had gone into hiding again after a brief appearance in Baiyin Mountain. As a trainer with the power of Vibrant, and the giant stinger. In the heart of the vibrant forest, this is a place that can be called the kingdom of insects. Naturally, it is impossible for him to know nothing. Legend of the Insect King, circulating in the insect system. He was originally disdainful. After all, in his opinion, no matter how strong this so-called Insect King is, can it still be forced to be a top legend with the title of God? Until he went to practice here after the Battle of Silver Mountain. After being beaten up by a huge alienated Heracross with knotted muscles, he changed the 420 method. Such an existence regards the title and inheritance of the Insect King as a godsend. What qualifications does he have to look down on? Sakagi is not the kind of person who thinks highly of himself and is blind. Especially after having a deep understanding of the strength of the Royal Front 6, which occupy almost 2/3 of the site in the central area of the Viking forest, he is even more enthusiastic. Let alone the inheritance of the Insect King. But once his giant stinger can complete the test, he will succeed a new generation of Bug King. So, this single clan is enough to compare to the Yuxian 6 clans, of an ancient aristocratic family, and it will be the invincible Zerg army under his command. Such power is on the surface. At that time, even if he went to the League headquarters as the leader of the Rockets, the League would have to consider whether to tear him apart. Not to mention, with such a powerful, familiar, how could this so-called Insect King be weak? Call. Sakagi breathed a deep sigh of relief, stabilized his slightly excited state of mind, and then swept his eyes to the two individuals in front of him whose bodies were obviously far larger than those of the same race. With Sakagi's eyesight, coupled with the fact that the wild elves themselves have not been systematically trained, and their breath is exposed, it is naturally not difficult to roughly estimate the general strength of the opponent. Probably around the middle of the championship. The thought turned. Sakagi immediately calmed down, and slightly raised his chin towards the giant needlebee beside him. Sizzling beer tilde. The big needlebee immediately understood it, fluttered its wings, and came to the front of the two giant guards. Looking at the giant stinger bee in front of them, Heracross and Kairos looked at each other, and there was a little doubt in the two pairs of big eyes. To know. In previous years. Candidate, who has been called to challenge like this in 3 or 5 years? Why did a different colored giant stinger bee just come in today, and now, another one has come? Another guy with a big stinger to challenge. However, doubts are doubts. The 2 giant guards, who were loyal to their duties, explained the situation to the giant needle bee. Subsequently, leaning side by side, the combination shield suddenly reappeared in front of people. Oh! Sakagi also saw the extraordinariness of this move at a glance, but now is not the time to think about it, when the big needle bee turned around and tweeted a few times at it. Sakagi immediately waved his hand and said softly, "Don't be careless, use double needles." Sizzling beer tilde. The big needle bee slowly overlapped the 2 needles, and then, with a neigh, it turned from stillness, and immediately struck a blow. Swoosh _ The conical air cannonball is mixed with the sharp insect attribute factor and pushes forward. That unreasonable powerful force directly tore the combined shield formed by Heracross and Kyrus with a crushing potential. Followed. The violent wind slammed, tearing the 2 apart and lashing them to both sides. Air cannon, hit by the double needle skill, remains unabated, approaching directly. La la. The trees are shaking and the leaves are flying. And just when the corner of Sakagi's mouth raised a smile. Click tilde. A small crisp sound suddenly sounded from the door. Immediately after. Click, click, click. The door leaf hits before the door leaf with great precision. Countless cracks crawled all over the door, little by little, and then, with the split eyes of Heracross and Kyrus, they exploded and shattered the ground. There was a sudden silence in the air. Sakagi's left eye jumped. Next second, Heracross and Kyrus, who had crawled up from the ground, looked up to the sky, and let out an extremely tragic cry of grief and a roar of murderous intent. DA111. K. _ Immediately after. Accompanied by the sound of insects chirping one after another powerful breath rose from the depths of the jungle. Last 0. A fierce aura that impressed Sakagi deeply, accompanied by another strong mental fluctuation that was not inferior, made Sakagi's complexion change drastically. Without further ado, Sakagi stepped forward and grabbed the hind legs of the giant needle bee. Sizzling beer tilde. The big needle bee immediately twitched its wings, as if it didn't seem to be carrying a weight of 100 pounds, and rushed towards the periphery of the vibrant forest at a high speed. But before it flew out 100 meters. Boom, _ The earth and rocks were surging, and a huge black shadow with knotted muscles fell from the sky and stopped in front of Big Needle Bee and Sakagi. Next second, Sakagi, who felt his scalp explode, suddenly turned his head. I saw a petite elf shaped like a ladybug quietly suspended in the air less than a few meters away from him. 527. Giratina, the Lord of Reversal. By Z's Fury. Whoosh _ It was like a gust of wind passing through a stream, and the whistling sound was accompanied by a sonic boom, and it landed on the front yard of the Damu Research Institute on the edge of Junshin town. The earth and rocks swelled, and the grass was instantly crushed into a deep pit. The smoke and dust are going to be everywhere. But the next moment. _ But it was swept away by the surging thought force. Baizi silently rolled down from the back of the wind speed dog, stepped forward, pushed the door open, entered the door, and saw Dr. Damon, who had a sad face and was startled by the noise in the front yard. Baizi, you're finally back here. Dr. Ogi. Baizi tried his best to stabilize his inner emotions, inhaled and exhaled deeply, and just asked, Xiao Huang was attacked, what happened? Yes. Xiao Huang was attacked. This is the urgent news that Baizi received. There are dozens of emails, all of which were sent by Dr. Damu with words like, Xiao Huang was attacked, Xiao Huang disappeared, quick return. At this time, Selena also pushed the door with the wind speed dog and walked in, looked worriedly at Baizi, who was obviously suppressing her emotions, and stood silently on the side. Dr. Damu nodded. Okay, the cause of the incident has to start from 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Baizi frowned slightly. Not bad. Dr. Damu nodded and continued. 3 days ago, that was the 6th day after the end of the wide-ranging astronomical aberration. Celestial mutation. Does it refer to the three-god bird incident that happened in Asia Island before? But. Day 6. Baizi and Selina looked at each other, and both saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The time was wrong. After solving the incident of the three-god birds, he only spent 3 days in the Asian island chain to renovate. Then I set off to the vibrant forest to assist the giant stinger to complete the trial of the insect king, but it was only in 1 day. How could it be? Is it possible that there is a difference between the time flow rate of the secret realm and the main world? Baizi's eyes flickered. Illusion Island, in the Fangyuan area also has a different time flow rate from the outside world. The difference between the time of the Illusion Island and the outside world is 7 times, but sometimes it is 7 times faster, sometimes 7 times slower. I just don't know what the time flow rate of the Insect King, secret realm looks like. But now is not the time to think about that. Moreover, the secret realm of the Insect King may have collapsed into something. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Baizi's mind. He quickly restrained his thoughts and listened intently. In the morning, I suddenly received several Pokeballs from Xiao Huang, which contained almost all of her main force. After that, I received the news that Xiao Huang was attacked and disappeared. The main force has all been transferred. Then, can it be determined that this was a premeditated ambush? After pondering for a while, Baizi swept his gaze to Dr. Damu, who was beside him. There was a gloom in those calm eyes, and even Dr. Damu, who had seen many big scenes, couldn't help his heart in a throb. That feeling. It is as if in the deep sea, it seems calm, but deeper and deeper, there is already a turbulent undercurrent of madness. Dr. Damu sighed silently from the bottom of his heart, and then replied in a deep voice. It should be correct, because according to the message passed by Alice, Xiao Huang, who was watching the World Championship with her in Galar, seemed to have received some information at the time, so he insisted on rushing to the Sheno area alone. Iris was a little worried at the back, so she rode 3 evil dragons all the way and tracked it to the snowfield in Shifeng City at the foot of Tianguan Mountain in the Shenao area. However, when she arrived, what she saw was an unbelievable scene. Xiao Huang, who was forced to the cliff by several trainer gangs, went straight to the ground as if he had fallen into the water. Into the smooth ice wall. Speaking of which, Dr. Ogi's expression was also incredulous. Alice didn't explain the situation to me in detail, but she left a few people behind and was taken away by Miss Junsha who arrived later. Also, she told me that when Xiao Huang submerged into the ice wall, she seemed to see a phantom that looked like the king of amusement beasts passing by. Looks like the king of entertainment. Submerged in the ice wall. Baizi's eyes suddenly flashed. Yes, Giratina. The lord of the reversed world, the shadow of creation, the most mysterious Pluto dragon Giratina among the 3 gods. Why did this guy save, or in other words, take away Xiao Huang? Baizi's eyes were full of surprise. How could the Pluto dragon, the leader of the dignified top legends, who has always been wandering in the reversing world, interfered in the disputes of mankind? What, Baizi, do you have a clue? Dr. Damu asked quickly after seeing the change in Baizi's complexion. Not sure yet. Baizi shook his head, his eyes narrowed. I need to see Alice. She's standing in front of the ice wall in the snowfield in Shifeng City. I can arrange your itinerary right away. Dr. Damu said simply. Ask for flowers. With that said, Dr. Damu was about to start contacting acquaintances, but was stopped by Baizi. No, I have a faster way. After he finished speaking, he looked at Serena beside him. Before she could speak, Selina spoke in advance. Good. Baizi looked at Selina, nodded slowly, and said. With that, he turned around and walked out of the house. But he just opened the door. Drop drop tilde. The elf bracelet made a familiar ringtone again. Baizi stretched out his hand and opened it. Brother Baizi, you can do your thing with peace of mind, and I will wait for you in Junshin town. The wind speed dog will stay with you for the time being. Next second. An astonishing chill immediately rose from his body. Point 0. Bye, brother Baizi. Baizi, what happened? Wu tilde. Behind him came the inquiries of Serena and Dr. Ogi, and the whimpering of the wind speed dog. Nothing. Baizi didn't look back. After waving his hand, he walked straight out. Sit in the air. In the courtyard, Baizi violently threw out the Pokeball, and stepped directly onto the back of Lai Kongxi, and shouted coldly. Fly at full speed. Go to the Shino area. Roar tilde. Lai Kongxi let out a violent roar that stunned the 4 fields, and a steady stream of dragon elements continued to emerge from his body, wrapping Baizi all over his body, and the dragon's tail stretched out. Like a rocket propulsion, it goes straight into the sky above the clouds. Boom, underscore. The violent sonic boom was long overdue. The terrifying wind pressure cut out countless cracks in the grass of the courtyard, and everything in front of the gate of the institute was like being plowed over, leaving a mess. It was only at this moment that Dr. Damu snatched it out of the house, feeling the shocking Pokeball around his waist and the pressure of the energy level remaining in the courtyard. After a long time, he murmured in an extremely dry voice, God's domain. God's domain. P.S. Let me explain here that it's not that the Time Silmarillion in Baizi's hands is useless, but that the Time Silmar resists the time ripples that spread to Baizi. The secret realm of the insect king time belongs to a whole, and the difference is mainly the flow rate of the main world. The Time Diamond cannot anchor the time flow rate of the entire secret realm. Also, there are people in the family, let me delay for a day, count today's lesser, ding yiding begging. 528. Stubborn, swooping black flashing black sky sits. Change, must see. The air hummed and the wind howled. Under Lai Kong's super high speed, Baizi left the town limits of Junshin town in the blink of an eye, and quickly approached in the direction of Q City. The Shanao area is located in the northeast of the adjacent Guandu, Chengdu and Hoan areas, separated by the Juxia Sea area. If it is marked according to the orientation of the map, it happens to be connected between Junshin town and Q City. Direction extension. Standing on the back of Lai Kong's seat, Baizi's eyes silently filtered through the afterglow of the frantic retreat on both sides. Under the filter of Lai Kong's incomparably delicate flight factor, the gusty wind of Linglai suddenly felt like a light breeze, slightly cool, but gradually dispelled some of the tyranny in Baizi's heart. Moment. With his legs crossed, he reopened the anonymous message received by the elf bracelet one by one. Open black lens bracket Xiaohuang Dai Jopen Lilac is in our hands. If we want her to be safe and sound, we will bring all the phantom beasts and legendary elves and go to the number 14 island reef in the Juxia waters alone. Wait, close black lens bracket. 4020. So, it's for me. Baizi suddenly laughed, and even couldn't help laughing out loud. Moment. He restrained his laughter, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Well, I'm worried about how to find you. Reach out and pull the entire virtual screen projected by the elf bracelet. Afterwards, his fingers were flying, and he began to operate in a dazzling manner. The data stream was rapidly moving on the screen, reflecting in Baizi's eyes. So few minutes. Baizi looked at the red, link disconnected pop-up window popped up on the screen, his eyes flickered. The opposite side obviously has quite complete network protection, and this is the first time Baizi has it was detected during a network intrusion. Although he failed to successfully invade the other party's network, he did not gain anything. In this position, moving his fingers to search for a moment, Baizi's eyes flashed, unnamed plane. This time in Fangyuan. 11 to be able to clarify the location of Xiaohuang and Galar. Arrange traps and siege in Shanao. Now. Send anonymous letters to myself far away in Kanto in the plains where there are few human beings. Interesting, more and more interesting. The chill in Baizi's eyes became more and more astonishing, because he suddenly had an intuition. Perhaps, this time the number of people involved would be quite extensive. But things are prioritized, and now the most important thing is of course Xiao Huang's safety. He needs to determine the accuracy of the information about Giratina, and then, perhaps also learn the origins of those attackers. Chenao, in front of the ice wall of Shifeng Icefield, Adek, the current champion of the Wuzhong region, who should have been preparing for the next challenge in Galar, was walking back and forth, with a solemn expression. Moment. He turned his gaze not far away, and at this time was sitting cross-legged on the snow, against Alice, who was facing the mirror-smooth ice wall in front of him. At this time, the healthy wheat complexion on Alice's face was already blue and white, and the bags under her eyes were marked with a clear black circle. Woohoo, underscore. The icy cold wind roared, and the wind sword and frost sword blew wantonly on Alice and Adek. At this time, Adek finally couldn't help but stepped forward again, pressed Alice's shoulders, and stared at the girl who he entrusted to the future of Hezhong. Alice, you wake up, Xiao Huang. Adek paused, couldn't help recalling the pure girl in his mind, and then continued. I know you're worried about Xiao Huang's safety, but it's not your fault. Besides, the way you are now, apart from punishing yourself, is useless at all. In the last sentence, Adek's voice even covered feng shui, but Alice's eyes did not deflect in the slightest, and she still stared at the ice wall. The veins on Adek's forehead burst. But in the end, alas, he could only sigh irritably, and sat on the snow with a drum like that. Since he learned the news the day before yesterday, he has rushed here overnight regardless of his upcoming tournament qualifying match. After learning about Xiao Huang's situation, he even specially summoned Catalia, the new superpower king of Hezhong, to investigate the iceberg carefully for Alice's sake. But obviously, nothing. And after, no matter how he persuaded, Alice was unwilling to leave the place where Xiao Huang disappeared, and she kept berating herself for not being alert and arriving in advance. As a result, Xiao Huang fought alone, and finally disappeared inexplicably in front of her. Alice didn't even let fire, or more precisely, did not allow any actions that might affect the ice wall. Alas. Adek scratched his head a little irritably. In fact, he was recently entrusting the relationship to investigate the source of this group of people, but even with his contacts of the champion, he was actually looking for a while. Can't figure it out. Those guys caught by Alice were all black dead men without any identity, and there was no way to cut out each other's tongues. Seriously, watching Alice punish himself like this, he even raised the idea of disregarding it and finding a superpower spirit to read the memory. But if you want to read the memory completely, it is difficult to achieve the spiritual power without reaching the Heavenly King level. He doesn't have a superpower type Heavenly King level elf in his hand. And although Catalia is the 4 kings of the alliance under his command, after the other party is famous, and the relationship between the superpower family itself and the alliance is very delicate, it is obviously impossible to go doing this stimulates the nerves of the top leaders of the alliance, and it is still a ban on 3 orders and 5 applications. But if it continues like this, Xiao Huang can find 2 words, but Alice will definitely be unable to hold it. It really doesn't work. Adek's eyes flickered, just as he was thinking about whether to use coercion. Boom, underscore. In the sky, there was a sudden sound of incomparably violent vibration. At the same time, an invisible sense of oppression came suddenly. Adek only felt a tingling in his scalp, and the moment he almost subconsciously threw all the hands, he suddenly jumped up and stopped in front of Alice. His eyes skipped the Vulcan moth in front of him. Above the sky. Now. The atmosphere sank like a substance, and in the swept cloud 4.3 sky, a slender black dragon swooped in, swooping in his direction. That is. Let's sit in the air. P.S. I saw a lot of people talking about the ghost dragon. Let me explain it. The appearance of the ghost dragon has nothing to do with the villains. Those villains are completely for the protagonist. Sun, to stabilize the rear, the ghost dragon is another line. I am writing these now, plus the championship, in fact, to let the protagonist complete the integration in terms of deterrence, strength, and hope, and then start to arrange and dark super dream and so on. The final battle of the rainbow rockets, but everyone is in such a hurry, then I will arrange the plot again, reduce the foreshadowing, and I will delete the new chapter, rewrite it, alas tilde. 529. The flame bird that sits and fights with Lai Kong, the black and white double dragon of my aunt. Foreshadowing, ask. The reason why the legendary elves are called legends is that they have the nature of being passed down by themselves, and the other reason is that they are the root of their spread, that is, great power. Same. It is precisely because of the exposure and spread of their respective powers that these legendary elves were given the name. None of the legendary elves are simple. This point can be drawn from the bits and pieces of memory left by the Insect King, Giant Stinger. Although they are in the turning period of the Middle Ages when the legends are basically reclusive, it is not that the Insect King, Giant Stingray has not seen the legendary shots. Especially in the years it traveled. Among them, there is the life and death struggle between the flame bird and Lai Kong's eye. Does it feel incredible? In the eyes of many Pokemon fans, they belong to the lowest level of legends, and the three gods of the bad street can actually sit in front of Lai Kong, the leader of the first level gods. But it did happen. But after a brief period of astonishment, Baizi quickly came to his senses. Which of the ethnic groups that could obtain a position in the pre-Middle Ages era when legends were rampant was easy. In fact, before modern times, especially before the establishment of the Alliance, the news of the legendary elves revealing to the public still happened from time to time. But with the establishment of the Alliance, those legends that were closely related to human beings have basically disappeared, and they are rarely known anymore. But as a regional champion who has been in power for decades, the famous Adek, who sits in the sky, the god of the sky, still understands. But it was precisely because of his understanding that Adek was shocked at this moment. Lai Kong sits. Top legends. And the top legends are also honored as gods. In the name of gods, the respect in this is obvious, but at the same time, it also shows that these top legends are unattainable. Known to Adek. Except for the two black and white dragons who chose the legendary hero, the other high-level and even top-level legends have never heard that they can be envoys by human trainers. Even the black and white Sangyang in their Hujong area. It didn't look like a human envoy at all. On the contrary. These two black and white double dragons, who have been fighting for more than 1,000 years because of their ideas, are more like looking for tool people to prove their ideas. Tisk tisk, auntie. But right now. Adek stared blankly at the boy who jumped down from the head of the black flashing Lai Kong Sea, feeling the faint power of the Lai Kong sitting, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You are, tilde. Adek looked at Baizi, feeling a little familiar. And then. Baizi. A faint cry came from behind, and in the next second, Alice stumbled towards her as if she had found the backbone. Xiao Huang, she. It's all my fault. I couldn't catch up. Baizi was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised by Alice's attitude towards him. However, feeling the weak breath of the black girl in his arms, and the sadness and guilt that were almost beyond words, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Okay, with me here, Xiao Huang will be fine. Press the back of Alice's head. Next second. Baizi's power, like the warm sun, suddenly invaded Alice's body silently, soothing the other party's mood. At the same time, with a surge of mental power, Alice, who was already vulnerable, fell into a drowsiness. So you were Baizi. It was only then that Adek remembered the identity information about Baizi, the monster-level rookie who recently gained fame, that is, the big brother who was often talked about by Xiao Huang. Champion of Adek. Baizi nodded to the middle-aged man with a stunned expression on the opposite side, and glanced casually at the few elves in front of him. Subsequently, He straightened his waist a little and released Shinado. Sana tilde. Shinado called out softly. Shinado, come and help. When the words were normal, Baizi's eyes suddenly flashed, and his face showed joy. There have been a lot of things recently, and some have ignored you. Congratulations, you have officially entered the realm of quasi-gods, Shinado. Yes, Shinado went a step further and silently called his hands. Talking. He stroked the top of Shinado's head. Sana tilde. Shinado stepped on her feet slightly, and her head pushed up on her own initiative. Shinado was not very happy about the promotion, but she gained Baizi's attention and congratulations, but it made her very happy. After all, with the two secret treasures of Super Orb and World Tree Species, her spirit and vitality were already in a saturated or even overflowing state. The reason why he has been unable to successfully advance to quasi-god is entirely because he was blocked by the understanding of the law. But obviously, now this obstacle has also been quietly passed by Shinado. Race, Shinado Purple Flash, X form, Y form. Attribute, Super Fairy. Characteristics, Synchronization, Telepathy, Monty. Level, Quasi-God Elementary, Level 80, 5/100ths. Potential, Level 1 God. HP, 168 Attack, 165 Defense, 165 Special Attack. Exclusive Skills, Super Annihilation, Spiritual Smash. Skill, Mind Power, Slightly. Genetic Skills, Black Eyes, Farewell Gifts. 135 125 Special Defense, 100 115 Speed, 180. Status, Perfect. Props, Super Orb, World Tree Species. Open black lens bracket law comprehension, 0.5% close black lens bracket. Introduction, talented, possessing a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of the same clan. It perfectly integrates the genetic sequences of the two superior legends of Dream and Cheomung, thus obtaining a transcendent supernatural power. Power and ability, the body contains the ultimate power of super evolution. Push the comprehension of the law to 0.5% just after the breakthrough. Baizi's eyes crossed a wisp of admiration, nodded and said, since the breakthrough has reached the realm of quasi-gods, then this matter for you, I'm more at ease. Shinado, extract Alice's memory. I need to know what Xiaohuang saw in the incident of being attacked and disappeared. You. Adek suddenly looked shocked, but when he was about to say something, I saw the strangely colored Shinado slightly sideways. Glance at it. Up next second. He felt that he was being held in place by an irresistible force, unable to move or speak. A layer of faint purple ons, like a freeze frame, is also frozen in place. It's mind power. It turned out to be a quasi-god rank. Rolling his eyes, he looked to the side. His main forces floated all over his body. 530. Determine the target, Baizi who has a headache. Sorry, Adek champion. Baizi said an apology, but he didn't mean to let Shinado release his mind power. Instead, he raised his chin and gestured in the direction of Adek, and asked. Doesn't it affect? I don't want to hurt this little girl. This is also the reason why he didn't do it himself. Memory extraction. This is a very delicate job. Without enough control, it will inevitably cause irreparable damage to the person being extracted. Influences. After all, Alice is not an enemy, and her relationship with Xiaohuang, especially her performance this time, has made Baizi take Alice as her own. Sana tilde. Shinado seemed to be a little resentful of Baizi's underestimation of her, and when he raised his arm, he pointed directly at Alice's temple on one side. Slightly dazed, a little on lit up from Shinado's fingertips. Moment. With her eyes still closed, Shinado raised her other palm and danced rapidly in midair. Not long after, a picture book drawn by purple thought lines suddenly condensed in midair, and was refracted by light. Angle, let the picture render color. Xiaohuang who gradually disappeared into the ice wall, Xiami in Xiao Huang's arms, and the surrounding trainers. As well as behind Xiao Huang, there is a huge phantom shadow like a reflection. Like a dragon, the slender gray 420 body is covered with golden metal armor and spikes, and its back is floating. 3 teams of streamers moving like wings. Can't go wrong. This guy is the Pluto dragon Giratina. Giratina origin form. Ghost dragon. Baizi's eyes were dark, and for a moment, he turned his attention to the group of attackers surrounding Xiao Huang. Turn around. In the end, it was fixed on one of the figures. The gray upturned short hair, the red tights and the wrapping cloak, and the blood-winged dragon under her feet. Hunter J. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly and recognized this person. According to this little girl's memory, this Hunter J once attacked her, and then was defeated by Xiao Huang and handed over to Miss Junsha of Vibrant City. Chennai Duo's warm voice reached Baizi's ears, causing his eyes to flash again. To know. As the top 10 of the Alliance's most wanted list, the arrest of a special A-level elf hunter and a character like Hunter J will inevitably attract the attention and detention of the Alliance. It is definitely not an ordinary person who can fish such a guy out of the prison. It seems that the people who are looking for trouble for me also include the high-level personnel of the Alliance. Moreover, it will never be a general high-level, a secretary, or a standing member of the council. Oh, it's interesting. After pondering for a moment, Baizi temporarily extinguished the cold light in his eyes. He must have revenge for this matter, but there is no need to worry. For now, the first and foremost thing is to get Xiao Huang back safely. As for finding the culprit behind the scenes, these people consider themselves secretive. But for Baizi, as long as the general direction is determined, then it is enough to lead Shinado to search the memory one by one. I believe that no one can hide secrets in the hands of quasi-god-level super-elves. Thoughts swirled in his mind. But soon, Baizi regained his thoughts and focused on Giratina. Obvious. Reverse world, of the Pluto dragon Giratina. I want to save Xiao Huang. So first and foremost, is to open the door to the reverse world. The connection between worlds, without a doubt, requires the power of space. Therefore, the natural god of space that Baizi thought of at the first time. But soon, Baizi shook his head. Because Palkia is known as the god of space, living in the space slit outside the latitude of the main world of the elves, CFED, it looks very full. But it is the same as its old enemy, the god of time, Dialga. All of them have loud names, but in fact, the utilization of time and space is far from satisfactory. Not to mention, although Giratina and Giratina were both created by the creation god, Arceus, Giratina has a faint hold on Palkia and Dialga. Just like the ice dragon Kurim in the Three Dragons of the Way, in the Hujong area, it is the same as the black and white double dragons. Therefore, deeply doubts whether Palkia can open up Giratina's reverse world. And after excluding Palkia, Baizi is first and foremost equivalent to the phantom beast Yeehahu, dubbed by many Pokemon fans as the true space god, and the super demon god of the Halo. Pa. In the theatrical version of Super Demon God of Halo, Hoopa, the Shadow, who liberated Hoopa once summoned and controlled 6 legendary treasures with the halo of his exclusive skill, Different Dimension Cave. Dream. And this one. The Pluto dragon, Giratina, who lives in the inverted world. As far as Baizi knew, the halo created by Hoopa's exclusive skill, Different Dimensional Cave, is bidirectional. That is to say, as long as he gets Hoopa's help, he can use this to lead to the reverse world. And compared to living in the space slit, the equally hard to find Palkia, where Hoopa is located, is clearly explained. In the creation of the Carlos area. In the Valley of the World. But, although Hoopa is indeed a very suitable candidate, Baizi is not sure whether Hoopa in a state of punishment can do the same thing as liberating Hoopa. Furthermore, before he truly understood the meaning of punishment, Hoopa couldn't leave the Valley of Creation in order to ban it. That is to say, Baizi is very likely to enter the inversion world, but can't come out. So, I must be ready to release the evil power that Hoopa was sealed in the jug of punishment, and to break the bondage bound to Hoopa. This is really... Thinking of this, Baizi, who was signaling Shinado to stop reading Alice's memory, rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. No matter what, it's not an easy thing. Do not do well. He even plans to fight against the power of Arceus. 531. To conquer Hoopa, go to Alola. And the reason why Arceus is involved, this needs to start from the experience of Hoopa. About 100 years ago, the curious and childlike Hoopa appeared in a barren and impoverished coastal town that was the predecessor of the desert city in the Carlos area. Hoopa took some food, but brought countless gold and silver treasures to the town, which made the town usher in a short-lived prosperity. But then, out of the instigation of the town residents who wanted to see the power of Hoopa, in order to prove that he was powerful, Hoopa summoned many legends to defeat them one by one, and on a whim destroyed Tilda. That's why. It was followed by Ghoulies, a traveler who was born in the Valley of Creation, and had the power to communicate with Arceus, and use the jug of punishment to seal the power. In the end, it turned into a form of punishment and was taken to the Valley of Creation to survive. So, in the final analysis, the power to seal Hoopa came from Arceus. But fortunately, this is not really about facing Arceus, and with the current timeline, Arceus, the alpaca, is estimated to be sleeping, or whether it is true or not, in the tangle of destroying humanity. Therefore, boss of the elf world directly. But Baizi's actions have always been prepared for a rainy day. Even if it is very likely that he will not directly encounter Arceus, his handed-down power should not be underestimated. Fortunately, according to the plot in the original book, Ghoulies' descendants should not conflict with his purpose. They are also trying to liberate Hoopa's power. However, if you want to restore Hoopa's power to his heyday, I am afraid that a fight will inevitably be necessary. Baizi touched his chin. Once you fight Hoopa's evil body, in addition to considering the legendary elves that the opponent will summon, you must also consider whether it will cause the space to collapse like the original. If that is the case, in this period of time when Arceus has not been influenced, another method that can be turned around is needed. Necrozma. Baizi once again thought of this glorious god who is still waiting for him in the ultimate world. With Necrozma's ability to open holes, anytime, anywhere, it will definitely be the best turnaround hole card. And if you win the Great God of Radiance, then the success rate of getting Hoopa will definitely increase. Going around and going back to Necrozma. Baizi sighed softly. But since he had already made a decision, Baizi didn't hesitate much. Champion a deck, Alice, please send it to the Elf Center to take care of it, and tell her that I will take care of Xiao Huang's affairs and let her cultivate well. After releasing Alice's 2-axe dragon and handing Alice to it, Baizi warned a deck. Next second, he took Shinado's little hand, disappeared in place, and reappeared on top of Lai Kongxi's head. With a wave of Shanaduo's hand, a layer of psychic shield was instantly generated. Immediately after. Chirp, _. With Lai Kong sitting on the dragon's tail and swinging, the air hummed, and in the blink of an eye, there was only a long flowing cloud line left in the sky. No, then you'll let me go, Tilda. A deck roared inwardly. But the next moment, he felt his body loosen, and he was freed from the confinement of mind power. Call. Subconsciously, he let out a sigh of relief. Like this feeling of life and death being controlled by others, it was half a sound. He stared at the flowing cloud lines gradually dissipating in the sky, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Lady, terrifying. A deck has not experienced it in years. Beep, beep, beep. In the sky, with a few busy voices, the communication was quickly connected, and Yai's beautiful face suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. Brother Baizi, why did you remember to call me? Yi blinked her big watery eyes, and her bright little face was full of joy. Subsequently, he immediately took out a small box and opened it, showing off to Baizi on the screen. Look at Baizi, I have already got 5 gym badges of the United Alliance. Oh, there are only 3 Tuko. ... Ask for flowers. Tutor. Baizi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Immediately after, Tuzi's familiar voice was heard from the screen. It's clearly the reason why you idiot challenged in advance, okay. Baizi. Lusha Manai's soft face also poked out from behind Mei, and she greeted Baizi with her eyes bent. But as her eyes swept across Baizi's face and the stratus clouds that kept passing behind Baizi on the screen, a pair of willow eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slowly. Baizi, what happened? Point 0. Baizi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it's not a big deal. Recently, I've been unwittingly trying to hit me. I'm worried that you will be affected by it. Is that so? Lusha Manai's eyes wandered, but she didn't ask any further questions. Then, Baizi specially warned them not to act alone, not to leave the elves, etc., and then ended the call with Mei and Lusamine. The main reason for Xiaohuang's accident was that he directly handed over all the main force without any precaution. Based on the experience of Lusha Manai's doomsday survival, Baizi believed that she would not make such a low-level mistake after being instructed. Not to mention, now, in their accompanying team, they have also joined Toko, the real hero who carries the white dragon Reshiram with him. Alola. Looking at the scenery in front of him that was crazily zooming in towards him, Baizi's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Hurry up. He tapped the back of Lai Kong's seat. Next moment. As if the gravitational force of the atmosphere was suddenly pulled and twisted, the slender black shadow galloping cut through the stratus clouds in the path. As far as the eye can see, it is like a stretch of cloud sea gully. Begging _ 532. Goodbye Rusamine, frankly. Allura area. Ether Paradise. This artificial island surrounded by the 4 islands of Alola is located in the top room of a huge experimental building at the very center. As the chairman of the Ether Foundation, the group chairman that includes almost everything in Alola, that is, Rusamine of this world, who is concentrating on handling official business. Quite a while. After finally finishing all the important things at hand today, Lusamine let out a long sip of aroma, and took a sip of the completely cold coffee on the side. After a moment of relief, Lusamine subconsciously swept across the photo frame erected on the desk, that little man with a bright smile. The same soft blonde hair as herself, pure white the dress, the delicate and lovely face, and the pair of 420 is almost identical to that guy's splendid pupils. Lusha Manai subconsciously clenched the coffee cup in her hand, her green fingers turning blue and white. For her daughter, Lusha Manai's feelings are very complicated. Her own flesh and blood is naturally love, but at the same time, every time she sees the other's pair of pupils that are more and more similar to the other party, it always makes her subconsciously escape. Although Lusamine has never reduced her attention to her only daughter Lily, but the same, because these eyes will always evoke an almost crazy obsession in her heart. The company is getting less and less. Fortunately, Lily seems to be very gifted, with an unparalleled affinity for elves, and the lack of companionship can still be compensated for. Is also well aware of the nanny group, formed by the overlord elves owned by Lily. Also, it was precisely because of this that Lusamine was able to maintain her composure after learning that Lily had run away from home. In her opinion, a team of overlord elves with an exceptional level of combat power is enough to ensure Lily's safety. Not to mention, she is very aware of the ultimate killer hidden in this nanny group. It is precisely because of the existence of this person that Lusamine temporarily put out the fight to bring Lily back. Calculate. Because unless she goes out in person. Otherwise, even the most elite hidden power under her command, as long as the other party does not give face, they will also do the same. Think of this. Lusha Manai pinched her brows with a headache. He ran away without saying a word. The old and the young are indeed virtuous. Rusumanai suddenly stopped talking, and after a long time, her expression dimmed. I will definitely get you back. The voice was small, but very firm. But she fell silent. The sound of breaking through the sky suddenly resounded from above, and a familiar and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded not far from her. Long time no see, Rusamine. And G.T. Quote. The blonde royal sister suddenly raised her head and looked at the one person and one elf who appeared in the room at an unknown time. A different purple flashing Shinado. And by Z. Rusamina paused word by word and called out the name of the silver-haired boy who suddenly appeared in the room. You. Why, are you surprised to see me? Feeling the extremely complicated look cast by the other party, containing shock, joy, disbelief, and even a bit of disillusionment, Baizi couldn't help but touch his nose. Why is this look? Does it feel a little wrong? But he didn't think too much, and at this time he didn't have time to think too much. Without waiting for Rusamina to ask more, she said bluntly, Rusamina, this time I'm here because I need your help with something. Rusaminai still looked at him blankly. Baizi blinked. Repeated it again. Rusamine, I need your help with something, I don't know. Good. The speech was interrupted. The expression of Rusamine, who had regained her composure, was still complicated. But she answered bluntly. Then, in front of Baizi, she lifted a corner of the tabletop, pressed down with her jade finger, and said, Clear the alarm. And in this moment, Baizi suddenly felt a few powerful breaths that rushed into the range of spiritual sense in a flash, but quickly retreated. 8 paths, 2 champions, and 6 kings at their peak. At this moment, Shinado's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart, making Baizi unable to hold back his pupils. You. At this time, Rusaminai lifted her head, opened her mouth slightly, and finally couldn't help but ask, Didn't you come to this world with my elder sister this time? Baizi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood what Rusaminai meant, and explained with a smile, You may have misunderstood, Rusamine. Well, the other Rusamine does indeed, it is a parallel time and space from another world. But I'm from this world. It's just that it's slightly different from the timeline you're in, about a dozen years away from the flow rate. I should have traveled through time at that time, from the future, that is, a few months ago. Past. Afterwards, Rusaminai, the other you and I also returned to the original time and space to live together. Baizi did not hide it, and tried his best to explain the situation at that time to Rusamine in this world in concise words. 4.3 inches. At this moment, Rusaminai suddenly smiled reluctantly. That's right. She grabbed the edge of the desk hard, and the blue veins appeared on the back of her white hand, and she pulled the topic away. Baizi, you said you need my help, what's the matter? Things are a bit complicated. In short, there is someone who is very important to me, trapped in a special place. For this, Baizi's eyes are solemn. I need to go to the ultimate space. And G.T. Rusaminai's pupils shrank suddenly. P.S. Luca Mina Sigo tilde. 533. The Lord of the Deep Sea, the dark flash-eyed. Ultimate space. Rusamine swept across Baizi's solemn face without a trace, her thoughts flew. The research on the ultimate space is the secret in the secret of the Ether Foundation, and those who know it except herself in addition, it can be said that there are only a handful of them. Even the core members of her research team know only some furs about ultimate aura, and ultimate alien beasts. The technology to open and travel through parallel time and space has always been in her hands. So, how on earth did he find out about the ultimate space? And, why can I be sure that I have a way to let him enter the ultimate space? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Rusamine's mind. She wanted to find out, but when the words came to her mouth, they only turned into a word of, good. Come with me. With a sigh in her heart, Rusamina immediately got up and came to the bookcase in front of the wall on the side of the desk. Reach for one of the white hardcover books. Next second. 25 with a click sound, the wall suddenly slid away to both sides, revealing an invisible indoor elevator. Rusamina stepped in, and Baizi and Shinado also followed into the elevator. With Rusamina pressing the only elevator button. The elevator officially started. You can clearly feel that it is descending, but it runs very smoothly. Standing inside, you can't feel any bumps and shakes at all. There was a brief silence in the air. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Baizi's eyes flickered. Compared to his own, Rusamina, who has been tempered in the apocalypse, but still has a girlish atmosphere, the one in front of him, although less the awe-inspiring bearing of a warrior, but the whole body is full of a mature and glamorous charm, which makes people unable to resist the desire to conquer. Sin, Sao thief. Baizi, who noticed that his mind was a little crooked, quickly retracted his eyes and meditated in his heart. Call. And Lusamine, who noticed that Baizi's eyes moved away, also suddenly loosened, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Wow, As the closed elevator doors slid open to both sides, Rusamine stepped out in a hurry with a hint of escape. But just as she took a step, her expression suddenly froze. Not good. Lusamini's pupils trembled. Almost subconsciously she wanted to return to the elevator to prevent Baizi from entering. But unfortunately, before she could take action, Baizi had already walked out with Shinado one step ahead, stood by her side, and turned his eyes towards the end of the large laboratory. Next second. Sana tilde. Shinado stopped in front of Baizi with a flicker, and Baizi, who could see the indoor scene, couldn't help but squinted his eyes. Because before a column of experimental instruments at the end of this laboratory, the heads of the researchers at work were all attached to a jellyfish-shaped elves. The moment Baizi and his party stepped into it, all of these people turned around stiffly and stared at them with numb eyes, like corpses being manipulated. Virtual-eyed. Baizi's eyes flickered slightly, and he recognized these strange-shaped elves at the first time. Eyed, a kind of ultimate alien beast, numbered, UB01, Parasite. And as its number, Parasite, takes its name from, IDID, the void possesses the ability to parasitize other creatures and manipulate them. Glancing at a glance, all of a sudden, the strength of these imaginary eyed came into view one by one. Open black lens bracket Zuu eyed, the peak of the quasi-king. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Zuu eyed, quasi-Tianwang intermediate. Close black lens bracket. Virtual. There are a total of 6, basically all of them are floating up and down in the realm of the quasi-celestial king, and the strongest one is already close to the level of the heavenly king. Moreover, at the moment of discovering Baizi and Shinado, these illusory ids all showed obvious attack intentions. One by one, they floated up in the direction of Baizi, and at large or small purple liquid condensed in front of me. Sana tilde. Shinado's eyes froze. Stop. A squeak. Next second. The invisible thought wave suddenly surged out, and the few virtual EDIDS on the opposite side were shot straight into the air. Woo. And the void-eyed that was knocked into the air also seemed to be seeing each other. After floating from the ground, he controlled his body to crawl on the ground. Shinado moved again. At the same time. With a wave of the palm, a lavender hood was instantly summoned to wrap her and Baizi. Baizi turned his head and looked to the side through the lavender hood. At this moment, Lusamine's blonde hair was flying like a waterfall, and her expression was gloomy. Above her head, a humanoid elf resembling a bell-shaped jellyfish floated quietly, its tentacles fluttered, and its dark translucent body floated slowly as if it were in the deep sea. This is a flashing virtual id with a different color scheme. Moreover, the strength is very strong. Race, void-eyed, dark flash. Attribute, rock poison. Characteristic, alien beast upgrade, exclusive beast. Level, Quasi-God 420 Beginner, Level 80, 85 100ths. Potential, Quasi-God. HP, 109, Attack, 53, Defense, 47, Special Attack, 127, Special Defense, 131, Speed, 103. Skills, Binding, Dissolving Liquid, Clearing Smoke, Power Divide, Defense Divide, Venom Shock, Venom, Venom Trap, Power Gem, Invisible Rock, Mirror Reflection, Wonderful Sky Time, Strong Mentality. Law Comprehension, Super Energy Department 0.2%. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. The ultimate alien beast who has set foot in the realm of quasi-gods, one of the lords of the ultimate deep sea, and has an excellent ability to comprehend super energy factors. Quasi-god level. Baizi glanced a little strangely at Rusamine, who bowed his head and remained silent, and then set his eyes on the comprehension of the laws of this kind of flashing illusory-eyed. 0.2% of the superpower system. To be honest, this is the first time that Baizi has seen an elves who have laws and comprehension completely separated from their own attributes. Certainly. Here we need to rule out the powerful crocodile who has lost his shit. After all, that guy is an external influence, and the heterochromatic illusory-eyed in front of him is obviously not the one of the powerful crocodile. Shackles katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. 534. Painful and happy necrozma. Because of this sudden scene, the atmosphere in the laboratory was slightly condensed. Erching. Lusha Manai took the lead in withdrawing the illusory-eyed, with a look of panic that Baizi couldn't understand. Baizi. After a pause, he regained his composure and explained. The parasitism of the virtual id will not cause any irreparable damage to the human body, and I have signed an agreement with these people in advance, just for confidentiality, not forcible manipulation. It's okay. Baizi patted Shinado on the shoulder and motioned to release the hood. He smiled and shook his head at Lusa Manai. After all, I'm not a messenger of justice. What's more, you brought me to a place like this without any hesitation for my business. Why do I have to accept this love? Help me open the ultimate hole. He could feel Rusamine's undefended kindness towards him, and since that's the case, it's not a terrible evil, and he doesn't have any spare time to uphold justice. After all, with Baizi's temperament, although he generally belongs to chaos and goodness, he has always been helpful to his relatives. Luca Mina smiled. Subsequently, she began to command the staff who were controlled by Zuluide to perform dazzling and complicated operations. These people are all top scientific research talents in my secret network. In order to keep them secret, I signed relevant agreements with them in advance, and then used the false ID under my jurisdiction to send mails. Students, to study the subject of time and space travel. Lusha Manai also joined in, and while operating the machine, explained to Baizi. By the way, Void ID is the name of these jellyfish-like elves. They are a special type of ultimate space, that is, among the ultimate alien beasts that have been circulated in the Alola region since ancient times. One of the... Okay. As Rusamine said, she pressed the last button. Next second. A twisted purple-black void with multicolored optical fibers on the edge appeared above a machine similar to a portal base not far from Baizi. This is the ultimate cave leading to the ultimate space, but for the time being, the only place I can clearly locate is the ultimate deep sea. If you want to go to other places, remember you have to do a good job of positioning in advance. After heaving a sigh of relief, and after doing a few more detailed inspections, Lusamine straightened up and warned. That's right. She took out a few suction cup-shaped machines, a small handful of badges, and several ultimate balls from the drawer of the console, and stuffed them into Baizi's hands. The high wave locator for these sucker-like things. Remember to do a few more positionings when you explore the ultimate space to avoid getting lost. This badge is an energy filter. The environment in the ultimate space is harsh. Wearing it can avoid the discomfort caused by the harsh environment. There is also the ultimate ball. This is a pixie ball specially designed to capture the characteristics of the ultimate alien beast. Rusumi dragged Baizi and told him for a long time, until she felt the other person's surprised gaze. Then she stopped talking a little shyly, took a step back, turned her eyes slightly, and stroked the ear next to her temple. Anyway, be careful along the way. Thank you. Baizi nodded with a smile, put on a badge, put the rest of the things into the small space pocket, and then looked at Shinado. Let's go. Sana tilde. Shinado nodded slightly, waved her hand, and her lavender thought force suddenly turned into a spherical shape, wrapping herself and Baizi in it, and plunged straight into the twisted wormhole. A moment, mind. Structurally stabilize the position, and detect the spatial fluctuations of the ultimate cave at any time. Also, call all the ultimate special attack teams stationed in the ultimate cave. After confirming that Baizi had passed through the ultimate hole safely, Rusumi quickly gave an order. The light blue energy stance rose from the pedestal below the ultimate hole, imprisoning the unstable ultimate hole in the void. Staring blankly at the imprisoned ultimate cave, Rusumi's expression was complicated. It's not that she doesn't want to follow Baizi's side, but she knows that staying behind to ensure the way back is the greatest help to Baizi. And this sudden truth brought by Baizi made her obsession and efforts for more than 10 years like a joke, so that Rusumi really didn't know how to describe herself. Mood at the time. Fortunately. It's not entirely useless. Fortunately. Goodbye at last. At this moment, Rusumi was smiling like a flower. In a dark and boundless space, the sky is a thick dark blue, and the whole space is filled with a deadly silence. In this gloom, pumice stones of different sizes are densely covered, like an island chain on the sea. The various colored crystals inlaid on it exude a faint light, reflecting on the coral reef-shaped stones, creating a realm-like being in the deep sea. Instantly. A twisted hole extending out of colorful optical fibers emerged from a floating island the size of a football field. Immediately afterwards, a lavender sphere drilled out of it and landed on the floating island below. Slap tilde. The chanting ball shattered, and the figures of Baizi and Shinado suddenly appeared. Baizi looked around and glanced at the ultimate hole behind him that seemed to be fixed. According to the method of Rusumi, he unscrewed several high-wave locators in the shape of suction cups and threw them in the nearby on a pumice stone. Then, he took out a poke ball from his waist and tossed it gently. In white light, the solid body of the giant golden monster appeared in front of Baizi. Golden monster, let's get started. Terry tilde. The giant gold monster obviously knew the reason why Baizi called it out, and immediately stood on all fours. A moment. A gorgeous painted pattern appeared on the top of the giant golden monster, did it? Next second. It turned into a colorful streamer and galloped away in a certain direction. Baizi and Shinado looked at each other. No more words needed. Close your eyes, as if entering the obvious. Shinado immediately stretched out his hand, and used his psychic power to wrap Baizi and the giant golden monster, chasing in the direction of the spot of light. At the same time up. The ultimate metropolis. The sleeping being encapsulated in the huge translucent black crystal suddenly opened, like a painted prism eye. Yuga-e. Like a whistle, an indescribable roar suddenly resounded. That voice contained deep pain, and an indescribable joy. 535. First meeting, Necrozma. The geomorphological environment of the ultimate space is very complex and harsh. Even if there is a painting to lead the way, Baizi still cannot avoid some obstacles unique to the ultimate space. For example, stab. Over the ultimate power plant like a thunderous waterfall, a galloping electric light like a sword, from the dark cloud sky, slashed towards Baizi and his party in the psychic shield. Skill, 100,000 volt. No need for Baizi to say more. Terry tilde. The giant golden monster swayed its metal body slightly and broke free from the hood. Under the shrouded white light, the golden iron arms and claws moved forward, smashing the electric light into pieces with an extremely tough posture. Comet Punch. In the overflowing electric light. A tall elf with a slender and strange body, about 4 meters high, similar to a humanoid cable aggregate, swayed in the direction of Bai-Zi with heavy steps. Electric Beam Wood. The ultimate pure electric beast, numbered UB03, Thunderbolt, has the ability to directly absorb electrical energy and convert it into its own energy. And the strength of the electric beam wood that stopped Bai-Zi in front of him is obviously not weak, and it has infinitely approached the Heavenly King level. And, as this beam wood moved, one beam after another rose up from the power plant that radiated electricity, surrounding them in a circle like a circle. Although the ultimate monsters also belong to the legendary elves, in the ultimate space 420 ultimate monsters are quite common and even a huge number. Not only are they huge. Most of the extreme beasts are quite ferocious in temperament and have strong offensiveness, which is why Bai-Zi and his party were attacked by the beam wood as soon as they entered the ultimate power plant. In addition to living in the ultimate space where the environment has become extremely bad after the loss of light, except for the Four-Needle Dragon clan with extremely integrated nature, the rest of the ultimate alien beast clan in the group, there are almost no weak ones. For example, the dozen or so beam woods living in the corner of this ultimate power plant on the way are almost all quasi-celestial kings. This level of strength can almost horizontally compare 3 or 5 second-tier alliance special teams. However, for Bai-Zi, it is still too weak. Golden Monster, Earthquake. Terry Tilda. In an instant, the giant golden monster sank down, and under the impetus of the magnetic force, the double fists mixed with the brown-yellow ground-based energy factor hit the ground directly. In an instant. Invisible fluctuations spread from the giant golden monster's fists, and spread precisely to the feet of every CFED electric beam wood. In an instant, the impact exploded. I saw that the electric beam woods seemed to be installed with springs under their feet, and they were knocked into the air one after another, and then fell one after another. With just one blow, this group of electric beam woods were all defeated. And next. The beep of the system also rang out one by one. You command the giant gold monster to kill the electric beam wood X15, a little gain, battle experience +5, giant gold monster experience value +15, comet fist proficiency +1, earthquake proficiency +5. Let's go. Glancing at the electric beam wood lying on the ground, Bai-Zi greeted him directly and set off again. To be honest, the strength of these beam woods is not weak, and their qualifications are acceptable, but their appearance really does not meet Bai-Zi's aesthetics. Now that he has enough elves on hand, he will not randomly fill the team unless it is those cherished phantom beasts or top legends. Although the ultimate alien beast also belongs to the legendary elves, the ultimate alien beast is almost a chaos in the ultimate space. Second come. The ultimate alien beasts are generally very violent and difficult to train, and if they are subdued, it will take a lot of time to grind away their wildness. If it is a handsome type like Ji Yujian, he still considers it electric beam wood. Forget it. Hurry all the way. Period. According to the direction led by Painting, after passing through the ultimate power plant, Bai-Zi and his party walked through the middle area between the ultimate jungle and the ultimate building, and crossed the living area. The ultimate canyon where the iron fire glows the night. Finally, after several hours of rushing, I successfully arrived at the final destination, the ultimate metropolis. It's here. Above the desolate wasteland on the edge of the city, Bai-Zi, who had stagnated a little, looked up, and there, the outline of a huge city had come into view. In the dark city, you can still vaguely see the lights of the stars, and on this surface, the city's power supply system is still operating. After taking 2 glances, Bai-Zi, Shinado, and the giant golden monster continued to move forward, and soon they officially entered the ultimate metropolis, this huge and empty technological city. The ultimate metropolis is undoubtedly developed. In the dim lights, the streets, the ground, and the houses all reveal a quite sci-fi feeling, giving people the feeling of stepping into a desolate and sci-fi future city. sleep. And in the very center of this sci-fi city, there is a tower that rises straight into the sky. Below is a circular column. And the top of the tower opened like an umbrella stand, almost completely covering the huge arena in the center of the city. This is the iconic building in the Ultra Metropolis, the Ultra Metropolis Tower. It is also the place where God is imprisoned. Here, Necrozma. Arriving in front of the iconic building of this ultimate metropolis, Baizi looked up slightly, wrapped in his burning white thoughts, and immediately flew towards the open door below the giant tower. Shinado and the giant gold monster who took back the painting quickly followed. Gay. It seemed to sense the arrival of Baizi and the others. At the top of the tower, a whistle-like whistle was faintly passed down, with an incomparable joy, but a tyrannical urgency that could not be concealed. Baizi. Be careful. Lai Kongzai and Kang Zheng's unique telepathy followed. Don't worry, it shouldn't be hostile to us, and even if it's really bad luck, it happens to catch up with the other party's runaway. Climbing all the way, Baizi, who reached the top floor, looked at the huge black crystal standing in the middle of the ring instrument in the open floor, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. I don't think you should be afraid of a non-perfect alien legend, right? Neither Lai Kongzai nor Kang Xiangbu replied. And this moment. Inside the black translucent crystal, the pitch-black elf that was forced to curl up into a ball opened its long and narrow eyes like a painting. First time, Necrozma. 536. Get angry, or fight. First meeting, Necrozma. Facing the pair of tyrannical, painted, pupils filled with destruction, Baizi meditated in his heart, and the unseen brilliance also appeared in his eyes. And the next second. Race. Necrozma, general form, dusk mane, dawn wings, ultimate form. Attribute. Super energy. Characteristic. Prism armor, exclusive, brain core power, exclusive to ultimate form. Attack with excellent effect, the power will be increased by 25%. Level 1 God limit, level 119, 99 100ths quasi-creation level, lack of origin. Potential, quasi-creation level. HP, 97, attack, 107 157ths, 113 167ths, defense, 101 127ths, 109 97ths, special attack, 127 113ths, 157 167ths, special defense, 89 109ths, 127 97ths, speed, 79 77ths, 77 minus 129. Exclusive skills, photon surge, prism laser, meteor flash, dusk mane, shadow light, dawn wing. Skills, moonlight, morning light, charging beam, gravity, metal claw, mind power, invisible rock, split, shadow key, spiritual blade, auxiliary power, rock crit, iron wall, force measure gems, lighten the body. Close black lens bracket. Status, extremely fatigued. Power, glory, creation grade. Introduction. The great god of brilliance, who brings brilliance and life to the ultimate world, feeds on light, and is born with the rudiment of brilliant power. In its heyday, almost 1 foot has stepped into it. In the field of creation, at this moment, I am in a state of being deprived of all light and falling into extreme pain and rage. The rudiment of natural power. Baizi said with a tisk-tisk on his face. Sometimes, being born is really a unique advantage. But he turned his attention to the potential column of Necrozma. Quasi-creation level. Even if Necrozma has the personality of creation god, can't the potential reach the creation level? Baizi's eyes lightened slightly. Originally, he thought that Necrozma, who possesses the personality of the ultimate world, creation god, should have potential even if his level did not reach the creation level. But now it seems that the creation level may really be a hurdle, and it is not so easy to break through. Even the glorious god who was born with the prototype of the creation level power, Necrozma. But this way, the threat of the dark Mewtwo in different time and space will be re-estimated. Because Baizi remembers very clearly, although there is the blessing of the unknown prop, Darkness Resonance Stone, the Dark Mewtwo is indeed a real creation. Level potential. Fortunately, judging from the attribute panel, the distance between the former, Bright God, Necrozma in his heyday was obviously closer to the realm of creation than the Dark Super Dream that he had seen before. Reached the quasi-creation level. This brand new strength division stage. I will sacrifice. Deep overlapping sounds of tyranny and pain echoed in the tower. Until this time. Only then did Baizi realize that Necrozma, who originally thought he was looking at him, actually didn't pay attention to himself at all. Instead, Baizi turned his head slightly, and dropped his peripheral vision on the giant golden monster that was following behind him. At this moment, a colorful, painted, mark appeared on the forehead of the giant golden monster again, which complemented Necrozma's eyes. Terry Tilda. The giant golden monster turned his body to Baizi, as if asking for Baizi's opinion. And the action of the giant gold monster seemed to finally make Necrozma think of the humans standing in front of it. Painted eyes fell on Baizi's body. Human, kind. Some intermittent low telepathy reverberated in the room at the top of the tower, and a thick, almost substantial malice and tyrannical emotion rose along with the fall of the words. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. A burst of warning signs came from the bottom of Baizi's heart, which was the malicious feedback given by Baizi's power, indicating Necrozma's attitude towards him. That is almost undisguised malice and anger. Sana. Terry. Two invisible breaths appeared faintly, and Shinado and the giant golden monster flashed in front of Baizi almost at the same time, and layers of psychic power and energy shields separated Necrozma and Baizi. Come. Ask for flowers. Are you outraged? Baizi's eyes flickered, but after a second thought, he figured out why Necrozma had such a strong malice towards him. Like he said, this is anger. Once. In the ultimate world, there are not only the ultimate alien beasts, but also human beings. This can be seen from the Ultra Power Plant, the Ultra Building and even the Ultra Metropolis. There are obvious traces of human civilization in the Ultra world. The ultimate Necrozma, at that time gave the ultimate city light and sheltered human life. Superx Time and Space, by God Amadina. 0. The ultimate Necrozma, who selflessly helped, trusted, and sheltered mankind, was also facing betrayal in the end. Humans in the megalopolis coveted the power of their patron saint, Ultra Necrozma. Driven by their greed and ambition, they didn't know what means they used. Finally took away the power and light of Ultra Necrozma. Light was the source of power for Ultra Necrozma, and Necrozma, who had lost her light, fell into deep pain, and it went berserk. And in the same way, when the Ultra Necrozma lost its light, it was also the Ultra Metropolis, and even the entire Ultra world lost its light and darkness. Begin to wither. Necrozma was also sealed on the top of the Grand Metropolis Tower in the frenzy, enduring unbearable tyranny and pain until now. So, Baizi can fully understand the anger and hatred Necrozma has towards himself as a human being. It seems that after the seal is lifted, I have to spend a little effort to resolve the misunderstanding between each other. With a sigh, Baizi pulled Shinado back slightly. Immediately. Without hesitation, he issued an attack order to the giant gold monster whose energy shield had been removed. Golden monster, photon surge. Begging. 537. This is the joy of besieging. As Baizi's voice fell, a turbulent stream of photons suddenly condensed from the top of the giant golden monster's head, and then it shot out. Boom, _. In the blink of an eye, the giant gold monster's photon spew ripped apart the air and bombarded the surface of the black crystal. The violent blasting sound continued, and the strong wind pressure spread wantonly. The wind is blowing. Shinado, who was beside him, immediately waved his hand, and the wind wall hit the hood, causing layers of ripples in the air. And with the movement of the giant gold monster, necrozma in the black crystal also started to act, and the painted eyes instantly lit up. A white light spot condensed in front of itself. Instantly, it turned into a dazzling torrent of light and bombarded the same position attacked by the giant gold monster from the inside. Sip, underscore. In an instant, a roar like a big drum resounded through the top of the tower, the air was shocked, and the layers of ripples spread in a ring like a substance, but it did not shake the crystal at all. But, as the giant gold, 420, monster and necrozma chose not to cast, photon surge, an inexplicable resonance suddenly rose between the two, and gradually, the black crystal also became it trembled at an extreme speed as if being affected. In no time. Kacha tilde. A crisp sound sounded, like the sound of glass breaking. Immediately after. Click. One after another cracks gradually covered the entire black crystal surface, and became more and more dense. Finally, as the light of the two skills was temporarily extinguished, Nike curled up in the black crystal. Lasma suddenly stretched out. Immediately. The huge black crystal exploded instantly. Gay. Necrozma, who finally got out of trouble, raised her head and let out a dull roar. The majestic energy level fluctuations instantly overturned and shattered the top floor of the Metropolis Tower. The coercion came out through the body. Just the aftermath of the sweep made by Z feel a tightness in his chest, and he felt a little breathless. Sana tilde. Sinead Duo immediately made a decision, wrapped the lavender hood, and burst away from the top of the tower, which had already become a flat ground. It's not that she doesn't want to use faster teleportation, it's really Chennai the energy level surging around Klasma is too thick, and she may not be able to safely break through the space barrier. During this period, Baizi also took the giant golden monster back to the Pokeball for the first time. And just when Baizi and Shinado had just left the top of the tower and flew out a distance of 100 meters, Necrozma also chased after them. Gay tilde. The whistle-like hissing sound resounded through the night sky again, and a purple spiral beam of light spewed out in the blink of an eye, and the target hit the direction of Baizi. Click tilde. Click tilde. In successive crisp sounds. Woo tilde. A light blue blade of light flew out, directly facing the incoming wave of evil. With a whoosh sound, the beam of light was split in half. Skill, Spirit Blade. Immediately after. In the bang that followed, a slender black dragon shadow wrapped in bright white light slashed through the void. Fast, blow. Right on Necrozma's chest and abdomen. It slammed it to the ground, rolled, and crushed a large piece of metal building. It was like plowing a shallow ravine in the middle of the city. Moment. The smoke dissipated. Necrozma, who climbed up from the ruins at the end of the gully, and lifted off again, looked at the black sky with a winding dragon body in the opposite midair. And farther away, standing on the top of the high-rise building, blocking the sound of King Sheng in front of Baizi and Shinado. Necrozma's painted eyes flickered rapidly. Although the pain and inner tyrannical emotions have influenced his rationality, facing these two elves, it still makes him instinctive. I felt a long-lost sense of threat. Status. Extremely impotent. Running wild. Sure enough, are you still in the midst of a rampage? No one could see the flow of light in the bottom of his eyes. Baizi sighed as he stared at the two Necrozma, who were still in the midst of legend, with narrowed eyes. Perhaps I can try to use Baizi's power to soothe the mind and the ability to purify the abnormal state to soothe the pain of the other party. Baizi's eyes flickered and he thought to himself. However, if you want to use the power of a top legend in a violent state, you have to completely subdue it for the sake of safety. Let's fight fast. His heart skipped a beat, and Baizi immediately shook his left hand. In an instant. Underscore. A faint shadow of a sword weapon emerged from behind Baizi, and a blue sword-shaped ray of light also appeared from the back of his left arm. Bright King Sword. Ow! A long sound like a long whistle to the moon sounded, and in the next second, the sword-shaped imprint flew from the back of Baizi's hand, and King Shang shook his head and held it in his long kiss. Immediately. The dazzling light appeared and quickly dissipated. And the appearance of King Shang suddenly changed greatly. The fur patterns on the body have become rich, diverse and very gorgeous. The golden mask armor covers the head and face, and two pairs of metal, flying wings, with different sizes are spread out on the waist and back, like a flag. Bureau exhibition. In the mouth, there is a golden holy sword of Michelle, with blue and blue prisms embellished on it, which looks extraordinarily luxurious. King Shang, the form of the King of Swords. At the same time. Wu, _ accompanied by the long roar of the dragon, the green light lit up from the whole body of Lai Kongxi. In the splendid light, two kumquat ribbons stretched and fluttered, embellished with lines, and the teeth and blades were parallel. With a slap, the superlative was completed. The evolved Ryakuza also revealed his figure from the burst of light. Gay. Necrozma seemed to be getting more and more uneasy, and the rising sense of crisis made it even more manic. This mania stimulated its nerves and made it take the initiative to launch a strong attack again. _ A little bit of colored light rose up, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless rays of light rushing out, turning into an overwhelming laser rain curtain, covering the small half and the largest. In an instant, hit the head down. It is another exclusive trick of Necrozma, Prism Laser. Ow! There is no need for Baizi to say more. King Shang jumped up immediately, and the blue light blades suddenly flew out, and in the process of flying, it divided into countless tiny lightsabers, accurately facing the lacing. Prism Laser, under. Rumbling one by one. The successive explosions ripped apart the cloud and the sky, and the impact and the sky above the Energy Fire City were connected into one piece. And in this successive flashing explosion of light. The finishing touch. Roar. Super Li Kong's straight dragon body is like an arrow from the string, piercing the air, and attacking the direction of Necrozma 4.3 at high speed. At the critical moment, Necrozma had time to subconsciously tilt his head, after barely avoiding the fatal point at the painted. In the end it was inevitable. The brain nucleus in the crystal armor was hit by the Super Lai Kong sitting in the finishing touch state. Gay! ! Quote. In the uncontrollable screams of pain, Necrozma's body twirled and fell straight down into the metropolis city with many high-rise buildings below. An instant. Rumble 1. The successive explosions resounded through the night sky again. Tisk. At the same time, Baizi, who was watching this scene from a distance, raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was an indescribable sense of transparency in his heart. Maybe this is the joy of beating. 538. Critical point, purification, and the radiant blessing of bursting effect. To be honest, if it wasn't for knowing the urgency of the matter, King Shang would be better off saying that it would be difficult for the arrogant He Shanli to take part in such a surrounding. After all, in terms of strength. Whether it is the super evolutionary black shining empty sitting, or the Kang Lu in the form of the King of Swords, even one-on-one defeats Necrozma, who is now in a state of incapacity and irrationality. Grasp. And now. It's 2-1. Do not. Including Baizi's command bonus, the gap between the strengths of the two sides is even bigger. Lala. Pushing aside the earth and stone steel bars that buried him, Necrozma flew up from the ground again, leaving a clear white mark on the brain nucleus above the painted eyes. Besides, it seems that the finishing touch that Lai Kong sat just now did not cause it too serious damage. Really excellent defense. Baizi couldn't help but praise. In the middle of the air, seeing this scene, the black flash and the sky sat with a slightly cold expression. Subsequently, seeing the light flashing all over his body, a pair of giant claws attached to the energy of the color of gold and iron, towards Necrozma, who was rapidly approaching in the direction of Lai Kongxi. Baizi also narrowed his eyes. Loud. Wu tilde. Accompanied by a low groan of 25, the bright king sword in his mouth suddenly trembled, and bursts of clanging sounds came out. The sound waves surged and spread in an instant, passing Necrozma's body. Immediately. A loud explosion rang out from Necrozma's body, blocking the opponent's attack. Loud. And the next moment. Fly. God fast. The finishing touch. Roar. Followed by Baizi's successive orders, Black Shining Lycong sat on the dragon's body and twisted, and the moment it flew high, it suddenly flicked its tail out, enveloped by Ying Ying's green energy. Like a beam of light the arrow pierced through the void in an instant. Bring up layers of sonic boom rings and charge up. The finishing touch. Rumbling one by one. Gay. In the midst of the bang, Necrozma let out a whimper and was thrown out again heavily. But the black flash cracking empty seat is willing to give up. The previous blow failed. This time. The crimson dragon's eyes shone with tyrannical rays of light, and the golden-orange ring pattern was rendered on it. Between the flying ribbons, the power of law filled the dragon's body, and the finishing touch continued in half. Using it in the air, it swiped across Necrozma's body again and again. The blink of an eye, the black flashing cracked empty seat used the finishing touch to draw countless crisscrossing green grids in midair, destroying the defenseless Necro. Zima is surrounded by a group. The sound of breaking the air mixed with the interlaced sound of sword grinding continued incessantly. Finally. Stab. As the sparks splashed around, like a straight spear, the toothed blade in front of Black Shining Lycong pierced deeply into Necrozma's waist and belly, nailing it to the ground. The surrounding earth shattered, collapsed or rose, and the circular impact swept away, completely overturning half of the city. Go. Baizi stepped a little, and in the next second, he was sent to the center of the battlefield under Shinado's teleportation. Next second. Hang. Kang Shang arrived silently, the wolf head swung, and the super energy factors quickly gathered together, turning into 2 rows of sharp teeth, one bite on Necrozma's face. The teeth of the spirit. The turbulent mental power poured in instantly, causing Necrozma, who was already badly injured, to let out a painful murmur again. Painted, part of the brain nucleus that represents the face is half flickering and half dark like a broken line. You command Lycongzai to work together to defeat Necrozma, and gain a little, battle experience plus 150, Lycongzai experience value plus 10, level reaches the critical point, experience transformation, source enhancement. Attack race value plus 1, divine speed proficiency plus 3, finishing skill proficiency plus 1-2. You command Kang Shang to defeat Necrozma with a little gain. Kang Shang experience plus 15, level reaches the critical point. Experience transformation, source enhancement, special attack race value plus 5, giant beast / proficiency plus 3, spirit fang proficiency plus 5. With the sound of the system's beeps one after another, the breaths of Lycongzai and Kang Shang suddenly rose for a moment, and then they were quickly restrained. But now is obviously not the time to pay attention to these. His superpower orb, and the world tree seed, from Shinado's hands, focused slightly, and nodded to Shinado. Let's start. Sana tilde. The purple exclusive psychic power radiated a lot, transformed into invisible spiritual power and poured into Baizi's body. Skill, spiritual blessing. Hem tilde. Baizi only felt his brain swell for a while, couldn't help groaning, and closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the mental power in his mind became extremely active, and his whole body seemed to have received an inexplicable blessing, allowing him to clearly experience that his own mental power, continuing to gain strength. Finally, Baizi suddenly opened his eyes. Between the raised palms, exclaimed the substantive translucent white brilliance glowed, just like the rising sun, moisturizing things silently penetrated into Necrozma's body. Time passed slowly. With the continuous release of Baizi's power to soothe the mind and purify the strange power, gradually, Baizi's complexion returned from ruddy to normal color, and then to bluish white. The fine sweat gradually seeped out and covered Baizi's forehead, and the transparent white brilliance became thinner visible to the naked eye. Finally, when Baizi's mental power was drained and nothing was left. Drop. Painted, part of Necrozma's 420 that had been completely dimmed suddenly lit up again, sending out a rapid flash. Call. Putting down his arms, he felt dizzy, and Bai Zi, who was unable to stand still, panted and leaned into Shinado's Shang 21 soft arms. But at this moment, an inexplicable warmth suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Immediately after, you have obtained the only creation level blessing of the brilliant god, Necrozma, in this life, the glorious blessing. Ding! You have acquired the natural personality oppression of the ultimate alien beast, and the ultimate alien beast will not be able to exert its full strength when facing you. Ding! You have obtained a small part of the power of authority in the ultimate world, and have the authority to open the ultimate hole at will. Ding! You gain the ability to sense the ultimate aura. Ding! You gain the ability to use and absorb the ultimate aura. You will be able to absorb the ultimate aura and become stronger. Ding! You have gained a unique affinity for light. You will be able to absorb light, to replenish and heal yourself. A series of system beeps made Bai Zi feel a little dizzy. Good half sound. After slowing down a little, he spit out 2 words from his mouth. Quote. Lying. Trough. 539. The power of domination. One step closer to the humanoid beast, Bai Zi's power is taking shape. It was not the first time that Bai Zi had been blessed by legends. When he fought against the Devil of the Sea, in the Battle of Rampur, he had been blessed by the sea god Lugia, and he had acquired the adaptation and resistance to the water attribute factor, and he was already tolerant of water. The innate affinity of elves. Even. He also enjoys the favor of the ocean and the blessings of the ocean. He breathes underwater and walks on the ground. He can be called the son of the ocean. Nothing to do with the system title reward obtained in the previous battle of the Golden City, the Guardian of the Divine Bird, that is, the current title, Guardian of the Divine Bird, too. All of them enhance the attributes of a certain department to a certain extent, as well as the affinity of the elves of this department. The difference is just a matter of degree. But this time, this creation level radiant blessing of Necrozma is completely different from the previous one. It can be said that it is too rich. The racial personality oppression of the ultimate alien beast. The authority to open the ultimate hole. The ability to sense the ultimate aura. The ability to use and absorb the ultimate aura. Affinity for light, being able to absorb light, and thereby replenish and heal itself. Combining these several blessing abilities, in addition to the lack of characteristics and skills, Bai Zi can be said to be a little Necrozma in human form. Is this the exclusive blessing of the creation level? Love tilde. Oh. Correct. What needs to be said here is that not all legends have the ability to bless, just like some elves can create gods, while some existences are not weak at all. Can't create the same. The same legends have different characteristics. Just like Kang Shang, although like Haishan Lai Kongzai, he couldn't give blessings for the time being, but he also brought Bai Zi the brilliant King Sword, which can be called Killer Bronze, right? Not to mention, perhaps in the future, when Lai Kong sits and they are promoted to the field of creation, they may also be able to perform this level of blessing for me. Such thoughts flashed in Bai Zi's mind. As for the hope of Arceus, anime TV, he had a good relationship with the master of the elf world, and the idea of prostituting a wave of creation-level blessings, Bai Zi put this idea aside in a second thought. In fact, Bai Zi was more resistant to meeting Arceus. Because no matter what he knew before he crossed over, just a few words about the new setting of Arceus, or what he gradually knew about the creation level. In the face of Arceus, he is probably very likely to be powerless to fight back. From Bai Zi's point of view, facing such an existence head-on is undoubtedly equivalent to putting one's life in the hands of others. Thoughts fly. But it seems that the harvest is not over yet. It didn't take long for the benediction sound about Necrozma to fall. The sound of the system sounded again. You use the power of Bai Zi to neutralize part of Necrozma's frantic mind, wake him up from the rampage, and get extra rewards one by one. Empirical power. Domination. In an instant, Baizi seems to have entered an inexplicable spiritual horizon, and a complex imprint is condensed in the void, which looks like pure white and colorful, in a way that he can see clearly, but the speed mark, which seemed to be completely unresponsive, fell down and fell into his body. At this moment, an inexplicable enlightenment rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling is. At this moment, Baizi's eyes seemed to be in a daze, and he subconsciously reached out and grabbed in the direction of Necrozma. In an instant, infinite mighty power seemed to be suddenly generated within the body, and the power of the God that controlled light, carried heat, and controlled the ultimate even made him feel that the whole world was under his control. But he hasn't waited for Baizi to enjoy enough of this realization of all-knowing and omnipotent. Next moment, an unparalleled sense of emptiness and unbearable manic pain also emerged from the bottom of my heart. Humph. Instinctively disconnected, Baizi's already slightly pale complexion suddenly flushed, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. The unimaginable pain point made him break free from Shanae subconsciously. Duo's arms, he knelt down on the ground full of mess with a puff. Baizi, X3. Delicate, cold, and awe-inspiring voices exclaimed at the same time. Shanado grabbed Baizi for the first time. Her palms flashed green light, and she displayed healing wave. A cold light flashed in the black eyes of Likong Sitting's scarlet pupils. The dragon's body was meandering, and he used a tie to Necrozma, and the blue sound nailed the spirit in Necrozma's brain core. The teeth, the energy level has skyrocketed. Stop. With the help of Shanado, Baizi, who was dripping with cold sweat, reluctantly got up, and hurriedly stopped him. Just now. It wasn't about Necrozma just now, it was me, I was a little impulsive. Let it go, Necrozma. It won't hurt me anymore. Baizi said firmly. Feeling the firmness and determination in Baizi's eyes, Haishan Lai Kongzai and Kang Shang were worried, but they each canceled the skill suppression of Necrozma. One left and one right stopped in front of Baizi. His whole body was tense, and he did not dare to be careless. Baizi did not continue to speak. Although he is now extremely sure that Necrozma will no longer hurt him in the slightest, there is no need to reject Haishanli and Kang Zhang's protective heart for him. Baizi looked at Necrozma. Now, without the suppression of the two legends, the colored painting at Necrozma's brain nucleus flashed again, and for a moment, Necrozma, who gradually regained her calm, slowly floated up from the ground. Ignoring Haishan Li Kongxi and Kang Shang who were on the verge of an enemy, he aimed his eyes at Baizi who couldn't see his expression. Did it? Thank you, human, kind. A slightly jerky low telepathy echoed in the center of the ruined city, and the tone was unwavering, like a machine. But Baizi easily felt the kindness conveyed by the other party. Although his ability to appease the power of Baizi even after the spiritual blessing of Shanado, it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket for the top legendary Necrozma. But fortunately, the other party finally regained his sense of reason. You're welcome. Baizi shook his head with a chuckle, and in the vigilant eyes of Shanado, he stretched out his right hand towards Necrozma. Necrozma, congratulations on finding your freedom and sanity. The first time we met, my name is Baizi, do you mind, come with me. 540. Take Necrozma, the secret under the Metropolis Tower. As soon as these words came out, let alone Shanado, even Haishan Likong and Kang Shang couldn't help but take a breath. Although they already knew the purpose of this trip, they never thought of it, Baizi. Such an abrupt invitation. You know, they were still fighting to death just now, and they were invited in the blink of an eye. Moreover, although the guy with the strange breath in front of him looked like he was being pressed and beaten by them, no matter whether he was sitting in the air with loud noise or pride, he had to admit that it was a one-on-one situation. It's going to be quite difficult to take down this guy. Not to mention, the state of the other party was obviously wrong before, and it was irrational to say nothing, and the breath showed a clear sense of regret and incompleteness. But even so, with the help of Kang Shang in the posture of the King of Swords, he resisted the super black flash and sat in the air for dozens of finishing, before being completely defeated. Such a strong posture, there is no doubt that it is not inferior to their top legends. Such guys are all proud. Without real approval. Even if you defeat the opponent, or even get some kind of favor, you will not be able to gain the following of these top legends. Of course, 420. One by one, a bitch like this rushing to her door is definitely an accident. Long worms like this that are unreasonable for grabbing people are pure exceptions. Heishan Lai Kongsi and Kang Shang felt a chill almost at the same time. After subconsciously looking at each other, they both looked away calmly. Lai Kong clenched his claws tightly, and Kang Shang gritted his teeth slightly. Baizi obviously didn't notice the undercurrent between his two legends. He looked at Necrozma calmly, his eyes full of certainty. Come on, Necrozma, I feel the pain. I will help you take back the light that belongs to you. Necrozma looked at Baizi silently for a long time, and finally, it raised its arm and gently placed the tip of its claw on Baizi's palm. Hopefully, I won't make the wrong choice again. Again. Baizi's eyes flashed, and he immediately chuckled and held Necrozma's cold claws, and responded firmly, of course. Welcome to join, then, Necrozma. After retracting his palm and taking an ultimate ball from his waist, Baizi lightly placed it on Necrozma's giant claw. In an instant, Necrozma's huge body turned into a red light and completely disappeared into the ultimate sphere. There was no shaking, indicating that Necrozma did not resist in the slightest. But the next moment. Click, underscore. A crack suddenly appeared on the ultimate ball. Baizi twitched the corner of his mouth, and immediately threw the ultimate ball in his hand. With a sip, the elf ball exploded instantly, and Necrozma reappeared in the air. Painted pictures and texts flashed. Although he didn't speak, Baizi clearly felt doubts from Necrozma's expression. This is the ultimate ball specially used to accommodate the ultimate alien beast, but obviously, it can't carry your power. Baizi shrugged and said helplessly. Right, maybe. After thinking about it, Baizi glanced at Necrozma hesitantly, and finally decided to give it a try before saying, come with me first. Saying that, he squeezed Shinedo's palm lightly. Where to go? He pointed to the top of the Metropolis Tower. Sana tilde. Shinedo nodded, a lavender light flashed, and in the next second, he teleported with Baizi to the top of the Metropolis Tower, where there was only one platform left. On the other side, Black Flash, Kang Shang, and Necrozma also followed. However, regardless of whether Black Likong or Kang Shang, both intentionally or unintentionally caught Necrozma, and Necrozma, who found this, didn't care. Soon. The three rushed to the top of the tower. And Baizi CFED took out an instrument shaped like a flashlight, and pointed the light head at the black crystal fragments on the ground to absorb them. Then, as soon as the button was pressed, a pure black Pokeball with no texture was spit out from the rear of the machine. The imprisonment ball, the elves that cannot be broken from the inside, energy level limit, the highest cannot exceed the limit of a first level god. Tisk tilde. Looking at the imprisonment ball in his hand, Baizi was slightly dissatisfied. This can undoubtedly carry Necrozma at this time, but he is not willing to use such a Pokeball to carry Necrozma. Let the other party recall the days of imprisonment again. Looks like I have to find another way. Maybe, I can ask Dr. Damu if he can help me get a Master Ball. While thinking, Baizi put away the imprisonment ball. An aura that made him appetite greatly increased. This is. Necrozma's determined telepathy came, and her voice was clearly excited. It signaled Baizi to leave from the top of the tower. A layer of bright white metal color was immediately rendered on the giant claws, aiming at the remaining floor at the top of the tower. Poof. It penetrated the ground, and lifted it up. La la. The reinforced slate was easily torn off like plasticine and thrown away, and Baizi couldn't help squinting at the sight of it. Only see. Inside the Metropolis Tower, whose top floor was completely opened, a huge crystalline stone pillar exuding bright brilliance stood in it. The light that radiated out made Baizi couldn't help taking a deep breath. Next second, the light on the crystal seemed to be extracted, turned into a ray of light like a real light, and sank into Baizi's mouth and nose. An indescribable fascination filled his brain. Baizi could feel that his physique and even his mental power were instantly filled and stronger. And the system beep also proves this point one by one. You absorbed and digested Necrozma's original radiance, and gained a little. The power of radiance blessing has been fully enhanced. All attributes +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Quite a while. Baizi got out of this feeling. After opening his own attribute panel, he glanced at it and found that just one bite of the brilliance that did not change the crystal at all increased all his attributes by a full 10 points. If all were absorbed. At this moment, Baizi's mind couldn't help but have such an idea.